Nikki collapsed helplessly in front of the coffin. He repeated to himself, "All I could do was turn her body into bones and make a coffin. The knowledge I learned was of no help to my sister." Back in reality, Nikki bent down slightly to look at Son and slowly opened his mouth. "When I was trembling with regret, do you know what your father was doing?" His eyes held a clear hatred and he almost enunciated each word with force. "He was laughing and joking with a young lady from another family at my sister's funeral." After saying this much, Nikki suddenly shouted frantically, "They treated my sister's death like a plague. How could a man who called himself her husband do such a thing before her body had even gone cold?" He spread his arms and declared loudly, "From that moment on I swore to destroy this family and take everything from them." Then Nikki suddenly lowered his voice and asked gently, "Nephew, do you remember how your father died?" Son's face turned pale and he answered with difficulty, "He passed away from a sudden illness." As soon as he finished speaking, a thought flashed through his mind. Son felt a chill run down his spine and his pupils contracted rapidly. Nikki, seemingly satisfied with his reaction, bared his teeth and smiled wickedly. "Do you understand now? I am your father's enemy and your mother's avenger." He laughed loudly in excitement. "Now that the entire old family is gathered, it's time to wipe out this clan." Nikki spoke with growing excitement. "And I will inherit that wealth and blue dominion. Since I'm the only remaining representative, what do you think, nephew? Isn't it a perfect plan?" Unexpectedly, Son firmly denied it. There were no tears in his eyes, but his gaze was very resolute. "Not everything will go according to your plan, uncle. Simon will stop you." Hearing this name, Nikki suddenly raised his eyebrows and sneered coldly. "That Kizen #1 brat." He had to admit that he was the only variable, but he didn't expect the Kizen #1 to be a commoner. Speaking of which, Nikki couldn't help but admire. Neptes must have gone blind in his old age. What's so good about that place? He slowly approached Son. "All right, the most important thing now is to deal with you and take the old family's fortune." Nikki poked his forehead and calculated leisurely. "Then I have to deal with that brat." Son firmly asserted that Simon would not die. The other party seemed to have lost his patience. "Still got a mouth on you." Before the words were even finished, a very loud noise was suddenly heard. Nikki jumped up and looked around warily. "Don't tell me that kid has already caught up. No way, that's too irrational." His heart grew more anxious. "Who the hell is it?" Just then a low voice suddenly echoed, "My lord, so you were here." Seeing clearly who the other party was, Nikki's complexion immediately darkened. "Why are you here?" At this time he had no idea that Jebbit had successfully disguised herself, and only saw Jack's face. She looked at him arrogantly, raised her chin and smiled coldly. "Do you even need to ask?" Without beating around the bush, Jebbit skillfully played her role, directly waving her hand and ordering her subordinates, "Capture the Count. Kill anyone who interferes without mercy." The subordinates immediately responded enthusiastically, in the guise of Jack. Jebbit's mouth curved up. "I suspected that high-level magician could betray me at any moment, but it's sooner than I expected." Looking at the ferocious face opposite her, she tried to calm herself. "He's just an insignificant brat to be finished off here." Jebbit thought they probably couldn't even use dark magic, so it would be over in the blink of an eye. Catching them was just a matter of time. But the fingers tapping incessantly on the ship's rail betrayed her current state of mind. Jebbit struggled to maintain the appearance of a fierce pirate, but her mind was already in chaos. "What should I do?" The pirates laughed triumphantly and shouted to each other. "That guy's alone, let's rush him and finish him off." Nikki lost his patience and clicked his tongue. He slowly reached out and fumbled for a test tube in his coat pocket. Then he tilted his head back, poured the liquid from the bottle into his mouth and gulped it down. Seeing Nikki's action, the pirates stood dumbfounded on the spot, their eyes wide with extreme bewilderment. What? They couldn't understand at all and began to murmur among themselves. "What the hell is that guy doing?" In the next moment, before the pirates' astonished eyes, a great change occurred in Nikki's entire body. His eyes turned white and large long tentacles sprouted from his back. Blue energy spread out, and at the same time Nikki's deep hoarse voice echoed, "How about it?" His facial expression became increasingly crazed and he curled his lips into a sneer. "Is this your first time fighting a necromancer?" In the next moment, Nikki crouched down, positioning the tentacles on his back to shoot forward. The tentacles pierced through the pirates' bodies one by one. Seeing his comrades fall bleeding one after another and hearing their painful screams, a pirate with a crossbow hesitated for a moment. Then he finally mustered his courage and shot the arrow. The arrow pierced Nikki's face, but he had no intention of dodging. Nikki's entire body suddenly turned into an unidentifiable liquid and the arrow fell harmlessly. He smiled mockingly. "Did you think that would work?" The pirate who saw that scene screamed in terror. "It's a monster." He looked around frantically. Seeing the person who was originally Captain Jack, "How can we beat that thing?" She cut him off with annoyance. "Shut up, you want me to kill you before him? Go on and attack." Although she said that, Jebbit's heart was just as anxious. What did he do to his own body? Her gaze turned to Son, who was tied up nearby, and she vowed to herself, "I have to escape with the Count at the very least." Just then her body suddenly slumped. She was startled, her eyes wide. "All right," Nikki's voice, tinged with a faint laugh, was heard. "It's finally taking effect." He slowly approached one step at a time, savoring the sight of Jebbit kneeling and smiling mockingly. "How do you feel?" Nikki kindly informed her. "The undead emit a very unique scent. I've mixed a special material exclusively for undead into this fog." According to him, it was colorless and odorless, and the longer it was left, the stronger its effect became. "Seeing as you've lasted this long, you must be stronger than a ghoul." Nikki commented coolly. One dose of 4,760 ppm for undead is enough to paralyze any kind. In just a few seconds, Jebbit's disguise was destroyed. Her face was revealed in the light. Nikki admired with interest. We have a variable right before our eyes. He nodded in satisfaction and opened his mouth. To complete my research you must die. After that I will dissect your special body. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue tentacle shot forward in the blink of an eye, but just at that critical moment a sudden attack appeared, causing a terrible impact, and the entire ship swayed in the rough waves. Nikki stood there dumbfounded, gritting his teeth and looking in all directions. What now? It was only after seeing Simon's back that he sneered with contempt. How dare you come this far? It seems you don't value your life. Jebbit also quickly realized he had arrived. The moment she heard the familiar voice, her face was filled with joy. Let's see who doesn't value their life. Simon didn't come alone. Beside him was Pierre. He proposed with a serious face. Pierre, take Son and get out of here. At this time even Pierre was very excited and laughed happily. Finally, my chance to shine has come, Jebbit warned frantically. Pierre, don't come any closer. She quickly relayed all the important information. There's undead poison in the air. If you breathe even a little, it'll be hard to control yourself. The next moment, Nikki suddenly controlled his tentacles and attacked. Fortunately, Jebbit dodged in time. The opponent opened his mouth leisurely. You have a lot of interesting undead around you. A large hole was made in the planks of the deck. She quickly noticed the tentacles changing direction. They stretched out in swarms toward the other side. Jebbit vaguely guessed Nikki's intention and shouted in panic, Commander? Sure enough, the tentacles were aiming for Pierre. He raised his sword to block and a whooshing sound was heard. Of course, Simon on this side urged him once more, Pierre, hurry up and take Son and run. Pierre dealt with the sticky tentacles and scanned the situation with his eyes. This entire ship is contaminated with poison. At this rate, both Jebbit and I will be paralyzed soon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jebbit was quickly rescuing Son. She reminded him with a serious face, Stay still, I'll untie you. He asked blankly, Who are you? She didn't intend to hide it and said clearly, I am Simon's subordinate. Don't worry. Hearing that, Son's face immediately brightened. Back to Simon's situation, he dealt with the large tentacles rushing at his face and kept tilting his head to dodge. On the part of his shoulder that the tentacle had grazed, Simon was surprised to see a scorch mark smoking. The tentacles are poisonous too. At this point, he seriously consulted with Pierre. We have to find a way to deal with that. Pierre suddenly raised his hand high, preparing to swing his sword at the tentacles, and said in a low voice, There is a way. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword strike came down, cutting off a few annoying tentacles, and the entire deck shook violently. Pierre slowly continued, It's just a matter of whether you use it or not. He withdrew his hand, looked at the tattered deck, and reminded him, Kid, that's the way I was talking about, kid. Pierre was surprised not to see Simon. He had been thrown to a corner by the impact of the technique and had collapsed. Oh God, I'm fine. Before Simon could even right himself, Pierre shouted frantically, Run that way. At the same time, numerous tentacles were flying straight at him. Simon didn't even have time to hesitate and immediately ran for his life. The floor where he had just been standing was destroyed by the tentacles that followed. Nikki couldn't help but admire his own tentacles. I've never seen such a smart and strong undead before. And it even has the ability to nullify regeneration. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became, and he gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. Why would an undead like you submit to this weakling? Pierre didn't even glance at Nikki. He uttered a sarcastic remark. Your head is filled with nothing but low-class thoughts. While he was arguing, Simon's voice was suddenly heard. Pierre, he was still running for his life, but he couldn't shake off his suspicion. Is this your method? What returned to Simon was Pierre's calm voice. He emphasized it specifically. And Simon was dazed for a moment. You must listen to me. Pierre judged as follows. Right now, both Jebbit and I can't protect you, so fuse with me and use my power to defeat that guy. He honestly confessed that he also had some concerns. But I'm an ancient undead, so connecting with my spiritual realm is harder than you think. One wrong step, and you will lose consciousness completely and become a vegetable. After saying this much, Pierre handed over all the decision-making to Simon. Will you do it? The answer was not too difficult to guess. He clenched his fist and asserted clearly. Of course. Simon gripped the ship's rail tightly, his eyes filled with firm resolve. I will definitely do it. Pierre, as if he had been waiting for these very words, nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's the answer I wanted to hear. And at that very moment, being closely pursued by the tentacles, Simon resolutely waved his hand and shouted loudly, Cost armor. Following his command, the white bones around Pierre slowly began to separate. Piece by piece they shattered, and in the blink of an eye they poured toward Simon with a swirling flow of blue-black energy. The two sides fused in an instant. His hair color changed, and white bone armor was equipped all over his body. A moment ago, in a place no one knew, Simon was sinking deep into the water. He closed his eyes tightly, felt his surroundings, and muttered, So this is Pierre's consciousness. It's really vast, he reminded him. Focus, kid, Pierre warned impatiently. Focus on your own consciousness so you're not swallowed by mine. Following his careful guidance, Simon struggled to open his eyes and reached out with difficulty, firmly maintaining his own will within another being's will, and they fused into one. At that time, Simon's hand was floating in the air, trying to touch the swirling white waves before his eyes. He gradually regained control of his body, stretched his hand high, and touched the water droplets of this spiritual realm. And returning to the present, Simon slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully fused with Pierre. Pierre nodded in satisfaction, laughed happily, and said, As expected of Richard's son. Simon tried moving his hand. the white bone joints wrapped around his entire body. The more Pierre looked at Simon's current form, the more he liked it, and he couldn't help but admire. Flawless and perfect, he encouraged excitedly. Let's fight, kid. Simon nodded slightly and slowly lifted his finger. The next moment the giant sword in a corner of the bow suddenly flew straight at him, and even Nikki, who was standing still, flinched in fear. The sword quickly came down and settled in Simon's hand. He opened his mouth with a serious face. Understood, Pierre. Nikki was clearly not afraid at all and even sneered mockingly. You think you look impressive wearing those dry bones in the fog, no matter how strong an undead is. Before he could finish his words, Simon showed him directly with his actions instead of words. With a single swing of his sword, he cut off a few tentacles around his opponent. He continued to tear apart the entangled tentacles. Nikki was frozen on the spot, unable to speak. What? Anger welled up inside him. How could you? Just then, Simon didn't dawdle any longer and resolutely flew, rushing to Nikki's side. The next moment, a sharp sword strike came down beside him. Nikki basically had no time to dodge. It was as expected. Right after that, a miserable scream echoed throughout the deck. Simon indifferently looked at the enemy before him. Nikki clutched his shoulder and cried out in a heart-wrenching voice, "My arm! My arm!" He was so agitated that he was flustered, stammering and unable to breathe properly. Why regenerate? How could you? Simon just kindly offered a piece of advice. Give up. His voice held a clear threat. If you keep resisting, I'll cut off your head too. Nikki refused to submit, sneering coldly. All right, I admit it. I've been called a genius since I was 17, but I'm still not as strong as you. Despite his pale face, he glared at Simon and forced out each word. If you are the special admission #1 student, I will sincerely acknowledge it. Hearing that, he was at a loss for words. You're still thinking about that in this situation. It's not Kizen. Right now you should be thinking about the innocent residents who lost their lives because of you and Son, whom you betrayed. Simon shouted in anger. Nikki basically didn't care, looked up at the sky and opened his mouth nonchalantly. To a necromancer, death is just a peaceful sleep. Since she died, the deaths of others mean nothing to me. After speaking, he suddenly clutched his chest and the corners of his mouth lifted. Ah, your undead is quite impressive too. Nikki ripped the cloth on his chest at once, and the sight that entered Simon's eyes made him gasp in surprise. That magic circle. Simon recognized the symbol Eternal Truth. The Nikki opposite him laughed triumphantly and said, "Which do you think is stronger, your undead or my monster?" The next moment he suddenly placed his hand on his chest and a dark purple energy beam slowly spread out. Seeing the opponent's action, a look of vigilance flashed in Simon's eyes. "What are you trying to do?" Pierce suddenly stopped him. "No," he hurriedly urged, his voice very serious. "Back off, kid." At this time, numerous cracks appeared on Nikki's body in front of them and streaks of light broke through his skin, and a shocking explosion sound rang out. Before Simon's eyes there was only the red of blood. Pieces of incomplete flesh were scattered on the deck and the sound of dripping blood was heard. Son, who was held tightly in his arms, was also startled by the violent movement. "What's wrong, mister?" He sensed an ominous sign and shouted in panic. Jebbit hugged Son even tighter, soothing and calming him. No, don't look." One must know that in the blink of an eye the entire deck was stained red with Nikki's blood. He had taken his own life. Just then, Pierce suddenly opened his mouth. "Wait, kid," he sensed something strange. The entire ship was shaking in the large waves. "Something is here." As giant tentacles surrounded the ship, water splashed in all directions. A ferocious roar echoed through the space. Simon's pupils contracted in an instant as he saw the creature before him clearly. This monster isn't even an adult yet. An adult has never been caught. My God, Nikki's satisfied voice echoed from within the monster. "Do you see this? Simon, I have surpassed you and Kizen. The Kraken and I have become one." He seemed to have gone completely insane. His laughter grew more and more fanatical. "I have become the strongest creature in the sea." Then one of the giant tentacles struck straight down at Simon. He hurriedly assumed a defensive stance, struggling to block it. Pierre reminded him, "Kid, watch your back." In the chaos, a tentacle suddenly wrapped tightly around Simon's ankle. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it." Nikki controlled the tentacle, lifting Simon's entire body, and said in a triumphant tone, "This is how it should be." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw Simon hard from a high place, laughing triumphantly. "Finish him." His body slammed hard against the ship's rail, shattering the wooden planks, and Simon lost his balance and plunged into the vast sea. Nikki, as if certain of his victory, shouted with joy, "It's all over." Simon sank into the water. He desperately tried to grab the tentacle that pursued him to the end, and even Pierre showed a worried expression. "Kid," Nikki's face, fused with the Kraken, was hideously contorted. He thrashed madly in the water, cursing Kizen's hounds. As Simon's grip on the tentacle weakened, Pierre immediately panicked and called out urgently, "Kid, get a grip." His gaze became vacant and his vision blurred. Pierre's urgent calls echoed in his ears. Simon, lacking the strength to answer, muttered deliriously, "My power." As Simon's body sank deeper and deeper, Pierre grew increasingly agitated. "Kid, get a grip. If you lose consciousness, it's all over." His calls continued to echo, "Kid." Simon finally responded, forcing his eyes open. "I'm listening," the other party shouted back, demanding. "What are you doing? Are you going to give up like this?" he declared firmly. "Never." That resolve spurred Simon into action. He narrowed his eyes slightly and vowed to himself, "I have to see this through." Then he tried to summon the sword that had been flung far away. "I'm coming." Nikki, having learned his lesson, certainly wouldn't let him do it smoothly, and sneered coldly, "There are no second chances," while waiting for the weapon to return. Pierre fluently delivered a long speech. "Listen well, I will explain the principle of true power just once." According to him, a true swordsman doesn't just attack what's in front of them but uses the sword to attack enemies far away. The moment you perceive that the distance between you and the enemy is within the range to cast a skill, Pierre carefully added a reminder. Use your imagination to its fullest to close that distance and slash through space with a fierce attack. Simon assumed a ready stance, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Is that how it is? His eyes showed firm resolve. I will overcome that distance and make a difference. With that thought, Simon swung his sword without the slightest hesitation, delivering a resolute blow toward Nikki. The strike seemed to tear through space, and as the severed tentacles fell, the entire sea shook violently, and the waves crashed fiercely. Witnessing this scene, Jebbit stood stunned for a long time, her lips moving but unable to form words. Meanwhile, deep in the sea, the severed tentacles sank, and Nikki's bewildered voice echoed, "How can this be?" His contorted face was filled with defiance, and he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Why this kind of power?" Without giving Nikki a chance to speak, Simon rushed in like an arrow, closing the distance. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in his eyes, and he attacked very resolutely with his sword. Then a powerful blow flew straight at the giant kraken's body that Nikki had fused with. Hot blood gushed out and mixed into the water. Nikki's eyes flew open. Even at this moment, he couldn't accept what had happened. At this time, the kraken was split in two, and Nikki's life sank with it into the depths of the dark sea. Simon had finished the job, but his condition wasn't much better. He frowned slightly and clamped his mouth shut. The strength in Simon's hand gripping the sword hilt gradually faded and his consciousness blurred. "I can't breathe." Just at that moment, as Simon collapsed, Son quickly swam toward him. With his remaining faint consciousness, Simon could make out the figure of the person who appeared in his vision. Son, he unconsciously reached out his arm, waiting for the other to grab him. This time, the two's hands could finally grasp each other tightly. A firm grip. A short while later, Son surfaced and gasped for the air. "Here," Jebbit called out urgently. "Viscount." She held a long thin plank with a rope tied to it and shouted, "Grab on." Son cooperated, clinging to the plank with Simon. Jebbit asked a barrage of worried questions. "Viscount, are you okay?" "Yes." "Then what about the master?" Son caught his breath and opened his mouth. "He's fine. It seems he's not hurt anywhere. He just fainted from exhaustion." The other party pulled him toward the shore and let out a small sigh of relief. "That's a relief then." As soon as he was on shore, Son's gaze turned to a spider attached to the ship's rail. He shouted in surprise. "A spider?" Jebbit reassured him in a gentle voice. "Don't worry, it's an ally," she kindly added. "That octopus sank the ship, so let's get out of here on another boat made by the spiders." Watching the spiders' movements, Son couldn't help but admire them. He quickly forgot his initial fear and praised them excitedly. "Good job, spiders. You guys are really amazing." Son was so engrossed in playing with the spiders that he paid no attention to her quietly calling out to Pierre. The other party mumbled a reply. Jebbit didn't forget to encourage him. "You've worked hard too." Hearing that, Pierre just burst out laughing. "The salt water makes my whole body itch. Swimming in salt water is no fun at all." The other party's eyes crinkled in a smile as she continued. "Swimming, it's very fun once you get used to it. It's best to wash off the salt water as soon as we get on land." After speaking, she held Simon and moved forward quickly. "Let's hurry back to Lamport." Son over here was already getting impatient, urging with a bright smile. "Let's go quickly, big sister." Time continued to pass, and a short while later the scene shifted to the mansion. Simon groggily opened his eyes. He was facing a white ceiling when a joyful voice rang out. My God, a figure unable to hide their joy came into his view. "Master, you're awake?" Simon was still quite dazed and hesitantly opened his mouth. "Master." He gradually came to his senses, struggled to sit up and nodded slightly. "What a relief." Jebbit nodded vigorously. "Yes." She excitedly ran to the door and announced loudly. "Good news, Viscount Son. Sir Simon is awake." Son quickly ran here and looked into the room. "Really, big brother, are you okay?" Simon smiled at him. "Son, you saved my life." The other party smiled shyly and replied, "No, you saved me and everyone else, big brother." He suddenly remembered something and brought it up. "Right, someone from Kizen came earlier." Simon was surprised. "Really? I guess it's because today is the last day of the mission. I should get going." Son proposed excitedly. "Then I'll have them bring you some clothes." He didn't refuse and replied with a cheerful smile, "Thanks." A moment later, Pierre took the opportunity to remind him. "You need to rest more, kid." Simon shook his head slightly. "I'm fine, I can't go back late." Then his gaze turned to Jebbit. His voice mixed with a hint of helplessness. "Oh, what's with your clothes?" The other party lifted the hem of her skirt and smiled brightly. "I couldn't call you commander, so I had to call you master. Then they thought we were both servants and lent me this outfit." She smiled so happily that her eyes crinkled. "Isn't it pretty?" Simon also encouraged her happily. "It suits you very well." At his casual remark, Jebbit's face turned beet red and she stammered a long sentence. "Pierre, the commander said it suits me." He was shaken so much that he became dizzy and could only reply reluctantly, "It's pretty." Just then, Son returned. "Big brother, the carriage is ready." "Hurry and change your clothes," Simon replied with a polite smile. "Thank you, I'll be right there." Time passed quickly in the carriage, and Son reported that the person from Kizen said they were preparing to move to the meeting place. "And do you remember what I said before?" Simon looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" The other party giggled and said, "You saved me and the others." At the same time, Simon noticed the movement outside the carriage. The city residents were enthusiastically throwing confetti, shouting in unison, "Goodbye, thank you for saving us, thank you for saving Lamport." Gentle faces came into Simon's view. They sincerely expressed their affection for him. Come visit again someday. At this time Son suddenly opened his mouth slowly. Catching pirates is a piece of cake for you and Big Sister. He recalled everything that had just happened. Big Sister snuck onto one of their ships and troubled the pirates, and you took down their captain. Besides, Uncle Pier also stepped in. After speaking, Son beat his chest and firmly guaranteed. Besides, we've decided to expose all the wrongs our family did to my mother. Thank you for your help, big brother. I think there will be many changes in the family from now on. Thank you so much, he confessed honestly. It took me a very long time to decide on the additional reward I promised to give you. A short while later, Simon looked out the window, and a look of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. Son, aren't we supposed to go to the meeting place? This is the Undead exhibition hall. He replied in a gentle voice. We're just stopping by for a moment. But in just a few seconds Son jumped out of the carriage, looked back at the person behind him and asked with a bright smile, Big brother, what are you doing? Simon was completely flustered by his urging. Standing there dumbfounded. We have to go to the Overlord. Simon suddenly felt dizzy and hesitantly opened his mouth. Son, what is the reward you mentioned? At the other's confirming reply he couldn't hide his happy expression and covered his mouth in emotion. A high-level magic, Son shared excitedly. I thought you'd like this reward more. Do you remember the original mission reward was 1,000 gold? Simon suddenly came to his senses and nodded slightly. That's right, even at this moment he still couldn't believe his ears. So you're giving me that grimoire instead of 1,000 gold, but that usually costs over 10,000 gold, isn't that too much? Son walked ahead, smiling shyly as he replied. It's okay, the creator and the organizers of this exhibition both agreed. Giving you that reward is something all the residents of Lamport agreed on unanimously. He spread his arms and declared clearly. Simon couldn't hide his surprise and his emotion swelled up, his lips moving for a long time but unable to form words. Everyone. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly and he opened his mouth in a gentle voice. Thank you, I'll accept it. Just then Pier's loud shouts echoed in Simon's ears, nearly bursting his eardrums. He could only endure it helplessly, sighing inwardly, I don't know what you're saying, but I'm glad you're happy. Then Simon stepped into the teleportation magic circle. Son took the opportunity to add a reminder. Simon Lamport and I will never forget this favor. His tone was filled with sincerity. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be waiting for you to return. You will be welcome anytime, anywhere, big brother Simon. Simon accepted the other's warm feelings and smiled slightly. Thank you, Son, I will never forget this for the rest of my life. Just before leaving he left one last word. Let's meet again someday. Son said his farewell. Yes. Take care. Simon quickly returned to the academy campus. He walked, stretched his arms and said with great emotion, I miss this air. Simon savored the atmosphere around him and muttered, It's still the mission period so it's quiet, but the reality was the complete opposite of his expectations. The entire campus was filled with lively laughter and boisterous invitations. Simon stood stunned for a few seconds, then let out a bewildered word. He grimaced and frowned. What is this? Is there a festival or something? Just as Simon was bewildered, a person excitedly approached. Are you a first year? Simon greeted politely. Yes, hello senior. The other person continued to speak. You recognized me quickly. Hello, take this. He took the initiative to introduce himself. I'm a member of the Dungeon Research Club. If you're interested, come check it out. Simon unconsciously took the promotional poster and glanced at it with a puzzled expression. Dungeon Research Club. Dick ran over from somewhere, suddenly threw his arm around Simon's shoulder and asked, Simon, did you finish your mission? He nodded slightly in confirmation. Yeah, you're fast too. The other person laughed loudly, because it's me. He quickly noticed the poster in Simon's hand. Did you get a flyer for this club too? He asked back, bewildered. Oh, what is it? Dick kindly informed Simon. What are you talking about? This is the time when all the diligent seniors work hard. It's the club season. They have to work hard to recruit new members. Seeing his swaggering appearance, Simon was a bit speechless. You seem quite excited. Dick pointed to a line on the poster and said, Look at this. Club points. The more members there are, the more subsidies they get. Hearing this, Simon vaguely understood. So they're trying to earn more points this way? The other person admitted frankly. Exactly. Simon was flustered and looked around, noticing that some students were even wearing cosplay outfits. He turned his gaze to another direction and saw a first-year student being passionately dragged away by senior girls, unable to move awkwardly. Looking at another corner, he saw a group of people prostrating themselves, and Simon couldn't help but admire. So that's why it's so chaotic. Recruiting members must be really tough. Dick nodded in agreement. Right. Right after that he suddenly said a word. Good luck. You're special admission number 1. Simon didn't understand when he heard that. Why did I suddenly become a special case? Does everyone want to recruit me? Dick patted his shoulder like an adult and slowly opened his mouth. It's not just the name of special admission. They're probably all aiming for the professor behind you. He threw out that one line and ran off excitedly. Simon was left in the greedy gazes of numerous other students, extremely flustered. What, Dick? He tried in vain to call out to the other. Where are you going? The seniors behind him approached step by step. They whispered passionately. It's a first year, a first year. The next moment, a muscular male student suddenly appeared in front of Simon. A first year, patience is strength. Hurry up and join the physical training club. Another female student immediately ran over and retorted, what are you talking about? Knowledge is power. If you're smart enough, your body doesn't matter. join the Practical Dark Magic Club. Another person continued to rush out and shout loudly in Simon's ear. Practical is just dreaming of what you want. Don't be fooled. Join the Transformation Club. That's what's practical. After speaking, they directly rushed up and bickered. Get lost. Sports for dark magic. Simon was horrified by the chaotic scene. His face turned pale as he shouted, "Seniors!" The people who had just blocked his path were all in a deep sleep. Simon was embarrassed for a while, then finally made a decision. "I don't know what happened, but I have to take this chance to run away." Just then a voice suddenly called out, "Found you, Simon Florentina." A young man approached him and introduced himself clearly. "I am the president of the Curse Research Club." Simon replied blankly, "Yes." To his surprise, the other person's next action startled him. He suddenly knelt and pleaded, "Please join our club. If you don't, I'm going to die." Simon cried out in shock. "What?" Before he could react, May rushed forward, hugged his legs tightly and began to sob. "I'm going to die. I'll be killed by Professor Bahin. Please understand, you cruel, heartless man." Simon didn't know what to do and just tried to calm him down. "Senior, please don't do this." The very next moment, a beam of red energy suddenly flew in and hit the whining May, and Simon dodged to the side just in time, muttering, "Really, the seniors are having a hard time too." Another person leisurely walked over and introduced herself. "I am Saddam, president of the Blood Circulation Research Society." She came closer and observed Simon carefully. "Looking at your face, it seems you've just returned from a mission and are exhausted from mana depletion. If you join our society, we can solve this problem for you." Saddam said, "Your new blood type is quite unique in this field of blood circulation. I guarantee I will mobilize all the society's resources to support you." Hearing this, a sense of foreboding sprouted in Simon's mind. This is a bit concerning. Just then, a figure sitting on a throne suddenly fell from the sky. The moment it hit the ground, a very loud sound echoed. But the person sitting on the chair seemed very calm. Pushed back by the shock, Simon stumbled as he stood up. "My God," the other person suddenly got straight to the point. "So you're the #1 special admission student, Simon Florentina." After speaking, he crossed his legs. He lifted his chin arrogantly. "Consider yourself lucky. I am Andre, the third prince of the Dressen Kingdom." Andre kindly threw a document at Simon and continued to introduce himself as the head of the nobles' circle. While he stood there blankly with a dusty face, he continued his long speech. "The nobles are gathering powerful individuals who will rule the Dark Federation in the future. Joining the Nobles Society is an honor for you." Just as Andre was about to say more, 2 streams of mana suddenly flew from somewhere and aimed straight for his throne. The debris flew past Simon's eyes and he froze, unable to speak. Andre was already on guard. He looked at the unlucky chair that had just been destroyed and clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Someone else is interfering." Saddam stood next to May and retorted angrily, "Who's interfering? Can't you see we were talking first?" Andre didn't back down either, lifting his chin arrogantly. "You're the ones interfering, commoners. How rude of you to interrupt the conversation of your superiors." And so, Simon was surrounded by the three's argument and could only let out a quiet long sigh. The sound of their fierce quarrel rang in his ears. These lunatics, he felt drained of all energy and slumped down. "I just want to get out of here quickly." Simon was unwittingly caught in the seniors' argument. No one paid any attention to his tired expression. They were just engrossed in their bickering. "All right, let's get this over with." After some time, Andre and the other 2 stood before Simon and made a decision on their own. "Then let's decide. Since he's the first special admission student, shouldn't we give him the choice?" Saddam crossed her arms and snorted. "Unfortunately, I suppose we have to." She took the opportunity to go first. "All right, then I'll introduce myself again," Saddam said with a bright smile. "We've received a report on your ZM1 blood type. You're quite a special case in hematology." As she knew it, the ZM1 blood type had the characteristic of amplifying dark energy by consuming blood. If you use this characteristic, you can obtain a large amount of dark energy and also get rid of mana depletion symptoms. Hearing this, even Simon himself couldn't help but be surprised. "Really?" the other person confidently continued to explain. "It's still just a theory, but I believe it can be applied in reality. And if you join hands with us," as she spoke, she recalled what the professor had confided in her. "The appearance of the ZM1 blood type will shake the world. The professor intends to put my name next to yours on this research paper." The professor's eager eyes and voice at that time always urged Saddam to act. If he becomes the professor's disciple, the research will be easier. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. She thought to herself, "Your career in hematology has only just begun, and so has mine." While Saddam was feeling triumphant, May, who was beside her, suddenly spoke up. "I heard you call something that hasn't even started a research paper." She was immediately flustered and stammered in reply, "How did you—" May ignored her and focused solely on persuading Simon. "Instead of such a dreamlike plan, I'll tell you something better. We have a very rare cursed undead. The dead Baron." These words immediately caught his attention. "What?" May shrugged and continued. "You said you want to major in summoning, right? Then I suggest using curses as a substitute. We are also researching the use of curses as a substitute." He actively presented attractive conditions. "If you join the club, I'll provide you with the undead for free and teach you how to use it." Although he appeared calm on the outside, May's mind was already in turmoil. "Please, please come over here." Bahan's previous instructions were deeply engraved in his mind. "By any means necessary, get Simon Florentina to join our club as a first year." One must know that even May was very surprised at that time. "What?" Before he had time to think further, his face turned pale at Bahan's warning. "If you can't even do that, then we'll have to end it here." Every time he recalled Bahan's fake smile, May got goosebumps. If you fail, step down from your position as my direct disciple yourself. Thinking this far, he wanted to cry, he thought to himself. I don't want to be kicked out, please. Andre couldn't hold back and pushed his way between the two in front of him. You noisy people. What's the use of all that research and experimentation? Seeing Simon standing there blankly, he pointed a finger arrogantly. Listen, the nobles can move the entire continent even as students. He was surprised for a moment. As students? Andre confirmed frankly. Yes, the conditions for joining the nobles' society are very strict. Your parents must be nobles of at least baronial rank or possess equivalent wealth and status. Among the new students in your class, Elisa, at the mention of this name he was suddenly distracted. If it's Elisa, she's the number 7 special admission student I saw on the island. The more he thought, the more confused he became, and he asked with difficulty. But I don't have any power. My parents own a few pieces of land, but it's just a small plot in the countryside. Andre narrowed his eyes slightly and emphasized specifically. Don't worry, your status as the number 1 special admission student is in itself one of the special conditions for entry. Only then did Simon understand. I see. As he spoke, Andre excitedly spread his arms and raised his voice to declare, power is everything to humans. With power everything can be solved. So what's the point of doing all this? The ultimate goal of a human is to have power. He rambled on like that. Joining the nobles' society is a step toward the future. What could be more important than power? The two people beside him couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward to physically attack Andre. He shouted loudly, Simon, please save me. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of passing students. Faced with the sight of the three grabbing each other's hair and fighting, Simon stood up and bowed politely. I'm very sorry. He struggled to find an excuse. I just returned from a mission, so I'd like some more time to think about it. The three people opposite him immediately replied. Think it over carefully. Andre clicked his tongue in annoyance. There's nothing to think about. We're the best anyway. May was on the verge of tears, pleading for help. Save me. After that, Simon smoothly turned and left, blending into the crowd on campus. The Saddam group watched his retreating back, each of them certain of one thing. He'll definitely be on my side. Time passed quickly in a dark room. Simon signaled to Jebbit. I'll throw it. She quickly complied. Yes, Commander. The rock that had just been thrown was immediately hit by the tailbone and shattered into pieces. The speed of that split-second action made even Jebbit's heart skip a beat in surprise. She looked around and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's really amazing. Jebbit evaluated the skeleton before her. She muttered in a low voice. I didn't expect it to be this fast. Simon spoke first. I'm sorry, but I'm still having a bit of trouble controlling it. The other person didn't seem to mind and replied with a bright smile. It's still very cool. Even Simon couldn't help but admire. It's like an octopus. I can't believe it's made of bone. While they were talking, Pierre also stared at the kraken for a long time with curious eyes. After saying this much, he suddenly became curious. Bones? I didn't know the kraken's bones were so hard. No matter how strong Pierre looks, fighting that would feel like fighting an octopus. Simon immediately informed him. It's an upgraded version made by freezing the kraken and then injecting it with a large amount of midran. Pierre, who had been silent, also chimed in. It looks like a work of God. Midran is a light, hard, and flexible material. As he knew, it allowed for the creation of flexibly moving undead. Pierre confided in a low voice that it was thanks to it that their legion could have such powerful strength. Jebbit was puzzled by his reaction and blurted out, You don't seem very happy. Pierre crossed his arms and slowly revealed a problem. But it has a fatal flaw. Simon immediately focused on this keyword. A flaw? Pierre analyzed as follows. Even if you try to recover it by other means, the defense of its entire body is close to zero. If its brain is attacked, it's all over. Once destroyed, it will never recover. It's a creature that normally can't be made into a skeleton. Because it was forcibly made into a skeleton, its regeneration ability has disappeared, he continued, adding that to use it completely on the battlefield, numerous experiments and failures would be necessary. If you want to use a special undead, you have to endure such difficulties. After hearing the whole story, Simon suddenly nodded. A special undead. That's really interesting. He fell into deep thought. Then what if we cover the Overlord's entire body? Jebbit excitedly offered her opinion. How about putting clothes made of spiderwebs on it, or making armor for it? Simon continued casually. To hide its body. After saying this much, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Simon was overjoyed and shouted, Thank you. Your suggestion was very good. The other person didn't understand at all and cried out in confusion. What? He began to form his logic. If the attack is dangerous, then I can just put myself in another space, and if I do this, the space around them suddenly turned into a white space. Right below was the gate of space. Simon struggled to explain his thoughts, while at the same time looking for a way to demonstrate. Just let the legs stick out. He struggled to control it. Legs move. Why won't you listen to me all of a sudden? Simon used almost all his strength, even leaning back to exert force. He shouted, Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous white bone joints of the kraken poured out from the gate of space. They slammed hard against the ceiling, and the earth and stone slowly crumbled, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The scene instantly became a mess, and Pierre commented, "You've destroyed everything." Seeing Simon's silence, he offered some advice. "Being in another space seems to have interfered with your thoughts. As I just said, being forcibly turned into a skeleton has also weakened your neural abilities." He scratched his head helplessly and let out a long sigh. "It seems a lot of research and improvement is still needed." Pierre burst out laughing. "Interesting." He then looked up at the high ceiling. Then Pierre suggested, "How about putting this in? It might create an advantage." Simon just gave a bitter smile. "I've been trying to do that from the start." Hearing that, the other person suddenly fell silent. As Simon walked through the campus, he heard murmurs. "Not interested in the poison-making club? We're the artifact research club." "Anyone like making artifacts? This is the pharmacology research club. If you join now, we'll give you medicine." He looked up at the students recruiting members. "Clubs." Simon touched his chin with his hand. He couldn't help but think, "It's not that I haven't thought about it, but there's nothing that particularly attracts me yet." Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. "Hey!" Out of his usual reflex, Simon was startled and fell backward, shouting, "Hello!" The greeting was so sudden that he fell to the floor, stammering, "Hello, senior, what can I do for you?" The person opposite him hesitated and opened his mouth. He took out a piece of paper from his hand and held it out toward Simon's face. "If you don't mind, please take this." As he left, he turned his head and shouted in a very sad tone, "If you feel like it, stop by, but you don't have to come, no one else does." As he walked, he constantly muttered to himself, "You probably won't come either, right? But it's okay, really. Don't worry about it, take it easy." A moment later, he was quite far away. "I'm okay even if you really don't come. Well then, goodbye." Simon, who had only been listening without replying, was sweating profusely. "There's no way you don't mind." He unfolded the white paper, and on it was the club's introduction. "And special, this is the first time I've seen a club related to the summoning department." While he was focused on the paper, Melon came up from behind and hit Simon hard on the shoulder. "Simon, what are you doing here?" Before he could even greet her, he sat on the floor clutching his aching back. She was flustered. "What's wrong with you?" Simon said in a trembling voice. "Are you okay? I got hurt after finishing the mission yesterday." The two people behind them immediately started whispering, "Simon, Melon, you're finally blinded by your grades." "No, you crazy bastard." A moment later, the desk was full of papers from various clubs. Everyone got a ton, as expected of the club season. Melon picked up a random paper, glanced at it, and complained, "I know subsidies and achievements are important, but isn't this a bit much? Half of them will leave in the second year anyway." "A Mandragora club? That's not a big problem, is it?" Dick, who was sitting on the desk, interjected with his opinion. "Even if the subsidy is cut because they leave, it's not that much. So just recruiting a lot of people is the best." Simon held the recruitment flyer in his hand and just listened quietly. "That's why you have to be careful when choosing a club. I heard that many people join useless clubs and then become redundant." His voice echoed throughout the library. "It's better to go to a big place than to a weird one." She heard him and immediately agreed. "That's right, Cammy, have you decided on a club?" Cammy, who was asked, quickly answered, "Yes, I have." She raised her hand high and introduced, "I'm going to join the Blood Flow Research Society." Melon, who was beside her, continued, "I'm in the Pure Magic Research Society." He was surprised to hear the name of the club. "Pure magic? Isn't pure magic about running magic circles with source mana?" Cammy, who was beside him, asked with quite a bit of surprise. "That's right, it's ancient magic. Why are you going there, sis?" Looking at her, she explained, "I'm a dark magician, so I'm just interested. Pure magic is the origin of the dark element school, isn't it? I'm sure I can get a lot of inspiration from studying it." Seeing that everyone had made their choice, Simon looked at Dick. "What about you, Dick?" He rested his chin on his hand and answered with a bored expression, "I'm obviously going to make a club." Dick shot up, raised his hands high, and thought of a future pile of gold. Everyone whispered, "It's called the Startup Project Support Association. Anyone join? They say you need at least 3 members." Standing before the 3 of them, he put his hands on his hips. "I said I'd provide subsidies, so people will gather soon." But as soon as Melon heard the idea, she immediately criticized him. "What a complete scammer." Not forgetting the most important person, Dick immediately asked, "What about you, Simon? Have you decided?" But Simon just shook his head. "Not yet." He looked at him in surprise at that answer. "I thought you would have gotten an offer from the Noble Society." Beside him, she also chimed in, "That's right, it's the club with the Prince of the Dressen Kingdom." He just remained bewildered and silent at their conversation. "Well, you're special admission number 1. It's full of nobodies, but I heard the treatment is pretty good and it's easy to get close to the second-year factions." Melon stated her guess once more. "They'll probably just play their power games again." "So boring." Cammy, sitting next to her, seemed not to understand yet. "That may be, but for people like us who have nothing, the support of the Noble Society is really important." And so, her and Dick's conversation echoed in the room. "Support or whatever, in the end you just become dependent. So weak. You were born with a silver spoon, so what would you know?" Turning back to him, she held up a piece of paper and asked, "Simon, what's this flyer?" Simon answered immediately, "I picked it up on the street earlier." Inside that paper was the content Leo had given him in the morning. Special Undead Research Society seems to be a topic Simon would like, but it's not very appealing. After reading the contents, Cammy hesitated for a moment, and then offered her opinion. Wouldn't it be good to go and listen to the explanation once? A short while later, he was standing outside the hallway with the introduction letter. This seems to be the place. Suddenly, someone appeared behind Simon and commanded, "Hey, wait a minute." Venia appeared from somewhere, raised her arm high and pointed straight at his face. Coming to the club building must mean you've already decided on a club, without even having to look, Simon knew. Even from 1,000 meters away he could tell it was a senior's uniform. He held the paper, nodded, and greeted her. "Hello, senior. I'm here to listen to the club's explanation." Venia was puzzled by the request. An explanation? She shifted her gaze to the recruitment flyer Simon was holding. That's from our club. Seeing that a new member might be joining, Venia's eyes sparkled. "Don't tell me you're trying to join the mutation club." Her appearance made him a little intimidated. "No, I'm just here to listen." Before he could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by the collar and shaken violently by Venia. "Good, very good. Welcome, new student. My name is Venia." Then she dragged Simon down the long hallway. "You're so moved to be joining our club that you're speechless, right?" Yes. "It's only natural since you found the best club in Kizen." He was completely helpless. "I'm just here to listen to the explanation," but Venia kept urging him. "Come on, let's go to our mutation club." A moment later, a club sign appeared in front of the room. "We're here, the mutation club." Entering, she spread her arms and introduced it to Simon. "Here, this is our mutation club." On the desk, papers were piled up with a hammer and pliers. "I heard Kizen clubs are very large and grand." On the other side were fixed animal bone specimens. "Is it because there are a lot of workbenches?" "It's smaller than I thought." After looking around for a moment, he smiled and thought to himself, "This feels more like a small classroom." Leo appeared from behind him. "You're here." Startling Simon once again, he leaned against the wall. His appearance made Venia wonder, "What are you doing here, Leo?" "Today's the last day of recruitment. You should be out handing out flyers." Hearing the question, Leo said in a disheartened voice, "I've handed out so many, and only one person has come so far." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hoisted over her shoulder. "Really, this spineless guy. There are still first years out there. Go do another round." Walking toward the door, Venia didn't forget to point her finger at him and remind him, "Hey, first year, make yourself comfortable and rest. The interview will be later." Suppressing the fear in his heart, Simon immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes." After that, in the room, he parted the curtains and went deeper to look around. "There's an automatic bending machine and a cold working machine too." Suddenly, two people entered from outside the door. "Yes, excuse us." Simon recognized him immediately. "Hello, you're Toto, right?" He who was next to Piero nodded and answered, "Yes, that's right. Hi, Simon." Seeing their familiar relationship, he was surprised. "You know each other?" Toto scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "We're classmates, but this is the first time we've talked. There are so many people in the class that we never had a chance to hang out." Without being long-winded, he placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. "I am Toto Amori. I only know summoning, so I'm majoring in summoning." Piero, who was next to him, adjusted his glasses slightly and continued, "Piero Ingers, I'm also aiming for summoning." At that last name, Toto was startled. The Ingers are a very famous family. Simon also had a confused expression. "It's the first time I've heard of it." There was still a lot of time left, so he suggested, "The seniors said they'll interview us later, so we should just sit and rest for now." Sitting in a chair, he opened his mouth. "Simon, I didn't know you were going to join too." But he was contradicted by him next to him. "I haven't decided yet." Looking at Piero's book, Toto said, "Really? I thought you came because you heard the rumor from Dick." Simon was very puzzled by those words. "A rumor? What rumor?" He looked up at him and introduced, "The rumor about the president. The president of this club is very famous." Before he could say more, he who was next to him introduced her instead. "Second year special admission number 5, currently a member of the student council, Venia Vanilla." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed in an instant. "Vanilla? Wait, if it's Vanilla." That's right, the person Simon had just met was none other than Venia. The Vanilla group is an undead brand. The granddaughter of that group is the president of this club. Simon mumbled to himself, and the two people next to him were puzzled. The granddaughter of Vanilla. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind and he smiled. "The money I used went into my senior's pocket. 30 gold per can." Paying no mind to Simon's expression, Piero held his head high and opened his mouth. "I heard about your golem, but it will be less effective in the next combat evaluation. Your tactics have been completely exposed." Toto was dumbfounded by those words, so blunt for a first meeting. Then he also opened his mouth. "I think so too." Seeing Simon's calm expression, he was quite surprised. Unexpected. Most people would get angry at such advice. He didn't get angry, but instead said in a very polite voice, "Really, if there's room for improvement, I should accept the advice. Don't you think? I was already thinking about what tactics to use in the next combat evaluation without you saying anything." Toto's mouth dropped open in surprise at Simon's expression. "Amazing." Piero raised his hand, adjusted his glasses, and proposed an idea. "How about using a fake-out tactic, pretending to create a golem? After gaining the upper hand in the psychological battle, you decide the match with another card." It was a pretty good idea, and he also strongly agreed. "That's right, your specialty is the killer kick, Simon." His face turned bright red at that nickname. "Please don't call it a killer kick," Toto continued to advise. "If you improve this time, you'll move up to the top group again." As if remembering something, he asked Toto from behind, "What about you?" Piero began his investigation. "Which combat evaluation group are you in?" His body trembled at the sharp question. "The lower group." Being a rather direct person, he immediately demanded, "Give up on summoning and go to Professor Bahin and ask him to teach you curses." Heartbroken, Toto was sad. "That's too harsh." Seeing Simon's expression opposite him, Piero was a bit flustered. "No, it's not that you can't do it, but you have to survive in Kizen first." "Why are you suddenly so hung up on it?" Hugging his chest, he sobbed, "But I'm not good at anything but summoning." Showing his determination, Toto clenched his fists and emphasized, And I also realized one thing after watching Simon's combat evaluation. Enduring and surviving in Kizen is the coolest thing in the world." Hearing his words, he nodded, adjusting his glasses with his hand. "Becoming cool is important too." Suddenly, from outside the door, Venia burst in with Leo on her shoulder. "First years, sorry to keep you waiting." She quickly walked forward and stood opposite the three of them. "Then before we start the official interview so that everyone has the information," Venia began her introduction. "Welcome, first years. I'll introduce myself. My name is Venia Vanilla, a second-year summoning major. My future dream is world domination." But Simon looked at her with a suspicious gaze. "Isn't she a high school sophomore?" As soon as the announcement was over, applause of "Please take care of us" echoed in the room behind her. Leo was holding a sign as if she had a third eye. She raised her leg high and aimed a strong kick at him. Leo was kicked and fell to the floor. Venia introduced that lifeless human as Patel. "He's just my lackey. There's one more, but he's absent today. Don't worry about those two." Piero, who was sitting in a chair, raised his arm high and asked a question. "I have a question, senior." "All right, what's your question?" He adjusted his glasses and raised an issue. "I'm curious about the meaning of world domination you mentioned." "World domination by force has never been achieved by any hero in the history of the continent. Even the great Ni could not defeat the Holy Federation, which is protected by the Seven Saints." "A very good question," Venia praised. "You're sharp. I don't like conquest by force either. I will conquer the world with undead." Piero shuddered at that method. "Undead." She crossed her arms and began to analyze. "Undead are a low-cost, high-efficiency labor force. There is no other existence like them in this world. The aesthetic issues, disgust, fear, people's aversion to corpses, and even the aggressiveness of the undead will become the tools of necromancers." Then Venia threw a question back at Piero. "What would happen if undead were widely used in all fields of humanity?" Thanks to his sharp reasoning, he argued that world domination would certainly be possible that way, because no one in this world would refuse a low-cost, high-efficiency labor force. "A very good answer," she nodded and acknowledged. "A very excellent insight, friend with glasses. I will make even the people of the Holy Federation fall for the value of undead." Not stopping there, Venia emphasized with a confident face, "Because conquest by force is not true conquest in the real sense." Piero resolutely picked up a paper and walked to the desk. "I'm impressed. I'll join." His action made Venia very excited. "Welcome." Only Simon felt uneasy. "Can I run away now?" Sitting next to him, Toto lowered his head and opened his mouth. "Simon the President." Simon seemed to understand his meaning and continued, "Yes, she's a bit special," but he changed faster than expected. "She's really beautiful." Simon couldn't help but shake his head at that expression. "I have to run away now." Toto ran like the wind and quickly signed the registration form. "I'll join too, senior." "Good, good. Sign here." He had no reaction, just stood there observing, lost in thought. Everyone is strange, but this is an environment where you can directly create and develop undead, and a place where people with the same interests gather. Simon's thoughts were not over. There probably aren't many places like this. As he continued to be silent, Venia pointed a finger and opened her mouth. "All right, and the blue-haired friend is joining too, so let's start the interview. Show me your ability to handle and operate special undead. That's the condition for joining." Piero couldn't contain his interest and immediately raised his hand. "Then I'll start." In an instant, a monster appeared before everyone. "Oh, a chimera. What's the main body?" "It's a siren." As the club president, she approached and observed, "You're only a first year and already have a magic-type undead. The siren's consciousness is very complex, so it must be hard to connect." Without hiding anything, he informed her in advance. "Yes, I can only maintain it for about 5 minutes." Recalling a past problem, Venia reminded him. "I heard there have been cases of losing control while connecting." Piero adjusted his glasses and guaranteed, "That's not a big problem either." His attitude made her very interested. "Right, that's how a necromancer should be." Piero spread his palm wide and thought of something. "Then I'll use this." As a magic-type connection was used on the chimera statue, now 6 hexagram circles appeared. Each hexagram appeared with its own function. Fire, water, wind, stone, and so on. Amazing, using 6 types of magic at the same time. A large flame spread to the recruitment flyer, and Leo hurriedly put out the fire. Venia praised him constantly. "You're really good." His friend is a definite pass. He clenched his fists in joy at those words. "Thank you, senior." After the first person was finished, she turned her gaze to Toto. "Then next is the little one." Receiving the order, he immediately nodded. Yes, just a few seconds later, a very familiar animal appeared to everyone. 2 large dogs were sticking out their long tongues. "They're dogs." Watching Toto's demonstration, Simon commented to himself, "It looks closer to the deification of black magic than the undead of summoning." When Venia reached out and petted one of the dogs, she immediately noticed, "Oh, these dogs are all dead." Toto immediately nodded. "Yes, that's right." He began to explain this pet in detail. A parasitic undead. It parasitizes the body of another animal, eats its heart and creates a core in its place. Numb as if hypnotized by pain, paralyzed with hallucinations and reality mixed, it becomes an undead. As soon as he finished speaking, she praised and emphasized. And it's the most important keyword in immortality research. You're pretty good for a first year. They seem to follow your commands well, very excellent. Toto stood between the two dogs, his face bright red with joy. All right, you pass. Thank you, senior. After the second person was finished, Venia turned her gaze to Simon. Next is the last friend. He also felt a little interested and agreed. Yes. Simon closed his eyes tightly and stretched his right arm forward. Come out. At his action, she and Leo, who was next to her, held their breath and waited. Come out, but it seemed unwilling to cooperate yet, and Simon gritted his teeth in annoyance. Again, give me a break. As soon as he finished speaking, a wind with immense destructive power blew. It brushed past the two's faces. I told you to come out. Suddenly, the Kraken's skeleton appeared. Venia looked at it with a bewildered expression. What a surprise, what is that? She turned her gaze toward it. I've never seen this kind of undead before. She pointed to a small part that was sticking out. Looking at the spine, she wondered, are these legs from a mollusk? As if she had discovered something new, Venia concluded in an excited voice. I've really never seen anything like this. You can't handle it skillfully yet, but you pass unconditionally. Simon heard that and laughed awkwardly, saying thank you, watching from the outside. A question came to mind. But is this an undead with only legs? Where is the torso? Unable to control her emotions, she shouted, is this a mix of things? It's incredible, a golden ratio, you torn up thing. Simon added that the torso was in a subspace. Looking at the skeleton he had summoned, he analyzed. The undead used as the main material has a torso defense of absolute 0, but putting it in a subspace doesn't solve the connection problem. Hearing this, Venia seemed to have realized something. Was the delay earlier because of that? Then she lightly touched her chin with her hand. Her expression became extremely serious. Venia, who had been silent, suddenly opened her mouth. Simon, whose name was called, was slightly surprised. Yes. She pointed straight at him opposite her. She had an idea. Don't you want to meet a subspace expert? Looking at the Kraken bone on the floor, she wondered. Did you make this undead? Simon revealed its origin without hiding anything. No, I got it while on a mission at the Lamport exhibition. But I couldn't modify it to solve the problem. Hearing the rather familiar exhibition name, Venia said cheerfully. The Lamport exhibition, I wanted to go there once too. What a shame. Without the creator, you can't risk adjusting or modifying it carelessly. He who was listening to her contradictory words from the outside was helpless. A summoner's duty is to dispose of a destroyed summon, but it's too much of a waste to destroy such a cool undead. After a moment of rational analysis, Venia took this opportunity to emphasize, so we'll use a subspace to solve this problem. Someone who thought of an important problem asked her, but senior, aren't we unable to leave Kea Island during the semester? Venia, not worried in the slightest, immediately reassured them. Don't worry, a subspace artisan happens to be visiting Kea Island right now. Have you heard of Galen Eclipse? Simon was surprised by the rather unfamiliar name. Galen Eclipse. After searching his past memories for a moment, he remembered. Speaking of this subspace, this is the latest work of the next generation famous young artisan Galen Eclipse, who has a 4,000 Yuba subspace. I know him. He's the one who made my subspace. Simon couldn't hide his excitement and said hurriedly, Senior, how can I meet him? Seeing his expression, she immediately reassured him. Don't worry, Galen has a contract with Vanilla. Over here, Pierrot was touching the Kraken. It's softer than I thought, Toto shouted in a fluster. Don't do that. To give Simon an opportunity, Venia proposed, keep your schedule free after class tomorrow afternoon. I'll set up an appointment. He couldn't hide his joy at hearing that. Thank you. Back in the classroom, I'm sure you all can guess what I'm about to say. Dick, with his chin on his hand, looked toward Simon and guessed. Is it an announcement? It was as he thought. Yes, an announcement. The two of them laughed awkwardly at those words. Right on the money. The professor stood at the podium and placed a stack of papers on the desk. First, the midterm exam results are out. At her next announcement, Dick and Cammy froze. Your scores and rankings will be announced today. The ranking was based solely on the written exam scores, excluding the performance evaluation. The Tush will hand out the report cards, so check them yourselves. The next announcement made Melon break out in a cold sweat. Second, the bracket for the next combat evaluation has also been announced. The bracket is with the report card, so be sure to check it. Only Simon, with no change in expression, was lost in thought with his hands clasped. Half of the semester has already passed, so I hope no one is still wondering about what dark magic to use. You must now have your own way. So use this opportunity to build a strategy and use it as a stepping stone for your growth. Not stopping there, she lowered her head and gave a triumphant smile. You'll have to do that to survive the next performance evaluation. So scary. Outside the school window, a groaning voice was heard as report cards were handed out. Now use the remaining time to check your scores and the bracket and review your strategies. Yes, Professor. A moment later, when the report card was placed on his desk, Simon squeezed his eyes shut in fear. Please, please, please. He hurriedly grabbed the file, quickly took out the report card and looked at it. I only got 37 points on the first test, but now it's 65. Even Simon himself was quite surprised by the result, which had risen by almost 30 points. After seeing the report card, Melon turned her head and asked him, Hey Simon, What's your summoning score? Simon, hugging the report card tightly, refused. I'm not telling you, tell me first. She got annoyed at that request. Why? I asked first. Melon, not wanting to drag it out, commanded in a sharp voice. Hurry up and tell me. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if your score is lower than mine? Seeing the difficult situation, Simon had no choice but to agree. Okay, she froze at the score he mentioned. It's 87, what about you? After hearing the result, Melon avoided Simon's words and turned the other way. Melon. She hesitated slightly but then stated a result that surprised everyone. I lost, it's only 85. Cammy congratulated him with a face full of joy. Congratulations, Simon, it looks like we can go to Kizen together. Simon thanked her and smiled slightly. Thanks, Cammy. Seeing her looking dejected, Dick suggested, Hey Melon, can I see your scores? Yeah, holding her report card in his hand. Everyone was quite surprised, except for summoning. All were 90 points, and the average was 92. You're really good, but isn't your ranking wrong? Seeing Melon's average score, he couldn't understand. Second in school with this score, are Kizen's standards that high? Seeing that Dick still didn't understand, she was annoyed but explained, What's a midterm score? Kizen values practical evaluations more than written exams. If you add in the scores of those monsters with good practical skills, will be pushed right out of the top 10. So if you want to raise your score even a little, you have to do well on the final evaluation. He just nodded and moved on, then asked Simon, I see, Simon. Who are you up against? He fumbled with the paper in his pocket. Me, let's see. Holding the bracket, Simon sighed tiredly. This is going to be tough this time. That evening, inside a seemingly quiet building, Venia, who was sitting next to Simon, raised her hand and greeted the person coming in. Over here, Galen. Here. Galen hurriedly took off his hat and greeted those around him with a bright smile. It's been a while. Seeing his shiny head, she couldn't hold back her laughter. You're all grown up now? Galen was surprised to see him. There's a student here. Searching his memory, Galen guessed. Are you Simon Florentina? Hearing his name, Simon nodded. Yes, that's me. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Simon's arm tightly and shook it wildly. Nice to meet you. I was really surprised to learn that the person who bought my masterpiece is Kizen's special admission #1 as the creator. This is the best thing, and it's my honor. Simon was a bit flustered and said hurriedly, I should be the one thanking you more. I'm using the subspace very well. Galen picked up his hat and put it back on his head. I heard from the young lady. You want to order a personal subspace? Hearing the precise requirements, he nodded. Yes, that's right. Simon began to explain the problem he was facing. It's an undead, but its torso defense is weak, so I want to use only the legs outside the subspace, but the connection with my consciousness is not smooth right now. I want to solve this problem. He touched his chin, seeming to understand quite well. A very good way to use it. Then what's the deadline? On the coffee table were a cup of coffee and a glass of delicious orange juice. Actually, I have an important evaluation test in 4 days. That's about the same amount of time I'm staying here. As the conversation was going well, Galen suddenly suggested they stop, leaving the two bewildered. Excuse me for a moment. In an instant, all sorts of gold and jewels poured out, filling the floor. What is this? Turning the other way, he explained. These are things waiting to be processed. He was very surprised by Galen's method. I've never made the same space twice. I experiment whenever an idea comes up, but for various reasons I've never actually tested them. As he spoke, he picked up a silver ring from the desk. Usually, making a personalized subspace has to be done from scratch, but since we don't have much time, opening the palm holding the ring, Galen proposed, I'll modify one of these temporary works into a subspace that suits you. Elsewhere, in a dark room, a test tube filled with liquid was placed before his eyes. Memory destruction drug. You made this? They don't teach this in toxicology. Heron was tied up tightly, his head bowed to the floor, and a voice calling his name echoed. Heron. From a distance, a long black rod aimed straight at Heron's head. Did you plan this because you were afraid of my revenge? Were you afraid after being abandoned by Son and seeing me purge them? You guys from Class M. Did you join hands with those traitors and do this? Macam appeared with a triumphant smile. Did you really think that method would work? Did you ever think you could be betrayed too? As he recalled the past, his voice grew colder. Are you trying to erase the fact that I was treated like a dog by making me drink this? Never, I will never forget that humiliation. Over here, he with the bruised face got up and pleaded. Please spare me. Macam got angry and hit the wall hard with the rod. Nonsense, if you want to live. At the sight unfolding before their eyes, the students who followed him were afraid. You shouldn't have messed with me in the first place. The ground was soaked with drops of blood that fell from Heron's face. Macam, approaching from a distance, got close to his face and proposed a deal. Help me with this, so that I can become a normal student. Back to Simon's side, Galen placed his hand on the desk and informed him beforehand. First, there are a few things you have to accept before using this. A custom subspace is a personal item, so using it for other purposes is not recommended. He looked up at him and added the next principle. Second, since it can sometimes be used abnormally, there can be a risk of overload. To avoid unnecessary problems, Galen continued, we won't know what kind of risk it is until the item is complete. Can you accept that? Simon listened for a moment, then immediately nodded and agreed. If the risk is due to overload and not a malfunction, it's fine. Seeing that everything was settled, he negotiated cheerfully. All right, then the price. Venia clapped her hands and said, Galen. She started pleading with an innocent expression. You'll sell it at a good price, right? Give me a discount, senior. But what returned was only Galen's silence and him touching his chin, lost in thought. Over here, he thought this couldn't possibly succeed. A thought is just a thought, but his way of deciding surprised Simon. I was planning to do that even if you hadn't said anything. Having Kizen's #1 student use my product will have a huge advertising effect. Venia heard this and jumped for joy. You're the best. Galen looked at him. Galen added, then let's make the down payment 500 gold. To not waste time, he announced a specific price. Depending on the materials and magic effects, the price could go up by several hundred gold. The upper limit is 1,000 gold. What do you think? Simon touched his chin and carefully considered the price between 500 and 1,000 gold. He squeezed his eyes shut. He calculated for a while with a serious face. My current subspace is a 5,000 gold ready-made product. Compared to this amount, isn't a custom subspace much cheaper? Besides, I've been managing my budget carefully. Without hesitation, Simon held out his hand to shake and agreed. Okay, let's do that. That evening across from the tall buildings, is that Galen guy trustworthy? At Pierre's question, he remembered. I haven't told Pierre about Senior Venia yet. Simon lightly supported his head with both hands and briefly introduced Venia and Galen. Senior Venia is the granddaughter of the Vanilla family. Since the senior arranged the meeting, I think he's a trustworthy person. Besides, Galen is also a famous artisan in the subspace field, so there's no need for him to cause trouble for a Kizen student. Simon finished speaking and lightly stretched his body to relax. I'm just worried about whether I can get the subspace on time. He listened and guessed. Is it because of the person you're facing this time? He nodded and recalled the image of Macam he had met before. That's right, I met him briefly that day. He was Macam Vandolph, the 10th ranked Special Constitution student. He's one of the heads of the 3 major gangs and one of the strongest among them. Dick said that there are 3 major gangs in the Black Lotus and the Vandolph gang is one of them. Macam is the son of the Vandolph gang's boss. Hearing Simon's explanation, Pierre sighed. How punk you mean? He recalled one more thing. Besides, in high-stakes betting matches, Makam's win rate is 80. Usually within the scope of individual tests, the difference in win rate between 1st and 10th place isn't that big. But if they are completely confident that I will lose, that means Makam's back view kept appearing in his mind. It means that Macam will definitely win. The confession was over. Simon looked up ahead. I should practice the Overlord more when I get back. From a distance, a spider was suddenly abandoned and he was flustered. Undead spider, what's wrong? With one pincer, it drew a thick black line on the ground which looked like a house. Seeing that, he immediately realized, and his face turned pale. Priest, at this time in the forest, Jebbit was being chased by something. Why am I suddenly being attacked when I was just fine? Behind her was a cloaked figure with a covered face. Are they deliberately hiding their identity? As she ran, she pressed hard on a tree trunk with her hand, although I sent the spider to the commander. Her face was full of sweat and worry. Jebbit kept looking back. As she ran, she looked around to avoid the branches broken by the cloaked figure. But I don't know how much longer I can last. To be more certain, Jebbit turned around and shot out a spiderweb from the inside of her arm. Sticky spiderwebs were shot out densely, but he dodged them skillfully. Clenching a bundle of spiderwebs, she was surprised to see the cloaked figure approaching. What on earth is going on? Gritting her teeth, Jebbit gathered the spiderwebs in one place. Why is this happening? He flew through the air and his body was tightly bound by the spiderwebs. He didn't move an inch. The cloaked man stood silently in the middle of the spiderweb. Got him. Jebbit thought she had caught him, but he used teleportation magic. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of her. Jebbit was horrified. What? Sparing no words, he clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch at her beautiful face. The force of the punch was immense. Jebbit was sent flying far away, her back slamming hard against a tree. As if she had lost all her strength, she collapsed to the ground, yet she stared ahead, unwilling to give him an escape route. As the cloaked man ran toward her from a distance, she could only manage an awkward smile. She reminded him lightly. I'm a woman, you know. The cloaked man's fist moved a little closer to her face. As soon as she finished speaking, his fist mercilessly struck her face. After taking the painful punch, she gritted her teeth and opened her fingers one by one. Then she clenched her fist, which looked incredibly powerful. The next moment, a loop of spiderweb appeared around the cloaked man's neck. She cradled her beautiful face and looked at him, now floating in the air. I told you not to touch me. Half of her face transformed hideously like a spider's and multiple eyes sprouted. You bastard! She raised her arm with its long sharp nails high. You're dead. The cloaked man didn't back down, raising his arm beside his face. Suddenly a strong wind blew from somewhere, blowing away the entangled spiderweb. Once the web was destroyed, the cloaked man was free and approached her. As Jebbit stood there, flustered and unsure what to do, someone called her name from behind. At the rather familiar voice, the cloaked man ran past her and straight ahead. Not far away, Simon was looking around. If that person is the priest, as if he had a third sense. He turned and looked in the opposite direction. The cloaked man launched a straight kick toward Simon opposite him. The commander is in danger. He raised his hand to block the sudden attack, but he was still quite flustered. Seizing the opportunity, the cloaked man pulled his foot back and aimed straight for Simon's face. By the time he regained his composure, the kick was already right in front of his face. In a very dangerous situation, Pierre appeared just in time and watched the situation opposite him. He called his name in a low voice from not far away. Hey kid! In an instant, with the help of energy, he easily blocked the kick. The cloaked man couldn't make a move, and had no choice but to retreat. A few seconds later, kneeling on the ground, the cloaked man regained his composure and demanded, Why are you here? Seeing Simon opposite him getting help from Pier, the cloaked man slowly stood up. The person hiding behind the mask was none other than Kizen. He was greatly shocked by this fact. Why are you here? A bit tired from the fight, he sighed. Let me catch my breath, kid. If you'd been a little later, my head would have exploded. You know this guy? Still with a surprised face, Simon introduced him. I do, he's my dorm roommate. With Jebbit standing not far away, he immediately asked, Then do you know that woman? Simon was bewildered by the question. Why are you asking me that? As if he didn't want to elaborate, Kizen got straight to the point about her who was standing right behind him. That woman said she was a priestess. If she is a priestess and you're in league with her, he looked at Simon opposite him and declared resolutely, I'll have to kill you to complete my mission. Seeing Kizen charge, he was still flustered and asked, Mission, who sent you to do this? The attack came before he could even ask the question. Fortunately, Simon quickly dodged and retreated. He immediately summoned his weapon. Actually, I was just curious who sent you to do this. He continued to charge. Attacking Simon, the two fought, swinging their swords wildly. Simon slashed forward powerfully and shouted, Answer me, but Kizen dodged it lightly. The blow was powerful enough to shatter earth and stone. Are you the priest? Hearing that, Kizen fell silent for a few seconds as if frozen. Seizing his unguarded moment, he swung his sword straight forward. A moment later, as the smoke slowly cleared, Kizen was kneeling on the ground clutching a bloody arm. Without hesitation, Simon aimed his sword straight at his head. Answer me. With an emotionless face, Kizen asked back, Do you think I'm the priest? At his attitude, he immediately reminded him, I'm in no mood for jokes. Answer me straight. Kizen looked at him who was borrowing his power and declared, I only have one answer. I am not the priest. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot to his feet. Whether you kill me or let me live, you decide. Do as you wish. Seeing Kizen, Simon hesitated slightly. The image of him injured and kneeling and the image of the priest in white clothes came to mind. Considering Kizen's injuries and fighting style, Kizen had a style completely specialized in close combat, but the priest he and Kami had met focused on dark magic. Thinking that far, he looked at Kizen who was clutching his arm. Of course Kizen could have fought differently to deceive me and deliberately made me think that. Without waiting, Simon asked him directly, Then answer me. What were you doing in the Forbidden Forest? Without hiding anything, Kizen frankly confessed his purpose for being here. I'm looking for a priest who has infiltrated Kizen. Not stopping there, he pointed to Jebbit behind him. I was tracking the priest in the forest and as I just said, that woman approached me and said she was a priestess. Understand? He understood to some extent. I see. He aimed the sharp tip of his sword straight at Kizen and continued to ask, Why are you chasing that priest? He hesitated for a moment, then revealed the truth. I suppose it doesn't matter if I tell you. Simon was surprised by the next answer. It's an order from Lord Neptes. A piece of paper with a seal was held in his hand. It's Neptes' seal. Then is Kizen the trustworthy colleague Lord Neptes mentioned? He raised his hand, summoned a potion vial, and continued to ask, Are your doubts cleared now? After examining it for a moment, he realized his mistake. Yes, I'm sorry for doubting you. Kizen, Simon still had a question. But you doubted me too, right? Why did you stop attacking? Opening the potion vial with his mouth, Kizen explained, I recognized your voice as soon as you called her name. Hearing his words, Jebbit hid behind him and fumed. And the moment I decided to attack you, that woman panicked. That means you two are cooperating. If you were really an ally of the priestess, I would have killed you. As he spoke, Kizen didn't forget to point at Simon's neck. And if you were allied with Avanen, I would strike your neck without even needing to swing my sword. Lastly, that thing on your neck, the pendant that looks like a constantly turning clock. That's a symbol of Neptes. It's imbued with Neptes' power, so a priest could never replicate it. Even though he had it, he was still bewildered. But what exactly is this? The woman beside him puffed out her cheeks and explained, You'll find out when you experience death. He refused to say more. That's all you need to know for now. As he held the pendant, Pier's voice came through. Kid, it was an emblem for communicating with him. The bastard has found our legion. It will be a big problem if all of Kizen finds out about this. If you really want to kill him, now is the only chance. Leave that to me. Kizen seemed to be an ally of Neptes. He was treating his wound by pouring the liquid from the potion vial directly onto it. In an instant, the skin around the cut swelled up and smoke rose, startling the two. He seems to have gone through a lot. Simon felt a bit awkward. I'm sorry, Kizen. Kizen didn't blame him in the slightest and said, It's common in battle. No need to apologize. Hearing his words, he could only sigh quietly and listen. Just as Kizen was about to turn and leave, Simon opened his mouth. I have a few questions. His face changed and he was agape with surprise. The Information Association, I know. You're the son of the Information Association's president, he replied softly. Yes. Once again, Simon was agape, sweating profusely, and continued to ask, And you became an undefeated legend, defeating all veteran necromancers wherever you went? Kizen answered nonchalantly. Yes. Hearing that, he blocked his path. You're a real genius. But Kizen denied it. No, I am a monster created by the association. There's a deeper reason behind it. But it's not important, so let's move on. With a few beads of sweat on his face, he continued to reveal his identity. Right now, I'm disguised as a Kizen student. The priest only moves at night, so I'm active at night too. Simon was slightly surprised. Wait, aren't you a repeating student? Kizen nodded and looked at him. That's right, I received the mission last year. If I graduate, there's no reason to stay at Kizen. so I had to repeat a year. That was enough explanation. He bowed his head and proposed, I think I've answered everything you were curious about, Simon. Let's end this matter here. But Simon didn't seem to understand his meaning yet. Well, I am stronger than you, aren't I? With a calm expression, he raised his hand, scratched his head and explained, I admit that, but the problem isn't about being strong or weak, it's about safety. Right now, you should be focusing on your school life with your friends and having a good time. But he completely refused. No, Simon placed his hand on his chest and declared, that priest is trying to kill me, and because of me my friends are in danger too. That's why I have to solve the priest problem myself. As he spoke, he was sweating profusely and mentioned Neptes. I knew this would happen. If you don't let this go even after hearing what I said, I'm going to get an earful from Lord Neptes. As expected of Richard's son. As soon as those words were finished, Kizen over here opened his mouth, bewildering the two. Then let me make a suggestion. Your undead are very useful, he requested of him. Why don't we cooperate? You cover the forest with your undead, and after that noisy guy leaves, we'll share the information we've gathered. At Kizen's hint, Simon immediately guessed. By noisy guy, do you mean Dick? But his words matched his intention exactly. That's right. The night deepened, and the sound of their conversation echoed around the forest. All right, now that we're allies, tell me a little about yourself. No need. Kizen turned his head to look at Simon and emphasized, to an agent of the Information Association, knowledge is the greatest risk factor. Back in the room, Dick saw him and said happily, It's Simon. He was quite surprised to see Simon with Kizen. Why are you two together? He also immediately explained. We met by chance. Simon remembered something and continued to ask. Kizen, are you going to bed right away? I put your clothes in the laundry room. He immediately agreed. All right, only Dick was bewildered. What? From outside the room, Dick's voice echoed. Why did you two suddenly get so close? Kizen wanted to play along, but Simon reminded him. It was too noisy for anyone to rest. We should be quiet until he falls asleep. The scene changed to another place, and Aaron stood in front of the hallway with a bewildered expression. He looked down at Simon opposite him. What are you doing here? He knelt his eyes toward the ground and quickly greeted him. Hello, Professor. Then Simon looked up at Aaron with eyes full of passion. I came to ask for your guidance, Professor. The sound of their conversation echoed in the space in front of the hallway. Cost armor? You already succeeded with that on the last mission. Ah yes, no. Then what do you want now? I want to know how to use my new undead, the Overlord. After talking for a moment, he also seemed to have grasped the problem to some extent. The Overlord, you mean the one that was exhibited at the Lamport Museum? Simon was impressed by Aaron's vast knowledge, as expected of Professor Aaron. To think you know that, without wasting time, he began to introduce it in detail. It's a completely new type of undead with a soft body and a total of 6 claws. Midrin was added to its weak bones to reinforce its weaknesses and create a fence-like form. It's designed to attack by cutting or slashing enemies like a sword. Its movements are similar to a mollusk's, but it's very difficult to control. So I'd like you to review it and teach me. At that attitude he was surprised and had no choice but to accept. All right, calm down. I'll grant your request. The sky outside was clear and the sun was shining. My schedule is free, so let's go right away. Yes, thank you, Professor. Simon's upper body was bare without a single piece of clothing. Professor, why my clothes? Aaron spared his words and announced. I will begin the attack now. As soon as he finished speaking, his attitude on this side changed to flustered. Oh, why are you suddenly attacking me? Shirtless, he held a piece of bone and analyzed it. The only thing you can use is the Overlord. Block it. Simon ducked in surprise, sweat pouring down his face. Professor, wait a minute. Before he could even make the request, he was hit by bones wrapping around his legs and another bone flying straight at his face. The bone, like an arrow, struck Simon squarely on the forehead, drawing blood. It didn't stop there. Numerous other bones controlled by Aaron were coming straight for him. The professor is serious. He observed the bones with his eyes and analyzed them. First, let's analyze the attack speed and method. From this side, vertebrae also swarmed in to attack. He predicted the direction and speed of the attack. Simon used a bit of force to block the attack. Well blocked. I'll double the power now. On this side, he controlled the bones with an emotionless face and surrounded him. The speed and attack are symmetrical. You know what I'm doing, right? Yes. Hearing that as if he understood, he used a bit of force to attack the bones in front. The giant source of power showed no signs of stopping and continued to rush toward the bones. Simon observed his achievement from a distance and was triumphant. As expected, that last blow was cool. As soon as he finished speaking, a short bone flew from somewhere and hit him squarely on the forehead. Aaron, who was instructing from the side, immediately reminded him, if this were a real fight, you would have died instantly. Focus more on the details. Simon immediately complied. Yes, after a long while when the training was over, he lay stretched out on the ground facing Aaron and panting. Observing Simon, he said, interesting. Leaning his head against the kraken, Simon nodded. Yes. After thinking for a moment, Aaron placed his hands on his hips and decided, it doesn't matter how you start, but I will decide the finish. Hearing that, he shot up and sat down. Professor, what do you mean by that? Then he made a request of Simon, come back tomorrow. He was startled by that information. Yes. Aaron slowly stood in front of Simon and reminded him, try controlling the undead that doesn't listen to you. In the meantime, I will gather information on other undeads. His face darkened, and he gave a scheming smile. Wouldn't this be a very useful and fun training for both sides? Pierre appeared from somewhere, hit Aaron hard on the chest and said, Training with that turtle is boring to death. After he left, he began to teach him, you can't obtain the true power of the undead just by improving your skills as a summoner. Pierre placed a hand from which purple smoke was rising on the Kraken's skeleton. Kid, I have a few things to tell you. He stroked the skeleton and said in a cold, serious voice, this is the Overlord natural movement. When the Kraken suddenly moved its tail, Jebbit, who was standing next to it, was startled. Wait a minute, you should at least give me a heads up. Simon, watching from the outside, seemed to have realized something. He fixed his gaze on the squirming Kraken. It's completely different from the movements I'm used to, so this is how it uses its joints. As the Kraken's tail bent slightly, it lightly flicked away a large stone. That wasn't all. The small bones of the tail were just as impressive, and every subtle movement of the blades was menacing. Pierre was very satisfied with Simon's captivated expression. Did you feel the movement in your head? He informed him without hesitation. Next is separation. As the Kraken's torso moved, someone let out an annoyed scream. Pierre, you have to tell me before you start. Scene change. Simon's entire body was covered in scratches. Seeing this, Venia asked him with displeasure, what have you been doing with this all day? Simon explained in a fluster. Training. Her anger grew at his answer. What kind of training? Venia, with a worried expression, lifted one of the Kraken's legs and examined it. This is abuse, not training. This joint is all worn out. What? At her following words, he scratched his head in confusion. Besides, the Overlord needs to be kept humid. Look at this, it's a mess. This doesn't even look like an Overlord anymore. Unable to control her emotions, Venia approached Simon, pointed at his face and said, this child is not something you can just leave alone like a normal skeleton. Its body is artificially made, so maintenance is essential. Simon could only listen helplessly. I understand, what should I do? She was very pleased with his attitude. Good attitude. First this body. Suddenly, Pierrot entered from outside the door. You're having a hard time. Venia was puzzled by his sudden appearance. Are you here to adjust your chimera too? Pierrot hurriedly nodded. Yes, seeing that, she said to the two of them. All right, wait, I'll go get something. Just a moment. Let's see. Here it is. Pierrot, standing next to him, suddenly called his name. Simon was holding a thick book. He guessed. Your match won't be easy. How do you know? Oh, you were in the same class as Mackham. Yes. Pierrot looked straight at Simon opposite him and reminded him. Be careful, Simon. Placing the book on the desk, he added a few words. That guy is very sensitive because of what happened during the survival evaluation. This time he'll be ready to kill his competitor. Furthermore, Pierrot's next words puzzled him. Mackham can see through the tricks you use, Simon asked without thinking, and Pierrot could only remain silent. How can I win? After a few seconds of thought, he looked at the Kraken's skeleton and said, there is one way. As Pierrot's gaze turned to it, he innocently followed suit. Receiving the gazes of the two, the Kraken just stood there bewildered, watching. Back in the school lobby, two students approached a girl who came with a boy and knocked hard on the room door. It's the Class 1 president. The door slowly opened and Mackham entered, looking quite anxious. Andre, sitting arrogantly with a servant by his side, opened his mouth. Sit down. He quickly sat at the desk upon hearing those words. A glass of water was next to him. Yes, thank you, Tisk. As if he had realized something, Mackham's eyes widened. Are you serious? That woman is not a servant. The maid's appearance from this side looked extremely strange. That child is a student. He, sitting in the chair, rested his chin on his hand and began to question. Mackham, do you know why I called you? He was bewildered by the sudden question. I'm sorry, I don't know. Mackham opened his mouth in a polite tone. If I set foot in here, it will tarnish the reputation of the nobles. Andre was very amused by his attitude. You speak well. The next words he uttered bewildered Mackham. That's right, you're the son of a notorious gang leader, and of course thugs have nothing to do with us. Not stopping there, Andre said with a triumphant smile. But now you can be proud. He opened up an opportunity for the person sitting opposite him. I will give you a chance to join the nobles' faction. Andre's voice echoed throughout the room. If you have a brain, you'll understand. If you seize the opportunity I'm giving you, your life will change. It's a great opportunity for a despised thug like you to get connections with the leaders of the Dark Federation. His voice was full of provocation. From this side, he just gripped his thigh tightly with his hand. I don't know how your father and your boss will react when they hear this news. Trying to maintain his composure, Mackham asked with difficulty, what do I have to do? Nothing special. He rested his chin on his hand and stated his intention. Your dual evaluation opponent is Special Admission Number 1, Simon Florentina. That kid refused to join us, and as you know, we don't take no for an answer. He showed his palm, and from his tone he had already understood the hidden meaning. If there were other outstanding guys, I wouldn't have bothered this much. But that kid is Special Admission Number 1, Simon's back as he walked away from the throne. That kid refused to join the nobles' faction. This is the first time we've been rejected in the last 20 years. As he said this, Andre's veined hand slammed the desk. Yes, 20 years. This tradition is very important. His face contorted hideously as he spoke. Unfortunately, that one and only rejection happened during my tenure. Andre lowered his head slightly and said to Mackham opposite him, It's already a mess outside. Even after graduating from this school, I can't look the former presidents in the eye. After hearing a few words, he also understood the problem to some extent. So what do you want? Revenge? Hearing that, he rested his chin on his hand with a calm face and said, No, it's just a tradition. All the heads of the nobles faction like Andre are respected by the students. There's one special thing about Kizen. That is to be careful of the nobles. If you get on their wrong side, everything can get worse. And if you touch them, everything can become uncontrollable. Even if everything is going well, it can eventually lead to failure. That saying has been passed down from ancient times. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the golden insignia in his hand, and this is just a confirmation of that tradition. Looking at the insignia on the desk, Malcolm was confused. Senior, borrowing someone else's artifact in a duel is against the rules, he smiled slightly. Borrowing? Andre's next words reassured him slightly. It would be more accurate to call it a down payment. Then he looked at the insignia and laid out the plan. In front of numerous spectators, you will use the power of this artifact at the end of the match to crush your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Andre raised his hand high and lightly cut through the air. As the time symbol appeared, he looked up at Malcolm. That way, the royal family's crest. After a moment of thought, he reached out and took the insignia. I understand. I'm not familiar with these legal issues, but I will show this in front of numerous spectators. Holding it in one hand and placing it on his chest, a triumphant smile spread across Malcolm's face. I'll make sure to show them that the nobles are still going strong. The scene changed to the club room, and Pierrot said to Simon, Malcolm's specialty is the clone technique. Not stopping there, he explained in detail. It's a black magic spell that creates a clone with the same appearance as him. Malcolm's clone can hear, see, and even smell. The person on this side listened carefully with his arms crossed. Its combat ability is also excellent, and its appearance is meticulously created, so it's even harder to distinguish from the real one. Assuming a Kizen first-year student controls an average of 3 to 4 skeletons and comparing them, after listening for a moment, Simon lowered his head and analyzed. He can create a much larger number than a normal first-year student. Yes, a second year might be different, but among the first years we have the most numbers. Seeing that he understood the problem, he cut him off. And from what I've seen, there are 3 types of black magic that can best counter Malcolm. Malcolm's clone with 2 identical legs appeared next to him. First, the nullification curse, followed by his completed clones. Second, magic detection. The last problem is, Pierrot himself raised his hand high and signaled. Third, a wide area black magic that covers the entire arena. The content of his analysis made Simon even more confused, and he rested his chin on his hand. Summoning won't be able to handle his black magic. My dark power will be exhausted before his face turned pale, and he hurriedly informed him. But none of those 3 methods apply to me. Pierrot opposite him was surprised. Why? As soon as the question was finished, he turned toward the Kraken's skeleton lying on the ground. Observing it, Pierrot said logically, if the subspace problem is solved in time, there's no better wide area technique than that. That's for sure. Then he reached out from on the ground and lightly stroked the Kraken's skeleton. And I was going to say this before, but I forgot because of the senior. These arms, don't they look different from each other? Simon thought differently. They look the same to me, lifting a piece of bone, Pierrot retorted. No, if you look closely, they're different. There are signs of very precise assembly. The person who made the Overlord clearly put a lot of effort into it. It's very small, but it seems to be a sign of long-term adjustment. An idea flashed through his mind. Connect it to your thoughts and expand it. He nodded upon hearing those words. Okay, Simon began to command. Kraken, raise your arm. Open your hand, but after a few seconds it retracted its arm and returned to its original position. Pierrot was slightly surprised and looked at him. Hey, is it unable to execute your command, or is it ignoring it? Simon didn't hide it either. That's right, when it can't, it ignores my command. Not discouraged, he decided to try again. He proposed to the Kraken. Let's try again. Open your hand, don't give up, keep trying, while controlling it. Suddenly Venia entered from outside with a box. Hey guys, I brought some materials. Open your hand. Coming inside and seeing the Kraken's expression, she guessed, what's this, is it greeting me? Simon was quite happy with the situation. The arm got longer. He opened his mouth. I was right, wasn't I? He didn't forget to thank Pierrot. Thanks, Pierrot, I got a very important hint. Simon clenched his fist and looked at him. This matter is really? Pierrot was quite bewildered. This matter is, he was frozen like a stone and confessed his true feelings. I'll buy you something when I get money. I'm broke right now. Okay, hearing that, Venia placed a few paper boxes on the desk and smiled mischievously. What's this, the friendship of men? Here are the materials. The gentleman with glasses, and this is what he bet on. Simon was very touched to see that. Thank you, senior. As soon as he finished speaking, she pointed straight at his face and proposed, but let's go to Rochester with me. Simon couldn't come to his senses at the news. What now? Venia's next words made his eyes sparkle. Yes, I just got a call that the subspace is complete. A familiar voice was heard. Student Simon, I've been waiting for you. From a distance, Venia came running excitedly with Simon. Galen, is it done? He put his hand in his pocket and searched for something as he spoke. I was a bit tired, but I'm glad I met the deadline here. As the small box opened, there was a golden ring with a jewel in it. Simon's exclusive subspace. Seeing Simon put on the ring, Galen kindly explained, after putting the ring on your hand snugly, clench and unclench your hand twice. The person on this side was still a bit bewildered, fixed his gaze on his hand and clenched it twice. As soon as the action was finished, a crack appeared in the ground. With a thick purple smoke, a space with an 8-trigram pattern revealed deep in the ground appeared before the two. Galen's voice echoed from a distance. I've adjusted it to fit the monarch's arm. Try it. Hearing that, Simon from this side allowed the Kraken to test it. Okay, go in. Seeing it fit perfectly inside, Venia, who was standing next to him, asked, Is there any light in here? He came up from behind and nodded slightly. There is. This function is simple. First, keep the main subspace open to understand the structure. He pointed to his temple and kindly introduced that the main function of this subspace was to read the user's intention. Remember that it opens within a 5-meter radius around you. Simon immediately nodded. I understand. Then he closed his 2 eyes tightly and began to feel something in his subconscious. In just a few seconds, a circle like a shrunken black hole suddenly appeared, startling everyone. The Kraken's bones moved out from inside. Amazing, my mind wasn't distracted at all. Without hiding anything, he added a proposal. If you look at this subspace, you'll see another magic circle below the monarch. In the pit in the ground, the Kraken began to use the 8-trigram pattern. The 2 subspaces were connected through that magic circle, allowing the monarch's legs to move freely. Venia was surprised by the way it was executed. It seems the monarch knows how to use this too. Just when everything seemed to be over, Galen opened his mouth again. Now Simon, let me tell you another interesting function. Think of the ring while pressing the ground with your left foot. Simon still had a suspicious face at the request. The ground, but he did as he was told, stomping his left foot hard where he stood. Do you feel anything? As if he had noticed something immediately, Simon looked at him. It's like there's a button. Galen was very satisfied with the action he performed. Now lift your head. 8 trigram patterns appeared on the ground. They were a mix of large and small ones. Do you see those virtual magic circles? Inject black magic to activate the magic circles. As a purple flow covered the entire circle, Simon opened his mouth. The aura flows in automatically, right? He smiled slightly upon hearing that. It's just a basic function. Galen made a bold suggestion. Can you create black flames within the magic circle containing that black magic? But that was not a difficult task for him. Yes, seeing the 6 small circles surrounding one large circle and the black flames Simon had created, he introduced, this is called designated mode. When you lift your left foot from the ground, the control mode is released, and by maintaining these 3 modes, you can open up to 6 subspaces at the same time. His and Venia's eyes sparkled at the number of subspaces. Yes. Galen smiled and carefully explained the usage to Simon. When you need to open a subspace with a magic circle, just say the keyword gate open. Hearing this far, he was too excited to know what to do. Can I test it? Of course. Circles like black holes appeared and black flames floated in the air in front of the 3. Unable to contain his excitement, Simon immediately commanded, gate open. As soon as he finished speaking, the Kraken's tailbones poured out in a line, seeing the result before his eyes. Venia looked at him, unable to hide her admiration. Galen, you're a true genius. How did you manage to create so many subspaces? Galen scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and explained. It was originally an abandoned project to create multiple subspaces at once, but for some reason it was specially adjusted to fit the Overlord. Seeing that Simon had gotten the hang of the controls, he continued to remind him. It's a pleasure to see the undead and the light, but as I said, this subspace will produce different results than usual, which means there's a risk. Galen lightly held up one finger and confessed. At first, for some reason, it will feel a little hot. Your hand will get hot. The more you open, the more the temperature will rise. At his next word, Simon froze like a stone, clutching the hand with the ring tightly with his other hand. If you ignore that and continue to use the subspace, you could lose a finger. If you're unlucky, you could lose your whole hand. The jokes were enough. Looking at him and Venia, Galen guaranteed. But as long as you don't overuse it, you'll be fine. If you use only 4 at a time instead of 6, you won't get burned. Simon heard the information and immediately understood. Understood. He also introduced the ring's most important function. But you're already using it. The ring has an invisibility function to help you avoid disadvantages in daily life. That's all. Any more questions? He was fascinated by the function and couldn't hide his excitement. Actually, a lot. If this is the case, looking into the distance, he raised his head and thought confidently. With this I can win with my own power. Back at the school gate, returning to the dormitory, please enter in an orderly manner or follow the rules. Please let me see my son for a moment. The dorm manager, Lily, blocked them from outside. No outsiders are not allowed except in the arena. 2 parents beat their chests, angrily demanding, don't be so strict, we just want to see our son. She was quite scared but still blocked them. Suddenly, 2 people flew down from the sky using magic. No, absolutely not. The 2 people blocked them. Hearing the sharp screams, everyone looked up to see a necromancer. The illegal intruders were now bound in chains, making it difficult to escape. A few seconds later, as the 2 fell to the ground, the owner of the chains approached. Don't worry, we will take care of your children. The parent's face turned pale at the ice-cold voice. Whether it's your son or daughter, they will all be safe. As for this necromancer, he belongs to Kizen. From a distance, 2 vials of liquid flew through the air. One hand caught both vials. Talking to your son now won't change anything. Moreover, according to the dual evaluation rules, none other than Kizen's vice principal Lauren appeared to confirm the disqualification. As soon as she finished speaking, she resolutely took the 2 parents away, wishing them a pleasant stay. As the situation calmed down, Lily, who was standing nearby, bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Lauren. Suddenly an announcement echoed. Princess, you have arrived. Mori came running excitedly. It's my pleasure to participate in Kizen's event. The little princess of the Dressen Kingdom, Mori Dresden. She clapped her hands with an excited voice. That's right. I heard the unprecedented special admission number 1 is participating in today's event, right? Lauren immediately reminded her seriously. Princess, as a matter of etiquette, you should greet your brother first. Hearing that name, Mori's expression immediately turned indifferent. I'm not close with that kind. He's probably just made a strange faction called the Nobles Society like he did in the palace. Recalling what she had just asked, she wondered. He aside, what about special admission number 1? Do you think he'll do well in today's special dual evaluation? She asserted with a confident face. He is a student I'm personally looking after, so you can have high expectations. Mori was still a little surprised to hear that, breaking out in a cold sweat. Really? Not wanting to waste time, Lauren tilted her head to look at her. I must return to my work now. Please contact me if there are any problems with your accommodations. Mori was slightly flustered. Thank you, Lauren. Watching her retreating back, she muttered to herself. To say that directly, how unexpected. This should be interesting. As if not wanting to care too much, Mori decided with a cheerful face. Since Lauren said so, I'll have to look forward to it. The scene changed to another place and Simon looked ahead with a flustered expression. Beside him were Dick and Cammy. Looking at the screen, he opened his mouth. It seems like a long way. More people came than I thought. Dick crossed his arms with a triumphant attitude and asserted. They're all here to see your match. Yours is the only one worth watching today. But his tone made Simon think otherwise. Hey, why do I feel like your words are dripping with sarcasm? Seeing his unwell expression, Dick stammered, afraid he would get angry, and explained. You're the type who does better when you're worried. And if you win this time, special admission number 1 will no longer be just a matter of luck. Don't you think you can turn the tables with a single blow? As soon as he finished speaking, Simon stood before the two and interrogated them. So you bet too, huh? He lowered his voice and commanded him. Confess. How much did you bet and on who? Suddenly exposed, Dick froze like a stone and barely managed to explain. Of course I bet on your victory. I didn't plan on betting on you at first, but no, isn't it natural to bet on a friend's victory? Why are you so suspicious? Only Cammy on this side was unusually quiet. She just listened quietly and evaluated inwardly. Simon heard that and didn't want to argue anymore. He decided resolutely, all right, since you believed in me, I won't let you lose your money. The same goes for you, Cammy, Simon hurriedly added. I know you're very worried, but thank you for believing in me this much. As soon as he finished speaking, Cammy on this side turned bright red and clasped her hands together. No, we're friends. Ah, she trembled and stammered each word. Simon is the person I believe in most more than anyone else. And Cammy mustered her courage, squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, because you worked harder than anyone else. At her words, he was so happy his face turned red and Dick in the back also blushed along with them. Simon was very moved and replied, thank you. Hearing that really gave me a lot of strength. I will definitely win. As if he remembered something, he put his hands on his hips and asked, by the way, Melon, don't you have anything to say? He was slightly surprised by the question. The question echoed throughout the room. Did Melon bet too? A familiar voice was heard eavesdropping from behind the wall. No, I didn't. It was none other than her. She appeared with an emotionless face. I see. Simon quietly watched Melon approach Dick. She said in a blaming voice, you've gotten rich. You're a really greedy person. Suddenly spoken to, he was flustered in front of her. What? Why are you suddenly angry at me? The next morning, the sky was clear and the sun was shining. The two contestants shook hands. Inside the arena, he was shaking hands with the contestant opposite him. We were destined to meet again. None other than Macam, who held a constant grudge against him, opened his mouth. How could I forget the person who humiliated me? And besides me, there are many others who were humiliated by you, aren't there? As soon as he finished speaking, the insignia on his collar caught Simon's eye. What's that? A dress and insignia. He was slightly surprised, thinking to himself if he was a noble, but he quickly replied, Ah, I see, you don't have to say anything. The preparation time was over. The referee blew the signal whistle. We will now begin the duel evaluation between Simon Florentina of Class A and Macam Vandolph of Class M. On one side, Macam gripped his weapon tightly, and on the other, Simon stood still waiting for the signal. Both were ready. The whistle blew and the match began. From a distance, he rushed forward like lightning with his weapon. You have no idea how much I've been looking forward to this match. As he slammed the sharp end of his weapon hard on the ground, a series of 8 trigram circles appeared. Simon Florentina, in an instant with magic he created countless clones. What an incredible creation speed. He looked up at the clones surrounding him, constantly thinking as he recalled what Pierre had said. Does he deserve to be called special grade? From the spectator stands outside, seeing Simon in that situation, Dick and Cammy were extremely worried. The rumors about him were true. It wasn't an exaggeration that he got special admission with just that one skill. Back in the arena, he signaled for dozens of clones to aim at Simon. Let's see how long you can last without using any long-range magic. He wasn't in a hurry and lightly moved his feet, slightly lifting his left foot. As Galen had taught him, subspaces appeared along with the Kraken's bones. At the bizarre sight before his eyes, he froze for a few seconds, stunned. Before he could react, the Kraken's tailbones struck the weapon in Makam's hand, sending it flying. As the weapon flew far away, he could only stand there helplessly and watch. Retracting the tailbones behind his back, Simon said in a sarcastic tone, Is there a problem with the spatial distance? Feeling insulted, Macam lightly waved his arm and cursed, and the clones appeared. On this side, maintaining a serious attitude, he continued to increase the number of subspaces. If I can't find the main body, I'll just suppress as many clones as he has with the subspaces tailbones. I'll hit them all. The bones shot out like a bow and clashed fiercely with Macam. That bastard is aiming for my magic circle. From the stand, seeing Simon regain control of the match, Dick got excited. Good job, Simon. keep pressuring him like that. Suddenly someone spoke up. Isn't that a black aura? Drawn by the voice, he and Cammy curiously looked up. That's a combat style of taking out and retrieving objects from a subspace. There must be a summoned monster inside. Seeing the person above Dick was extremely scared, and only she was bewildered, not understanding anything. There was a reason Lauren said that. It was none other than her, Princess Mori. She was extremely excited. It was worth remembering his name. Simon Florentina. Back to another place. From behind, Kahike reminded someone. Professor, please control your emotions. Bahin opened his mouth, lost in thought. She still whispered to the professor, but he didn't seem to care much and lightly bit his finger. Talent and potential have their limits, but what I'm seeing now is far beyond what can be explained. Suddenly, Bahin's face turned triumphantly red. How wonderful! Kahike was flustered by the change in his expression. Weren't you disheartened last month because you couldn't see student Simon use magic? Looking down from the highest point of the arena, his voice was unusually calm. Of course, I was very angry and annoyed, but this genius will come to me anyway. She could only listen helplessly and evaluate. The person responsible for sending Simon to the match was Professor Aaron. Then that says it all. Back to the arena. Macam had lost both his weapon and his clones. He was cornered and really out of luck. Macam reached behind his back and tightly gripped 3 bead-like objects. If anyone finds out I'm using this, I'll definitely be punished. But does that even matter right now? In an instant his clones regenerated in even greater numbers than before. I will take you down with this final blow. Makam's clones pushed through the obstacle created by the Kraken's tailbones, and one of them got close to Simon before being discovered. Is he trying to hide the main body again, or is he trying to draw attention and create an opportunity for a surprise attack? But strangely, the Kraken's tailbone couldn't block it, because this was Makam's real body. Something's wrong. As soon as the thought came to mind, Simon was startled by what he threw. He quickly searched his subconscious. His pupils continued to dilate. This is, before he could react, the arena was engulfed in an explosion, filled with thick smoke. From the stands, at the incredibly fast scene, Cammy, Dick, and Melon were frozen. Simon, only Macam had a different expression. His face was very triumphant. In the viewing area, everyone was actively discussing his safety amidst the smoke. No matter how special a student is, he's bound to get hurt if he's hit by such a big explosion. But he's a special admission student after all. Suddenly, Makam's expression became strange. His face was bewildered. Look over there, what's that? As expected of the school's special admission number 1, as the smoke and dust slowly cleared, the Kraken's tailbones intertwined with each other were revealed. No way, how could he? Simon stood around the bone shield, still unharmed. He looked as if he hadn't been hurt at all. He cast an emotionless gaze at Macam, who had been cowardly in the match. At that gaze, Macam was extremely scared. He trembled uncontrollably, his arms not moving, frozen in place. Why am I scared right now? Wait, no way. His gaze turned to the subspace that was spewing out countless tailbones. I'm the one who spreads fear. Macam, who still had some sensation left, got up and struggled to quickly retreat. But he was a step too late than Simon. The Kraken's tailbone was right in front of his face. I've already calculated the range of your attack. Not stopping there, the length of the bones continued to increase. I'm outside the range of those tentacles. In an instant the bones wrapped tightly around Makam's body, suffocating him. After that he was lifted into the air without his weapon, his mouth still protesting. How could you? With a clean motion, Simon controlled the Kraken's bone to slam Macam hard against the wall. As the counterattack ended, he lightly bent the fingers of his right hand in a row. It's reaching its limit now. He walked forward. Many auxiliary subspaces followed behind him. As Simon approached, his contemptuous voice echoed. Do you think you can win that easily? Macam knelt on the ground and said in an ice-cold voice. The real game begins now. On his chest, the insignia began to take effect at a very opportune moment. It emitted a purple, ominous aura, and next to it was Makam's triumphant smile. From the stands, seeing the situation before her eyes, Mori shot up in surprise. How does that guy have that? His entire body was surrounded by very sturdy armor. How did such a treasure end up in the hands of a gangster's son? Who on earth? Macam raised his hand and lightly touched his chest, shouting in a very arrogant voice. Look, as he cut through the air, an L symbol appeared. That belongs to Dressen. Seeing Makam's attitude, she gritted her teeth in anger. This stupid guy, he didn't hide it at all, declaring loudly. Look carefully, Simon Florentina. This is a gift from someone who holds a grudge against you. Simon understood as soon as he heard it, and his attitude showed clear disgust. A grudge just because I rejected his offer. Unbelievable. Macam showed no mercy at all. He loudly and forcefully challenged, Is this what you call karma? What you did to me is coming back to haunt you like a boomerang. Without a hint of fear, Simon lightly controlled 2 skeletons. How interesting. Shall we make a bet? You and I right now. Half of his body was now transformed into sturdy bone armor. Which armor is better? Without saying much, Macam rushed forward like the wind. Do your best. He clenched his fist and quickly pulled it behind his back. The moment Macam faced Simon, the fist was slowly revealed. But he was also prepared, and they threw punches straight at each other's faces. The crowd gasped as the 2's fists crossed, and a thunderous roar erupted. A thought flashed through Simon's mind as he looked at Macam. I can't defend. I have to meet him head-on with all my strength. This is a battle of pure offense. He pulled back, lowered his head, and steadied his stance. In Lamport, I reinforced every muscle fiber with cost armor to protect myself. Then Simon lunged with all his might toward his chest, but this time was different. He wrapped his arms tightly around Macam, who reacted with disgust. What the? Let go of me. In an instant, a skeleton wrapped itself around Makam's armor. Did you think you could win with a trick like this? With his body restrained by the skeleton, he shouted at Simon in a rage. You crazy bastard, why are you fighting so dirty? Unable to stand his antics, Malcolm struggled to his feet. You crazy bastard. He threw a punch at Simon's face, but Malcolm was stunned when his arm suddenly stopped and trembled. What? Why is my arm? Seizing the opportunity, Simon slammed his bone-armored fist into his face. Malcolm could only take the hits helplessly. Damn it, why won't my arm move? Not just once, but a series of punches rained down. As he was being beaten, he grabbed the arm that was tightly wrapped in bone. You bastard, what did you do to my body? Looking at Malcolm, who was trapped by the bones, Simon put on an innocent expression. Oh, nothing special. He smiled brightly. I didn't think you could beat me with just that one set of armor, so I gave you mine as a gift too. Now that you have 2 sets of armor, you should be able to win easily, right? At Simon's sarcastic words, he grew angry, sweating as he stammered. Before he could even open his mouth, Simon's armor-protected fist flew in. The punch landed squarely on Malcolm's face, the intense pain making him dizzy. You bastard! Just a few seconds later, he collapsed under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Cammy couldn't believe the scene before her eyes. Malcolm's movements are getting stranger and stranger. Dick immediately guessed. Simon has found Malcolm's weakness. Hearing that, Cammy cried out in surprise. What? Seeing that she didn't believe him, Dick continued to explain. Simon is very skilled in the 2 techniques he just used. Regeneration and control. Cammy's eyes lit up. He blocked his opponent's attack with cost armor. The battle in the arena continued. Malcolm was slammed against the wall by Simon. Inside the heavy armor, Malcolm couldn't find any chance to counterattack. He cursed endlessly in a rage. Damn it, damn it, damn it, you bastard. Malcolm looked at Simon and formulated a plan in his mind. That bastard has no weapon now. There's no way he can withstand my attack. With that thought, Malcolm took out a few vials of a strange color from his pocket. He vowed to himself, I have to win this match, no matter what it takes. With the vials in his hand, Malcolm was full of confidence. He shouted, I'll make you regret putting cost armor on my body. At Malcolm's confidence, Simon closed his eyes as if fed up and let out a low sigh. You're as easy to read as a book. Before Malcolm could figure out what he meant, jointed bones that looked like giant tentacles wrapped around his legs while he was off guard. Surprised by Simon's attitude, Malcolm warily looked down. In the blink of an eye, the bone tentacles, as if in response, lifted Malcolm into the air. That wasn't all. The vials he was holding fell and shattered before he could use them. An instant explosion erupted in the air. A massive fireball caught the attention of everyone below. Malcolm lost consciousness in the explosion and fell to the ground, covered in wounds. But Simon had no intention of going easy on him. He calmly moved his fingers. Immediately, the bone tentacles wrapped around Malcolm again and threw him far away. Once Malcolm was completely motionless, the referee's voice echoed. The match is over. The winner is Simon Florentina of Class A. As the match ended, Simon, with the air of a victor, calmly walked into the stands. One person was waiting for him there. Seeing him, Simon spoke first. Hello, senior. Andre, seeing him arrive, just replied coldly. Then he clenched his fist in displeasure and approached Simon. Do you have any idea what you've just done? He replied calmly. Yes, I just finished the dual evaluation. In contrast to Simon's composure, Andre punched the wall like a madman. He gritted his teeth, his eyes looking as if they would eat him alive, and his voice seeped through his teeth. How dare you defeat the Black Knight? How could the symbol of the Dressen royal family be trampled on like this? Andre didn't stop talking. He seemed to be trying to vent all his anger. I don't care if you're stronger than Malcolm or not. But if he was wearing the Black Knight armor, you should have been more tactful. Simon still quietly watched the enraged Andre. Couldn't you see that both I and the Dressen family were supporting Malcolm? Instead of winning like this, you should have quietly lost or surrendered. When he said nothing, Andre became even more aggressive. He cursed at Simon directly. You crazy bastard, is it that hard to swallow your pride? Andre's complexion grew more and more menacing. You've smeared mud on my face and the royal family's just then. Simon cut him off. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you mean. Even facing a royal like Andre, Simon wasn't the least bit intimidated. He criticized him directly. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Then his gaze turned toward the school. Simon warned in a cold voice, This is Kizen Academy. You should act with some decorum, senior. Simon's voice was firm. It is your decision who to give that Black Knight armor to, but it is my responsibility as a Kizen student to defeat him. Andre hadn't expected him to dare say such a thing. He shouted in surprise, What did you say? Then Simon placed both hands on his hips. He declared clearly to Andre, As for tarnishing the royal family's honor, that is not a matter for a prince like you to discuss so carelessly. Pricked by Simon's point, Andre shot back. You lowly commoner, he roared, do you dare lecture me? Just then, a woman's voice came from behind Simon. That's enough. The person who had arrived was none other than Mori, and she looked even angrier than Andre. How long are you going to continue this embarrassing display, brother? Seeing Mori, Andre's face turned pale. He stammered. Mori, when did you arrive at Kizen? You should have told me you were coming. Mori ignored Andre's words and continued. I have a few suspicions. Pausing for a moment, Mori frowned slightly. She raised her voice and asked, Was it you who stole the treasure and gave it to a gang leader's son, brother, and made it seem like it was the royal family's will? Andre couldn't even breathe loudly. He explained in fear, That's a misunderstanding. Seeing Andre's attitude, Mori shouted in disappointment. It seems the one who has smeared mud on the royal family's face is you, brother. You, Andre. Behind Andre, Simon quietly watched everything unfold. He guessed to himself, If she's Andre's younger sister, then she must be a princess. In front of Simon, Mori continued to scold Andre harshly. Do you know what punishment a knight receives when they lose their armor, and to act so rudely in front of the feudal lords of another kingdom?" After finishing her words, she turned as if to leave. Mori said with a growl, "I will report this to father." Seeing her about to leave, Andre hurriedly grabbed Mori's arm. He said quickly, "Ah, have you forgotten who I am? I'm Andre, your own brother. You know what will happen if you tell father about this." Andre couldn't stop his entire body from trembling. He hesitated and pleaded in a low voice, "Please just don't tell father." Seeing Andre so scared, Mori wasn't as fierce as before. "Then don't act like that." From behind Mori, a girl in a school uniform approached. "Mori, I saw this student working in the flower garden." Then she loudly reprimanded Andre. "Are you threatening her like this as a royal? You should at least take care of your people, not do things like this." He, seeing Mori getting angry, explained, "That's not it. This girl started it first. She dared to challenge a prince like me by mentioning Kizen." The female student frowned at Andre's words. "What did you say?" Mori cut his words short. "That's enough." Then she pulled Andre's hand off her arm and said in a stern voice, "I will go to Lord Neptes myself to apologize for this matter and tell him the whole truth." In front of Simon's surprised expression, Mori firmly stated her position. "You know how much Lord Neptes cares for his students, don't you? I can't just stand by and watch our Dressen become a second Tanhun kingdom." As soon as she finished speaking, she resolutely walked away. Andre chased after her in a panic. "Hey Mori, why are you making such a big deal out of this?" In his panic, he spoke without thinking. "If we just let this go, it'll be fine." But before Andre could finish, Mori turned and slapped him hard across the face. Andre's crown fell to the ground and rolled away. Mori asked him in a voice full of disappointment, "Are you still not in your right mind and continue to spout nonsense? This matter is already too big. We can't hide it anymore. This isn't the first or second time you've done wrong, brother." Stunned by the slap, Andre didn't react for a moment. He stood motionless and listened to Mori's scolding. "You should be grateful that I'm cleaning up your mess, brother. If you understand, then shut up and don't get involved in this matter anymore." Then, as if to end the matter, she approached Simon and bowed her head slightly. "On behalf of my brother and the royal family, I apologize, Simon Florentina." Simon hurriedly waved his hands. "No, your highness." Mori tilted her head slightly. She asserted in a gentle voice, "My brother and Dressen will not trouble you anymore, Simon." Then Mori turned and walked away, and Andre silently followed behind her. Her voice was heard, "Well then, goodbye." Behind them, Simon put his hands in his trouser pockets and watched thoughtfully as the three disappeared. Seeing them leave, Simon shrugged slightly. He closed his eyes comfortably as if thinking about something. Time flew by, and a week later, the scene changed to a place surrounded by a strange red light. Simon, Cammy, Dick, and Melon stood back to back, tense. Dick even spouted what sounded like last words, "Guys, it was really nice meeting you." Around them, numerous bloodthirsty undead were slowly approaching. Dick continued trembling. "It was really fun. Thanks." Simon couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Everyone be quiet." Time flew by, and a week later, the scene changed to a spacious room filled with warm sunlight. Inside the room, three people were sitting and talking. Venia asked, "Simon, you're taking Professor Aaron's class, right?" Simon, who was wiping the tentacles beside him, nodded at her question. Venia looked to the side and asked again, "What do you learn in that class?" Simon answered casually, "We're learning about undead." Hearing those two words, Venia's eyes widened in surprise. Leo was also so surprised that he shot up from his seat. "Undead," Venia hesitated and said to Leo. "Leo, no matter how I look at it, it has to be him, right?" Only then did he nod, his body trembling slightly. Then he clutched his head, shot up and shouted, "It hurts, I can feel that pain again." In contrast, Venia seemed quite excited. "This will be fun, Simon." "I want to go there again too," Simon asked back with a bewildered face. "Yes, where?" Seeing that he didn't understand, Venia patiently explained, "At the end of Professor Aaron's undead class, there's an important performance evaluation. Of course, it's a really scary thing for the people who have to participate in the evaluation." But behind her, Leo, with a dazed expression, held up a sign that said, "Run away." Venia had her arms crossed. She continued cheerfully, thinking back on it after finishing the first year. Venia threw the paper hard at Leo's face. Her eyes sparkled. "It's a really good memory." The surrounding scenery changed to a desolate forest, and the sky above the dry branches was covered in a deep red. Simon was standing mixed among the students. He looked around boredly. "This is a beautiful memory. What a strange senior." Pierre's voice was suddenly heard. "Lucky you, I was planning to come here during your vacation, but thanks to that turtle professor I got to come earlier than expected." From on his collar, he noticed that Simon wasn't paying much attention and opened his mouth. "Kid, this time you have to find the commander undead of the Crown Prince legend. This is just the kind of place that guy would like." Simon replied, "Understood. What's his description?" After a moment of thought, Pierre surprisingly said vaguely, "He looks just like his name." The image of Andre came to Simon's mind. He asked blankly, "Just like his name?" Pierre reassured him. "At least not like that." Just then, the voice of a man with a solemn face and wine-colored hair echoed in front of them. "Focus." His voice continued the introduction. "This is the southern region of the Sahet Kingdom, a place called the Land of the Dead." The students murmured upon seeing the person who had come. "Is that Professor Aaron?" Over here, Professor Aaron was still speaking without pause. "The Land of the Dead is one of the continent's 10 great mysteries. The powerful combination of black magic and natural phenomena has created strange phenomena here." He suddenly raised his voice. "The most noteworthy point is," Aaron clenched his fist. He enunciated each word with force, "in this region the concept of decay does not exist. Aaron's gaze turned to a magnificent castle in the distance, around which a few undead were moving slowly. Aaron's voice continued to echo. When a creature dies, its corpse decomposes according to the laws of nature. But here, the corpses of dead creatures do not rot and are preserved in their original form. That is why this place is called the Paradise of the Undead. After explaining the situation here for a long time, he looked at the students with a serious face. As previously announced, the evaluation will be conducted in groups. Apply the knowledge you have learned about undead. Aaron announced the assignment. Create the ultimate summoned undead and present it to me. Hearing that, Simon's eyes immediately lit up. A creation assignment? He placed a finger on his chin and began to formulate a plan in his mind. Then I can't use naturally occurring undead. I'll have to find a corpse and use a summoning magic circle. Melon was surprised by Simon's expression. You're really into this. Beside them, other students were starting to form groups. Only then did Aaron add the evaluation criteria. It includes completeness, originality, compatibility, and the structure of the magic circle. There is no teamwork score, and everyone will receive the same score based on what their group's undead shows. After finishing his words, his voice suddenly became solemn. Aaron frowned and warned the students. I hope there are no students cowardly enough to burst into tears in front of a simple undead. Act like true necromancers. Aaron did not hesitate any longer and declared coldly. The evaluation begins now. The students below shouted in unison. Yes, Professor. Simon's group of 4 did not start right away but huddled together to discuss. Undead are typically Class 2 monsters, but in the environment of the Land of the Dead some might even exceed Class 4. Cammy offered her opinion, and we must avoid combat as much as possible. Simon nodded in agreement. Right, the noise from combat will just attract more of them. Then his face suddenly stiffened. Simon closed his eyes and cold sweat ran down his face. He said the only fortunate thing was that combat between students was forbidden. Hector is glaring at me again. Melon looked at the thick scroll in Dick's hand and said hesitantly. But there are also grave robbers and other necromancers. Dick noticed her worry and reassured her. Well, this area is vast, so the chances of running into them aren't high. Right? Melon didn't think so. We still need to be vigilant. Seeing them bickering, Simon opened his mouth. Let's go anyway. Cammy, Melon, are you two okay? As he called their names, Cammy and Melon were surprised and answered almost simultaneously. The two of us. But Simon didn't explain, instead pointing to the people sitting in a corner trembling in fear. If you're too scared, you can wait at the base camp. They are the ones who will stay. Not even a bird would fly there. Cammy shouted upon hearing that. It's a little scary, but it's fine since we're going together, Melon exclaimed in annoyance. Hey, are you looking down on me? There's no way I'd be scared of these things. I'm a necromancer of Kizen too. Seeing that they had taken the bait, Simon said with satisfaction. Good, then let's go together. The 4 of them entered the Land of the Dead together. Cammy walked cautiously, sticking close behind Dick. Her eyes looked around, full of curiosity. Wow, this place is really like a city. I thought the Land of the Dead would be a desolate wasteland with nothing in it. Melon, on the other hand, warily inspected every window and wall they passed, but there was no one in the buildings. How desolate. Hearing her words, Dick replied nonchalantly. Of course there's no one here. This place is only for the undead. Melon paused at his unpleasant attitude. What, do you know where this is? Dick quickly replied. It's not that I'm completely clueless, Melon pressed him. What do you know? Tell me. But Dick didn't answer. He furrowed his brow and lightly scratched his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. A moment later, Dick slowly opened his mouth. Actually, there was a lot of opposition to Kizen conducting this evaluation. Simon looked at him, not understanding. He guessed why, because it's dangerous. Dick's gaze gradually shifted to the distance, and his voice was vague. No, there's a dirty little secret of Kizen buried here. This made Simon even more curious. A dirty secret here? Dick continued his story. His memory returned to the strange cityscape of the Land of the Dead. Yes, this place was once a city belonging to the Tanhun Empire. Dick was in the middle of his story when he posed a question. The history books record that the emperor was taken to the capital after the rebellion, right? He asked and answered himself. But that's not true. The emperor escaped the capital. In the chaotic situation, he sought a new fortress to fight back against Kizen. According to Dick's story, a fake king wearing a golden crown appeared before the people, and the chosen place was right here. The Land of the Dead was ruled by the Empire's master swordsman and had a powerful army, so they planned a major counterattack using the power here. The scene returned to the present, and Dick stood among them, his voice echoing calmly. Kizen feared the Empire would regain its power, so they decided they had to create an extreme horror to crush the Empire completely. After finishing his story, Dick quickly added, "That's the origin of the black magic Professor Aaron mentioned." Aaron's words from just now echoed in their ears again. The Land of the Dead is one of the continent's 10 great mysteries, and the powerful combination of black magic and natural phenomena has created strange phenomena here, Dick explained. They drew the source of that magic to this domain, turning this place into the Land of the Dead it is today. Melon was lost in the story. She asked in surprise, but even so, if the Emperor managed to get that far, wouldn't his pride cause all the Empire's citizens to be dragged into war? Melon's voice suddenly lowered. They stopped before it got too out of hand. So it wasn't a completely irrational choice by Kizen. Beside her, Cammy was also still engrossed in the story. She sighed softly. But to think the people of this city died without even knowing why, it's really sad. Only Simon had been quiet all this time, lost in thought as he listened to their discussion. Right, this decision is strategically rational, but it lacks humanity. Seeing the mood unwittingly turn somber, Dick scratched his head apologetically. Maybe I shouldn't have brought this up. The atmosphere has become too gloomy. Alright, that's enough history. Let's focus on the task at hand and discuss the evaluation. As if to lift everyone's spirits, he immediately mentioned the plan they had just made. To get a good score, we have to create an undead, right? Let's start with that, right? To use summoning magic, we first need to find a corpse that hasn't turned into an undead yet. Let's search the nearby houses first. The others immediately regained their energy. Let's do that. As soon as they decided, Simon's group of 4 immediately split up and scoured every corner of the houses on the street. Simon and Cammy worked in perfect sync, one searching upstairs and the other downstairs, on Dick and Melon's side. The two were carefully inspecting each room. After a long time, the 4 were exhausted. The group members gathered and sat in a large room. Dick grumbled, "Why isn't there a single one?" Melon sighed. "How about we look somewhere else?" Thinking her words made sense, everyone immediately agreed. "Let's do it." A moment later, the group stood in front of a strange-looking room. Melon grabbed the doorknob and volunteered to open the door. "All right, I'll open it." As soon as she finished speaking, Melon cautiously opened the door a crack. From an angle no one noticed, a strange figure had already appeared in the room. The moment she opened the door, a giant arm, a muscular arm, shot out and grabbed Melon. The person behind the door growled, trying to pull her into the room. The other 3 shouted in a panic. Seeing Melon being dragged away, Simon rushed over and hit the arm hard. He shouted and called Melon's name. Sensing the movement, the arm retracted, and Melon, having narrowly escaped danger, clutched her throat and gasped for breath. Just then, the strange arm seemed about to break the door and come out. Seeing that, Simon and Dick rushed over and held the door shut. As Dick placed his hand on the door, a purple circle immediately appeared under his summoning spell, Deploy. The door was blocked for a moment, but Dick still couldn't relax. "This is bad. If this keeps up, we'll be surrounded." Simon heard him and said, "Of course, you idiot." Outside, the undead were swarming in, attracted by the commotion just now. Dick hurriedly called Cammy and Melon. "Go this way." Simon gripped the chair in his hand, his eyes still staring intently at the door. "Dick, when I give the signal, use your magic." Dick immediately got into a ready stance. More and more undead gathered outside, and Simon's voice echoed. Cammy and Melon watched the scene before them with extreme tension. Simon carefully continued to count 2. Just then, a group of undead shattered the glass window. They pushed each other, trying to get into the room. Thinking the time had come, Simon lifted the chair in his hand high and decisively commanded Dick, "Do it." The chair was thrown hard into the group of undead. The first group of undead fell. The 4 of them quickly ran out of the room. Simon urged his companions, "Run," but before long Simon's group was densely surrounded by the undead. Simon and Dick cleared a path with their swords, but Dick was already starting to get tired. He frowned and said in a worried voice, "Damn it, too many have gathered. We don't have enough time to block them." Simon hurriedly reminded Dick, "Dick, they're coming from the front." Hearing Simon's words, Dick didn't dare to stop. He shouted, "This is crazy. Are there still that many of them coming?" Suddenly, from the window of the house next door, a group of undead broke down the door and rushed toward Cammy. Hearing the 2 girls' screams, Dick hurriedly turned his head. He looked at the group of undead and said, unable to understand, "What? Didn't we just check that house?" Fortunately, Melon reacted quickly. She blocked their attack with magic and pulled Cammy to the side. "We must have missed something somewhere." The powerful magic immediately blew up the house. Melon shouted a reminder, "Get down." But the danger was not over yet. A group of undead was approaching, twisting their bodies. Cammy screamed in surprise. "The undead are coming through the flames." Melon paused. "What?" After finishing her words, Cammy pointed to the other side. She said urgently, "Simon, we need to find a place to rest." From within the large flames, the group of undead continued to approach them. Cammy shouted in fear, "Otherwise we'll all die." Judging that the situation was not good, Simon immediately led his group in the direction Cammy had pointed. "Everyone this way." Cammy ran, trying to avoid the grotesque hands of the undead. Her face was tense. Suddenly, Simon stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the roof. Above it was only a blood-red sky. An idea came to his mind. Melon also quickly noticed something was strange. She retreated warily. "What's that?" Simon reassured her. "I made that." Only then was Melon relieved. She grumbled, "You scared me. You should have told me if you were going to use it." Dick stood guard in front of the group. He said to his companion behind him, "Hey Simon, I don't know what you're trying to do, but hurry up. They're still coming from the front." Simon didn't hesitate, grabbed Dick's wrist and urgently urged the other 3. "Everyone line up, hold hands and let's go." Before everyone could understand Simon's request, a bone tentacle quietly wrapped around their feet from below. "What?" Simon gained momentum and jumped high. He swung his arms hard, pulling his companions forward, opened the door. From above, Dick looked down at the group of undead that now completely filled the door. "Wow, that's crazy. If we had been a second later, we would have been buried in there." Simon suddenly opened his mouth one more time. Dick hadn't recovered from the shock yet. He asked blankly, "One more time." Simon had no time to explain, gained momentum and continued to jump higher with the help of the bone tentacle. A sturdy roof appeared before everyone's eyes. Simon said excitedly, "Let's get to the roof, get ready." Dick shouted in a fluster. No way, but refusal was not an option. Under Simon's strong force, Melon and Dick immediately sprawled out on the roof. Cammy was left behind. She struggled to climb up. Cammy squealed in fear. Hearing her sharp scream, Simon hurriedly grabbed Cammy's hand and pulled her up. He looked apologetically at Cammy, who was kneeling on the tiles. I'm sorry it was so sudden, you must have been surprised. Are you okay? Cammy replied in a small voice. Yes, I'm fine. We're alive thanks to you, Simon. Just then, Dick, who was observing the situation below, suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry, but could you hurry up? Everyone followed Dick's gaze, and before them several undead were gradually gathering. The undead heard our voices and came here again. Let's move quickly. Not far from everyone, a figure in the darkness had been watching them all along. The person laughed. Heh, pretty good. The prince looked at Simon's group with amusement. He playfully snapped his fingers. But of course I won't let you escape so easily. Just then, the voice of an undead was heard from behind the prince. He didn't want to turn his head in annoyance. What is it? I'm busy. It turned out that the undead had come to report the situation to the prince. He narrowed his eyes. That freakish skeleton again. Is Manus involved too? After receiving the information, the prince didn't care and casually ordered the undead. Fine. Tell them to do as they please. There are more important matters right now. After speaking, he looked into the distance, lost in thought. A cold voice echoed. The Legion commander has appeared in the land of the dead, and Pyr is here too. He must have come with a purpose. The prince's gaze suddenly turned sinister, and half of his face was shrouded in darkness. We'll destroy the Legion with my own hands. The scene changed to a pitch-black place, and someone was slowly wiping the sword in their hand. Manus wiped the sword in annoyance, constantly grumbling, so noisy. Javier couldn't hold back either and blurted out, That undead prince is playing tricks again. Javier put a cigar in his mouth, looking bored. He prodded slightly. Hey, speaking of which, do you know anything about the undead prince? Javier's voice was slightly hazy, and the image of the land of the dead suddenly appeared before his eyes. The undead prince's body is in a deep sleep somewhere in the land of the dead. If you can get your hands on his crown and control all the undead in the land of the dead. Having said this much, Javier subtly emphasized the last few words. You'd have the entire land of the dead in the palm of your hand. But Manus paid no attention to his words, not interested. Javier approached, his foot stepping on a puddle on the ground. His voice held a slight intention. I know, I understand. After a pause, Javier continued. Each word seemed to dig deep into Manus's heart. Didn't you want to destroy Kizen and the Black Lotus? Didn't you want to get revenge on them? Seeing that Manus was wavering, Javier approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. Then you have to take the land of the dead. Besides, you were originally the master of this place. The surface of the water rippled slightly, and Manus's former appearance appeared. Javier continued. The swordsman of the former Tanhan dynasty. Manus stood up in annoyance when he mentioned his former identity. He placed his sword at Javier's neck. Although a cold sword was at his neck, Javier was not afraid in the slightest. He lifted the corner of his mouth and said, There is no peaceful path. Besides, you have already obtained an immense power that can change this entire world. Manus didn't react for a moment. As if mesmerized by Javier's words, you have now reached the realm of an ancient undead. So what are you hesitating for? Manus lowered the sword from Javier's neck. He asked coldly, Where is the crown? Javier quickly replied. I'll find out. He puffed on the cigar in his mouth, his pretentious face showing a sincere expression. And I'll investigate what happened while the undead prince was gone. After all, it's been over 10 years. Remember, during the march, Kizen turned 50,000 of the Empire's elite soldiers into undead, striking fear into the entire continent. Seeing that Manus didn't refute his words, Javier said with even more excitement, But things are different now. Numerous red eyes immediately appeared in the darkness. Javier slowly added, You and the elders who have become undead will be able to take revenge on Kizen. Manus lifted his head and looked up. He suddenly became curious and asked Javier back, Why are you helping me? He spread his arms, and Javier explained with a polite smile, I told you I have a deep grudge against Kizen too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. But from an angle where they couldn't see each other, the gazes of the two oddballs simultaneously grew unfathomably deep. Is that all? At the same time, on Simon's group's side, the four were cautiously hopping across the rooftops, avoiding the undead. Dick suddenly spoke up. I've had the same dream for a week straight. Behind him, Melon looked quite tired. She slumped to the ground. Why is it so creepy here? Hearing that, Simon suddenly thought of Venia's face. He hesitated and replied, I don't know either. The senior was a bit eccentric when she told me about this evaluation. Then Simon tried to help the exhausted Cammy up. There are too many undead, so we have to be careful. He observed the ferocious undead, thinking to himself that Melon was right. This evaluation is really strange. Why are so many undead targeting us? Thinking this far, Simon became even more vigilant. He looked down worriedly. Can undead be this smart? It's like someone is controlling them. While Simon was lost in thought, Cammy discovered something. She shouted, Look over there. A light brown manhole cover was visible among the hideous undead. Simon seemed to have understood Cammy's intention. What is it? The city's sewer system, he praised her. Good job, Cammy. Simon quickly urged the other two. Everyone get in there quickly. Dick and Melon looked bewildered. Simon explained impatiently. The undead are swarming from all directions. They've even climbed onto the roof. We have to go down. Although he didn't fully understand, Dick willingly trusted him. He took out a small object. All right, I've got something to help us. What Dick took out was none other than a small robot in his hand. Dick introduced it excitedly. This is just a prototype, but I plan to sell it later. Isn't it cool? Simon nodded. A good item, then bring out more. Hearing that, Melon volunteered to take the lead. Then I'll block their line of sight. Then she looked to the side. Cammy, help me out. At the same time, Simon also summoned a few skeletons. He gave each skeleton one of Dick's robots. Help us out. They took their positions on the roof. Melon spoke. Ready, I'm starting. The other three immediately responded. We trust you, Melon. Having gained her companion's trust, Melon immediately ran forward. Her eyes were filled with firm resolve. Under Melon's magic, a large fire broke out. The undead were instantly trapped in the massive flames. The undead struggled in the huge flames, but this was just a smokescreen. It was just as they planned. Dick's robots started to work. They loudly banged the cymbals in their hands. At this time, the skeletons holding the robots scattered in all directions. The loud noise lured the undead into following them. Standing on the roof, Simon's group of 4 held their breath and watched as the hideous undead gradually moved away. A moment later, Simon reached out, closed the manhole cover, and slowly descended. Now safe down in the sewers, the group could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Simon turned around and asked, "Is everyone okay?" Cammy replied, "I'm fine." After a moment of silence, chaotic sounds echoed from above again. Simon shivered slightly. That's really scary. The 4 of them gathered to discuss while thumping sounds still came from above. The sound is echoing. Dick grew anxious. What do we do now? Should we go back up? Hearing that, Simon hurriedly reassured him. Let's wait here. Melon, still not understanding his intention, was bewildered. What? Simon patiently explained to Melon. If we go outside, they'll just chase us again. Isn't it better to take this path than the one up there in the land of the dead? Hearing that, Cammy clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling. That's right, they said this was the second largest city after the capital. If we go further, we might find something. An idea suddenly struck Simon. You mean we might find a nobleman's mansion or army barracks? Cammy nodded excitedly. Yes, I think there must be some in the city. Dick listened to their discussion and thought it made sense. He nodded. That's true too. In fact, I think the camp has already been overrun by undead. Besides, we might find other areas where Class C or last year's seniors were. Seeing that no one objected, Simon led the group. Then let's keep going. Inside the dark sewer, Dick held a lantern and led the way. Cammy and Melon walked in the middle, and Simon naturally covered the rear. As Simon walked behind his companions, he was talking to Pierre in his mind. Pierre, those undead from before, it seemed like they were being controlled by someone. What do you think? Actually, I think the real prince is here, but the most suspicious thing is, he burst out laughing at those words. But even Pierre couldn't be sure. I don't know either. The undead are a very peculiar race, so it's hard to know the truth. But as you said, it seems the prince is behind this. Not stopping there, Pierre gave him more useful information. But only his crown can control the undead. Simon was surprised and exclaimed internally. The crown, the image of the prince's flashing red eyes came to mind. Pierre asserted in a confident voice. Yes, wearing the crown allows one to connect with the surrounding undead. As his majestic back appeared before his eyes, Pierre continued. Only then can one command the undead. Simon remained silent, drawing a conclusion in his mind. Then does the prince have abilities similar to a legion commander? Pierre didn't deny that conclusion, but said, compared to a legion commander, the prince's ability is weaker. The prince can only control undead. Having said this much, he suddenly added, but this ability only appears when the prince wears the crown, and he can only control undead that don't belong to any domain. The undead of the land of the dead all move freely, and since over 90 of the undead here are of that kind, he's like the king of the land of the dead. Simon understood immediately. Now I know why Pierre wanted to come here. Simon's gaze always followed his companions from behind. He asked again, then can the prince control those undead completely? Even Pierre himself couldn't be sure. He answered cautiously, I'm not too sure about that either. Then Pierre slowly recalled, and the image of 2 people, one large and one small, came to his mind. When Richard was the Legion commander, he and the prince were allies. They seemed to get along very well, but he was still a little jealous of the prince. A strange glint suddenly flashed in Pierre's eyes. He calculated quietly. But their cooperation didn't end well either, so it seems we'll have to meet the prince and find out what he thinks. Having said this much, Pierre stopped. He suddenly asked for Simon's thoughts. Do you think the undead's attacks were all part of the prince's plan? Simon broke into a cold sweat without realizing it. The feeling of being dragged among the undead still haunted him. When Simon said nothing, Pierre spoke up. We still don't know exactly what the prince's abilities are. After walking for some time, Simon finally returned to the surface. He sat on the edge of the manhole and looked around. The 4 of them climbed out of the sewer one by one. Simon put his hands in his trouser pockets, his voice tinged with a little suspicion. I didn't know there was a place like this in the land of the dead. It's very well maintained. Next, without hesitation, he immediately suggested, let's go into this castle, let's see what's inside. Melon quickly agreed. Okay. Just then, Pierre, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up and reminded Simon, Kid, I can feel traces of a large-scale barrier here. He looked around. What kind of barrier is it? Pierre quietly scanned the area and concluded, it's a barrier that causes interference. It's off now, but it seems someone wanted to hide this place. While Pierre and Simon were talking, a sharp scream suddenly rang out. The group hurriedly ran toward the source of the sound. Dick spoke first. What's wrong, Cammy? Before he even finished speaking, his gaze was already fixed on the stiff corpse of a maid. A hideous scratch mark was clearly visible on her back. Simon calmly crouched down beside it. He carefully examined the corpse. She's been dead for a while. At this time Melon also came over and crouched down, and Simon was quite surprised to see her. Melon lightly touched the scratch mark on the corpse's back with her hand. She suddenly became serious. Don't look down on me, I'm a necromancer too. At least this case satisfies the conditions for using summoning described in the textbook. If we turn her into an undead, we can at least avoid failing, but that's still not enough. Simon replied. Then let's search more thoroughly. I just saw a few weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, Simon turned to Dick. Then isn't there something like a guard post here? Dick understood his intention and answered immediately. You're right, there should be a lot of useful things here. The group immediately split up to search, and one of them quickly found what they were looking for. Guys, over here. Before Simon's group was a corpse that had not yet fully transformed. The group cheered. We might get an A? Yeah, that would be great. Suddenly the group fell silent. Dick and Melon's faces were filled with worry. Simon was just a little nervous. Cammy stood beside him but still felt scared. In fact, although their expressions differed, they all had only one thought in their minds. Until now, people have been using undead as magic ingredients. Now we have to use this person right in front of us as an ingredient too. Simon encouraged himself inwardly. A necromancer's grade is all about practical skills. Don't get too sentimental, just think of it as an ingredient. Don't think of it as a dead person. Melon suddenly spoke up and called him. Hey Simon. Seeing her expression, Simon quickly realized what Melon was trying to do. He immediately stopped her. Wait, I'm better at summoning than you. I'll get a better score too. When Simon didn't answer, Melon knew that no one could change his mind. She said in a gentle voice, I know you do it. In front, Simon placed his hand on the corpse's chest and calmed himself down. Just think about Professor Aaron's class. He closed his eyes as if gathering magic power. Even in peaceful times, we must not forget the basic rules of a necromancer. Aaron's voice echoed in Simon's ears. In the academy, students are only exposed to undead through skeletons or monsters to train their minds, but this is the true foundation of a necromancer. His hand slid down a little, and he continued to repeat Aaron's words in his head. No matter how terrible or disgusting this work is, we must face it. Only by being able to handle every situation can one become a true necromancer. Simon closed his eyes tightly and felt the source of power welling up inside him. It's like being a surgeon. If you can't dissect a corpse, you won't survive. These are the things a necromancer needs. A magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the soldier's corpse. It emitted a mysterious purple halo. The other three stood behind Simon, watching his every move with anticipation. Simon continued according to Professor Aaron's words. There are two types of black magic for turning a corpse into an undead. The first is undead revival, and the second is undead condemnation. At this moment, Melon hurriedly ran forward and urgently reminded Simon, Simon, you have to change the entire spell. This corpse will reject it. But Simon was still engrossed in Aaron's lecture. Undead revival creates an ordinary undead which can only fight for a few hours in an emergency battle. When he didn't react, Hammy anxiously crawled forward. The actomyosin in the body will cause an adverse reaction. At this time, Simon was focusing on the final step. With undead condemnation, you can create an undead that can exist for a long time, almost permanently, like a summoned human. Dick heard that and explained, That's because we're in the land of the dead. Decay doesn't happen here. I think we can use undead condemnation. Simon placed both hands on the magic circle and made a firm resolve in his mind. Let's do this properly this time. Thinking that, Simon said, All right, I'll chant the spell now to remove the anti-decay magic from this body. As soon as he finished speaking, Simon immediately poured all his magic power into the magic circle. He shouted powerfully, I will create the best condemned undead. Just at this moment, Dick suddenly shouted. His words seemed to awaken the entire group. Everyone, the most effective way to convert an undead is to chant that spell. The newly converted undead stood up. It twisted its body stiffly. The four of them watched the undead nervously. Unsure if they had succeeded, they took a defensive stance. Next, the undead suddenly raised its head and slowly moved forward. Kemi's voice was mixed with fear and worry. Was the castle empty? Melon pushed Simon's shoulder. Give it a command. Simon was also eager to test the effect of the spell. He pointed to a large tree nearby. Attack that tree. Immediately, the undead changed direction and rushed toward the tree. Then, without the slightest hesitation, it lunged at the tree trunk, seeming numb but possessing considerable physical strength. Melon looked at the hideous bite marks the undead left on the tree trunk and commented, The result is just what we wanted. It secretes toxins through its teeth and nails, and at the same time it's very ferocious. Dick was also quite pleased. Unfortunately, it limps a little, but its grade should be intermediate or higher. Seeing that everything was done, Melon suggested, Then let's go back. Let's go back through the sewers. Simon, you can store this undead in your subspace, right? Simon smiled brightly and replied, Yeah. Dick rested his head on his hand. He said, Unexpected. Melon looked at Dick, unable to understand. What is? Dick immediately imitated Melon's pretentious demeanor. He raised his voice and said, I don't think this is enough. Let's keep searching until we find a better undead. You're the one who should be saying that. Seeing that Dick dared to tease her, Melon immediately gave him 2 lumps on his head. That's enough. I don't want to stay here anymore. Anything related to the Tanhan Empire gives me a headache. Simon saw this and stepped in to mediate. All right then, let's go. But just then, from the castle window, a stream of red power poured out. Looking closely, it was a horde of undead that had chased them. The group's faces turned pale in panic. Damn it, how did they get here? Without staying a moment longer, the group quickly held hands and ran. Being closely pursued by the undead, Simon unconsciously cried out for help. Pier, help me. He told Pier his plan. I'll open the gate of the subspace. You come out with the Legion, but he was worried about another problem. What? I'm always ready to fight, but if we go out now, your friends will find out. You won't be exposed. Hearing that, Simon hurriedly reassured him. This is the land of the dead, a paradise for undead. What's so strange about a skeleton fighting a zombie? Thinking that made sense, Pier immediately agreed. All right, I'm coming out. This time the group was already densely surrounded by undead. Dick said, trembling, it's been fun. He looked despairingly at the undead approaching him. I was really happy. Thanks, Simon shouted loudly. Shut up. Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. The group shouted in shock. What is it, an earthquake? A strange trail of red power brushed past Dick's and Cammy's backs. And now in front of them, Pier had appeared in his true form. He held a sword majestically in his hand, and the others, surprised to see Pier, shouted, It's a skeleton. Where did it pop out from? Cammy placed a fist on her chest and guessed. It looks like they're having a territorial dispute, Simon spoke up. Everyone, let's go. Now's our chance. On Pier's side, he was comfortably cutting down the undead one by one in their midst. The group cheered at the sight. That's crazy amazing. Skeletons are the best. If we use undead, we'll never be able to turn back. But Dick quickly discovered the first problem. But that's strange. Why did that skeleton suddenly help us, and right at the perfect moment too? Simon couldn't explain it in the moment. No way, you must be mistaken. As Dick was distracted, a red aura flew toward him. Simon hurriedly shouted a warning. Dick. Fortunately, Dick wasn't seriously injured. Melon reminded him. You have to be careful, he answered awkwardly. Got it. Simon had been standing with Dick, so he was slightly grazed by the attack. He irritably called out to Pier in his mind. He laughed mischievously, and although it seemed like a prank, he apologized to Simon. Aren't you still alive thanks to me? All right, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Hearing that, he had nothing more to say. I have to be careful. With Pier's help, the four of them safely re-entered the sewer. The group had a heated discussion as they walked. Dick clenched his fist. He said emotionally, Where did a skeleton like that come from? It looked like human bones. Melon quickly cut him off. Stop it. What if it tries to kill us? Do you think they're good? Dick was still full of admiration. But it was really cool. An image of Pier's sword and her own body suddenly flashed through Cammy's mind. He's not wrong. That sword was really cool. Cammy suddenly sniffed the air and looked around worriedly. But don't you guys smell something strange? It's fine. It's probably because we came outside. Simon, who was leading the way, suddenly came to a halt. He stared ahead in surprise. The group saw Simon's strange behavior and was about to ask, but Simon reminded them. Wait, be quiet. He pointed into the endless darkness. There's something over there, Dick guessed. Is it our classmates? But the clever Melon didn't think so. She analyzed. No, if it were, we would have heard more footsteps. Would you wander around this dangerous place alone? Nothing seemed to make sense. Someone else offered a hypothesis. It must be Hector. He'd be alone. From the darkness, a small pair of feet slowly appeared before their eyes. The one who clearly appeared before them was the prince. He was holding a horse's head and dragging it, but Simon's group didn't know his identity yet. It's a little kid. With a sharp gaze, the prince threw the horse's carcass in front of the four of them. Simon's group stepped back warily. The prince calmly introduced himself. My name is Prince. His small face held a frighteningly cold aura. He opened his mouth. I am the ruler of the land of the dead. Hearing that, Melon frowned. She stammered, repeating the prince's last few words. Ruler, but before she could notice something was amiss, Melon fell backward. She muttered. No way, Simon shouted in surprise. Dick, who was behind them, wasn't in good shape either. He turned pale and leaned against the wall. Cammy, who was beside him, couldn't stand the smell and covered her nose. Simon loudly called out to his friends. Cammy, Dick. Simon held on and stood firm in front of his group. Only then did the prince open his mouth coldly. You're holding up well, he observed Simon with a cold gaze, a hint of mockery in his voice. You seem used to the smell of corpses, don't you? Simon's gaze turned to the horse's carcass lying on the ground. It looked like it had been dead for quite a while. He kicked the carcass into the sewer stream with his foot. Simon turned his head as if speaking to the air. Pier, it's the kid we were looking for, he cried out in surprise. What? The emblem on Simon's collar was glowing. Pier cautiously prodded. You are. After checking for a moment, Pier quickly called out his name with conviction. Prince. Pier continued. I knew it. You dare attack me when you know who I am? Recognizing Pier's voice, the prince turned his head, pretending to be sulky. You haven't changed at all. Just then, Pier again said something unimaginable. Don't talk nonsense. Join the Legion. This kid is Richard's son. The prince spread his arms to his sides. I see, he resembles his father. He frowned and playfully opened his mouth. In that case, may I test him? At the prince's words, Pier shouted in surprise. What? It turned out the prince knew very well that Pier wasn't actually here. He was just transmitting his voice through the emblem. There are a lot of zombies over there. Even for you, it would take at least 20 minutes to get here. The prince seemed to be playing with Pier's emotions. He said in a cold voice, While you're on your way here, how long do you think the one you've contracted with can last? Only then did Pier realize the prince's plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the prince quickly rushed toward Simon. He smiled sinisterly. Let the test begin. Simon was surprised by the prince's speed. He could only barely turn his head to the side to dodge the attack. If Simon hadn't dodged, would the result have been shattered like the wall behind him? Simon looked up at the mark on the wall. He thought with a shudder. If that had hit, it would have been a disaster. As soon as he regained his composure, Simon immediately counterattacked with his fist. He lifted the corners of his mouth and smiled, as if he was sure of victory. Because the prince had caught up to Simon's attack speed, he gripped Simon's fist tightly and laughed maniacally. He thought nothing could be reversed. Just then, the prince was thrown backward. He was quite surprised by this situation too. A hint of interest flashed in his ice-cold eyes. A cold steel arrow was rolling on the ground at the prince's feet. In front of him were a few skeletons holding weapons in their hands. The prince asked suspiciously, "Are you the Legion commander?" Then a few skeletons immediately launched a fierce attack toward him. 2 skeletons held swords and pinned the prince firmly to the wall behind him, but he didn't move an inch. After a moment the prince let out a light sigh. He closed his 2 eyes and spat out in disappointment. "How foolish. I expected too much." As soon as he finished speaking, the prince lightly waved his hand and the few skeletons shattered into pieces. He mocked, "Is this all you've got?" The prince arrogantly walked toward Simon, who was exhausted and sitting on the ground. The prince slowly walked in front of Simon. The battle had ended surprisingly quickly. "Is it over?" But the prince didn't want to give Simon any more chances to counterattack. He lifted his foot high, killing intent showing in his eyes. "Legion commander," but from behind the prince a vortex of teleportation magic suddenly appeared. From within that magic circle, giant bone tentacles forcefully stretched out. It flew straight for the prince as if trying to take him down in a single blow. Unfortunately, the prince easily caught the bone tentacle with his hand. He was still calm, looking slightly surprised. Afterward, the prince pulled the tentacle straight and aimed its sharp tip at Simon's neck. "But this is useless." Simon took a step back, pulling the bone tentacle back. Simon thought to himself, "Really?" Facing the prince's contemptuous face, Simon suddenly had a wicked thought. "I want it." Simon stood up. He deliberately stalled for time. "Prince, please tell me the reason for this fight. Why do you hold a grudge against me?" The prince still maintained his arrogant attitude. "Why should I have to tell you?" But Simon didn't pay any attention to his attitude. He made his position clear. "I am going to revive my father's legion. That's why I'm looking for his comrades again." After a brief pause, Simon continued, "If there is some misunderstanding between you two." Hearing those 2 words, the prince's eyes suddenly darkened. Misunderstanding, those 2 words reminded him of the shadow of that person. The prince's voice sank. "What misunderstanding could I possibly have? I saw it with my own eyes before you were even born." In his memory, the scene of Richard leaving with his arm around a woman's shoulder still tormented him. The prince growled in a voice full of anger. "That priest went crazy, abandoned us like a pair of old shoes and disbanded the legion. There's no such thing as a misunderstanding." He lowered his head, his whole body trembling with the pain of betrayal. "I'm sick and tired of getting involved with necromancers." Recalling that painful memory again, the prince shouted in hatred, "I will become the king of this place." Seeing his unstable emotions, Simon quickly used the bone tentacles to defend. The prince attacked him like a madman, and Simon could only helplessly retreat under the protection of the tentacles. But the tentacles also quickly lost their effect. The prince immediately delivered a fatal blow to Simon. Simon was cornered against a wall. He placed one hand on the ground to summon a teleportation magic circle, calculating inwardly. "I can't block that attack, I have to dodge." Immediately, magic circles appeared in the air and Simon tried to maintain his composure. "I have to be careful, fight while retreating." The bone tentacles were numerous and flexible, but the prince easily broke through them. "Even if I keep running, I'll eventually hit a limit. Over here." Simon was still trying to find an escape route. He chanted a weakening spell, but the magic had little effect on the prince and he charged fiercely. "Come on!" Before long, the prince was right on top of Simon. He leapt high. "What do you think you can do to me with a childish curse like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the prince brought down a destructive blow with all his might. From within the collapsed pile of stones, the prince strode confidently in front of the unmoving Simon. He showed no mercy and grabbed Simon's head. The prince said arrogantly, "This must be your limit now." Wickedness appeared on his small face. He raised his voice and enunciated each word with force. "I will kill you." But at this life or death moment, Simon unexpectedly gave an inscrutable smile. The prince was surprised by his expression. He frowned and looked at Simon. Can he still laugh in this situation, or did he injure his head? Simon replied in a low voice, "Either one." Just then his gaze became unusually resolute. Simon growled, "You're the one who has to die." Right at this moment, Cammy stood up mechanically from behind the 2. "It's you." Then she suddenly erupted with all the magic power in her body, and bloody tears streamed from her eye sockets. Cammy shouted loudly, "Die!" The prince had no time to react to this ability, and was immediately attacked by the bloody tears. Facing this sudden situation, the prince shouted inwardly in surprise, "Blood magic!" While he was distracted by Cammy, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back as an object full of magic power was stabbed straight into him. Dick helped up Cammy, who had collapsed from exhaustion. He shouted a signal to his companion Simon. With no time to explain anything, Dick briefly reminded him, "Get away from him." Immediately, magical flames blazed fiercely. The prince was trapped inside for a moment. Melon stood before the blazing flames, just hoping it would inflict even a small wound on him. The prince, of course, wasn't defeated so easily, but he seemed angry. "How dare you!" From within the flames, he leaped straight toward Melon, and she was frozen, unable to dodge. Afterward, the prince showed no mercy and delivered a powerful punch to Melon's stomach. Then he quickly turned his head and kneed Dick. He called out to Cammy in surprise. Dick was unable to defend and was sent flying into the air. He shouted in surprise. At the same time, the prince didn't let Simon go either. He had to get up and dodge without being able to rest. The current situation was completely disadvantageous for Simon's group. Cammy was completely exhausted and lying on the ground. Melon had been hit by the prince, lost consciousness, and her whole body was immobile. Dick was not much different. He had also been attacked and fainted. Seeing that the whole group was immobile, the prince returned to play with Simon again. "Did you really have hope that you could defeat me with those pathetic skills?" "Stay still." Just then a voice suddenly came from the side wall. Those words, even the prince couldn't hide his surprise upon hearing the voice, "are what I should be saying." The prince turned his head in surprise. He looked up. It turned out Pierre had broken through the wall and jumped in. He opened his mouth apologetically. "Sorry I'm late." Pierre formed black armor on Simon's body, and his confidence soared. "Now get lost." After that, without the slightest hesitation, Simon lifted the heavy sword high, then he decisively swung the sword horizontally, and a dazzling light burst from the blade. Before the prince could even react, the blade grazed his neck. Instantly, under the power of the sword, the prince's head was separated from his body. Seeing the prince's headless body swaying in the air, Pierre reminded him, "It's not over yet. Don't let your guard down, kid." Sure enough, the severed head rolled a few times on the ground and stopped. Before Simon's eyes, it returned to its original form of a gruesome skeleton. Afterward, a strange red lightning bolt struck from the sky. It awakened a figure who was mixed in among the zombies flocking to the area. That body slowly rose from the darkness, and a familiar voice came from it. Impressive. The one who walked out from among the zombies was none other than the prince. He straightened his clothes with his hands. "I didn't expect you to be so reckless." Simon began to feel fear in front of such a tricky opponent. The prince was satisfied seeing his expression. As always, it's best not to have foolish thoughts, but he didn't go any further and stopped beside Melon. Simon shouted in surprise, "Don't touch Melon." He grabbed Melon's collar, his voice filled with threat. "That depends on what you do." Then he slung Melon upside down over his shoulder and looked at Simon nonchalantly. "You said your name is Simon, right? If you want to save this kid, come back to the mansion where we met before." Before leaving, the prince turned around and delivered an ultimatum. "But you can't come with Pierre. I'm telling you in advance, it'll be useless even if you try to hide him." After that, in front of Simon's hateful gaze, he shot upward and disappeared. From above, the prince playfully turned his head to look at them. He waved his hand cheerfully in greeting. "See you again." Seeing the prince dare to take someone, Simon was enraged. "Prince," Pierre tried to stop him. "Calm down, Simon." Seeing that Simon seemed to have lost his composure, he tried to stop him with words. "It's no use chasing after him. Are you going to humiliate yourself trying to save a hostage? Right now, gathering information is the priority." Simon, confused, put a hand to his forehead. He asked back, "How? This is the land of the dead and there are only zombies." Only then did Pierre say, "Actually, while I was wiping out the zombies at the mansion earlier, I found a few humans. They looked suspicious, so I caught them for interrogation." Hearing that, Simon's eyes immediately lit up. He muttered, "Humans?" Simon's heart must have been shaken. He asked himself doubtfully, "In the land of the dead?" Meanwhile, on the prince's side, he had returned to the mansion at that time. From inside, the sound of someone scolding a subordinate could be heard. Two of them were dragged away. "What were you all doing then?" The subordinates answered in fear. "We're sorry. We're truly sorry. It happened so fast at that moment." The prince slowly walked in from outside, his gaze growing more and more impatient. "What's all the commotion?" When no one dared to answer, the prince called the leader's name. "Javier." He turned his body to greet him. "You've returned, Prince," Javier hurriedly explained. "It's nothing, just a few of my subordinates were causing a bit of a disturbance." But the suspicious prince didn't believe his words. "But why are you causing a disturbance in my mansion?" When he asked that, Javier didn't want to answer and quickly changed the subject. "I came because of a deal, just like usual. 40 pieces of obsidian. I brought them as promised." The prince picked up one piece of obsidian and examined it. "These all look the same," Javier continued. "But it seems we'll have to find more this time than last time." Seeing the prince was suspicious, Javier quickly explained. "You said you needed obsidian to maintain your strength, right? Are you perhaps sick somewhere?" He answered evasively. "It's nothing." Just then, the prince leaned over and laid Melon's body down. Javier continued to flatter him. "Yes, that's a relief. If something were to happen to you, Prince, I would be in a bind having lost my business partner." By the way, Prince, it seemed he was quite surprised that the prince had brought a woman back. He asked in surprise, "Who is that woman?" He replied casually, "I found her." Hearing that, Javier chimed in, "You found her? Wait a moment." He observed Melon carefully and then shouted, "Isn't this woman a Kizen student? How did such a precious young lady end up in this land of the dead?" Prince, as if bothered by the trouble, said coldly, "They've held a class here once a year for the past few years. It's truly meaningless." Even at this point, Javier continued to probe. "But this young lady, she's bait." The prince opened his mouth calmly. "There's a guy the first one to kill." Javier put a cigar in his mouth. He knelt on one knee to examine her. After a moment, he made an outrageous demand to the prince. "Prince, let's do this. Sell this young lady to me." The prince glanced at the unconscious Melon with contempt. "It seems a corpse collector doesn't just trade in corpses. I didn't know you wanted slaves too." Javier replied in a low voice, "Sometimes the living have their uses," but he was too good at business. Javier decisively offered an attractive price. "I'll give you 20 pieces of obsidian." The prince asked back in surprise. "What?" A hint of suspicion remained in his mind. "I received 40 from this deal and now he's offering half of that. What is this guy up to?" But for the prince, who desperately needed obsidian, it was too good an offer to refuse. He quickly agreed. Fine, this wasn't part of the prince's plan, but it didn't bother him either. She was only needed to lure that guy out anyway. After some time had passed, Melon regained consciousness. She opened her eyes to see a pair of unfamiliar leather shoes and a wooden floor. "What's this? Where am I?" Javier seemed to have been waiting for Melon to wake up for quite a while. He crouched down in front of her. "You're awake." Only then did she realize her mouth was gagged. She thought to herself, "What's this? I was undergoing an evaluation." Melon tried to piece everything together in her head, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. "That kid, after I fought that little kid, I must have fainted." Next, Melon quietly used her magic to survey her surroundings, and the result surprised her even more. "I still haven't left the land of the dead. But how can there be people in the land of the dead?" But Javier's dirty hand touched Melon's thigh. He clicked his tongue and said, "A girl is so full of life, I really like it." Restrained, Melon struggled to fight back. Javier feigned ignorance. "I'm not sure what you're trying to say." Then he suddenly ripped the cloth gagging her mouth. At this, Melon glared, resolutely threatening the man before her. "Don't you dare touch me, you psycho. If you don't get your hands off me right now, I'll burn you to ashes." At the same time, Melon quietly chanted a spell. But suddenly her face turned pale. "My magic, it's not working." Sensing the situation was not good, Melon grew even more anxious. She tried to shout loudly. "I am a first-year student at Kizen and a member of the Ivory Tower. Melon Vanille. Do you even know what you're doing right now?" But Javier wasn't the least bit afraid. "Ah, no, actually." Next, he said something unimaginable. "I am a corpse that was owned by both Kizen and the Ivory Tower." Melon was horrified by his words and spat out, "What?" Melon's face grew paler and paler. Javier didn't mind explaining to her. "Unfortunately, this old man has no intention of profiting from a Kizen student. Besides, doing that to you would be a violation." He lifted Melon's chin and brought his face close. "You're going to become a high-grade corpse." Javier was triumphant about his plan. "If you're from the Ivory Tower, you must be the best material. You could become a skeleton mage or a banshee." He didn't know that 2 streaks of light had just flashed behind him. Outside the door, a dark figure was forcing its way in. Javier's brow furrowed. He raised a hand to block a few pieces of debris flying toward him. "Damn it, what was that?" That dark figure was Simon. Seeing him, Javier shouted in a fluster, "Who sent you?" But Simon had no intention of wasting words on him and just stared at Javier coldly. The aura emanating from Simon was so intense that Javier didn't dare to move forward. He stammered, "You?" Simon glanced behind him. He quietly checked on Melon's condition. When Simon didn't answer, he grew angry and repeated his earlier question. "Who are you?" But all Javier got in return was silence. Being ignored like this, Javier clearly had no intention of letting it go. He growled, "Why won't you answer?" This time Simon answered as Javier wished, but it was an answer with his fist. Seeing Simon flatten Javier with just a little bit of force, Melon suddenly felt a hint of fear. Simon paid no attention to his surroundings and resolutely taught Javier a lesson. Right now, in front of Melon's eyes, although she was a little scared, he was really cool. Javier was beaten until he coughed up blood. He crawled away miserably. "You bastard, how dare you?" Then Javier immediately counterattacked. He summoned 2 giant skeletons, but the result was no better. The sword in Simon's hand was enough to shatter them to pieces with just a few swings. Before Javier could even get up, he stared wide-eyed at the bone fragments falling in front of him. Seeing Simon slowly fly over, Javier struggled to chant a magic spell, but the healing effect was completely useless. Javier tried to find a way to turn the situation around, and his eyes scanned the sword in Simon's hand. Seeing that sword, Javier's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what did he do to that sword? It was a mistake to bring the flesh golem to Manus. Knowing there was no escape, Javier pushed himself up. He resented inwardly. "I can't believe I'm in this state in front of this little brat." Suddenly Javier's whole body stiffened. He kept making growling sounds in his throat. This moment, a few streams of saliva dribbled from the corner of Javier's mouth, and the veins on his neck bulged strangely. Next, a red monster sprouted from Javier's throat. It quickly extended outward. Melon was horrified by the sight before her. She didn't expect Javier to go this far. "He's insane." Simon looked really small, standing in front of the red monster that had grown from Javier's body. He was also quite surprised. What came out of that guy's body? But Simon quickly regained his composure. He turned his head and said to Melon, "Get back." Melon was in a pretty bad state right now. Nevertheless, she tried to remind Simon that it wasn't moving. Afraid he wouldn't hear, Melon tried to shout louder, "You don't need to fight it." But this was not enough to stop Simon's actions, and he had already quickly leapt up and slashed at that monster several times. Simon's gaze didn't waver in the slightest, and it probably wouldn't take much effort to deal with the thing in front of him. Then Simon gripped the sword in his hand tightly, concentrated all his magic power into the sword, and decisively delivered a fatal blow to the monster. Its body was immediately split in two. Javier, in his monster form, immediately widened his eyes. He growled in disbelief, but before Javier could say anything more, his entire monster body shattered into pieces. Javier cried out in pain. "What?" Melon was still dazed by the scene just now. Just then her body was lifted up. Before Melon could react, she was pulled by some force to Simon's side. After a moment, Melon's entire body was held in Simon's strong arms. Seeing her savior, Melon's eyes widened and she said hurriedly, "Thank you." Next, Simon soared into the air and he didn't answer coldly. Melon was embarrassed and could only say thank you. Once they reached a safe enough place, Simon put Melon down. He drew a magic circle with his sword to undo her restraints. These restraints were originally enchanted with a magic spell, but under Simon's blade they were fortunately released. After finishing his work, Simon put the sword behind his back. Melon looked at her hands in surprise and said in a small voice, "Thank you." Suddenly he pointed to one side. Melon stared blankly in the direction Simon was pointing. A light brown manhole cover appeared before her eyes. Melon still didn't understand his meaning. The sewer over there, but Simon didn't explain further, turned his head and walked straight away. Melon hurriedly stopped him. Wait, in front of the person who had saved her. She naturally felt shy. Melon expressed her sincerity. Thank you so much for saving me, but Simon still didn't answer. Seeing this, Melon grew even more anxious. She said with all her heart, I'm serious. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. If it's okay, I want to repay you. Seeing that the person in front of her still wouldn't turn his head, Melon was afraid Simon wouldn't believe her and had no choice but to introduce herself. I'm Melon Vanille, a Kizen student and a member of the Ivory Tower. I can give you anything you want, he cut her off coldly. There are 2 people lying down in the sewer. When Melon closed her mouth, Simon slowly continued, 1 woman and 1 man are unconscious and 1 was captured but escaped. Melon asked back in surprise. He escaped on his own? Then she let out a sigh of relief. Melon didn't seem to recognize the person in front of her yet. You mean Simon? That's a relief. Hearing her words, Simon's expression darkened and he immediately tried to leave. Melon was flustered and clenched her hands, her mind now in a state of great confusion. I can't just let him go like this. No, I have to at least find out something about him. In her haste, Melon couldn't think of anything and just spat out 1 word. Name? She regained her composure and pleaded earnestly with Simon, please tell me your name, please. Hearing her question, Simon also froze for a moment. He was lost in thought for a moment. Simon turned his head and looked at Melon. He briefly gave the pseudonym Payan, then afraid of being recognized by Melon, he quickly flew away and disappeared. Seeing him leave, Melon placed a hand on her chest and thought anxiously. A look of regret and anticipation flashed in her eyes. Melon quietly asked, can we meet again? In another corner of the land of the dead, Pierre playfully repeated Simon's pseudonym. Was it Payan? Simon, embarrassed, snapped. Shut up. Pierre asked again seriously. Why did you think of the name Payan? No, Simon replied, taking the mask off his face. I was going to say B. Simon recalled the situation just now. He had clearly been cornered, and if he had spoken any later it would have been useless. Pierre moved his face close to Simon's and laughed loudly. So you combined your name and my name? After this incident, Pierre had something to tease Simon about. He laughed until tears came to his eyes. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Seeing Pierre continue to laugh, Simon hurriedly changed the subject. So what do we do now? It's a relief we saved Melon, but as he said this, 2 words came to Simon's mind. War, as promised. Pierre took him to where the group he had captured was. Simon interrogated them. This person is a retired necromancer. Javier, are you running a large-scale corpse transportation business? Simon had changed back into his student uniform and stood before them with his hands on his hips. Have you seen a female student in a Kizen uniform? They immediately denied it. No, I haven't. Seeing that none of his comrades dared to speak, Manus bravely stepped forward and answered, Are you looking for that woman? I haven't seen her, but if she fell into Javier's hands she would have been taken to the camp. The mansion is closed off and it will soon become a battlefield. Hearing that, Simon continued to probe. A battlefield, what do you mean? But Manus suddenly clamped his mouth shut. I can't say. A moment later his face was swollen. Only then did Menson confess frankly. There are 2 ancient corpses in the land of the dead, called the Prince and Manus. Javier is cooperating with both of them. He struggled to recount Javier's conspiracy. He was using Manus to eliminate the prince, with the intention of eventually betraying Manus as well. His ultimate goal was the prince's crown. The more he listened, the more Simon's face furrowed. After a long interrogation, Pierre and Simon had figured out quite a lot. Pierre once again put the black armor on Simon's body and urged him, Hurry up, kid. The 2 rushed straight toward a huge flame. Pierre muttered, It seems the battle has begun. On the battlefield, skeletons were desperately fighting against corpses. At this time, numerous corpses were defeated by the skeletons, and the skeleton side seemed to have the upper hand. In another corner of the battlefield, giant red monsters were also gaining the upper hand against the corpses. The prince stood on high ground, observing the entire battle. He clenched his fingers tightly. Damn it, in such a disadvantageous situation, the prince was also a bit helpless. They are corpses with reinforced armor, specialized in dealing with other corpses. From behind him, a corpse subordinate came up and reported the situation. The prince replied coldly, I know. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and stared straight inside. There on a golden throne sat a completely decayed corpse. On that corpse's head was a large crown. Absolutely not. The prince's eyes were always focused on that crown. He vowed to himself, I must not lose the emperor's crown. The corpse subordinate growled from its throat. It seemed to want to say more, but the prince stopped it. Be quiet, Simon will be here soon. When he arrives, tie him up and throw him in the dungeon. He was quite confident in his plan. With that woman as a hostage, he won't dare to act rashly. The corpse subordinate immediately retreated on command. The corpse limped away and the prince once again carefully observed the battle. He was planning something that would allow the prince to obtain that crown. A red lightning bolt flashed across the deep red sky. The shining object fell on the high wall of the mansion at the same time. Manus was observing the battle from a distance. He thought to himself, thanks to that flesh golem, the situation has become more advantageous, but the ferocity of those corpses is still very dangerous. Then, Manus's golden sword, which had been stuck in the ground, suddenly emitted a strong energy. He pulled out the sword and resolutely slashed at the group of corpses. Wherever the blade reached, corpses fell. Javier's subordinates hurried over to flatter him. Daniel took the lead and said with admiration, "As expected, it's Lord Manus's turn. Truly impressive." Seeing them, Manus asked impatiently, "The battle has started. Where is Javier?" Daniel's voice hesitated. "It seems there's a small problem," he tried to reassure Manus. "He'll be back soon." Suddenly, a chill ran down Daniel's neck. It was Javier who had come. But his face was strangely emaciated. Javier gripped the necks of two of his subordinates and cruelly chanted a spell to drain their life force. Manus was quite surprised to see Javier's weakened state. He asked, "What happened?" After drying out the two unfortunate subordinates, Javier returned to his original form. He said, "It seems that guy will survive," Manus said, unable to understand. "But was it necessary to drain them? They're our subordinates." But Javier didn't care about that. "They were brought here for that purpose anyway. Sorry for being late," some guy interfered. Next he asked about the battle. "How's the situation?" Manus also got straight to the point. He looked into the distance. "The plan is going smoothly. The prince's barrier has been shaken." "When you spoke, Christ left immediately." At this moment Christ approached Manus's side. He emphasized to Javier, "Of course I have no intention of remaining as the second in command." Suddenly the massive Christ, who had been standing still, had his head cut off by something. It angrily turned its head to look. Its hideous face was now filled with rage, and the prince, the culprit of the attack, rushed before them. He ferociously attacked Christ, and its body was riddled with holes from the attack. Afterward Christ was instantly destroyed. It disappeared into the air in a flash. The prince raised his hand high and gave a command to the zombie army. "The time has come, advance." After giving the order, the prince warily looked ahead. He calculated in his mind, "There are 15 more units ahead." The skeleton army was still engrossed in battle, which was exactly what the prince wanted. "Get rid of that guy quickly." The prince's vision suddenly blurred and the ground beneath his feet also shook violently. The prince warily looked down where a golem was slowly rising. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Manus quickly swung his sword and cut off the prince's neck. Prince's eyes were filled with disbelief. He screamed as his head rolled away. "Damn it!" At Manus's motionless stance he angrily called his name. Manus. Just like when he had been beheaded by Simon before, a red lightning bolt struck the ground again. The prince was resurrected once more and he quickly jumped high, vowing to himself, "It's okay, I was careless just now and didn't use my black magic shield, that's why I got hit." Now the prince wrapped a black magic shield around his body. He confidently rushed toward Manus. "That guy won't be able to cut me now." But that didn't faze Manus in the slightest. As he swung the sword in his hand, the black magic shield the prince prided himself on naturally disappeared. He widened his eyes in surprise. The prince helplessly clutched his shoulder and knelt before Manus. Only then did he open his mouth. "Are you surprised?" Manus raised his sword to face level, from which a red aura emanated. "Decades ago I could never cut you in battle." The energy emanating from the sword immediately enveloped Manus's entire body. He opened his mouth. "But now I can do more than that. I've changed a lot since that defeat." At Manus's words the prince turned pale, and every single word seemed to pierce his ears. "I gave up my obsession with old magical knowledge and worked hard to learn new magical knowledge." Now complex patterns appeared on the blade of Manus's sword. He said proudly, "I've realized that ancient black magic is stronger than anything else." Unfazed by the prince's displeased expression, Manus continued to speak. "So I focused on strengthening my attack power based on the power of that black magic. And now look, your wound hasn't even healed yet." Then he thrust his sword forward and the purple aura around the sword turned a deep black. Manus was excited. "Now I can defeat you easily." But the prince wasn't going to go down easily either. He quickly regained his composure and rushed toward Manus. "Don't be arrogant, you just put a few scratches on my body." Seeing that the prince was not afraid, Manus immediately swung his sword and cut him. One of the prince's arms was immediately cut off, but his speed did not decrease. Then the prince leaped forward, attacking him with his good arm, but Manus also mercilessly swung his sword and cut off that arm as well. The prince widened his eyes in surprise. It turned out Javier was playing tricks behind the scenes. Manus sneered, "Your tactics haven't changed a bit in centuries." A red magic power enveloped the prince's body, and suddenly red roses bloomed from the torn wounds on his body. After a moment the prince's upper body had turned into a giant red rose. Javier boasted arrogantly, "You learned blood magic because your body is immune to curses." He looked at the result before him with satisfaction, his voice unable to hide its excitement. "And it seems to have succeeded. That guy isn't moving anymore." When the prince realized the answer, he cried out in pain, "You?" He struggled to control the magic that was trying to take over his body. The prince shouted in anger, "Javier, you traitor!" But a traitor like Javier would naturally not admit it. He sneered at the prince. "Whatever, call it a betrayal if you want. Actually, I was never on your side from the beginning. We were just in a business relationship." Manus approached the prince, aiming the sword in his hand. "You've wasted your life for this." After a moment the prince woke up in another room. He kept cursing in his mind, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." He had clearly been resurrected again. The prince helplessly kept thinking, "What should I do now? I only have 6 lives left. It's all because of them." The prince helplessly placed a hand on his forehead. He had too many enemies right now. "How can I destroy all those black magic golems and avoid their attacks? And Simon, I have to take care of this before he arrives." At this time a zombie subordinate came to where the prince was. It growled and reported. He was surprised, understood. "An intruder? I'm fighting Manus. What are you talking about?" But the zombie's long-winded words angered the prince. He raised his hand and struck it down. "If you keep talking, I'll die of a heart attack." Shut up. At this time a foot appeared from behind the dust. The owner of the foot opened his mouth. You're still so calm after going through so many difficulties? It turned out to be Simon. He never expected him to find his way to the prince's hiding place. He called out in a low voice, Prince. Seeing that Simon had found this place, he was stunned. Simon guessed, it looks like you still have a lot of lives left. His gaze suddenly became dangerous. Simon said to the prince in a dark voice, but how many lives do you have left? Facing him, the prince cried out resentfully, you just want my throne. But Simon resolutely denied it. No, Simon continued to state his position. I told you before I want you. The prince asked back suspiciously. What? At the prince's suspicious gaze, he patiently confirmed it once more. Join the Legion, don't you remember? But he waved his hand, trying to shoo away a guest. Get lost. I don't want to get involved with necromancers anymore. Simon still calmly asked, really? Then what will you do? Seeing that the prince couldn't answer for a moment, Simon sincerely persuaded him, if you return to the Legion and listen to me, I will lend you my power. But the prince was still stubborn. He threw a punch at Simon's face. Don't talk nonsense. The prince's stubbornness made Simon even more satisfied. He praised him inwardly. Good fighting skills. It's gotten even more interesting. He's still standing here, focusing on fighting me right now. Simon's eyes were filled with determination. He calculated in his mind, now is the right time. Simon immediately summoned bone tentacles. He held the prince's clenched fist and opened it, after which the bone tentacles continued to wrap around the prince's body. With his entire body firmly bound to the ground, the prince was completely subdued. Following that, Simon quickly raised his sword and rushed toward him, the tip of the blade aimed straight at the prince. As the cold sword pierced his body, a stream of black magic power immediately gushed out. The prince said with difficulty, it's over. For now, Simon had the upper hand, but in his heart, he had a slight admiration for the prince. What a strong will. Death did not come as the prince had expected. He looked at Simon in surprise. What are you doing now, me? He asked back with a question. What do you think I'm going to do? As soon as the words were finished, a stream of black magic power was completely sucked out by Simon. This is what I did. As the black aura was drawn out of the prince's body, his entire body suddenly became empty. Now only the prince's painful groans echoed in the space. After a moment he tiredly lowered his head. Simon coldly looked at the prince. I'll make you pay for daring to touch my friend. At Simon's aura that overwhelmed the entire space, he made a slight guess. Wait, you are? A trickle of blood flowed over the prince's lips. He gritted his teeth and asked, no way, wait, you are? But Simon had no intention of answering. Approached and placed a hand on the chest of the skeleton sitting on the golden throne. The prince cried out in horror, don't touch it, stop. No, Simon put on an unpleasant expression, a bit noisy. I'll leave the rest to you, Pierre. At this time, Pierre had already come out of his body and agreed. Got it. Pierre rushed in front of the zombies. He spread his arms to block them. Stop. Seeing that they had stopped, Pierre continued to threaten. Do you want to see your master die? But Pierre's actions only made the prince more bewildered. He urged, what are you doing? Just get rid of them. On the contrary, the prince loudly stopped Simon's actions. Stop, you bastard. Simon's eyes swept past the prince without a glance, and he cried out like a madman, get out of my mansion. But it was useless. He was still focused on his own business. The prince helplessly howled. Damn it. Simon coldly dispersed the power on that withered corpse. His intention was to threaten the prince with it. Suddenly, Simon stopped his hand. Small movement was heard from behind him. Unexpectedly, the prince's eyes had turned green again. He irritably threw off the red clothes and changed into softer blue clothes instead. As the prince helplessly looked at Simon, he laughed happily. Welcome to the Legion. Pierre, who was beside him, also chimed in. Once you join the Legion, you're always part of the Legion. The prince, who had been forced to join, was not in a good mood. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, you damn bastard. Simon playfully controlled the prince with his hand, making him walk toward him. All right, you want to keep fighting? Then if I die, you die too. He stomped his foot resentfully. Shut up, I know, but it couldn't be helped. As Simon shouted sternly, the prince's entire body had no choice but to stop. Stop. He crouched on the ground, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. This is really driving me crazy. I'm following that guy's orders now. Why his orders? Simon continued to say. Whether you like it or not, we're on the same side now. Simon's voice echoed above the prince's head. If you want to protect the crown, it seems we have to join forces. Tell me the current situation and I'll help you. But he still wouldn't listen obediently. Don't be ridiculous. Then the prince raised his head and 2 streams of sad tears flowed from his eye sockets. Help a monkey now that you forced me to join the Legion. Everything has gotten worse. Hearing that, Simon cried out in surprise. What? The prince was helplessly unable to explain clearly. He said in a low voice, look outside. Simon followed the prince's words and approached the wide-open window. He looked out curiously. Outside, the skeletons and zombies had stopped fighting, the prince explained. Because I joined the Legion, the connection between the crown and the zombies has gotten worse. On the contrary, the zombies began to bite their own kind. His voice echoed gloomily. This is the current situation. Now there's nothing that can control the army. Everything will be ruined. Having said this much, the prince lowered his face, an unconcealable despair in his eyes. Manus and Javier will arrive at the mansion before I can regain control. Simon quietly did not answer. He picked up the large crown and placed it on his head. Then Simon lifted it up again and asked, you were controlling the zombies with this, right? At this time, the prince felt a sense of foreboding. Hey, what are you trying to do? Simon's next action startled the prince. Are you crazy? Stop. A human won't be able to withstand it. But he did not stop his actions. Then is there any other way? Now, that large crown was placed on Simon's head. This is the only way. The magic power of the crown immediately took effect. Simon's eyes widened and his whole body was plunged into death, greed, and endless sorrow. Simon stepped back in surprise and the crown also fell to the ground because of him. From behind, the prince irritably crossed his arms. "I told you a human won't be able to withstand it." Simon picked up the crown again. He muttered, "So it was like this." The feeling just now gave Simon a new experience. He opened his mouth excitedly. "I think it's worth a try." The prince was startled. "What?" Then he asked Peer for help. Peer, do something, but he still stood there calmly. "I can't do anything, just watch." Seeing Simon's strange smiling face, Peer replied helplessly, "That guy is much more dangerous than Richard." Hearing that, the prince unknowingly went blank. His pupils contracted. More dangerous at this time. Simon, who was standing by the window, laughed strangely again. He held the crown in his hand and commanded, "Prince, let's go." Then Simon tilted his face to look at the prince, a dangerous aura on his face. "I'll show you how I win this battle." At the same time, on the battlefield, Manus looked at the horde of zombies and thought, "It seems something happened at the mansion." Javier confidently crossed his arms. He said triumphantly to Manus, "Winning is easy. How long have we been preparing for this war?" He still quietly did not answer. Javier looked anxious seeing that. "What are you doing? Now is our chance. We must secure victory." It turned out that Manus's gaze was completely captivated by the figure of Simon standing on top of the mansion. He opened his mouth. "Wait," seeing Simon holding the crown in his hand. Manus froze blankly. Was it because of that guy that the zombies went out of control? At this time, Javier also saw Simon. He cried out in astonishment, "Why is that bastard here?" Manus was surprised. "Do you know that guy?" Seeing that familiar figure, Javier asserted in a confident voice, "He's the guy who interfered with me just now." Above, he slowly took off his mask. Manus watched his every move intently and laughed loudly. Seeing Simon lift the crown, he began to take an interest in him. "How can such a young guy be stronger than you and the prince? Amazing." Suddenly, the red light in Manus's eye sockets grew larger, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. Before Manus's eyes, Simon casually placed the crown on his own head. His pupils immediately contracted, and the light in his eyes also gradually changed. Immediately after, Simon's eyes suddenly turned white, and his whole body unknowingly contorted. Seeing that Simon didn't stop, the prince rushed from behind, his voice full of worry. "What are you thinking? You said if the commander dies, I die too." "Peer, why aren't you stopping him? If this goes on, you'll die too." In contrast to the prince's anxiety, Peer was unusually calm. "There's no reason to stop him." He was surprised. "What?" Peer completely trusted Simon. He recalled their first meeting. "He is the person who successfully controlled me with just one attempt, after struggling with the crown's magic power for a long time." Simon sat on the ground and the strange magic power around Simon's body also disappeared. He returned to normal, but unconsciously an invisible magic power from Simon spread throughout the entire battlefield. The originally chaotic horde of zombies suddenly stood still. They had received their master's signal. A small light gradually appeared in their eye sockets and Simon majestically opened his mouth. Everyone, with an air of one who ruled the battle, he commanded the horde of undead below to follow him. Seeing that all preparations were complete, Simon also slowly descended. At this, the horde of undead stacked themselves layer by layer, forming a bridge for him to walk down. After surveying the tide of battle, Simon immediately began to execute his plan. As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped the sword in his hand and flew forward. Wherever Simon went, the horde of undead surged up to support his feet. Someone watching the scene began to feel fear. No, Javier's eyes were filled with an expression of disbelief and he struggled to open his mouth. "What on earth is this? This isn't the ability to control undead." Now, the horde of undead parted a path for Simon, leading him before a golem. Without him even needing to command an attack, they rushed toward the golem on their own. Seeing the golem tightly surrounded by the undead, Simon finally charged in. With a single brilliant display of swordsmanship, it was cut into several pieces. Simon felt a power boiling up from within his body. He commanded with excitement, and the horde of undead, receiving the command, quickly brought Simon before the other three golems. Just like the last one, he dealt with these with a single slash. A series of dazzling sword strikes flashed past the golems' necks. The giant bodies were dispatched instantly. One by one, Simon leisurely beheaded each golem. The path of his sword seemed endless. The more golems he dealt with, the wider the smile on his face became. Javier grew anxious seeing the massive damage to his side. He urged Manus, "Kill him, Manus, what are you just standing there for? Get that kid." But he did not follow Javier's words. Manus swung his sword and sent Javier's head flying. After the deed was done, Manus lowered his sword. He looked at Javier heartlessly. "I should have noticed from the beginning." His head rolled on the ground, its eyes still wide open. Manus said with contempt, "I finally realized you were using me." On the other side, the horde of undead continued to escort Simon, annihilating the golems. Finally, the undead horde stopped in front of Manus. He opened his mouth and called out, "Young prince." Manus looked at Simon favorably. He asked, probing Simon's identity, "What is your name?" Even facing an undead like Manus, Simon only coldly introduced himself as Simon Florentina. In the face of Simon's overwhelming presence, he maintained his composure and introduced himself. "I am Manus, a knight of the Tanhun Empire," and he raised his golden sword forward. Manus stated frankly, "My creed and reason for living is to take revenge on Kizen, so hand the crown over to me." Simon squatted down and laughed cheerfully, as if he had heard an amusing story. "No, that's none of my concern." Since Manus was being so frank, Simon also replied resolutely, without beating around the bush, "I've heard your story. You plan to control the undead of the land of the dead to get revenge on Kizen, right? Do you really think that's possible? Half of Simon's face was unknowingly shrouded in darkness, and he raised his voice to scoff. You can't even defeat Neptes. After a brief pause, Simon exposed all of Manus's wicked plans as if he could see right through the opponent before him. The truth is, all you want is to destroy that place, not restore justice or get revenge. How many people on this continent will die if your army attacks Kizen? The Tanhun Empire has already fallen then. Feigning regret, Simon looked at the hilt of his sword and said nonchalantly, if there was even the slightest chance your plan could succeed, I would gladly help. It might even have been a revolution, but to think you can defeat Kizen with just this army? You yourself know that's impossible. As he finished speaking, Simon looked down at the hilt Manus was gripping tightly and opened his mouth. In the end, everything you're doing is just to threaten the descendants of the Empire who live on, having forgotten their roots. A mocking expression spread across Simon's entire face. He directed his gaze upward. So what are your actions for? And Simon's voice suddenly became as hard as steel. He stabbed at the depths of Manus's heart. What you think is important, what you think is justice. Everything you are doing right now is simply meaningless. Then Simon straightened his body and came down to the ground opposite him. You're just causing chaos. Simon's words failed to enlighten Manus, and he questioned him like a madman. Then what about the souls of the innocent people who were sacrificed by Kizen? With what should I console them? Hearing that, Simon aimed the sharp tip of his sword at him, and his voice lowered. Then what do you think will happen to the innocent people who will be sacrificed in the chaos you create? Simon calmly aimed his sword at Manus. He stated his position resolutely. The only reason I'm fighting now is because I want to protect these people. Manus didn't want to speak any longer either. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Words are useless now. His back as he stood before Simon's army looked truly lonely. Manus thought to himself. The hand gripping his sword suddenly trembled. Manus himself couldn't understand why. Before his eyes, Simon's entire body was shining strangely. Manus shuddered at the look in Simon's eyes. Don't you think so too? But the battle was unavoidable. The horde of undead charged immediately. Manus also raised his sword high. For our empire, he powerfully carved a path for himself, his voice filled with the determination to claim the crown. On one side was a former swordsman of the Tanhun dynasty who had been through countless battles. On the other was a mindless horde of undead, their only advantage being their sheer numbers. Manus's eye socket was scratched and a few drops of bloody tears flowed from it. Seeing the blood, Manus's morale surged even higher. He cut down the undead horde one by one. Just then, Simon leapt down from a high place. He was determined to end everything in one blow. The terrifying power radiating from the attack unleashed itself in waves. But against this technique, the veteran Manus was still able to block it. The two swords clashed against each other. They were balanced in the middle. Another strange confidence appeared in Manus's eyes. He opened his mouth coldly. Necromancers are skilled in everything, and it seems they have no weaknesses, but they do have one weakness. Manus quickly neutralized Simon's attack. Simon also had to take a few steps back. The two faced each other, and Manus continued, his voice full of pride. Against a knight like me who has dedicated his soul and devoted his entire life to this one sword. Hearing that, Simon's gaze turned to the torn part of his clothes that had been cut by Manus. He decided to pause for a moment. Simon calmly looked at Manus. He couldn't hide his curiosity. All right, then let me ask one question. In front of Manus, Simon transformed into a black shadow with two terrifyingly shining eyes. Why are you so proud of yourself? Simon's actions were completely unexpected by Manus, and he shouted in surprise, You, how dare you? Only then did Simon retort, You're wrong. Simon arrogantly pointed straight at Manus's face, a bizarre smile on his own. A necromancer is not omnipotent, and Simon's entire body seemed to sink into an endless darkness. He replied arrogantly, It's just that I am strong. But just at that moment, Pierre suddenly stopped Simon's actions and shouted, Wait kid, stop. You can't control all these undead anymore. You've reached your limit. But Simon was already in a complete frenzy. He growled, and I'll just have to surpass it. Then Simon looked at Manus again. His voice echoed with authority. The undead horde immediately responded and rose up. Simon commanded, Kill him. Immediately, a countless army of undead rushed at Manus. He quickly raised his sword to block. In an instant, the dense horde of undead swallowed almost all of Manus's body. He floundered, How dare you? Before Manus could finish speaking, his entire body disappeared completely beneath the undead horde. Even the prince, who was watching from afar, couldn't believe it. He exclaimed in surprise, How can this be? The prince had to wrap his head around what was happening before his eyes. He struggled to connect the situation. The undead horde had become part of the legion, and their power was enhanced. Now the power of the undead army surpassed the prince's imagination. They could defeat the golems and sweep away the skeleton armies. He watched that imposing back. The prince was reluctant, but he had to admit that he could really use the crown. Simon's performance far exceeded Pierre's expectations. He praised him. Well done, kid. But Pierre suddenly had another thought. He said to Simon, But you shouldn't kill him like that. At those words, Simon went blank. Simon's gaze suddenly froze in midair. Pierre asked, What are you going to do? But Simon didn't answer, and Pierre immediately left his body. He was controlling so much that he couldn't think at all. If he continued, his mind would shatter. Pierre tried to take the crown off Simon's head, and he called out worriedly in a low voice, Kid? Pierre's gaze changed from surprise to horror, and he looked down in fear. Pierre couldn't remove it at all. He was startled and guessed, The crown, is it refusing to come off? Then Simon moved again. He spread his arms and rejected Pierre. So you're really serious? Suddenly a magic circle appeared on the ground. He quickly examined it. After a moment of inspection, Pierre was surprised to realize that what was before him was black magic. He saw Simon's outstretched hand and Pierre's mind was filled with questions. Wait, how does that kid know this magic? He's never learned it, nor has he ever encountered it. Impossible, this magic is, right now. Simon seemed to have turned into a different person. Pierre was so surprised he was speechless. The greatest terror of an era 100 years ago, and the symbol of necromancers. The strange actions of the undead made him even more concerned. Something suddenly came to Pierre's mind. Flower of the undead witch. Just then, Simon finally chanted the spell, corpse. Then he clenched his fist tightly, and blue veins bulged on the back of his hand. It flowed out of Simon's mouth in a low voice. Explosion! Then a giant pillar of light appeared on the ground and Pierre hurriedly stood in front of Simon to block it. The horde of undead gathered there were all sent flying, and one could tell the immense power of that pillar of light. The mansion's glass windows also shattered from the shockwave of the pillar of light. A voice burst out. He's crazy! The prince's face was filled with astonishment. He stared blankly at the pillar of light. That person, is he even human? But Simon was still standing calmly, not a single bit injured. The powerful pillar of light slowly disappeared, leaving a large, deep crater on the ground. In the middle of that crater a strange white object appeared. Pierre saw the scratch mark on the skull's eye socket and realized who it was. He nodded his head. So he protected his head with black magic in the end. Simon picked up the skull and he and Pierre observed it carefully. Pierre began to speak. It seems your ability to control the undead is fading. Although Simon had won, there was no sign of joy on his face at all. He showed a special respect for Manus. Rest in peace, sword saint, seeing Simon grieving. Pierre raised his hand and patted his back to comfort him. There, the crown lost its power and fell off on its own. Pierre looked at Simon with a puzzled expression. Are you okay? How did you cast corpse explosion? He answered vaguely. I don't really know either. Suddenly, Simon looked up at him and asked, Pierre, did I do well? He patted Simon hard and said, you reckless bastard, you did well. The prince was approaching from behind. Simon suddenly called his name. Prince. At this time, Simon was leaning tiredly in Pierre's arms and he said proudly to the prince, I told you so. The prince bit his lip and held his tongue. He too was probably shaken by Simon's ability. Simon's voice continued to echo, that I would definitely win. The prince didn't answer and just frowned slightly, his small face seeming to hold many thoughts. The prince's gaze turned to the ground and only his black shoes were visible on the old brick floor. The prince's memory returned to the very beginning, and back then another pair of black shoes had appeared in his field of vision. What are you doing here, kid? That person looked very much like Simon, but the only difference was that his face was flushed. He looked at the prince with curiosity. Are you cold? Two contrasting figures appeared in the pouring rain. A small child huddled up. In front of him stood a tall young man holding an umbrella. Only much later did the prince learn that he was Richard. Right now he was holding his hand out to the prince. If you have nothing to do, come follow me. Though he couldn't have known it then, Richard's handsome face was full of confidence. He smiled brightly. I guarantee it will be fun. Richard took the prince to meet Pierre and Jebbit. The two of them observed him carefully. The prince was still very shy back then. Since he only knew Richard, he would only hide behind his back, but soon the three of them were able to talk to each other. Pierre would tease the prince all day by lifting him up high, and then teased prince would run to Richard to tattle on him. At times like that, Richard would have to play the role of mediator between the two. In the prince's subconscious, the warm feeling of Richard patting his head still remained special. He always gave the prince the most gentle smile. That smile was like a brilliant sun shining on the prince's dark life. But one day he was no longer reflected in Richard's eyes. The prince could no longer receive that sun either. After that, Richard went mad, disbanded the Legion, and left with Simon's mother Anna. The flashback ended, and returning to reality, the prince still had a gloomy expression. The quiet space in the room was suddenly broken by a voice. It was Simon's voice. How annoying. As he groggily raised his body from the bed, Pierre was happy to see Simon had woken up. You woke up earlier than I expected, kid. With his hair disheveled, Simon looked dazed, like someone who had been asleep for a long time. Pierre, what's happening? Pierre hurriedly explained. What do you mean, what's happening? You annihilated Manus and his gang. You've been unconscious for an hour. At this information, Simon became even more dumbfounded. He was startled. I killed Manus, Pierre asserted in a confident voice. You killed Manus with corpse explosion. But Simon still didn't seem to have fully come to his senses, he said blankly. What? A drop of cold sweat ran down Pierre's face. You don't remember? Simon brushed back his messy hair. He struggled to think. I don't remember well. I only remember vaguely. Pierre was surprised by Simon's reaction. He unconsciously stepped back, his mind now constantly shouting. To use magic with only intuitive instinct, is this what people call talent? If so, people will now have to create a new word for it. Then Simon pressed his temples with his fingers. He explained hesitantly, I remember using the undead to surround Manus and then blowing them up with all my might, but I don't remember how I did it. Suddenly Simon pointed to the prince who was sitting quietly in a chair. I think I said something really cool when it was over. A look of helplessness appeared on Pierre's face. That's all you remember, you only remember the weird things. The prince raised a hand and rested his chin on it. He suddenly asked a question that was hard to understand. If you cannot remember what happened, what can you do? Following that, he nonchalantly told Simon the latter part of the story. I'll tell you. When you dropped the crown and no one could control the undead anymore, I put the crown on again. The prince's voice became strangely polite, although I hate to admit this. But you handle this crown much better than I do. If you want it back I won't stop you. Without a moment's hesitation Simon immediately refused. No, you keep it, I'm not using it again. Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise, while Pierre nodded and praised him. A wise choice. Seeing that Simon was having a hard time speaking, Pierre explained the situation at that time for him. He struggled to keep the crown on his head until then. But in the end he lost his ego because of the crown's power and himself. In the final moments his consciousness was almost out of control. At the prince's suspicious gaze Simon nodded as if to confirm his words. Pierre is right. Whether I handle the crown well or not, I won't use it again. As if to prove his point, Simon held out a trembling hand. Pierre, like a stimulant, continued for him. The more you use this crown, the deeper you will fall into its power. If you become too dependent on it, it will eventually swallow you. At this time Simon stood up, leaning on his knees, and answered, I'll think about using it when I become stronger. But the prince still didn't believe him and questioned, Are you really giving up even after using corpse explosion? Do you really not remember anything? Simon calmly retorted. I told you I don't remember. Then he lightly waved his finger in front of him, and Simon's eyes kept moving. I did this and this. The only thing I remember clearly is that the swordsman of the former dynasty went berserk. Pierre raised a finger to comfort him. You remember the most important part, that's it. But Simon was still listless. I'll think about the rest when I get back to the academy. At this time the prince had nothing more to say and the room fell silent again. Suddenly Simon screamed. The prince was startled along with him. You scared me. He scratched his head in a fluster. The performance evaluation. I have to get back to the academy quickly. I have to make an undead right now. Then Simon asked the prince for a favor. Prince, hurry. Then he frantically rummaged through his bag. The situation was so urgent that he poured the contents of his bag onto the ground. There are no materials. The prince said he was sorry. But seeing Simon lose his composure like that, a hint of a smile flashed in the prince's eyes. He really resembles him. Suddenly he looked at the withered corpse and thought to himself, but if Javier has already returned to Kizen, should I go there too? It would probably take about 2 years to move the main body, right? Simon interrupted his thoughts. Prince, as if reading the prince's mind, Simon said softly, You can stay here. Hearing that, the prince asked back in surprise. How really? Simon said as if it were a matter of course. You rule the land of the dead, right? Since you're the commander of the Undead Legion, this land has become mine as well. Then he made a suggestion to Pierre. It would be good to establish a general and build our own territory. What do you think? Thinking he had a point, he immediately agreed. Good. It's difficult for undead to enter ruins or subspaces. We can manage the dangerous elements for humans in the land of the dead. Simon put his hands on his hips and smiled triumphantly. More importantly, the prince can possess an undead's body as long as the necessary conditions are met. In other words, even if his main body is in the land of the dead, he can be summoned to Kizen. That's great. The prince's moved mood was ruined by Simon. He said in annoyance, Who decided without asking for my opinion? Hearing this, Simon looked at the prince and replied nonchalantly, The Undead Legion commander, of course. You're a Legion member too, don't you remember? Then he asked the prince seriously. Right, and one more thing, how many lives do you have? How many are left now? At Simon's question he scratched his head in a fluster. 9. I think I have 5 left now, but the prince quickly regained his composure and crossed his arms confidently. Don't worry, I can get all 9 back within a week. It doesn't take much time to gather 9 again. Simon nodded his head. All right, I understand. Then he and Pierre simultaneously gave the prince a thumbs up. Anyway, take good care of the land of the dead. The prince shouted in surprise. Wait a minute, are you really leaving just like that? What if I betray you? But Simon wasn't worried in the slightest. Betrayal, we've already formed a legion, no problem. At his fickle demeanor, the prince immediately complained, Pierre, how can you sign a contract with someone so laid back? Wait. Then the prince reached out and tore an ear off his main body and also took a finger. Then the prince placed the 2 things in his palm and seriously injected magic power. A moment later, a shining golden ring fell from his palm. Here, the prince pointed to it and explained its usage to Simon in detail. If you wear this ring on any finger and inject a little black magic, you can talk to me through this ring. At the same time, if you wear this ring and touch an undead's body, I can possess that undead's body. After finishing the explanation, he deliberately emphasized, Use it when you need to. Simon looked at him in front of him with tears in his eyes. Prince. Then he put the golden ring inside his jacket. I'll cherish it, the prince replied nonchalantly. Do so. Once the matter was settled, it was time for Simon to leave. He bent down and stroked the prince's soft hair. I'm going now, see you later. When he reached the door, Simon suddenly turned around. Right, prince? Hearing him call, the prince asked, What is it? A hint of anticipation flashed in Simon's eyes and he looked at the prince intently. Is there anything good in this castle to make an undead with? Thinking Simon's request was not too much, the prince immediately agreed. Take whatever you want. After waiting for a long time, Simon still didn't come. Melon couldn't hold back and complained to Cammy. Why is Simon so late? Then she muttered. Leon said Simon escaped on his own. Dick heard her words and rebuked her. You keep talking about Pion, but can we really trust him? At his attitude, Melon was furious and shouted, Of course he saved my life. He's the one who told me to go back to where you and Cammy are. Then Melon pointed at Dick's face. She said loudly, Who would have known you guys were under that sewer? It's certain that he saved us from that incredibly strong little zombie, Dick admitted with some displeasure, right? A moment later he asked her, But I have a few questions. You said Pion was holding the same sword as the skeleton we encountered in the mansion, right? At Dick's suspicion, Melon nodded her head. She agreed with his words in a small voice. Dick was still suspicious and immediately said, "But that skeleton attacked us." At this question, Melon replied with some confusion, "You must have misunderstood. It probably thought we were intruders." And Melon seemed to have realized something. She said loudly to Dick, "Hey, you're suspecting Pion right now." Dick immediately replied without hesitation, "Of course, there's no proof that he's on our side." Just then, Cammy interrupted their argument and opened her mouth. "I'm sorry." She hesitated and stated her guess. "Could that person named Pion be Simon?" Melon quickly refuted Cammy's words. "Absolutely not. There's no way Simon could be Pion." Dick disagreed with her. He said, "But the timing is about right." At the two's speculation, Melon was annoyed. She retorted angrily, "No, absolutely not, absolutely not." Then she said confidently, "His build and height are different and his voice is different. You guys felt it too. There's no way he could have those qualities Simon has." "What do you mean by those qualities?" Immediately, Cammy replied excitedly. "You know, polite, honest, sincere, kind, dignified, gentle, friendly, and sometimes very tough and passionate." When Melon and Dick showed no reaction, as if her story had nothing to do with them, she couldn't help but be flustered. Then Cammy asked Melon, "But what about it?" Melon replied slowly. "He doesn't have any of those qualities. He was extremely scary. Like." Then she, slowly grinding her teeth, described that face and said, "Like a tyrant." Hearing Melon's description, Cammy and Dick couldn't help but fall into thought. Dick had a disgusted expression and Cammy was very surprised. She exclaimed. After the surprise wore off, Cammy asked Melon again, "Those personalities you listed, Simon definitely doesn't have them." Hearing that, she replied confidently, Seeing this scene, Dick thought to himself, "But it's not like he completely lacks those personalities." Suddenly, Cammy turned her head. She exclaimed joyfully, "It's Simon." Not expecting this, Melon blurted out in surprise, "What?" From a distance, Simon was approaching them. He said politely as he walked over, "Sorry I'm late." Seeing him return safely, one of them replied happily, "Simon, I'm so glad you're not hurt." Immediately, a voice echoed, "Right, it's a real relief to see you're safe." After a while, when they had rested enough, he said to them, "Let's use this for our mission." As soon as the words were finished, Simon quickly took out the VG. One person saw it and was curious. "What's this?" he replied immediately. "It's a monster called a VG," Melon exclaimed in surprise. "Crazy, this is a high-grade undead material. Where did you get it?" Simon replied calmly. "From the basement of the mansion where I was trapped." Knowing that, Dick also couldn't help but praise him. "You were worried about the mission even while you were captured? That's really impressive." At the praise, Simon scratched his head and replied humbly, "I was just lucky." Then they said to each other, "Let's go submit it quickly." Then a unified voice echoed, "All right." When the matter was settled, they hurried away. In the classroom, the VG stood tall in a corner of the room. Its power made even Aaron exclaim in admiration, "A VG, not bad." And he observed the monster and asked, "Where did you find it?" Simon quickly replied, "In the basement of an old mansion on the outskirts of the land of the dead." Hearing the answer, Aaron nonchalantly said to his disciples, "There are still some useful things." Then he continued to ask, "Why is there no continuous control device? Tell me the reason." Dick immediately answered upon hearing those words, "Because of the characteristics of that area. We determined that it was a place where nothing decays." Not satisfied with this answer, Aaron questioned, "Why didn't you use the poison effect?" Melon replied calmly, "The VG is a nice attribute monster. We concluded that the infectious effect of the poison would be nullified." He was lost in thought for a moment, then asked again, "Who inspected the actomyosin complex?" Cammy saw it and hurriedly replied, "I did." After a moment, Aaron flipped through the ledger and said to them with regret, "It's a bit of a shame you couldn't make the most of the VG's racial characteristics. But it seems you did everything you could within your current abilities." Then he slowly added, "It seems a bit rushed, but thanks to the excellent material, the result is very good." Then Aaron calmly gave the final verdict, "Group 7A dismissed." Hearing those words, the entire group cheered. They said in unison, "Thank you, Professor." In contrast to their drastic reaction, he just calmly praised them. "Well done," he said frankly. "I believe you learned a lot through this mission. Some of you might be angry that I made you do something extremely terrible." After a brief pause, Aaron continued, "Or you might criticize my teachings as being outdated. After all, in this era, you can buy undead or skeletons very easily with just money. But here at Kizen," Aaron looked at each group member and urged them, "as elites in this field, you understand that roots and basic principles are more important than anything else. It is truly foolish to ignore tradition and origins in the name of practicality." At this point he said resolutely, "No matter how leafy a tree is, if its roots are rotten, it cannot withstand a storm." In front of the serious gazes of his disciples, Aaron reminded them, "Peace does not last forever. Those who cannot properly create a single undead on the battlefield do not deserve to call themselves necromancers." Then Aaron taught, lost in thought, "You must be able to formulate a calm and effective plan. If there are no corpses, bring them from a village destroyed by bombing and create your own army. If you lack an army, use the corpses of your comrades to achieve victory." After stating all his beliefs, Aaron concluded, "That is practicality, and that is a necromancer." Finally, he demanded of the students, "Bring all the undead you brought from the land of the dead, including the ones I didn't grade and failed here." As he finished speaking, everyone answered energetically, "Yes, Professor." Once the assigned task was finished, a student reported, "Professor, the numbers are all correct." Aaron replied nonchalantly. Understood. A moment later, Aaron stomped hard on the floor. He was giving a command to the undead. Immediately, the undead rose and rushed forward. The students were very interested in this sight, and someone exclaimed, "The professor is controlling them," another person said with admiration. As expected of the professor. Then Aaron slowly announced, "I have some bad news for you. The undead you brought from the land of the dead have side effects. When they leave the land of the dead, they will sometimes attack us violently." At this point his voice turned cold. First, Aaron explained to them, because controlling the current souls of the undead is beyond the student's abilities. Immediately he made a decision. "So I will take care of this matter." Seeing Aaron's reaction, Simon was surprised. A guess came to his mind. This is, at the same time, Aaron was giving the command to control the undead in the distance. Corpse, his voice lowered. He uttered the last two words in a steely voice. Explosion. As soon as Aaron finished speaking, an explosion occurred and red flames shot up into the sky as if to tear the space apart. Following this power, Ellen unconsciously let out a gasp of admiration. After a short while, Aaron asked his disciples loudly, "Isn't it beautiful?" Without waiting for their answer, he smiled and continued, "If you felt that way for even a moment," then Aaron quickly added, "then you have taken one step closer to the position of a necromancer." Hearing that, Simon smiled happily. After a long and productive day, the performance evaluation in the land of the dead was riskier than ever but ended safely. Because of that, by the end of the day, all the Class A students were exhausted. Everyone barely washed up and locked their doors to catch up on sleep in the dorms. Dick in particular was so tired he was dazed, unable to think of anything, as if his soul had left his body. But Simon was different. He was still tossing and turning with his own worries. In the dark night he reached out his hand as if to touch the gaseous membrane floating in the air. The more he looked at it, the more Simon fell into thought. The thoughts he wanted to bury deep down just poured out at this moment. He recalled that day. Pierre had told Simon that he had become able to use corpse explosion. But the memory of that day, the memory of Simon majestically wearing the crown with the undead by his side, came back to him. But he couldn't remember anything about it. But Simon was relieved that he did retain some memories. When he witnessed Professor Aaron's body engulfed in the explosion, Simon's entire body trembled. He remembered how he felt seeing that scene. It was as if Simon himself had created black magic once again. He sighed, thinking it was a shame. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single corpse around, so he couldn't try it even if he wanted to. Simon asked Dick, "Dick, what class do we have tomorrow?" Dick was tired but hadn't fallen asleep yet. He quickly answered, "I forgot. What class was it?" Dick hurriedly took out his notebook to check and realized, "We're screwed. Tomorrow afternoon we have a practical magic class with Class C." Realizing this cruel reality, Dick covered his sullen face with a book. He grumbled, "I'm in no condition for this. I'm going to make a fool of myself tomorrow." Simon just listened quietly and didn't answer him. He thought to himself, a joint class with Class C, that person is also in Class C. As he dwelled on that thought, the image of Saren, the orthodox successor of the ivory tower with an arrogant and confident face, slowly surfaced in Simon's mind. Simon lay motionless for a long time, lost in that thought. He kept repeating her name. It was as if Simon was reminding himself to engrave things related to her deep in his heart. The night passed and soon a new day dawned. Simon and his friend's afternoon class also began. During the break, Dick lay sprawled out on the green lawn without a care for his appearance. Not far from them, two students were talking about them. One of them asked, "I heard Class A went to the land of the dead." The person next to them replied contemptuously, "We've been there before too." Melon felt a little embarrassed hearing that. She bit her lip and couldn't say anything. A moment later, she angrily kicked Dick and said, "Hey, all the Class C guys are staring at us. This is the worst. Get up already." Then Melon approached Simon, linked arms with him and spoke. "By the way, Simon," Melon asked, blushing, "did you really not see Payan?" As soon as she finished speaking, Simon started coughing violently. Simon wiped the corner of his mouth and mumbled, "I don't really know. When I came to my senses, I was in the mansion's basement." Melon didn't believe him. She asked again, "Really?" Cammy, watching this scene, covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "Melon, you talked about him all day in the dorm yesterday, didn't you?" Cammy continued to tease her. "Is Payan that handsome?" "Of course." At Melon's words, Simon couldn't help but think to himself, "She says I'm handsome, but I had more than half of my face covered back then." Then Melon recalled, "When I was kidnapped and dragged into a carriage, he broke down the door and saved me. Then he taught that damned old man a painful lesson. He carried me out of there so easily." Melon clearly remembered the sweet words the man had said to her that day. "You don't have to worry about a thing, because I'll protect you here." He was holding her then, looking at her gently. Melon painted a romantic scene filled with longing. Her heart fluttered and felt tender. After hearing the whole story, both Melon and Cammy were captivated by it. Cammy exclaimed excitedly, "It's like something out of a fairy tale." Cammy quickly continued, Right, he's different from them." Simon remained calm. He muttered to himself, "Why is this so different from what I remember?" Pierre, seeing his reaction, quickly replied, "You've become quite famous, kid." Melon was still lost in that dreamlike scene, and the more she thought about it, the more her heart pounded. Suddenly, just then, Saren came running hurriedly towards her. She looked flustered, as if trying to announce something very important. Then she hugged Melon tightly and said cheerfully, "I missed you." Melon didn't give Saren a friendly look, frowning as she pushed her away. "You're gross, get away." Unfazed by her uncomfortable reaction, Saren continued to ask, "Are you okay?" I couldn't sleep because you were going to a dangerous place like the land of the dead." Despite her affectionate attitude, Melon still coldly pushed Saren away. She shouted, "Saren, you monkey, stop it, you're really gross." Saren couldn't dodge in time and fell onto the lawn. She spoke as if hurt, her eyes welling up with tears, looking deeply wounded. After a moment, Saren said slowly, "I just wanted to be friends with Melon." Melon paid no mind and retorted coldly, "That's ridiculous. How can you treat people like that? Don't play with people's feelings, okay?" Saren, feeling her distant attitude, was sad and didn't know what to do. A moment later, Melon pulled Cammy along and shouted, "Let's go, Cammy." She walked away without caring about the person behind her. Soon, Simon also left and walked toward Melon and Cammy. He intended to leave Saren some quiet space, but before he got far, Saren regained her composure. She arrogantly swept her hair back and snapped at Simon, "Are you just going to watch a girl fall and not help her up?" Hearing that, Simon had no choice but to go back and help Saren up. His two hands held hers tightly, helping her up bit by bit. Once it was done, she said cheerfully to Simon, "It's been a while since the survival evaluation on the island, hasn't it?" He nodded and replied, "Yeah." At that moment, his mind was screaming for help. Simon wanted to run away from there, but his thought was not realized. It was quickly shattered by a sly remark from Saren. "You haven't forgotten the debt you owe me, have you?" Before he knew it, she had moved closer to him and gently stroked Simon's chin. Saren said as if giving an order. As soon as she finished speaking, Assistant Brad's voice echoed, "Class is starting, Class A and Class C, everyone gather." Once all the students had gathered, Hongfeng announced, "Today we will learn a special skill. Since Class A and Class C are together, you will work in groups." Hearing that, Brad immediately started dividing them into groups. He pointed to the two students on the left and said, "You too." Then he continued to raise his hand, assigning others. Brad ordered that the two over there were also fine. When it was Simon's turn, after finding a suitable partner for him, Brad signaled to him. He said, "And you," but before Brad could finish his sentence, a feather flew to his neck. Saren's subtle suggestion was conveyed to Brad. He quickly understood the command. Brad pointed at her and said clearly, "You'll be a group with that kid." Saren heard this and pretended to know nothing. She gave a gentle smile and waved at Simon. Then she approached him and whispered, "Can't be helped." The assistant decided it. Simon showed no reaction. He stood there blankly and thought to himself, "So this is why Melon hates her." Melon, watching this scene, couldn't suppress her irritation. She crossed her arms and stared at them with a murderous glint in her eyes. Once everything was settled, Hongfeng continued, "All right, everyone has found a partner, right? Then let's start warming up." The students quickly followed the instructions. Simon was also practicing diligently with Saren. Suddenly she asked, "How are Pier and Jebbit?" Simon replied dryly, "Can we talk about something else?" Hearing that, Saren asked back, "Then what do you want to talk about?" He, slightly flustered, revealed his curiosity. "I don't understand why you're so obsessed with Melon," she replied while practicing. "It's only natural to want to get close to someone from the ivory tower abroad." Simon retorted, "Melon only thinks of you as a competitor." Saren nonchalantly said that was just Melon's opinion, not hers. Then Saren talked about her childhood. She said she was just an adopted daughter, not related by blood to the master of the ivory tower's family. Back then she had to endure a lot of gossip, words like "the adopted kid," "who brought her here." The sadness didn't end there. She added, "From the very first day the master of the ivory tower brought me, I had to endure criticism and contempt." But one day a light came to Saren. Saren smiled and said to Simon, "Back then the only person who reached out to me was Melon." Revealing her inner thoughts, Saren, looking slightly sad, slowly confessed to Simon, "Melon was someone that I, just a guest of the ivory tower, couldn't dare to approach." Saren recalled how close the two of them were as children and said in a sad voice, "But she took care of me and played with me, saying we were friends of the same age." She lowered her voice and added, "Even though she knew I went there to become her rival." Then Saren confessed frankly to Simon, "But honestly, it's still a sweet memory for me." She closed her eyes tightly and said bitterly, "But as time went on, after a moment, Saren gathered her courage and continued, Melon started to believe that I was just playing pranks and trying to trap her." Thinking this far, Saren shook her head bitterly and said to Simon, "I couldn't help it. My abilities are like that and I'm always misunderstood because of what I do." Simon became curious after hearing that. He asked her in a gentle voice, "Why didn't you clear up the misunderstanding?" Saren smiled bitterly and opened her mouth. "You know it's not that easy." Then she looked at Simon. Smiling brightly, she said, "Melon's desperate efforts to catch up to me were just so cute that I thought it was better to leave things as they were." Hearing that, Simon cursed inwardly. What a terrible personality. Just then Hongfeng's voice echoed again. "All right, focus on the next stretching exercise." As soon as she finished speaking, she bent down, lifted Brad, and didn't forget to explain to the students, "This position relaxes the back muscles." Simon and Saren quickly followed suit. He bent down with precise movements and lifted her easily. Saren closed her eyes tightly and enjoyed the comfortable feeling. At that moment she couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Simon quietly reminded her, "Hey, stop making weird noises." Saren noticed and replied, "Sorry, it was so comfortable I couldn't help it." Then Saren playfully said to Simon, "This time it's my turn to make you feel good, Simon." Hearing that, he didn't know what to do and said in a fluster, "Please don't say things that could be misunderstood." Before the joke was over, Saren quickly switched positions. She tried to concentrate to lift Simon, But even though her body trembled and she struggled to muster her inner strength, she only managed to achieve a fraction of the standard. Simon watched this and evaluated inwardly. It seems people from the ivory tower all have bad motor skills. After a moment they paused. Saren wiped her sweat and asked him, "How was it? Was it good?" Simon pretended and answered, "Yeah." Then Simon lifted her onto his back again. Saren cheerfully spoke, "Can I choose the topic of conversation now?" He answered without hesitation, "Do as you please." After a moment, Saren asked him a question. "Have you ever thought about where you want to work after graduating from the 3rd year?" Hearing that, Simon repeated her words, "Future hopes." Then he said honestly, "Actually, I haven't thought about it yet." At that, she jumped off his back. Saren continued to ask, "Simon, then how about a goal like this?" Before Simon could even wait, she quickly added, "The position of the next head of the ivory tower." Simon, understanding Saren's intention, answered calmly, "Even if you are the official successor of the ivory tower, you don't have the right to hand that position over to a stranger." Saren, as if she had expected his reaction, calmly continued, "Then think of it this way." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her head towards Simon. Saren said gently, "Marrying the successor of the ivory tower." In front of a bewildered Simon, Saren slowly added, "After marriage I will step back and change my position to the mistress of the ivory tower." Then she moved closer to Simon. She said arrogantly yet alluringly, "Then the person above me, the master of the ivory tower, will naturally become you." After digesting the proposal, Simon shook his head. He calmly refuted, "In that case, the master of the ivory tower would be a position with a title but no substance." Hearing that, Saren continued, "And become a figurehead." I gathered my courage to ask, "And this is how you see it?" Contrary to her confident attitude, she thought to herself, "The important thing isn't the position of the master of the ivory tower but that you get me. How annoying. Do I really have to lower myself this much to win someone's heart?" Saren, not getting a satisfactory answer, calculated inwardly. "Should I attach a few feathers?" While Saren was hesitating, Simon suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder. He said in a low voice, "Saren." Seeing his face come close, she blushed and answered Simon in a fluster, "Yes." Quickly, Simon shattered her maidenly dream. He quietly informed her, "Let's start stretching. That assistant has been watching us from behind for a while now." She woke from her dream and answered him with a word. They quickly started stretching, performing the movements as required. Hong Feng's even voice echoed again, "Take a deep breath." Then she demonstrated a new movement. Hong Feng demonstrated and shouted, "Next, hold on tight." A moment later, Hong Feng cooperated with the assistant to demonstrate another movement. She taught the students how to do it. While holding on, extend your body forward. In front of this movement, Simon and Saren were a bit flustered. Because she was wearing a short skirt, this exercise didn't seem appropriate. Simon quickly took off his jacket. He said to Saren, "Wait a moment." Then he hurried over to her. In front of a bewildered her, Simon without hesitation covered Saren's legs with his jacket. After finishing, he asked her, "Is this okay if it's uncomfortable?" Before he could finish his sentence, Saren opened her mouth. "Thank you, let's try it." Seeing that she was more comfortable, Simon also quickly got into position. He requested, "I'll pull first." As soon as the stretching began, Saren couldn't bear it. She grumbled uncomfortably, "It hurts." Simon encouraged her and explained, "This is how you normally stretch." It hurt so much that Saren teared up and wanted to cry. She said with a choked voice, "It's my first time, so be gentle." Hearing her words, Simon made a face mixed with disgust and bewilderment. After a moment he replied, "Got it." Then the two tried to cooperate to perform this movement quickly and comfortably. As she gradually got used to the rhythm, Saren spoke to him. "Pier's ability is very useful. Have you ever used it for any strange purposes?" Simon vaguely asked her back. "Strange ones?" Saren smiled and explained, "Like making someone into a classmate." Simon was flustered by her words and didn't know how to respond. Saren saw his reaction and was convinced her thoughts were correct. She exclaimed, "Really?" Right after that, Saren burst into laughter. She couldn't control herself and teased Simon. Simon's face turned red as he retorted, "Don't misunderstand. Pier did it on his own." Saren laughed and said, "I'll believe you." How funny. These words made Simon even more flustered. He retorted, "You don't sound like you believe me at all, indeed." Saren said that but still didn't believe him. She laughed, holding her stomach until she was exhausted. After all the training was finished, Hong Feng stood up, smiled, and announced to the students, "That's it for the warm-up now. We'll begin the main activity for today's class." Hong Feng placed a hand on a rock and said, "The skill we will be learning this time is an advanced application of inner jet control." As she finished speaking, a dark aura emanated from Hong Feng's entire body. She slowly added, "Its name is Jet Release." Then, as if worried she would scare the students, she encouraged them. "It's not that difficult," Hong Feng explained to them. "You just have to double your current concentration of black magic inner jet control." She added, "If you do that, your organs and blood vessels will burst and you will lose your life." Hearing that, some were shocked at the mention of their blood vessels bursting, some didn't believe it, but Hong Feng's voice echoed again, "That's why you have to release the black magic out of your body." Immediately, she released her black magic energy. A dark aura then took over the space. The black aura swirled around Hong Feng's body. She was not the least bit afraid and taught calmly. "Like this," Hong Feng continued, "with this skill, you will be able to easily defeat opponents bigger and stronger than you with martial arts." As soon as she finished speaking, she resolutely threw a punch at a huge rock. With a mind-numbing explosion, the towering rock was instantly shattered into pieces and scattered high into the sky. The students watching this scene from a distance couldn't help but be amazed. They cheered in excitement. Once it was done, Hongfeng felt refreshed. She smiled and asked the students, "Easy, right?" A moment later, she had them practice. She loudly reminded them, "Since you are just starting to learn, when you release your black magic inner jet, your friend in the same group will activate the expulsion magic circle on your back." She watched and guided them. "Ideally, you should handle everything as you wish, but since this is still the initial stage, focus on strengthening your black magic inner jet control first." At that time, on Simon's side, Saren was activating the expulsion magic circle on his back, and his face was contorted in pain. His whole body was now covered in a blue aura. Simon closed his eyes tightly and tried to endure the pain. After a moment, as if reaching his limit, Simon couldn't hold back a scream and let out a painful groan. Seeing that, Saren tried to hurry the activation. She encouraged him, "I'll help you release it." As more and more black magic was released, even covering the area around her, Saren couldn't help but cry out. She exclaimed in admiration at the swirling energy. "What immense black magic," Simon said to her in an exhausted voice. "I've only doubled the magic core's consumption, not tripled it yet." Saren quickly replied, "It seems it will be difficult to control this explosive black magic." From a distance, Hector watched Simon and Saren's every move with a triumphant smile. He muttered to himself, "A guy like you can't switch your black magic inner jet easily. Even I had to train continuously for years to master this skill." At the same time, on Simon's side, both he and Saren were struggling. But after a moment, Simon knelt on the lawn and the pain tore his body to shreds more and more. Simon bitterly muttered to himself, "I can't even last 5 seconds after activating the magic core." Regaining his composure, he stood up and asked Saren, "Do you want to try it this time?" She quickly refused. "No thanks, I won't be able to use this crazy skill even if I learn it." She looked at Melon and Cammy practicing, then slowly spoke to Simon instead. After a moment, Saren smiled and said to him again, "Do you want to try one more time? This time, I'll do it my way." Simon was surprised to hear that and asked back, "Your way?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Saren leapt up and numerous feathers flew from her body. The feathers flew gently and landed softly on the green lawn. Saren picked up 2 feathers and said hesitantly, "This one or that one?" Simon saw it and asked her, "You're not thinking of using your special ability on me, are you?" Saren pretended not to hear him and continued with her work. After a moment, Saren let out a cheer. She exclaimed, "Found it. Come here." She stood up and spread her arms and countless feathers swirled around her in a circle. Simon was bewildered and asked loudly, "Saren, wait, what are you trying to do?" She paid no mind to his reaction, brought the feather close to him and hissed quietly, "Be quiet." Soon it brushed past Simon's face. Bubbles gradually appeared. Gradually, more and more bubbles appeared, covering almost half of Simon's face. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Soon he found the answer himself. Simon said in surprise, "This is a sleeping agent." Saren smiled and replied, "It's harmless. Turn around again like before." Hearing that, Simon quickly followed her instructions. He had no clue what the next step would be. After a moment, Saren looked at him gently, her eyes revealing a lovely expression full of affection. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Simon's body from behind. He had no time to react to this action at all. He called her name loudly as if hoping Saren would come to her senses and stop this crazy act. Saren was not the least bit fazed and calmly said to Simon, "Look ahead." Looking straight ahead, Simon was extremely horrified. His 2 eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, Simon was standing in the middle of a pure white space with no people or sounds around him. After a moment, when he realized his situation, Saren opened her mouth. "You can do it this way, right?" Simon still stared blankly into the void, and perhaps this was something beyond his expectations. He described the quiet space around him in 2 words, absolute silence. The flow of black magic once again enveloped Simon's body in layers. The silence amplified all his senses. Simon could feel his body and the chillingly clear flow of black magic. And Saren's presence suddenly. Saren's voice rang out, "Shall we start?" As soon as the words were finished, they began the process of activating the core twice and opening up Simon's energy. Simon gritted his teeth, his pupils now burning with an intense flame of determination. Then he accepted Saren's attack with all his might, gradually surpassing his own limits. Saren's voice echoed again, "I'll use weakening magic to push the black magic out until it's balanced, so focus." Simon uncomfortably groaned inwardly, "My whole body is hot, every cell is craving for power." After a moment of effort, suddenly, the black magic within him fiercely erupted and shot up into the blue sky. Saren tightened her arms and hugged Simon, helping him to exert his ability to the fullest. He reassured her, "It's almost done, don't stop, keep going." After a moment, Saren was quickly pushed back. Simon's black magic flow had become more intense than ever, so she could no longer hold him. In an instant, Simon shouted, and his entire body was now surrounded by a fierce black sea. Simon had succeeded in controlling his energy. He happily informed Saren, "We did it, we succeeded." Saren. When she didn't answer, he anxiously turned his head and called her, "Saren." Saren was lost in thought at that moment, and she lowered her head slightly and replied softly, "Congratulations, Simon." An intense black magic now emanated from Simon's body, shaking the entire space. Having succeeded in controlling them, Simon joyfully informed Saren, "We did it, we did it." Saren, she smiled and replied, "You've succeeded in controlling your black magic inner jet. Congratulations, Simon." Simon held that power in his hand and let it flow freely between his fingers. He couldn't help but feel extreme pride and happiness. Watching this scene, Hongfeng was slightly surprised. She rested her chin on her hand and evaluated him seriously. Then Hongfeng cheered in delight. She concluded, This is Simon's development. The other students who had been watching until now also began to whisper. One person said in surprise, "He succeeded," another person asserted. "Is that what it looks like?" As expected of the top of the special admission class, although she had helped Simon, Saren couldn't help but feel proud of him. She looked at him with affectionate eyes and suggested, "Can I add a ray of light here, huh?" Simon was slightly flustered to hear that, but quickly replied to her, "Yes, thank you." Riding the momentum, Saren suggested, "If I collect 10 such rays of light, can we use them together for one wish?" Seeing that, a look of bewilderment was evident on Simon's face. He asked probingly, "Is it something like a coffee discount coupon?" After finishing the final training activity, they happily left, but they didn't know that someone was always watching them with annoyance, especially Hector, who gritted his teeth and said to himself, "Simon Florentina," Hector thought with frustration. "To fully control the black magic inner jet, I had to struggle for a year to master it, but in just one class," Melon read his mind. She said to him with displeasure, "I'm warning you to stay away from that woman. She'll use and hypnotize others." Hector raised his voice and shouted, "How long are you going to ridicule me?" After reading his thoughts, she said with even more contempt, "Pretending to fall into her trap is because you're a man and you look really conceited." The flames of hatred within them burned more fiercely with each passing day, and both of them stared intently at their main target, Simon. They looked at each other at the same time, and the gazes of both sides were filled with the flames of war. After staring for a long time, Melon shouted in annoyance, "What are you looking at?" Hector was not to be outdone. "Don't you think of looking somewhere else?" Since neither of them was willing to back down, it wasn't long before they turned and left, unable to swallow their anger. After a moment, Hongfeng called the students. She said, "All right, stop and gather here." Then she placed her hands on her hips, smiled and said, "Don't worry if you're having trouble with black magic inner jet control. It's natural not to be able to control it right away. To control the black magic inner jet, it's important to practice consistently." Having said this much, Hongfeng turned to Simon and asked for his opinion. "It seems this is the first time Simon has tried to control the black magic inner jet. How was it?" Simon quickly replied, "It's a good thing to gain power in a short time. It seems to consume a lot of black magic and tire the body." Hearing that, she nodded and said, "Black magic inner jet control is used as a primary weapon. If you can't control it, you'll fail. Because of the inefficiency of control, it's rarely used as a primary skill even among experienced necromancers." Then Hongfeng informed the students of other news. "Now that you've all learned, I've prepared a fun event for you." Dick heard that and said gloomily, "Are you going to make us ride a hippopotamus on one foot?" Cammy followed up in a fluster. "It might be climbing a mountain with sandbags." A moment later, Brad succeeded in taking a ball out of the space. He handed it to Hongfeng and said, "Here you are, Professor." She received it and replied politely, "Thank you." With the ball in her hand, Hongfeng said to the young students, "Everyone, how about a dodgeball match between Class A and Class C?" As soon as her words were finished, a murmur was heard again. One person let out a sigh of relief. "If it's dodgeball, we don't have to worry." Another person said cheerfully, "We just can't use illusions, right? This will be fun." Dick was no less excited and shouted, "All right, as long as it's not riding a hippopotamus." Cammy, who was beside him, said happily, "This will be fun." Hongfeng held the ball up high. She said slowly, "Of course it wouldn't be fun if we did it normally, right?" As soon as the words were finished, she resolutely threw it far away. Then she said to the students, "This ball has been enhanced with black magic. Wherever you throw it, it will fly to someone with a core." Immediately, the ball that had been thrown far away quickly moved back toward her. Brad caught it without any difficulty or hesitation. Seeing that, Hongfeng added, "In other words, you can't dodge, you can only attack and defend." DM raised her hand. She was curious. "Can we use black magic?" Hongfeng quickly replied, "Of course," she continued to explain. "You can use black magic to enhance yourself, your allies, or the ball, but you must not affect the opposing team. Illusion skills are also forbidden, and if you break the rules, you will be eliminated immediately." Cindy heard that and was so flustered she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. After finishing the explanation, Hongfeng added about the rewards and punishments. 10 people per team, it's a best of 3. The winning team will be rewarded with delicious food and the losing team will have to eat stamina-boosting dumplings and watch. At these words, the members quickly called their teammates. Jam shouted loudly, "Class A, gather up." A student from the other class also shouted loudly to gather his friends. "Class C is here." At the same time, Class A was having a heated argument. "This isn't just about food, it's a matter of pride. It's a chance to show Class A that the reason they can be arrogant and conceited is because the vice principal teaches them." Simon thought helplessly. What did we do? While he was dazed, Melon grabbed Simon's arm and dragged him away. Seeing that, his head became a little fuzzy. He quietly called her name as if he didn't understand. "Melon." Melon turned around and said to Simon, "The captains of Class A and Class C will make a plan." He heard that and replied in agreement. "All right." Not long after, the assistant announced, "Let the game begin. Team 1 of Class A, Team 1 of Class C, step forward." The students quickly moved as instructed. Team 1 of Class A stood neatly on one side. They were all ready to play. Team 1 of Class C stood on the opposite side. Their momentum was not inferior to their opponents. Dick exclaimed in admiration. "All right, Saren is coming out first." Melon saw it and asked curiously, "What's so exciting?" He explained to her, "It's a best of 3, so the weakest of our teams will face Saren, the strongest in Class C. The other 2 teams can handle it." Melon shouted unpleasantly upon hearing this. "Why are we the weakest?" Seeing her reaction, Dick asked a question that left Melon speechless. Do you know anything about black magic enhancement? He added. If you can't burn Class C with black flames, it will be difficult for you to stand out in this game, Melon retorted without backing down. Shut up, we'll win. Seeing her optimistic attitude, Dick praised her. Yeah, regardless of the result, your attitude is commendable. Suddenly, not far from them, Saren smiled, waved her hand, and called Melon's name. What caught Melon's eye the most was not her smile, but Simon's jacket tied to the waist of Saren's skirt. Melon clenched her fists. She stared straight at her, filled with rage. She gritted her teeth and asserted, "You're really dead to me today." To decide which side would get the ball first, Brad used the coin toss rule. Immediately, the coin was tossed into the air. He caught it neatly, then quickly hid the coin in his palm, and then Brad looked at Melon and Saren. He asked, "Heads, tails, which will you choose?" Immediately, Melon hurriedly took the right to answer first. She said resolutely, "Heads." Saren saw that, smiled, and followed up, "Then I'll choose tails," seeing that the core members of both teams had made their choices. This time, Brad informed them, "Since you chose heads, Class A will get the ball first." Melon heard that and clenched both her fists, and her momentum rose, unable to help but let out an exclamation. "All right." In front of Melon's drastic reaction, Saren was not the least bit fazed. She calmly swept her bangs back and said, "Cute, do you want to win that badly?" Melon gave a sarcastic smile and retorted to Saren, "At least now I have a chance to hit you without any repercussions. That alone is enough to make me happy." Their fiery scene was quickly cut short by the sound of Brad's whistle. He was raising his hand to signal the start of the game. Seeing that, both teams quickly got into formation. Melon instructed her friends, "Cast the enhancement magic, hurry." Hearing that, Dick smiled, took the ball from her, and said, all right, I'll do as you say." Then he asked probingly, "You know that using magic on the opposing team is an immediate disqualification, right?" Cammy quickly replied, "I know." Then Dick held the ball far away, moved, and informed his teammates, "I'm throwing it now." At the same time, Melon immediately cast a spell, releasing black magic from her body. She chanted jet release and stomped hard on the ground. A current of black magic instantly spread around Melon's feet more and more. Soon, Melon soared into the air. She was ready to catch and throw the ball. As soon as she caught the ball, she immediately created a firebolt, unleashing a fierce red flame from her hand. Melon threw the ball far, furrowed her brow, and shouted loudly, "Firebolt!" Immediately, the ball flew like a rocket, its entire body covered in a terrifying red color. The ball flew straight towards Saren. She also raised her head to observe the ball's movement. Soon the ball was close to her. The ball's momentum, like its owner's current feelings, grew more and more ferocious. But Saren wasn't the least bit afraid. She watched calmly as she had someone to block for her. That friend couldn't dodge and was immediately knocked away painfully by the ball's fierce momentum. The ball, having completed its mission, rolled a few times and stopped completely. That friend was spread-eagled on the ground, looking miserable. Seeing her success, Melon slowly descended. Her expression at that moment was truly arrogant, and she gasped for breath as if to replenish the energy she had just consumed. Simon, Cammy, and Melon's other classmates, seeing this scene, couldn't stop cheering and praised her in unison. "Well done, Melon." After recovering her strength for a moment, Melon regained her energy. She said triumphantly to them, "See, I told you I could win without enhancement magic." Dick stood opposite her, clapping his hands and teasing Melon. Yeah, you're the best." Unable to stand Dick's playful attitude, Melon immediately threw a kick, accurately hitting his chest. Simon watched them from a distance, ignored this fight, and continued to cheer for her. "Go, Melon." But afraid that Melon wouldn't hear, he shouted louder and louder, "That was cool, well done." Hearing that, Melon closed her eyes and savored the feeling of happiness. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on her face. Soon, Assistant Brad's voice echoed again. "Next, it's Class C's turn to attack." Ella was already in a ready stance. She looked straight at the opposing team, showing that she was ready to act at any moment. At that time, Melon didn't stand still either. She commanded her friends with all her might, "You guys go forward." Then Ella started to throw the ball, and she shouted with momentum, but the ball didn't fly straight towards the opponents. It flew towards their rear. Seeing that, Sam sneered, "Where are you throwing?" Suddenly, at his most unguarded moment, the ball came back towards Sam. It hit him squarely on the head, making a huge sound. Sam screamed in pain. Melon saw his carelessness and raised her voice to warn him loudly. "Hey!" Before Sam could react, she unleashed a barrage of anger. "Didn't you hear the professor? No matter how far you throw it, the ball will fly to someone with a core." He heard that and answered in embarrassment, "Sorry." From a distance, Saren still calmly observed Melon's team as if everything was in her hands. She stared blankly at Saren like that, looking like a mysterious young lady. Meanwhile, on Melon's side, she threw the ball to Dick and instructed him. "Dick, cast the enhancement magic one more time." Dick answered, slightly bewildered, "All right." As soon as the words were finished, anger welled up in Melon's heart and her face darkened. She thought of Saren inwardly and was resentful. Melon quickly continued with the next round. She resolutely threw the ball straight at the opponent and raised her voice. "Firebolt!" Immediately, one person was hit. She continued to act, and the shout "Firebolt" echoed again, and with it another target fell. Without giving the opponent a chance to counterattack, Melon threw another firebolt, making the opponent stumble. With him, a red light flashed and a terrifyingly loud sound echoed as if trying to take over the space. The attacked opponent was spread-eagled on the ground with a feather on his shoulder. He looked miserable now. After finishing this series of movements, Melon gritted her teeth and gave Saren a furious look. Saren didn't avoid the look and let out a whimper, but her face showed no sign of sadness. Melon wiped her sweat, looked at Saren angrily, and thought to herself, "How annoying." She stared with murderous eyes at Simon's jacket tied to Saren's skirt. The more she saw her arrogant attitude, the more Melon gritted her teeth. she thought to herself. I want to tear that girl to shreds. Next, Saren blankly watched her teammates fall one by one to Melon's flames. Soon they were escorted away one by one to rest. Michael, who was watching them, stood next to her. He couldn't help but let out a cry of admiration. Then he said to Saren in confusion, Saren, I told you not to use Hardy as a shield, he's an important supporter. Hearing that, she replied nonchalantly, just attack. Seeing that she didn't care about her teammate at all, Michael left and slowly picked up the ball. He held the ball in his hand, frowned, and grumbled inwardly. I have to be the captain and deal with an unpredictable princess. Then Michael annoyingly threw the ball far away, sighing inwardly, this is so tiring, I'm going to die. At that moment Dick was still in a daze and he couldn't dodge and was hit squarely by the ball. Immediately, Dick rolled on the floor and he couldn't hold back a groan of pain. Melon saw it and scolded him annoyingly. You idiot, why couldn't you catch that? Dick couldn't say anything but groan in pain. He cried out, it hurts so much. Melon grew even angrier hearing that. She questioned him, so what? Dick leaned away from Melon. He pleaded, let me rest for a while. Seeing this scene, Michael admired. Come to think of it, Dick is from the Ivory Tower too. He was lost in thought and compared inwardly. They're both from the Ivory Tower, but their momentum is completely different. Thinking this far, Michael turned his body and looked at where Saren was standing. Then he came to a conclusion. It's better to be arrogantly ordering people around than Melon. After a while, when everything had settled down, Melon picked up the ball. She said arrogantly, still I have to avenge my comrade, right? Then she pointed straight at Saren and shouted loudly, how long are you going to use human shields? Get out of there. Hearing that, Saren put on a coquettish attitude. She said in a flirtatious way, no, Saren is scared of getting hit by the ball. Sick of this fake appearance, Melon gritted her teeth and cursed. Your face is really disgusting. An opposing team member saw it and couldn't help but sneer. What can you do without a supporter? She immediately gave them an answer. With her actions, Melon used magic to control the aura around the ball. Next, Melon lifted the blue ball and coldly stared straight at the opponent. Immediately, a blue aura erupted, powerfully covering the large space around Melon's team. Saren saw it and opened her mouth contemptuously. She said proudly, you boasted you would beat me with fire magic and now you've thrown away that useless pride. At this provocative remark, Melon's face hardened and she shouted at her in a cold voice, shut up. As soon as the words were finished, she quickly lifted the ball and warned loudly, I will become stronger than anyone. I will definitely beat you before I graduate. Saren grew even more contemptuous hearing that. She quickly replied, oh how amazing, then I should give you a special prize. As soon as her words were finished, Melon immediately extended her arm and made a throwing motion. At the same time she shouted, I don't need it. Melon threw the ball far with all her might and repeated her words in a cold voice. I don't need it. Even in the face of that fierce attack, Saren was calm. She waved the feather in her hand, stomped on the ground and seemed to be making some kind of counterattack motion. But unfortunately, Saren miscalculated, slightly lost her direction and failed to control the ball. Naturally, the ball flew straight toward her, successfully knocking Saren down. Seeing that, the students of Melon's class couldn't stop their excitement and cheered in unison. We won. Melon was also so happy she didn't know what to do. She joyfully celebrated her victory. In contrast to the atmosphere here, Saren's teammate in the other corner was in so much pain he couldn't speak. Saren, some people in disbelief sighed in dismay, to lose so easily. Meanwhile, Saren was lying on the ground next to the ball as if all her energy had been drained. Next, Saren slowly lifted her eyelids and looked at the blue sky, slightly dazed. Soon, she was able to sit up. In the face of her teammates' disappointment, Saren was lost in thought. Then Saren licked the corner of her mouth and playfully asked a meaningless question. Is this it? Her teammates couldn't help but grit their teeth hearing those words. They powerlessly vowed to themselves, I'm going to beat Saren to death. But this atmosphere didn't last long and was soon broken by Brad's announcement. Class A disqualified. Hearing that, Melon refused to accept it and asked back. Why? Brad calmly explained to her. Still don't understand the rules. The opponent slipped because of your ice. It's a foul to affect the opposing team. Melon jumped up and down in frustration. Cammy and Simon had no choice but to try to calm Melon down. She loudly excused herself. But I didn't do it on purpose. Unwavering in the face of reality, Brad still stuck to his original decision. He shouted loudly, Class C wins. Hector, watching this scene, shook his head and said, I never thought the weakest team would win. Soon, Brad announced again. He said loudly, players from both teams stepped forward. A new round began again. Cammy, Cindy, and Diem quickly entered the court. Upon hearing that, Dick observed for a moment and evaluated. Diem has curse magic, Cindy has spirit magic, and Cammy has blood magic. A pretty balanced team. Simon stood next to him and constantly cheered for them. Good luck. At this time, Diem confidently asked Cindy, we just need to win one more game, right? She also replied with momentum, yeah, let's fight. Next, Brad's voice echoed, giving orders to both teams. He shouted loudly, start the game. As soon as the words were finished, the ball from the opposing team's hand flew straight at Cindy, pushing her far back and scaring Diem, who was standing next to her. Brad watched their game, and a short while later his voice echoed in the stadium again. Vivace eliminated. Hearing that, Ivan arrogantly looked straight at the opponent, and her whole body was covered in black magic. Next, Cammy's team threw the ball, and Ivan nimbly caught the ball successfully, then quickly threw the ball back to the other side. At the dizzyingly fast speed, the opponent couldn't dodge and fell. The moment that friend was pushed over by the ball, Brad announced, Class A eliminated. The game continued. Without stopping, Ivan continued to attack the opponent. Brad's elimination announcement echoed again. the situation continued. She didn't stop her hands and knocked down another person, Brad continued to say. Eliminated. On Ivan's side, she was still full of momentum, running around tirelessly to catch the ball. When she caught the ball, she immediately jumped onto the court. At that time, her black magic erupted even more intensely. Next, Ivan looked far away. She was lost in thought and observed Melon's side for a long time. At that time, Melon was scolding Dick. Seeing that, Ivan arrogantly thought to herself, "Are you watching, Melon?" Then Ivan recalled the old days again. Her failed attacks, she had been miserably defeated by Melon. At that time, the power gap between them was huge. Melon dodged Ivan's attacks very easily. In that match, she quickly turned the situation around and defeated Ivan. Thinking this far, Ivan gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "The sense of defeat I received from you." The more she thought about it, the more resentful she became, and Ivan's hatred in her heart grew. Next, she lifted the ball and triumphantly added the rest of her thoughts in her mind. "That's what made me who I am today." As her hatred boiled fiercely, Ivan threw the ball straight at the other side with all her might. After finishing the job, she couldn't help but gasp for breath. Her black magic also grew darker because of it. Dick, watching this scene, admired. "Amazing, how many people has she taken down already?" Simon was also surprised and said with realization, "I see, that's the power of pure jet release." Meanwhile, Ivan, facing the incoming ball, thought tiredly, "But now my body can't take it anymore." And then, not long after, Ivan collapsed. Brad's voice echoed again. Class C eliminated. Her friends didn't blame her for seeing it, but rather cheered for Ivan. One friend praised, "Well done." And Park Sani, Ivan received encouragement from another friend. "You did your best, leave the rest to us." Ivan was moved to tears hearing those words and said, "Guys." Then a friend came over to support her and took Ivan back to rest. As she passed Melon, Ivan didn't forget to mock her. "Did you see?" She approached Melon, arrogantly pointed at her and challenged, "Since the last duel evaluation, I've also risen to the top ranks. Just wait until we have a rematch." Melon was not moved at all, crossed her arms and coldly asked Ivan back, "Who are you?" Hearing that, Ivan's eyes widened and she said loudly, "What? I was your first duel evaluation opponent." Melon replied triumphantly, "Sorry, I can't remember such trivial things." When these words entered Ivan's ears, she froze on the spot. Ivan repeated the words, "trivial thing." Soon she walked away dejectedly, muttering the words "trivial thing." A moment later, Diem stood in formation. She urged her friends, "Everyone focus. Do your best and don't give up." Netta quickly replied, "Got it." At that time, Cammy also hurriedly replied, "Got it." As soon as the words were finished, Ivan threw the ball far away with a shout. She attacked them with momentum. She attacked straight towards Cammy's side. Cammy's teammate hurriedly warned loudly at that time, "Cammy, be careful," but fortunately the ball was blocked by Net. He bravely blocked the ball to save Cammy. Immediately, pain washed over him and Net knelt on the ground. He groaned in pain. "Co my nose." Cammy was unspeakably moved by Net's chivalry. She asked with tears in her eyes, "Are you okay?" "Because of me." Hearing that, he gave a thumbs up to show he was okay and answered Cammy, "I'm fine." Soon, Ivan led another team. She quickly seized the opportunity and said loudly to her teammates, "That purple-haired girl, she's the weak point, focus on attacking her." As soon as the words were finished, Ivan threw the ball with all her might. It flew like a shot toward where Cammy was standing. Netten saw it and acted quickly. He threw his whole body to block the ball for Cammy. Protected, Cammy was flustered and thanked him. "Thank you." Netten heard that and brushed back his hair, showing a chivalrous and handsome look. Should he be saying that? Ivan couldn't stand this scene and cursed inwardly. "The more I see it, the angrier I get. How is this any different from Simon using mind control black magic?" Even though they were on the same team, Max thought completely differently from Ivan. He blushed slightly and admired, "She's actually quite cute when you get to know her." Meanwhile, after being continuously attacked, Cammy held the ball and made up her mind, "I'll get my revenge." Seeing Cammy's burning passion, her friends continued to cheer for her. "Go, Cammy." She stretched her body and threw the ball high with the strength of her hand. Then Cammy quickly used magic. She aimed precisely at her target and shouted, "Take this." As soon as Cammy finished speaking, the ball flew forward like an arrow. The ball was covered in a dazzling pink light. The ball flew straight towards Ivan. From a distance she was watching its movement, but she couldn't dodge it as if her body was frozen. So it successfully knocked Ivan down. At its powerful speed, she could only let out a painful scream. Brad, who was watching the game closely, immediately opened his mouth. "Class C, Ivan eliminated." Hearing that, Cammy shouted happily, "All right." At that moment, Melon called Cammy's name loudly and Dick continued to praise her. "Well done, Cammy." Simon was also very excited. He shouted loudly at Cammy, "Cammy, you did great." Seeing that, she jumped happily and boasted to him cheerfully, "Simon, I took one down." Meanwhile, Ivan was not at ease at all. She sat up, propping herself with her hand, frowned and said, "This feeling of defeat is really unfamiliar." Rit stood not far away. She held the ball and said in a low voice, "It's been a long time since I've been this angry." After finishing her words, Rit shouted loudly, gained momentum, and threw the ball straight at Jam. Sensing the danger, she dodged in a fluster. Because of that, the ball unexpectedly swerved and hit Cammy. Before long, Brad raised both hands and announced loudly, "Round 2, Class C wins." As the result wasn't what she wanted, Cammy with teary eyes went to apologize to her teammates. "I'm sorry." They cheerfully comforted her. "It's okay, you did well." Everyone continued to praise her. "Cammy's the best." At that moment, as Max was leaving, he looked back at Cammy and admired, "So cute." After some time, Ivan approached Rit to comfort her. She couldn't help but think to herself, "We won, but it doesn't feel like a victory." Brad opened his mouth. He informed the students that since the score was 1-1, the winner of the final round would be the overall victor. As soon as he finished speaking, the teams were already in position. This time both Simon and Hector entered the court. They were warming up, preparing for battle. The opposing team looked at Simon's side's formation and complained, "Good grief, how are we supposed to win?" Just then, Simon and Hector happened to face each other. Both were slightly surprised. Hector said nothing, just glared at Simon with a cold face as if warning him. Simon, not the least bit afraid, looked at him with a smile and said, "Cheer up." He slowly added, "Hector," quote. Facing Hector's teeth-gritting, hateful attitude, Simon said, "We're on the same team now." Simon kept grinning at him, and Hector, already furious, brought his face close to Simon's and threatened through gritted teeth. One of their friends, seeing the tense atmosphere, quickly stepped between them to prevent a fight from breaking out. He mediated. Hey, stop it, we're on the same team today." Dick, Melon and Cammy, watching this from a distance, couldn't help but fall into thought. Dick couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Can they even cooperate?" Seeing that both teams were ready to start, Brad declared that it was Class C's turn. As soon as he finished speaking, a Class C student threw the ball forward. He shouted, "Take this." Miller, unafraid, quickly caught the ball, which was covered in a dazzling yellow light. With the ball in his hand, Miller gave an arrogant smile. He looked straight at the opponent and provoked them. Cindy and Jam were watching from afar. Cindy praised, "Nice catch." Then Jam wondered, did he stick the ball to his stomach with an enhancement magic circle? Miller didn't answer them. And a moment later, he thrust his stomach into the air to create momentum to throw the ball. At the same time, Miller said loudly, "Now take this." The attack was so fierce it sent Doe flying. Before long, she immediately counterattacked. Doe took out a racket covered in dazzling red water droplets. Then Doe quickly hit the ball with the racket, sending it flying straight to the other side with immense force. But this wasn't difficult for Miller's team. Another teammate successfully blocked the ball. Seeing that, Brad shouted loudly to inform all the students. Class C eliminated. Hearing that, Dick in the audience cheered happily. "Very well done," Cammy also exclaimed happily. "Amazing." Melon stood between the two, lost in thought for a moment, then wondered, "But what are they doing?" At that moment, the Class A teammates were gathered, surrounding Leo and transferring dark energy to him. Melon only realized after observing for a long time and exclaimed in surprise, "No way." Then she quickly stated her guess. "Are they planning to use dark energy with black magic?" At that time, the friend shielding Leo grew dazed, and Leo became more and more powerful. Seeing that, Dick wondered, "What happens if they succeed?" Melon said in a low voice. "Something complicated is definitely going to happen." Immediately, Doe gained momentum, held up her racket, and decisively threw the ball far. The ball flew like an arrow towards the Class A teammate. At that time, Leo was still standing there, lost in thought. Despite the opponent's continuous throws, he showed no interaction or reaction. Dick finally understood and said in a stern voice, "They're using dark energy as a shield, reducing Class A's attack opportunities." Seeing the unfavorable situation on the court, Cammy said worriedly, "There's only one person left now." Melon also wondered, "What's that? Is that kid their class's secret weapon?" Leo wrapped that shield around his body to protect himself. The dark energy enveloped the entire space where he stood. Very quickly, Leo successfully set up a blue barrier that firmly protected him. At that moment, Doe aimed the ball at Leo and shouted loudly, "This is the end," but she couldn't execute her plan as Leo quickly used magic to counterattack Doe. Doe stared blankly at the attacked ball, which was forced to return to her position. Dick, who was watching, was also confused. He asked, "What, did they just get counterattacked?" Melon immediately asserted, "That's definitely not ordinary black magic." Just then, cheers erupted again. The students were cheering for Leo. "We believe in you, Leo, our last weapon. Go for it." Hector, who had been watching the match, couldn't hide his irritation. He said bluntly to Doe, "The ball." Hearing him speak so bluntly, Doe stared at him blankly, making a vague sound. Unable to stand it any longer, Hector ordered her directly, "Give me the ball." Doe hurriedly agreed. "Okay." With the ball in his hand, Hector gripped it tightly. Sparks flew from his eyes and he radiated killing intent. In just a few seconds, Hector stretched his body and gained momentum. Then he threw the ball forward himself. The ball, imbued with Hector's power, flew like an arrow towards the shield. As she felt the danger getting closer, Doe seemed to lose her mind for a moment. She could only face it with a scream. But fortunately, Miller very chivalrously stepped up to block it for her. He said loudly, "Leave it to me." Because of that, instead of flying towards Doe, the ball hit his stomach squarely. Miller seemed to have his soul knocked out by the ball's immense destructive power. His mouth hung wide open and saliva dribbled down. Then Miller fainted with the ball still on his stomach. Amidst their teammates' desperate screams, they kept calling his name. Miller, Melon, who had been watching, came to a conclusion. "So that's why they concentrated the black magic on one person." Dick quickly followed her words. "How is that different from cheating?" Meanwhile, on the playing side, one of Hector's teammates blurted out in surprise, "Hector, not even you can beat him." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, and at the peak of his anger, Hector roared. Immediately, he launched an attack towards Leo and cursed him loudly. "Die!" The ball flew like an arrow towards the shield once again. This time, the power seemed several times stronger, but it still failed to destroy it, and the ball was immediately bounced back by the recoil to attack its owner. Doe had to take the full brunt of the ball's terrifying force, and she rolled on the floor in pain. Leo saw that and laughed loudly. He clapped his hands and taunted Hector. "Playing well, are we?" Provoked, Hector became furious. He threw the ball forward hard once again. And this time the result was no different from before, and his teammate was knocked down again by the ball's recoil. Michael, sensing the situation was bad, shouted loudly, "Hector, stop it!" Jam also hurriedly persuaded him. "Throwing the ball recklessly is useless," they shouted and warned Hector. "It's just the two of us left now." Simon said nothing, just smiled and looked at him, giving Hector a meaningful glance. At this moment Hector seemed to realize something. He gave a sinister smile and glanced at Simon. He held the ball in his hand and an aura emanated from it, looking truly terrifying. Hector smiled and then decisively threw the ball at Leo again. But unlike before, this time he had his own calculations. The ball once again hit the hard shield and was easily deflected back to its original position. It flew straight towards where Hector and Simon were standing. This time the target was Simon. He had observed and already noticed this. But Simon was not the least bit afraid or flustered. Cammy, seeing the danger Simon was about to face, bit her lip. She kept muttering, "Simon." The ball moved in the blink of an eye. The sound it made was terrifyingly fierce. It was only a few millimeters away from Simon, so it almost successfully knocked him down. But unfortunately Simon was faster. He easily controlled the situation and caught the ball cleanly in his hand. Hector saw that, and his anger boiled even more. He gritted his teeth and cursed him. "You bastard." Before long, Simon leisurely held the ball in his hand, slightly enjoying his achievement. Simon tilted his head, smiled, and said to Hector, "I guess it's my turn to throw the ball now." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately threw the ball forward with all his might. The ball was blocked by Leo's shield once again and returned towards the thrower. At that moment Hector raised his head completely to observe, frowning as he clearly felt the impending danger. The ball's speed became more intense than ever. It flew like an arrow, as if aiming for a life. Immediately Hector stepped back to gain momentum and jumped up to catch the ball. Thanks to that, he was able to catch the ball safely and protect his honor. After finishing the job, Hector looked at Simon in a rage. He was angry at his cunning and hissed, "Damn bastard." At that moment Simon smiled and looked straight ahead arrogantly. His entire body was filled with dark energy. Hector held the ball in one hand and thought resentfully. Did he apply what he learned today? Resenting Simon's ability, he gritted his teeth and said inwardly, "I worked harder and earlier than anyone else, but why do you keep making my efforts look pathetic? Come here." Hector's face hardened. He suspected inwardly. Is this the difference in talent? Then he hardened his face and threw the ball at Simon, threatening inwardly. "What are you doing to me?" Hector, furious, threw the ball straight at Leo's shield as if his life depended on it. This time he couldn't stay calm either, and the ball was fierce enough to break the shield, but the shield still did its job well and the ball still bounced back. At that moment Simon quickly extended his arm and caught the fierce ball with his body. From afar Dick praised. "Well done," Cammy shouted. She cheered. "Nice catch," Melon scolded loudly. "Hey you bastards, don't you know who the enemy is?" Meanwhile on Leo's side he was enduring his teammates' attacks with his shield. He was flustered and thought to himself, "I'm not their target, right? What kind of teammates are these?" At the same time Hector quickly used magic to create a layer of leopard print netting around the ball. The netting intertwined, forming 1,000 layers of cloth attached to Hector's hand. He furrowed his brow. He raised his hand wrapped in that special cloth and prepared to attack Simon. Before long Hector launched his attack. He lifted the ball and used his strength, shouting his name, Simon Florentina, as he threw it. Along with it, a huge sound erupted. Hector was also sent flying high by the force. With the ball's swift movement, Leo's shield was also significantly affected. The glass barrier cracked. The ball bounced back again. It suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Simon, but very quickly he successfully caught it. With the ball in his hand, Simon cast a spell. Bone armor. Immediately his entire body and the ball were covered in hard silver armor. Simon leaned back into a precise throwing stance. At the same time he hissed and said, "Take this." The ball, supported by Simon's superior power, flew forward like an arrow. It fiercely pierced the shield. Despite countless failures, it was still stubbornly determined to take down the shield. Seeing that, his face was filled with horror. He groaned in surprise as the ball hit the glass barrier. The ball bounced back once again. But this time the one who caught it wasn't Simon, it was Hector. He stepped on the ground and an aura of death emanated from his entire body, menacing people. Then Hector said in a demonic voice, "This time you're finished." Immediately the leopard print layer turned into cloth and wrapped tightly around his arm, and Hector's chest puffed up, revealing a bulky mass of muscle covered in a deep dark color, looking even more threatening. Before long he had completely transformed. He became a valiant spirit beast, no less agile than brave. Melon and Dick were watching from afar. Melon continued to exclaim in admiration, "Oh my gosh." Dick was also surprised. "Hector, he's really scary. I knew he was a descendant of the Dragon Clan, but I didn't know it was to this extent." Ivan, who had been watching the game for a long time, finally showed interest. Her face was filled with interest at what was happening before her. As Hector flew into the air, his whole body swirled like a storm before everyone's eyes. From up high he looked down arrogantly and said to Simon in a low voice, "Watch this, Simon Florentina." He gave him no answer. Simon just glanced at Hector, lost in thought. Before long Hector stretched his body, roared, and threw the ball straight at the shield. Melon, who had been watching worriedly, asked Brad, "Aren't you going to say anything?" Hearing that, he replied nonchalantly, "It's not a foul, so what would I say?" Cammy was no less anxious than her. She shouted loudly, "Simon, dodge." Dick hurriedly added, "If you can't block it, back off." Contrary to their reaction, Simon was still calm. He said loudly, as if to inform everyone, "Excellent." Immediately he cheerfully released a horde of skeletons. Then he said to them, "I can't back down. Hector, still in his dragonoid form with reddened eyes, rushed forward in a rage, not forgetting to threaten him. "I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hector slammed the ball straight down at Leo's shield. He hoped Simon would painfully endure the recoil he had given him. Melon was even more flustered seeing this. She shouted loudly, "Simon, you idiot, do you think those weird skeleton monsters of yours can block it?" Cammy at that moment was also lost in worried thought, muttering Simon's name without realizing it. Just then, the ball indeed hit the shield and the space suddenly lit up with a blue light. Seeing his shield cracking more and more, Leo let out a groan of fear. Immediately, Simon's skeletons were hit by the ball's attack and were painfully shattered to pieces. The ball, having done its damage, continued to fly. At that moment, Simon risked everything and threw himself forward to block it. Because of that, he had to bear the full brunt of the ball's fury. His body was pushed far back. Simon said in pain, "Stop." Then he quickly used magic. As Simon commanded the summon, countless ropes appeared. They quickly wrapped tightly around his arm, blocking him step by step so he wouldn't fall. Then they continued to wrap around Simon's 2 legs. It was to prevent him from being pushed back any further. The power of the ball was still terrifying. It paid no heed to the rope's restraint and still tried to push Simon far away. All his energy was focused on Simon's body, and his whole body was now stretched taut like a bowstring exerting its maximum power. Finally, the ropes also exerted their maximum power and successfully protected Simon safely. At the same time, the skeletons were completely shattered. They gathered together and fell to the ground. At the same time, the ropes also began to retreat, returning to their original space. Hector at this time had his wings spread and was floating in the air, his face dark as he glanced down. He gritted his teeth and his anger boiled up again. Hector didn't want to admit defeat, but there was nothing he could do but grit his teeth and cry out Simon's full name, Simon Florentina. After a long fight, Simon raised his head. He smiled and asked him, "Is it over now?" Meanwhile, on Leo's side, the shield he had been proud of shattered to pieces, leaving him horrified. He said in a fluster, "No way, this shield was made with the black magic energy of 6 people, how can it break like this?" While Leo was hesitating, Simon was already calculating. He vowed to himself, maintaining the black magic inner jet is very difficult, so this is my last chance to attack. Having made up his mind, Simon's eyes widened, and he continued to cast magic, commanding loudly, "Bone armor, heavy armor." Immediately his 2 legs were covered in hard iron plates. Simon held the ball in his hand and looked straight at the opponent with a menacing aura. A moment later, Simon stretched his body and threw the ball into the air. A huge amount of black magic still spewing from his entire body. He roared, and it was easy to see that Simon was betting everything on this one strike. Suddenly he bent his body in midair, preparing to kick the ball far with his foot. When the time came, he directly kicked the ball far with his armored foot. The ball, just like that, once again moved at a dizzying speed towards the shield. The aura of black magic overwhelmingly covered the entire space. It seemed to be provoking that shield along with the ball. Seeing the critical situation, Leo shouted in a fluster, "Damn it, how am I supposed to block this?" Without giving him time to think, the ball successfully hit that cracked shield. Immediately, Leo's teammates were painfully thrown back, screaming miserably. A short while later, Brad announced clearly to all the students, "The final round is over. The winning team is Class A." As soon as Brad's words were finished, cheers erupted from the audience. The Class A students happily welcomed this joyous result. Quote. A moment later, Simon quickly went to Dick and Melon's side. Dick clapped and praised him. "We won, well done, Simon." In another corner, Hector was extremely angry. He tried his best to grit his teeth, not hiding his jealousy of Simon at all. Saren was observing thoughtfully at that time. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled mysteriously. Once the game was over, Hong Feng appeared. She happily said to everyone, "Just by looking at this chaotic scene, I can tell the game is over, right?" Brad heard that and quickly turned his head. He shouted, "Professor Hong Feng." Hong Feng smiled, looking at the large pot she had brought and introduced it. "This is a stew made from the meat of an invasive species that could pose a threat to the environment." Diem was sitting under a tree with Cindy at that time. She wondered, "Is that monster meat?" Cindy drooled and said with longing, "It smells really good." Then Hong Feng stirred the pot and said loudly, "All right, Class A, come over here." Then she smiled and served food to each student one by one. Hong Feng said gently, "Enjoy your meal." That female student also replied politely, "Thank you." Once all the food was served, the students eagerly enjoyed the delicious meal. Diem exclaimed as she ate, "Wow, Cindy." With her mouth full, she continued, "It's really delicious." Jay, seeing them eat so happily, said with envy, "The professor will share the food with us too, right?" Roy quickly replied, "Of course. This will be a very happy ending." At the same time, Hong Feng was kindly inviting the students. "This is made from a wicked monster that is harmful to the environment, so I hope you eat a lot." Then she served a bowl to Brad and said, "Here's yours, Brad. Good work." He heard that and replied brightly, "Not at all." Then Hong Feng urged the other assistants, "Now the assistants can get their food too," seeing it was their turn. They quickly replied, "Yes." A short while later, the pot was almost empty. She said, "Then what's left?" Jay and Roy, who had not yet received their food, continued to drool upon hearing Hong Feng's words, ready to await orders to get a chance to taste the food. But not everything went according to their dreamlike sequence. Hong Feng said heartlessly, "I'll eat it all." Her voice at that moment was like a bolt from the blue to them. The two screamed at the same time as if on cue. In another corner, Saren used her hypnosis on a male student, making him share his portion with her. Saren tasted a little and commented, "This tastes ordinary, why is everyone praising it as delicious?" Then she leaned her back against a tree trunk and looked at the distant place where conversation was ceaseless. It was the scene of Simon, Dick, Cammy and Melon happily enjoying the delicious food together. Melon, laughing and talking, felt a gaze on her and quickly turned her head. Confirming it was Saren, she smiled, and Melon's expression at that moment seemed to be deliberately provoking her. Saren no longer looked at them. She admitted bitterly, "So this is what it feels like to be defeated." The active afternoon finally came to an end and the students could return to their dorms to rest. As night fell, the round moon became more romantic than ever. Cian was standing on the rooftop at that time, thoughtfully watching today's brilliant moonlight. His gaze stared intently at that distant vast place. Cian seemed to be hoping for something. Suddenly from behind, Simon called him. "Cian," that voice woke him up. Cian then quickly turned his head to look behind. Simon approached him. He asked Cian, "How long have you been standing here?" Cian looked at him and answered briefly, 2 hours ago. Then Simon advised him, "You should go back to your room." Cian didn't agree. He explained, "I like looking at the moon, so every time I see it I can't take my eyes off it." After a moment, Cian opened his mouth. He said sincerely, "Thank you for lending me Visha." Simon smiled and replied, "It's nothing." Then, as if remembering something, Simon asked, "Did she help you with your investigation?" He said in a low voice, "I've made some progress." A short while later, Cian informed Simon of new information. "The priest has appeared again." He was surprised to hear that. Simon made a blank sound and asked Cian back. "He came here?" He spoke thoughtfully. "By the time we arrived they had already finished the ritual and left." Cian added the details to him sadly. "When we got close to the altar," having said this much, he suddenly recalled that day. When he slowly approached that place step by step. For a moment, Cian hesitated but very quickly regained his composure and continued, "I heard a sound and suddenly an explosion occurred." Cian closed his eyes tightly and lifted his clothes to reveal his injured chest. Cian continued, "If I hadn't treated my wound with a few of her potions it would have been a disaster." Hearing this much, Simon understood everything. He unconsciously let out an exclamation of admiration. After a moment, Cian stated his suspicions. "I don't know why, but it seems like they have to perform that ritual every certain period of time. And recently the frequency of the rituals has increased." Suddenly his pupils dilated. He spat out in a cold voice, "Soon it's very likely that something will happen at Kizen." After Cian finished speaking, both Simon and he fell into thought. One of them looked at the other, while the other just lowered his head. Time gradually passed like that, and Simon still had a question. He spoke, "Hey." Cian quickly cleared up his confusion. "Why was I held back for a year?" Cian looked into the distance as if reminiscing. Short while later, he answered, "It was because of the mission I received," he explained bitterly. "It was just last year, while searching on Cliff Island as usual, we discovered the priest performing a ritual in the Forbidden Forest." Cian recalled the chase at that time and said, "After a fierce chase we lost him," but he slowly continued, "I saw his face under the hood." Hearing that, Simon asked in surprise, "So you finally found out what the priest looks like?" Cian was still calm. He retorted, "The story didn't end there," as if to prove his point. Cian quickly continued, "The next day I didn't go to class and wandered around the academy. I was looking for the face I saw last night." Coming to this point, he said slowly, "And I finally found him. It was a guy who was talking in the classroom during break time. A first-year student," Cian recalled and said slowly. "I caught him as he was trying to escape, but his memory suddenly returned to the scene of the arrest that year. At that time he had not done his job perfectly." Cian revealed, "Actually he wasn't the priest." Then he explained, "It was just a trap. He had worn a mask and deliberately revealed his face. He had the exact same appearance as that student." Having said this much, Cian closed his eyes and added, "That student was seriously injured and hospitalized, and he testified that I had been stalking him for a long time. He sadly confessed what he had kept buried for a long time. Every night I sat by the window of the 4th-floor dormitory and repented." Then Cian said sincerely, "After that I received a very heavy punishment, but thanks to Neptus's help I wasn't expelled." Simon was speechless hearing that and replied to him, "So that's what happened." Cian pretended not to hear him, gritted his teeth and continued, "They are very meticulous and cunning. They always work according to a plan and they always carry out that plan smoothly." Only now did Simon understand. He spat out, "I see." Then he said in a cold voice, "Even if we use mental black magic on their subordinates, we couldn't find any clues." Then Cian firmly added his assertion, "But there's one thing I'm very sure of. That guy called the priest is still somewhere on Cliff Island." Bahil leaned against the blackboard, raised the corners of his mouth and called Simon's name. "Simon." He took this opportunity to start pushing him as much as possible. "Why did you suddenly skip the solubility formula?" With chalk in his hand, Simon's face was filled with bewilderment. He stammered, "That's because I don't know the solubility formula well, so I changed it to the imbalance formula." From the top of the opposite side of the podium, the rest of the students discussed actively. To be the top of the special admission class and not know the solubility formula, he's only good at summoning, he probably doesn't know these basic things. Bahil clapped his hands hard and said in a mocking tone, "Very fresh, excellent." He turned his gaze to Simon and started to reason with him. "Because you didn't learn in advance, your minds are like blank slates. You aren't bound by rigid formulas or mathematical equations. And that's also why you can fully use your imagination to be creative." Bahil's words echoed throughout the room. Hector frowned upon hearing them. "But the solubility formula alone can't solve any problems. If you think like that, you will never be able to improve." Suddenly his face turned sinister and his eyes widened. "There are many things far more important than that. Humans can be cursed through body movements and descriptions of their appearance. As soon as he finished speaking, Bahil returned to his usual state. He clapped his hands, and that is how curse equations are formed. Everyone give Simon a round of applause. The praise for him made Hector uncomfortable to hear, and it showed on his face, standing behind Simon who was holding the chalk. Bahil continued to praise him endlessly. Simon's idea is very good, but the key to casting a curse is the speed of visualizing the opponent's appearance. So let's start with the solubility formula. Yes. Seeing the professor, a few students sitting opposite just sighed and said, in the end it's all about solubility all day. Returning to the podium, he leaned over and pressed his face against the blackboard to observe the formula Simon had cast. Yes, that's it. Suddenly from behind, his assistant Kira slowly approached. Seeing Bahil's attitude, she had a very surprised look in her eyes. The professor is really enjoying himself. This one had his two eyes tightly closed. He was happily smiling brightly, but to be able to see Professor Bahil writhing in joy, it's quite a special event. Suddenly, Bahil turned around and called out loudly to Kira. Kira, she was flustered. What is it? Professor Bahil began to instruct. Continue teaching the students. And so he left the classroom holding a book in his arms. Kira couldn't understand. Yes, what's this? The professor even taught Class A himself. Why? A moment later, a person entered the room from a large door. Professor, it's Kahel. I'm coming in. After receiving permission, she grabbed the doorknob, hurriedly opened the door and entered. Not far away, Kira saw Bahil with his face pressed against the blackboard, writing formulas. He was so focused that he didn't care about his surroundings and his eyes were glued to it. He wrote down formulas one after another. As a teacher, Bahil showed considerable interest and asked about the class. How was the class? She stood far away and reported, it's over. Seeing the complex formulas on the blackboard, Kira wondered with incomprehension. What are those formulas? He explained. A swarm of monsters attacked people. I heard the Dresden Kingdom is in trouble due to a harpy monster attack. Slapping the blackboard formula hard with his hand, Bahil introduced confidently. Flying-type monsters seem to be less affected by the solubility formula. This is because the curse was created for humans, and the monster's sense of balance was not considered. So I created a new curse using rotational motion. Hearing this much, sweat began to form on her face. A new formula. He put both hands in his pockets and introduced with a triumphant expression. So it makes the appearance information and balance not match this formula. The harpy monster will feel like it's flying straight, but in reality it won't be flying straight but rather the opposite. The future plan had emerged. Clouds turned into a vortex, causing the monsters to free fall. To be honest, the harpies would lose their sense of direction while flying, and before long they would become dizzy and fall. Hearing this, Kiko looked at Bahil and guessed. So did you discuss this problem with Simon before, Professor? But he immediately retorted, you've worked with me for so many years and you still don't know my personality? Bahil walked towards the chair. He leaned back comfortably in his chair. The compliments I gave that kid were sincere. Suddenly, a sly expression clearly appeared on Bahil's face. It's just that the way I communicate with him is a bit different. And surprisingly, his voice echoed throughout the room. Thanks to that incident, I came up with a new idea. She could only let out a tired sigh upon hearing that. Yes, you're always right, Professor. At Kiko's question, Bahil touched his chin and was lost in thought for a long time. So, Professor, have you thought of a name for the new formula? Sitting comfortably in his chair, he immediately stated the new name for the formula without hesitation. Simon's theorem. She closed her eyes once again and glossed over it. As if she'd thought of something, Kiko informed Bahil, who was sitting opposite her. That's right, Professor. Have you heard any news from Professor Sill? She adjusted her glasses and spoke. An image of a small drop of blood forming on a palm. As far as I know, the most recent research on the SM1 blood sample has yielded surprising results. Hearing this, he himself was flustered and rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Simon's SM1 blood type has never existed in this world before. Images of shattered targets appeared in Bahil's subconscious. It's completely different from the currently existing blood types. Professor Sill has no way to research this blood type because there has been no research on it at all. The image of the professor with his chin resting on his hand was pushed back into his subconscious. Getting up from his chair, Bahil approached the standing Kiko. But this time Professor Sill will focus on researching the SM1 blood type. Hearing his words, she also chimed in. If we announce our research results, it will only be a matter of time before we complete Simon's hematology research program. Suddenly, an angry-faced female professor appeared. Above all, Professor Hongfeng's counterattack class is also very scary. Bahil slowly walked to the window and threw it wide open with both hands. I heard she's teaching about black magic interjet. Kiko was surprised to hear that information. First year and she's already teaching it? An image of Simon training hard appeared with his inner energy constantly spreading. I believe Simon is the only one who can master that skill. She's trying to improve his practical abilities. Still holding the record book, she thought differently from him. I heard that Simon refused her offer to become her direct disciple. As soon as Bahil heard that information, he scoffed and said decisively, Nonsense. Even if that rumor is true, I don't think Hongfeng would give up that easily. An image of Hongfeng's face, one side sly and the other innocent. People might be fooled by her innocent face, but she's very stubborn and greedy. Kiko searched her memory, recalled and spoke. Besides improving his summoning, practical combat and hematology abilities, seeing her still confused, Bahil smiled triumphantly, clenched his fist and reassured her. No need to rush. Once I've set my sights on something, I have to get it no matter what. At his attitude, Kiko couldn't understand. On what basis do you make such an assertion, Professor? Hearing the question, Bahal opened his palm and answered. Kiko, it's all, he scoffed as he spoke, his voice cold. I've created a special curse for my Simon. At Bahal's words she covered her mouth and laughed. Ah, that's disgusting. An image of him floating in the air, his arms outstretched as if to catch Simon on the ground. A new curse to give him, the original Simon Florentina. Bahal's voice echoed once again. I'll show you, a level of dimension completely different from his foolish bone armor technique, and just like that, Simon will become mine. Kiko just nodded and listened. Yes, probably so. With the chalk in his hand he looked at her and wondered. It's just a matter of time. Should Professor Siles complete the model for SM1 first, or should I develop Simon's curse first? Unable to hide her curiosity, Kiko continued to wonder. Why are the professors fighting until their heads break? Bahal replied softly. Isn't it obvious? He turned his head to look at her. Glowing red eyes and a triumphant smile. The benefits we can gain when he becomes our student will be far greater than the effort we've put in. An image of Simon opening his palm, a purple aura appearing and surrounding the word aura. No, maybe 10 times as much. Delicious food was placed on a plate on the table. It was a beef steak with a rich sauce. Cammy picked up her fork and enjoyed the food while talking to Dick, who was next to her. You're out of luck today, Dick. You're the only one left. He looked at the plate of food and his attitude was written on his face. More and more people are knowing about the cafeteria's limited menu. I think there's another student council I don't know about. Without hesitation, Dick turned and left. Hurry, I have to investigate immediately. Over here, Melon poked at her food with a fork and said with incomprehension. Goodness, what's the big deal about that? But she didn't seem to care much, put the food in her mouth, closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Melon's face couldn't hide her happiness due to the delicious food. So delicious, Cammy admired her expression. Melon is really enjoying her food. Simon, sitting next to her at the table, was like he had a third sense. He opened his mouth. By the way, doesn't anyone think the atmosphere is a bit heavy? Yeah. As soon as the words were finished, a group of students looked at each other and kept whispering, really? Of course, this way too. They looked at each other with worried faces. Really, you don't think so? Not far away, a group of people were sad and couldn't eat properly. Is something happening at Tush too? Melon held up her fork, ate and guessed. Did Ethel make another announcement? Something like a preemptive strike? Cammy clenched her hands, fear evident on her face. It can't be. Suddenly Dick, who had gone out to investigate, returned. His voice was urgent. Guys, what's wrong? Unable to contain his emotions, Dick clutched his head with his hands and kept messing up his hair. There's shocking news. Suppressing his emotions, he announced. Professor Lang of the Toxicology Department has passed away. An image of an old professor who had devoted his life to the school now passing away. Professor Lang of the Toxicology Department passed away at the age of 87 due to a chronic illness. Going back a few months, Professor Lang was coughing up blood and in extreme pain. Everyone knew his illness had worsened, coughing up blood in class. After that, another professor took over every class for him, and his chief assistant Francesca began teaching regularly. His condition worsened and he couldn't come to class. Shortly after the professor's death, Neptes found the will he had left behind. Professor Lang took his last breath. A short while later, his will was discovered. The room filled with Professor Lang's students was plunged into grief for a while. I can't let this old man's death be a burden to promising students. Francesca took over his classes after that. Even if I leave and Neptes comes, I hope the classes continue. The next announcement in the will left Francesca stunned, holding a book. I wish for my chief assistant Francesca to be my successor. It's hard to believe, but she is a much better necromancer than this old man. Keeping her under me is a waste of talent. A few days later, a group of professors in black robes entered a waterfall, sending Lang to his resting place. At the very front was Neptes. She held an urn containing his ashes in her arms. The funeral should be very simple. Even if it's at a cemetery, I hope everyone skips the cumbersome procedures. Lauren saw Neptes grieving and reached out a hand to comfort her shoulder. Neptes, a wonderful colleague. Professor, my dearest friend, I hope you forgive me for leaving you like this. On behalf of all the professors, she stood alone in front of the cliff, scattering Lang's ashes into the water. Neptes couldn't stop her tears as she scattered the ashes. The curse of time is truly sad. But don't be too sad. Back in the classroom, Francesca stood at the podium and informed the students. By now, at the cemetery, the professors and assistants of Kizen will be attending his funeral. She hid nothing. She repeated what Neptes had asked her to say. Actually, Neptes asked me to hold a farewell ceremony for the professor, but I refused. Simon and Dick, sitting in their chairs, lost their smiles in sadness. Professor Lang always prioritized a normal life, which is why he came to class even when he was sick. Over here, Melon, who was a strong person, was now crying. Professor Lang said this many times. Emmy was the same. She bit her lip, trying to hold back her tears. Don't look back, don't look at the past, don't look at the future, just be faithful to the present. Back at the podium, Francesca's voice echoed. She relayed the words he had left behind. He said the past holds back the present and the future will exhaust the present. If you build up the present, the past will become glorious and the future will be bright. At this time, Francesca's eyes were filled with sadness. The professor lived for the present until the moment he passed away. At her words, Melon and Cammy shed tears like rain. Our teacher has passed away, but we are still living in the present. I promise to do my best to teach you all every day. Francesca was also overcome with emotion and tears welled up in her eyes. And I believe Professor Lang is smiling down on us from heaven. After the announcement, she suppressed her emotions and decided, we will end today's class here. DM stood up on behalf of the entire class. She commanded, attention, bow to the professor. Thank you for your hard work. The sight of the whole class gave Francesca a little comfort. She smiled and said, thank you everyone. See you next week. A group of 4, Simon's group, left the classroom together. He turned around and looked at something on the podium. 3 students remained talking to the grieving Francesca. Walking down the hallway, Cammy wiped her tears with her hand. She said, Professor Francesca's words were so moving. Dick, walking behind, looked at Melon as if he had thought of something. I think you were crying earlier too. At his words, she became flustered and broke out in a sweat. When? As if remembering something, Simon asked, next is hematology, right? At his words, Cammy also remembered, right? We have 2 hours left. Dick, next to Simon, stretched out his hand to loosen his shoulder joints and suggested, then I'll go to the dorm warehouse first. A lot of things came in today and we're short on manpower. Meanwhile, Melon hurried ahead by herself. Goodbye, guys. I'm going to stop by the Magic Technology Center with a friend from my club. See you in class. After Dick left like that, only Cammy and Simon remained. Both of them stood there blankly. Her face reddened and she looked at a distant place with affectionate eyes. It's been a while since we've walked alone like this. Simon was also quite free, so he asked Cammy to go eat. Is there anything you want to eat? Okay. In a very luxurious cafe not far from the school, Cammy held a glass of drink tightly in her hand and drank it deliciously. This chocolate frappe is really delicious. Her appearance made Simon feel good too. I'm glad you like it. He closed his eyes, took a sip and enjoyed the taste of the drink. Cammy looked up at him. She seemed to want to say something to him. Although she didn't want to, Cammy was still curious and stammered a question. Simon, can I ask you something? Simon was quite surprised too. What is it? She lowered her head and began her story with sad eyes. The club I told you about. I went out to play with someone from there. Cammy held the icy glass tightly in her hand and closed her eyes. She hesitated and continued. We were very close and I think we both had a lot of fun at that gathering. But she brought her hand close to her mouth. What if 2 people from the same group fall for each other? Cammy's entire face had turned red by now. Can they still maintain the same atmosphere as before? Cammy's entire face turned red with embarrassment. She hesitated and continued. And I feel like he's always looking out for me. Cammy's very sudden question left Simon himself flustered for a few seconds. I don't know, I've never been in a relationship either, but he calmly told her his point of view. The atmosphere changing is something you can't help. Cammy also roughly understood the problem. Yeah, she clenched her hands. Her eyes were fixed on Simon, not taking her eyes off him for a moment. If you get into a relationship, you'll treat that person specially so people will gradually notice. Having said this much, he lightly stretched his body and comfortably stretched. Anyway, you can't control your emotions. Simon finished with one last sentence. I think that's normal too. At his words, Cammy's eyes lit up. You're right. Suddenly, Simon remembered an important issue. Come to think of it, it's time to go to class now, the girl sitting opposite him suggested. Let's go. After that, Cammy put her hand in her pocket and searched for something diligently. Seeing Cammy keep rummaging, he asked curiously, What's wrong? She said with a worried face. I think I left my notebook at the cafeteria. With a kind heart, Simon got up from his chair. I'll go with you. But Cammy resolutely refused. It's okay, it's my notebook and my fault, so I'll go get it. With that, she quickly ran off, leaving him alone at the cafe. You go to class first. At Cammy's clumsy behavior, Simon sighed. He had a faint smile on his lips and leaned his head against the chair. Simon said in a comfortable voice, It's really quiet. It reminds me of when I was in Les Hill. Suddenly, he turned his gaze out the window. It seemed like something quite special had appeared. A glass barrier with a row of pink hexagonal glass windows the color of the sky. Wait, the barrier is working. With curiosity and wonder, Simon lightly lifted his chair and stood up. I heard Kizen has a protective barrier. Why is it suddenly working? Suddenly, in the cafe, a violent earthquake occurred. A series of explosions occurred near the school, sending smoke billowing up with dust. Even though he wasn't close, Simon was hit by the explosion's attack and crouched on the floor. Suddenly his face went blank and his eyes were bewildered when he heard a sound. Not far away, another area was shattered by an explosion, and the destructive force was greater than before. From that location, black smoke billowed endlessly into the sky in a tail. From the ground, Simon lifted his head and looked far away, and immediately recognized that it was the Magic Technology Center. A familiar name that Simon shouted with wide eyes and intensity. Melon. He dashed forward, crossing the school grounds. A building near where Simon ran past collapsed again from a large explosion. Trying to maintain his composure, he lifted his head to look at that place and recognized it again. Dormitory Dick. Another series of explosions occurred. In several buildings of the school, no one could have predicted it. After a while, inside the explosion area, the bodies of students who had not managed to escape were scattered on the ground from outside the door. Simon covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief and went inside. Cammy. He looked around, constantly searching for her, and kept calling Cammy's name with his mouth. After a while, Simon also found Cammy. She had collapsed on the ground unconscious. Without a moment's hesitation, he ran to her and hugged her up. Cammy, are you okay? Wake up. Seeing Simon, her face was covered in blood, but she struggled to call him Simon. Without wasting a moment, Simon stood up, holding Cammy in his arms. What happened? She asked urgently, mustering her remaining strength. I don't know either, let's go, it's dangerous. As he ran with Cammy in his arms, Simon's mind raced. What is happening? Is this real? He tried to run as fast as he could toward the open main gate in front of him. I have to get out of here. Suddenly, from behind, a cross pierced straight through Simon's body. He lost his balance and dropped her. Cammy could do nothing but tumble and roll several times on the ground before coming to a stop face down. Trembling all over, she struggled to get up. She mumbled Simon's name. Suddenly, Cammy's eyes widened in horror, a look of utter confusion on her face. Not far away, Simon lay motionless, a cross impaling his chest. Simon, unsure what to do, she approached and called his name, her eyes already filled with tears. No, Simon, wake up please, this can't be happening. Seeing Cammy's anguish, Simon suppressed his pain and tried to reassure her. Cammy, I'm okay, don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, the clicking of heels approached from a distance and a pair of feet slowly came into view. It was none other than Francesca who appeared before them. Curiosity killed the cat, they say. She gave a sly smile, a devious look evident on her face. You should have left Kizen when you had the chance, shouldn't you? Lying on the ground, Simon looked up, still unable to believe his eyes. Professor Francesca. Francesca offered no explanation, simply striding toward them. She was the priest. The recent explosion had brutally killed students, and this current situation was also because Professor Francesca was a spy. As Francesca approached, she raised her hands and a blue aura flared up, controlling the crosses. It was she who had killed countless students. Mustering his last ounce of strength, Simon said to Cammy beside him, "Run." His eyes began to close. The image of her crying endlessly flashed before him. "Run, Cammy." The moment Simon squeezed his eyes shut, the hands of a clock moved and a golden aura appeared. Cammy was just holding him, unaware of the cross flying toward her. Suddenly, the hour hand emitted a dazzling pale golden light. The light spread across Simon's entire chest, making it difficult for the crosses to approach and attack. Not only that, but the golden aura grew stronger and stronger, forming a brilliant circle so bright it was blinding. As a clock-face circle appeared, the aura surged out unabated. Simon suddenly appeared, floating high in the air with his eyes tightly closed. Abruptly, he snapped his eyes open. A look of confusion and disbelief on his face, Simon curiously looked up, searching his surroundings for something. Suddenly, Neptys was floating in the air, raising a hand to control the rotating clock. Her face was veiled, obscuring her eyes, and she was utterly calm, showing no emotion. The sharp-witted Simon immediately recognized Neptys. The image of the clock, its minute and hour hands moving distinctly, was reflected in his eyes. The flow of time began to change, and everything began to rewind. The image of Francesca slowly approaching him and Cammy appeared. Then the moment Simon was pierced by the cross, the time he was drinking with her, the time the four of them left the classroom, everything came back to life. In a formless space, a familiar voice continuously called his name. Simon. In reality, Simon was fast asleep with his head on his desk. Cammy, who was next to him, shook him. "Simon, wake up, you're going to get in trouble." He woke up, lifted his head slightly, and looked around for a moment. Suddenly, Simon shot up, startling everyone around him. His action flustered her. He looked up blankly, and suddenly Simon's face turned pale as he stared into the distance with wide eyes. At the podium, Francesca was conducting her class. "The poison of the cassius is classified as a hemotoxin." He stared at her, stunned. "What is this, then?" Simon looked around at his friends again. "Everyone's alive," Francesca's voice echoed. "It destroys blood vessels and blood cells, preventing blood from clotting and draining the prey of its strength." He was quite dazed and couldn't focus on the class. He clasped his hands and thought, was it a nightmare? No, it wasn't a dream. Looking up at the clock, Simon realized one thing. "I've returned to 3 hours ago." Seeing him remain quiet, Cammy spoke up, quite worried. "Simon, are you okay?" Pulling the clock-shaped necklace from his neck, Simon was quite surprised to see it was shattered. He remembered Neptys pointing directly at him and instructing him, "If you're in danger, the power within this necklace will protect you." She still asked gently about Simon's well-being. "You look so pale." He still thought quietly, "I have to get out of here right now." Simon gritted his teeth harder than ever, his face a mask of confusion. "No, not yet." His gaze was always fixed on Francesca at the podium. "Something more dangerous than the explosion is about to happen." She raised a hand and slightly adjusted the glasses on her nose, her eyes full of cunning. "The enemy is a cruel priest carrying out a plan to blow up Kizen." The sight of Francesca made Simon break out in a cold sweat. He was extremely hesitant, but he had no way to prove it. Looking at Melon, who was listening intently to the lecture beside him, "The students won't believe me." Simon suddenly turned his head to the seats behind him. "Even if we all attack together, we have no chance of winning." An idea popped into his head. "Even if I run to Neptys and persuade her to come." Then he recalled the scene of the school building exploding, rocks flying everywhere. "If Francesca sees the professors and feels threatened, she'll just detonate the bombs from a distance." Simon clenched the necklace in his hand and closed his eyes, lost in thought. "Calm down. If I die here, it's all over." He bit his lip slightly, looked down, and thought of a way to stop the impending disaster. An idea came to him, and Simon grabbed the button on Pier's collar. "Bring the entire legion to Kizen right now," he added a suggestion. "Bring Jebbit too. Immediately, as fast as you can." Hearing Simon's incomprehensible words, Pier was extremely annoyed. "Hey kid, you seem to be in a very unstable state of mind. What's going on?" Watching Francesca still lecturing diligently at the blackboard, he whispered to him, "I found the priest. I'll explain the details later, please hurry." Pier didn't say much and agreed immediately. "Got it, I'll do it." Pretending to listen to the lecture, Simon propped his chin on his hand and thought, "Provoking her is very dangerous. I have to hold back until the legion arrives." Suddenly she turned her head from the blackboard and looked behind her. Francesca's cunning smile surfaced in his subconscious. Remembering it, Simon made a silent vow with a serious face. I will stop you no matter what it takes. He didn't avoid her gaze but stared straight at Francesca far away on the podium. A short while later, Francesca finished her lecture and, standing at the podium, announced that today's class was over. Diem stood up on behalf of the entire class and commanded the students, "Attention. Bow to the professor." The whole class bowed and returned her greeting with a resounding voice. "Thank you, professor." Francesca also replied cheerfully to the students, "All right, see you next week." After class, Simon's group of 4 left together as usual. A few students still remained at the podium whispering something to her. But having already lived this memory, he didn't leave and stood still in the classroom. 2 hours from now a massive explosion will occur inside the Kizen building. Simon's gaze was fixed on Francesca, who was talking animatedly. Judging by the remaining time, the explosion seems to have been planned in advance. With a serious look, he bit his lip slightly and made a plan for himself. In that case, I need to find out what kind of explosives they are and how they work. The best way is to disable them without her knowing. Walking down the hallway after leaving the room, Cammy kept looking at him with concern. She was a little scared but still curious enough to ask Simon, "Simon, you've been acting a little strange since earlier, not like yourself." Suddenly he called her name. "Cammy." Simon moved closer to Cammy and said in a very low voice, "The priest has appeared. Kizen will explode in 2 hours. Gather Dick, Melon and the other students and get them out of Kizen quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Francesca appeared from somewhere holding a pile of materials and walked toward them. Following Francesca's back, he kept thinking, "From now on there's no other way but to gather more information." Seeing Simon walking so fast, Cammy worried. "Simon," he who was in front kept urging her, "hurry up." She was walking alone down the hallway, bustling with students on both sides. On the way, everyone who met Francesca greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, Professor," she also replied kindly. "Hello." Hiding behind a wall, Simon watched. His heart was quite anxious. If I get caught tailing her, it's over. Seeing that Francesca had gone some distance, Simon peeked his head out to check her location. She was heading deep down the stairs. Is she going down to the basement? He followed. He widened his eyes and discovered a fact. The hazardous chemical basement is where many of the world's most dangerous chemicals are stored. For a while, Francesca was Professor Lang's apprentice in that laboratory. The manager there is Professor Ken, the continent's foremost expert on hazardous chemicals. Becoming a hazardous chemical professor means you can freely use the items in the basement. She raised a hand and gently swept her hair back, a satisfied smile clearly visible on her lips. That's what Francesca was after. Suddenly, from behind, a bandaged arm clamped down hard on Simon's mouth, making it difficult for him to breathe. Francesca, as if sensing the presence of someone tailing her, immediately shot forward. She leapt up the stairs and the force of Francesca's steps kicked up a cloud of dust. With a sharp gaze, she began to scan her surroundings, not missing a single corner. Over here, Kizen hugged Simon tightly, covering his mouth with his hand to prevent any sound from escaping. The two hid in a room where they could see Francesca searching the area. Seeing that she hadn't left yet, Kizen signaled to him with his finger. Francesca was quite angry at finding nothing and looked back. Returning to the hallway, students were walking around talking animatedly. "Do we have class as usual tomorrow? Have you seen the sky? I've never seen a sky like this before. Of course we have to have class even if a typhoon comes." Francesca appeared from somewhere, walking quietly. Amidst the students' voices, "But wasn't this week's practical exam postponed? You must have thought Kizen would change overnight." She moved without a sound, her face like someone without a soul, unwilling to give up. Francesca looked back once more to be sure. Her gaze remained on the stairs she had just descended. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Simon looked at him and opened his mouth. "Kizen." Kizen immediately signaled again. "Shish." He lightly placed a finger to his lips, giving him a hint and a reminder. She might still be around here. Getting up, the two hid themselves behind a distant wall. Kizen stood in front and immediately peeked his head out to check the situation below. "It's no longer dangerous." Kizen turned and walked past Simon. He opened his mouth. "Kizen, this is really hard to believe, but you have to trust me." Hearing this, he slightly opened his collar. He spoke. "Actually, I already know. A necklace identical to Simon's." Kizen clenched it in his hand and asked in a loud voice, "You came from the future, didn't you?" He didn't hide anything and told him the entire mission he had been given. "Lady Neptes has given me a mission to protect you. If yours breaks, this one will also be destroyed, revealing your location." Kizen didn't forget to reassure Simon. "Calm down, from now on I will believe everything you say." He just listened blankly. Kizen suddenly asked a question. "Is Francesca the priest?" Simon nodded and replied, "Yes." With a serious face, Kizen spoke of the problem he had just encountered. "I tried to contact Lady Neptes with the communication device earlier, but it wouldn't connect. It seems Francesca has put up a barrier around the first-year academy area." Red hexagonal pieces were lined up on a red shield. Once the barrier is up, not only communication devices but all contact with the outside world will be completely cut off. Even if other professors come, they won't be able to break it easily. Standing behind him, he was extremely worried. "What should we do?" Kizen remained calm and said, "We will handle it ourselves." Just then, at the top of the stairs, Cammy, as he had asked, had gathered Dick and Melon. "Simon, there you are." Seeing that Cammy was still here, Simon asked in annoyance, "Why haven't you left yet?" Cammy immediately retorted, "I promised I'd help you." Simon, let me help. Melon, who was beside him, did not agree with his method. Melon spoke up. But this is too dangerous. Did you do this on purpose? She didn't stop and continued to scold him. Why did you hide something so important from us? Dick, who was next to her, also chimed in. Yeah, it hurts a man's pride. Faced with the three's attitude, Simon was stunned. He was moved as if he had a lump in his throat. Seeing that Simon wasn't answering, he continued to tease him. I didn't want to drag you guys into this. I'm really grateful for your thoughts, but Melon, as if she didn't want to hear it, immediately commanded. Enough, just tell us. She asked Simon first. Who is the priest? What exactly are they plotting at Kizen? Seeing him remain silent, Kizen came up from behind. He spoke on his behalf. Now that the priest's hand has reached Kizen, this is a matter for all of us. Kizen's voice was full of conviction. I guarantee it. The four of them were staring intently at him. No matter how terrible the future may be, if we combine our strength, we can stop it. A short while later, Simon finished his story. Melon and Cammy still looked shocked. What, Professor Francesca? He was not at all surprised by their attitude and asked back. It's hard to believe, but it's true. She lightly scratched her neck with her hand, her eyes slightly flustered. She stated her point of view. I think so too. For some reason I always felt she was a bit suspicious. As soon as she finished speaking, Dick, who was next to her, immediately interjected. Who was it that was crying their eyes out after her speech a few hours ago? At those words, Melon looked like she was about to go crazy. Shut up. After a moment of silence, Kizen touched his chin lightly and analyzed. Judging by the situation Simon described, the explosion must have been caused by a curse bomb called the Machine of Destruction. The name of that weapon surprised Simon quite a bit, and he asked about the name again. A curse bomb? His three friends were also flustered, having to imagine facing the enemy. It was the same thing that had turned the land of the dead into what it was now. He frowned slightly and added the information in a cold voice. Someone took the Machine of Destruction from the secret destructive weapons depot located beneath this building. Kizen wasted no time and asked immediately, Simon, do you remember exactly where the explosions occurred? Simon, having a good memory, nodded and answered, yes, the first explosion happened while he was still sitting in the cafe, and in order of explosion it was the magic bullet shooting range. The next location was the front of the school building where the explosion was violent, the magic technology building. The third was near the grassy garden that Simon ran past, a first-year male dormitory. And the last was the center of Kizen School, the most shocking explosion. And the classroom. Hearing this much, Kizen's face broke out in a cold sweat. They've calculated this very meticulously. Seeing the current situation, an idea occurred to Dick and he pounded his chest and suggested, I'll go to the male dormitory. Not wanting to stand by, Melon also crossed her arms and requested, I'll go to the magic technology building. My club members are there too. Like her, Cammy also quickly chose a place. I'll go to the magic bullet shooting range. At the three's attitude, he held them in high regard. I like that enthusiasm, but neutralizing the Machine of Destruction's magic circle is beyond your abilities. After a brief pause, he lightly snapped his fingers. An idea occurred to Simon. What if we put the Machine of Destruction in a subspace? Kizen lightly rested his chin on his hand, analyzed his words for a moment, then hesitantly opened his mouth. In fact, putting it in a separate dimension would prevent the magic circle from exploding. Not wanting to waste precious time, Kizen pointed forward. There's not much time left, let's hurry. Simon's group of four ran off. Watching everyone leave one by one, Kizen stood still on the spot. He lifted his head and said, I'll stay here until Francesca shows herself. Kizen's gaze was on Simon, who was heading up the stairs. He intended to gather information from Professor Lang's lab on the 4th floor of this building. He agreed immediately. Without hesitation, Simon ran full speed toward the stairs like the wind. A moment later, he stood in front of the 4th floor lab. Simon panted for breath. This is it. He grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it, but a new problem arose. The door is locked. Without hesitation, Simon approached the window. He carefully looked around. Then Simon opened the window with his hand. A large gap appeared. He quickly opened a subspace to summon the Kraken's bone tentacles and moved outside. With its help, Simon precariously walked from above, struggling to maintain his balance. A moment later, he reached the lab window. Simon quickly bent down and jumped inside. He looked around the room. It was quite neat and tidy, but very dusty. On the floor were crumpled pieces of paper left uncleaned by anyone. It seems Professor Lang lived here instead of going home. On a nearby desk, a bottle filled with a green solution was overflowing. The green solution was quite thick, dripping down and stretching long across the desk. Suddenly, the liquid gathered together and transformed into a slime creature difficult to distinguish with no eyes or nose. It opened its mouth wide and asked in a frighteningly deep voice to confirm the priest's identity. Simon was slightly surprised, bent down slightly and looked at the strange creature. After thinking and analyzing carefully for a moment, Simon opened his mouth and called out Francesca's name loudly. As soon as the words were finished, its mouth opened wide, and inside was a piece of paper and something like a white card. He stood beside it and watched, quite surprised, his eyes wide. Simon quickly put his hand into the creature's mouth, took out the paper and looked at it. This was a note in Professor Lang's handwriting left behind when he was still alive. My assistant is after my life. Francesca is controlling my mind and has poisoned me with an unknown drug to make me obey her. Lang himself was convinced that Francesca had poisoned him with tainted water. I was too careless. There are so many poisons in this world that I still don't know about. Her demands became more and more audacious. While reading the letter left by Lang, he took out a card with the Kizen School symbol on it. Today she asked for my professor's personal identification number. Simon held the card in his hand and observed it. With the little bit of consciousness he had left, he continued to read the contents. I have hidden my ID card inside this slime. The will she had read was written by Lang under Francesca's coercion and control. Francesca couldn't get the number, so she ordered me to write a will. I wrote a copy according to her instructions. Reading this far, his face broke out in a cold sweat from the fear of humanity. By the time you read this, I will probably be dead. Without delay, Simon left the lab. He ran down the stairs. Please stop, Francesca. She is plotting something very terrible. Elsewhere, inside the shooting range, the atmosphere was quite gloomy. Cammy came down here alone. She was quite scared but still looked around for clues. Suddenly, Cammy's gaze fell on a black briefcase placed neatly on a shelf. Quite confused and suspicious, she slowly approached to investigate. Is it a bomb? Cammy recalled Simon's words before she left. He said to put it in a subspace, right? Before she could do anything, the doors of a subspace summoned by someone appeared next to her. Tentacles poured out of the subspace doors, squirming as if searching for prey. Cammy turned her head to look, froze for a few seconds, her face pale with fear. Not knowing what it was, she slumped to the ground as the tentacles got closer and closer. Regaining her senses, Cammy threw herself to the side, and fortunately, the tentacles attacked right at that moment. Suppressing her fear, she stood up, her eyes firm, ready to fight back. Cammy brought her hands together to form a seal, and as she gathered all her inner energy, a red aura appeared. From her fingers, the red aura transformed into a sphere and flew forward with considerable destructive power. It aimed straight for the tentacle monster's face, and the impact hit it squarely. The monster was knocked down. It stretched out long on the ground unconscious, and a foul-smelling green aura spread from its body. Even Cammy found it hard to breathe and had to kneel, covering her mouth and nose with her hand. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind her. As if she had a third sense, Cammy turned her head to check, and her eyes were terrified. The same monster from before was approaching. It opened its mouth wide and shot out rock-like masses. The rocks hit the ground next to Cammy hard. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, but fortunately she ran in time and dodged in another direction. Gathering all her inner energy, Cammy created countless red aura blades to counterattack in an instant. The monster's tentacles were all cut off by her aura. But a new problem arose. The tentacles quickly regenerated and grew back. Cammy was greatly shocked by the sight. The tentacles were endless, and because of that she was careless and didn't check behind her. Seizing the opportunity, one tentacle tightly grabbed her calf and wrapped around it several times. It didn't give Cammy a chance to fight back and dragged her along the ground. The monster used one tentacle to pull Cammy close to its face. What was it planning to do to her? As expected, it opened its mouth wide, and its sharp teeth looked as if they would eat Cammy alive. The sudden sight made her face pale, and she cried out with a confused expression. Suddenly, the Kraken's bone tentacle, pierced through the monster's neck and cut it, and its head fell to one side, its body to the other. Cammy, who was tied up, was released from the tentacle. She fell freely. Fortunately, Simon was ready from a distance. He flew over and caught Cammy in his arms. Without hesitation, Simon asked about her well-being. Are you okay, Cammy? Cammy hugged Simon tightly and urged him. Simon, let's get out of here first. A moment later, the two of them safely escaped from the foul-smelling room. After resting for a moment, leaning against the door, she took a long breath, composed herself, and looked at him. What do we do now? The bomb is still in there. Simon, not the least bit afraid, closed his eyes and quickly informed her, I'll take care of the bomb. From his pocket, Simon took out the scroll he had gotten from the slime earlier. It'll be fine. He quickly handed it to Cammy. She didn't let go and held it tightly. This is a note left by Professor Lang. Take this to the temple and call Neptes and the other professors. Cammy held the scroll to her chest, closed her eyes, and kept shaking her head. But I can't run away alone and leave you behind. Simon understood the problem well, placed both his hands on Cammy's shoulders and reassured her. You're not running away, you're going to save us. At Simon's words, her eyes reddened, and it seemed as if tears would burst out at any moment. Cammy finally listened to him and left, holding the paper left by Professor Lang in her hand. She went some distance and looked back. If anything happens to you, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Simon stood still on the spot, a faint smile on his lips as if to confirm. I'll be careful, I'm counting on you. Not wanting to be overwhelmed by emotions, Cammy ran forward with all her might. Please, she couldn't hold back her tears as she ran, and they flowed down her cheeks. Be safe. Returning to the front of that room from before, the foul-smelling green aura was seeping out from under the door. Simon also arrived in time. He stood alone in front of the room and observed the poisonous monster. Without hesitation, Simon put his hand inside his clothes. He was looking for something. Inside, Simon took out a golden ring and put it on his hand. Prince, can you hear me? I'm going to summon a zombie. Come here immediately. As requested, a zombie wrapped in white bandages appeared. Simon immediately moved the golden ring next to the white bandages. Suddenly, a red aura poured into the zombie. The zombie absorbed everything. When the green and red smoke disappeared, the prince appeared. I was wondering when you'd call, Commander. Seeing his appearance, he was quite satisfied and had a faint smile on his lips. The prince, who hadn't appeared in a long time, lightly stretched his body. You probably have a rough idea of the current situation, right? He approached the door and evaluated with a slightly annoyed tone. This body is really the worst. I hate possessing a mummy. Simon took the lead, opened the door, and reminded him. There's no time to complain. Follow me. As the space inside opened up, he put his hands on his hips and looked at the prince with a suspicious face. Can you handle it? Hearing that, he lightly put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked inside. What did you bring me here for? The prince was not the least bit afraid, but rather looked at the monsters. I miss this. How many years has it been since I've been back to Kizen? One of them seemed to see him as a thorn in its side, opened its mouth wide, and attacked by shooting rock-like bullets. They flew straight towards the prince, and a terrible explosion occurred, shattering dirt and stones. Without a single scratch, he calmly walked out step by step from the billowing smoke. Seeing that the prince was fine, it extended its tentacles again and approached. The tentacles divided their roles and instantly tightened around his entire body. But it seemed useless. The prince just lightly circulated his inner energy, and the tentacles were shattered to pieces. With the obstacle gone, he leisurely walked up and stood in front of the monster. Is this the main body? With no way to deal with him, it drooled heavily and opened its sharp mouth as wide as possible. Before the prince could react, the monster had swallowed half of his body. Simon, watching from the outside, was terrified. He urgently called his name, "Prince," but it was too late. The prince had already been swallowed. Suddenly, something shot up from above the monster's head. In less than 2 seconds, its head exploded and an arm with a clenched fist shot up. That small but immensely powerful arm belonged to the prince. Without a single scratch, he slowly stood up from that hole. He walked outside. His entire body was covered in green slime. The prince quickly jumped to the ground, walked forward, and went straight to the black briefcase sitting alone on the shelf. With his bare hands, the prince lifted the bag and raised it high as if to show it off to Simon. How was it? Impressive, wasn't it? In the second-floor classroom hallway, Toto entered alone. He followed the stairs down to the podium looking for something. A moment later, at the desk where Toto always sat, what he was looking for appeared. There it is. I thought I'd lost it. Looking down from his desk, Toto's eyes widened. He had found something, but there was something even stranger. Below where he put his feet was another black briefcase. What's this? In the magic technology classroom, Melon walked past holding a black briefcase in her hand. A group of monsters was frozen solid. It wasn't just one. She had used a little inner energy to finish off the entire group. Holding the briefcase high in her hand, Melon's face was filled with confidence and satisfaction. Done. Suddenly, perhaps because she had been exposed to the cold for too long, her body wasn't feeling well, and she sneezed immediately. Melon quickly went out the door, lightly wiping her runny nose with her arm. I'm going to catch a cold. Am I really suited for ice? At the first-year male dormitory warehouse, a red barrier tightly surrounded the area. A group of students was using their inner energy to take down the foul-smelling monsters, and Dick was supervising them. He couldn't stand the stench and lightly covered his nose with a white handkerchief. Ken is fighting really well. A student who was fighting the monsters asked Dick again. 100 silver coins per monster, right? He pointed at them with his finger. A trustworthy voice came out. Of course, for a merchant, credit is the most important thing. Hey, there's another one over there. Leaving the students to deal with the monsters, Dick went alone to the black briefcase with the bomb that was placed in the dormitory warehouse. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief with one hand and satisfactorily lifted the briefcase with the other. Easy. After finishing his work, Dick approached the students who had killed all the foul-smelling monsters. When 2 students heard from him about the monster's slime, they suddenly shouted violently, "It's a poisonous monster, it got on me." Dick held the handkerchief tightly to his mouth. He nodded his head and continued to explain, "It's a plant-type monster, so of course it's poisonous." Without delay, Dick took out 2 test tubes of antidote from his clothes pocket. "Here you are, esteemed customers. The antidote." Both of them happily received it. Everyone praised him endlessly. "We're saved," as expected of Dick. But at Dick's next words, the 2 of them looked at him with sidelong glances. "It's 200 silver coins per bottle." In the second-floor classroom, Toto was about to leave after seeing the subspace ring when he encountered a monster. Toto, being naturally timid, kept trembling at the horrible thing before him. Fortunately, as if he had sensed something, the prince ran over with the briefcase and kicked it in the face. Following the inertia after kicking the monster, he was pushed far back. Without waiting, the prince once again circulated his inner energy and stomped hard on its head. He raised one arm high, clenched his fist and rushed in. With one punch, it was shattered to pieces. Flesh and bone scattered into the air. Toto still hadn't come to his senses, his eyes wide with tears, his body trembling. After taking care of the matter, the prince bent over to one side and grumbled, "For me, a prince, to have to do this kind of cleanup work." As if he had thought of something, he glanced at Toto. Suddenly being called, he answered blankly, "Yes." The prince immediately asked, "You have a subspace, right?" "Huh?" Toto reluctantly held up the ring on his hand. "This is just a bracelet." He was a little skeptical, approached and suggested, "Let's see," but he stepped back, pulled his arm away and refused. "No, this is a very precious item to me." The prince didn't say much and immediately snatched the bracelet from Toto's hand. "Give it here, you talk too much." He resisted, but it was useless. In front of the bracelet, a subspace door opened. The prince put the briefcase inside to dispose of the bomb. Seeing Toto sobbing so pitifully, he opened his mouth. "I promise, kid, I'll give it back. So stop crying." Hearing his confident words, he was still a little suspicious. "Really?" Without hesitation, the prince held out his pinky finger to make a promise with Toto, but he was still a little skeptical. "Promise." Noticing Toto's thoughts, he smiled and requested, "You have to promise too." At the prince's words, he opened his mouth. "Yes, I promise." Although Toto's eyes were brimming with tears, he gave the prince a slight smile. "I don't think he's as scary as I thought." Suddenly, he saw something and asked loudly, "By the way, that uniform is pretty, isn't it?" At the random question, Toto was bewildered. "Yes." With a scheming look on his face, the prince, without hesitation, smiled meaningfully and took off his clothes. Back at the school grounds near the dormitory, Simon stood inside the red barrier. Suddenly, hearing someone's voice, he quickly turned around. "Commander." As Simon looked at Jebbit, she hugged the armored escort Pier tightly and explained, "Why are you so late? It's a real mess." After passing through the horde of skeletons, Jebbit covered her face with both hands and informed him of some important information. That's a barrier large enough to cover the entire first-year area. Jebbit closed her eyes tightly and grumbled to Simon, "We were lucky to get in before the barrier closed." Simon, who was beside her, ruffled his hair. A look of extreme bewilderment was on Simon's face. "Then we have to solve this situation, no matter what it takes." "Right." The two left first, and he worriedly looked outside the barrier. "Is Cammy okay?" In the forest, a pair of feet were running ceaselessly, the sound echoing all around. It was none other than Cammy, running forward with all her might. "Until now I've only relied on Simon." She lowered her head. Thoughts came one after another. "This time I'll be the one to save him." Lost in thought and running frantically, Cammy suddenly slammed her head into the red barrier before her. She collapsed to the ground, looking up at the barrier in pain and bewilderment. Trying to maintain her composure, Cammy stood up on both legs and clasped her knees. She circulated her inner energy, and a red aura shot out from her fingers, flying forward like a flash. A series of explosions thus hit the barrier, but its destructive power was beyond imagination. After attacking relentlessly for a moment, the barrier remained as it was, without a single scratch on its surface. Just then, Cammy let her hands hang limply. She stood there blankly. No, her whole body looked as if her soul had left it. Cammy sank helplessly to the ground, looking utterly powerless. Unable to suppress her emotions, she shed tears and repeatedly pounded on the barrier. "Please." Cammy's face was covered in tears. She pressed her face against the barrier and sobbed. "Why can't I do even this one thing right?" Simon's voice echoed ceaselessly. "You're not running away." Cammy recalled the time he held her shoulder and constantly reassured her. "You're going to save us." Cammy's last tear fell. In front of the opposite barrier, her crying stopped. She came to her senses and slowly stood up on both legs. The tear-filled eyes were now gone, and Cammy was stronger than ever. Her memory came back. Cammy remembered lying on a sickbed, one hand caressing her own stomach. "You were born with the strongest blood, but you inherited your mother's weak body. For the blood of a noble to flow in the body of a commoner like you, it is truly heaven's punishment." Following the hand with sharp nails, powerful drops of blood flowed. They were absorbed into the symbol on Cammy's stomach. "With this frail body, you won't be able to withstand the family's power and will slowly wither away. If everything had been the opposite, there might have been hope. My daughter, the blood you inherited will eventually kill you. So I will seal it with a magic circle." Her face was now completely covered by a blood-like aura, and as she raised both arms high, the symbol of the magic circle appeared again in front of her stomach. "This is the only way for you to survive." Those auras were all instantly sucked into that symbol. An immense power shattered the glass-like magic circle into pieces. The moment the fragments fell freely, a whirlwind of red aura enveloped her small body. In an instant, Cammy's complexion changed. Her eyes and mouth were filled with blood and her teeth became sharp. Suddenly, the power radiating from her body grew even stronger. Cammy opened her mouth wide and her eyes were bloodshot. Her hands began to change. Her nails slowly grew long and sharp, and from her back sprouted two long pointed wings. They were no different from bat wings. In just a few seconds, Cammy had completely transformed. She had a new appearance, like a vampire floating in the air. Cammy's face was devoid of any emotion. Two sharp fangs protruded, and a hand with sharp claws began to move slowly forward. As expected, she charged like the wind, her sharp arm following. The slashes from Cammy's arm poured into the barrier. After a moment, a gap was created, and she tore the barrier with all her might. With both arms, she planted both feet firmly on the ground, holding her body still so as not to move while exerting her strength. Suddenly, something happened. As the barrier split in half, Cammy shot upwards. She used her wings to leave the barrier area and move somewhere else, returning to the previous stairs. From upstairs, Simon, Jebbit, and Pierre were coming down. He quickly approached Kizen and asked about the situation. Kizen was quite happy to see Simon return and said, "You're here." But Jebbit didn't seem to like meeting Kizen. With a blatant attitude, she had an expression that said, "It's this guy again." Simon was different. He immediately asked after his well-being. "Where's Francesca?" Kizen walked and informed him. "She hasn't come out yet." Simon was quite satisfied with Kizen's information. "Good." He held the card he had taken from the slime's mouth in Professor Lang's lab. "I found evidence to reveal Francesca's identity and the professor's ID card." He handed it to Kizen. Simon added to the story. Cammy took the evidence and this professor's ID to the hidden tomb, but Kizen interrupted him. "We can go in and arrest Francesca." At his command, Jebbit raised her web-filled arm high. Pieces of webbing were shot onto Simon's body, wrapping him tightly. Then, as he commanded, white bone fragments appeared and combined with Simon's body, forming a sturdy armor that was difficult to destroy. A moment later, Kizen, holding Professor Lang's ID, stood in front of the door. He lightly scanned the card on the door. Password circle was passed. The large door opened, and outside, Kizen, Simon, and Jebbit were getting ready. In a ready stance, the three of them entered the dark room before them together. Sensing with his third sense, Kizen, with incomprehension, informed the two of them. "Strange, I can't feel Francesca's presence." Jebbit didn't seem to care much and approached one of the display cases. "What's this?" She observed an empty box through the transparent glass. There was nothing inside. Pierre heard her and looked inside, and with a slightly bewildered expression, he suddenly grabbed his head and complained. "Damn it, we're one step too late." Kizen placed both hands on the glass and continued with dissatisfaction. "She was still here when I came with Neptes." "What is that?" What he mentioned was a cube-shaped stone with various colors. "Prisma materia, the thing that creates countless abnormal monsters." Without hesitation, Kizen ran forward and urged the two. I know what Francesca is trying to do with that. Follow me. In another place, Melon appeared outside a large door and opened it with all her might, spreading her arms wide. Melon, not the least bit afraid, went inside. She asked loudly, "What's this, inside?" Monsters were scattered on the ground and poisonous liquid overflowed. "Someone has been here." Suddenly from behind, Dick appeared and asked loudly, "I thought I was the first one. Did you take care of this?" Hearing that, she turned around and shook her head in denial. "It wasn't me, it was probably Cammy." Hearing this, Dick shrugged his shoulders and said in an excited voice, "Anyway, since we've solved the problem of the destroyer, it means we've protected Kizen's peace." But Melon ignored him, turned around and ran off. "I can't rest until I defeat Francesca. Go to the broadcasting room and warn the students of the danger." Dick stood in place, pointed behind him with his hand and said, "I didn't think that far." Seeing him dawdling, Melon left him behind. "Follow me quickly. If we can't persuade the broadcasting room staff, we'll have to use force." Seeing her disappear, Dick hurriedly chased after her. "Hey, let's go together." Suddenly a feather-like arrow pierced straight into his neck. From a distance a pair of healed feet approached, a sound echoing throughout the hallway. A pair of full lips formed a triumphant smile. From behind Dick she approached and tilted her head slightly over his shoulder. What an interesting story. Deep inside the cave, the three of them, Simon's group, entered. He opened his mouth. "Where is this?" Kizen took the lead and continued, "This is the way to Kizen headquarters command and control room." Going deeper inside, he analyzed and said with emphasis, "Not only can we monitor the entire school's situation here, but we can also manage the barriers and emergency networks spread throughout the grounds. Francesca will definitely be there." At Kizen's resolute attitude, Jebbit was slightly surprised. "Why do you think so?" He without hesitation widened his eyes and continued resolutely, "Because it's the best place to use the Prisma materia." Kizen's voice echoed throughout the cave entrance. Simon, who was beside him, listened quietly. "If we use the barrier system here, we can spread strange creatures throughout Kizen." A moment later the three of them found the right path and went straight into the center of the lair. As expected, monsters with wide-open mouths with sharp fangs were scattered on the ground. "It seems we've come to the right place." Without hesitation, Kizen ran forward and commanded Simon and Jebbit, who were behind him. "There's no time, we'll attack head-on." The horde of monsters started to fight, each opening their mouths wide and attacking by shooting rock-like bullets. Simon and Kizen both flexibly moved their bodies and dodged the spewing attacks smoothly. Following the inertia, Kizen knelt on the ground and firmly planted his palm on the ground. Seeing the two still standing far away, he turned his head and shouted loudly, "What are you two doing? Hurry up." Simon flew like the wind and moved forward quickly. It was a really fast path of movement. Suddenly the monsters continued to attack and a series of explosions hit Simon. He covered his body with a large blade. Simon was quite hesitant. He thought constantly, "There's no other choice, I have to use black magic to break through." Suddenly a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "Master." Countless webs attacked the monsters one by one, shattering their flesh and bones. It was none other than Jebbit who was controlling the webs. She smiled and suggested, "I'll take care of this place." Her entire face suddenly turned red. She mumbled to Simon, "You have to save your strength before you face the priest." Hearing that, he turned his head, looked at her, and said with thanks and a reminder, "Thank you, don't overdo it, Jebbit." Jebbit said nothing, raised her web-filled hand high and gave a faint smile from the tip of her fingers. Without saying much, she swung the pile of webs forward with all her might. What a nice person. Her webs were like thin blades. In an instant she annihilated the horde of monsters. Returning to another place, Simon and Kizen were running forward quickly. He moved with Kizen towards the dazzlingly shining door. Kizen was in front of a door that emitted a dazzling light on both sides of a tunnel-like passage. That exit was not a door, but a broken wall. In the control room, Francesca sat arrogantly in a high place, and below her were the bodies of students scattered on the ground. One step too late. She had her legs crossed, and in one hand she held the sparkling Prisma Materia cube. "Welcome, I was waiting for you." At Francesca's voice, Kizen was furious and gritted his teeth. "The pursuer who has been chasing me relentlessly for over a year." Not stopping there, she lifted her head, looked at Simon next to Kizen and said, "It's been a while." At Francesca's voice, Simon was quite angry but just listened quietly. "I really wanted to kill you." Her next words and her ecstatic face were enough to infuriate the two of them. The witness, unable to hide the question in his heart until now, Simon lifted his head and asked loudly, "Why?" On the ground were the bodies of the students Francesca had killed with her own hands. "Why are you doing such a terrible thing?" Without the slightest remorse, she lifted her head and emphasized with a confident voice, "I'm from Null, and you're from Kizen. Isn't it natural to kill the enemy?" That answer was immediately refuted by Simon. "That's not the answer I'm looking for." At Simon's next words, Francesca was slightly bewildered. "Even if you're from Null, did you not feel anything after coming to Kizen?" The image of the students united and enjoying themselves at the sports festival came to mind. "You must have seen the ordinary people living here too." Not stopping there, he opened his mouth wide, stammered, and continued. Above all, Simon lifted his head and emphasized the fact that they were all her students. The moment Professor Lang passed away, Melon shed tears moved by Francesca's words, and even Cammy couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed. Mentioning this point, Simon asserted, "They genuinely believed in you, followed you, and respected you." But all that came back from her, who was sitting in a high place, was a cold answer. The class was just a means to hide my true identity. As she spoke, Francesca recalled the time she talked to the Kizen students. Even when I saw Satan's demons, I felt nothing. When I was passionately lecturing to everyone on the podium, if you saw passion, joy, or sincerity on my face. All of that. Having said this much, Francesca closed her eyes tightly, and her voice was filled with excitement. Is nothing more than the satisfaction I feel from acting so well. Just as she opened her eyes, a transparent slash of aura flew in. The slash looked quite simple, but its destructive power was quite immense. Francesca was lucky to move her body to the side, and the equipment next to her was damaged by the slash. Not only were the screens shattered, but they also had long, deep cracks. It was none other than Simon who had used his sword to send a slash at Francesca. Thank you for making it like this. Simon had a motionless face at this time. He lowered his voice and asserted, "You've made it so I have no regrets in killing you." As Simon finished speaking, Francesca narrowed her eyes and stared at him for a long time without saying a word. Not stopping there, Simon suddenly flew up and rushed towards this side, resolutely swinging his sword. But Francesca was not the least bit fazed, still sitting with her legs crossed at ease, and just quietly raised her arm high to summon countless wooden crosses from the air. Once the skill was ready, she without the slightest hesitation swung her hand and sent the group of crosses flying through the wind towards the opposite side. A dense curtain of crosses plunged to the ground, causing a loud vibration, but Simon still nimbly dodged this wide-range attack perfectly. In an instant he firmly rushed forward, approached Francesca's position and sent a sharp sword strike at her. Francesca skillfully dodged the technique and mocked, "This attack is too obvious." But it wasn't over yet. Simon suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed the blade of his sword, controlling its strength to change the direction of the attack. Francesca clearly didn't expect this situation, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, Simon delivered a powerful blow right at the position where she was sitting. This time Francesca could no longer sit still. She quickly dodged and landed on the ground. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said, "How reckless. You don't have an ounce of respect for your teacher." Instead of answering, he just frowned and glared at his opponent, his face filled with displeasure. Seeing this, Francesca smiled nonchalantly and continued, "Since you've made it this far, I'll show you something very interesting." As soon as she finished speaking, the large screen in front of Simon flickered and began to display an image. It was a real-time view of Kizen Academy. Francesca smiled and said, "The time has come." As the moment arrived, she raised her hand slightly, lifted her eyebrows, and gave a wicked smile. "Right now." As soon as she finished speaking, Francesca confidently and decisively snapped her fingers. But nothing happened. The blurry screen still quietly displayed the image of Kizen Academy, leaving a heavy silence. Francesca was shocked by this situation, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. At that moment, Simon slowly opened his mouth. "If you're waiting for an explosion, you don't have to wait any longer. I've thrown them all away." Francesca was still stubborn, unwilling to accept the truth. "I set them up right before class started. There's no way you had time to deal with them." Simon had no intention of arguing with her. Immediately cast the next technique. From a circle of subspace, countless white bone fragments of the Kraken poured out. They attacked Francesca fiercely, and she leapt into the air to dodge. Just then, the sound of footsteps grew closer from a distance. It was Kizen. He rushed over without hesitation and officially joined the battle. As soon as Francesca dodged one person, she was faced with another, and she froze for a few seconds with wide eyes before she could react. Kizen seized the opportunity and cast his ultimate move, Kizen's Cursed Claw. Kizen Oririno. Then he gathered his strength and turned his body. He unleashed a powerful blow towards the opposite side. Francesca couldn't dodge, and was hit squarely by her opponent's claw, and blood flowed endlessly. The technique was so powerful that the claw marks were deeply engraved on the wall behind her. Francesca collapsed powerlessly to the ground, and with a dry cough, blood dripped onto the floor. She raised a hand to wipe the corner of her mouth and suddenly burst into laughter. "I didn't expect a student to injure me to this extent. It seems I can't defeat you with Francesca's power alone." At these words, Kizen looked at her with incomprehension and wary eyes. "What?" Right after that, Francesca slowly closed her eyes, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and muttered something. And in just a few seconds a fierce flame suddenly erupted and enveloped her body. The heat swirled throughout the space and the pressure grew stronger and stronger, forcing Simon and his group to retreat. Very quickly they were shocked to realize that it was a holy power, and in an instant, amidst the flickering flames, Francesca's red hair came undone and swayed gently. She raised the corners of her mouth and smiled coldly. "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Primata." Hearing this name, Simon's body trembled. His two eyes widened in shock. Before him, Francesca's appearance had completely changed, and she slowly introduced herself as one of the 7-star guardians of Knoll. She raised an eyebrow, looked down, raised the corners of her mouth, and revealed, "I am the Saintess of Purity." A simple explanation is needed here. The Saintesses are the staunchest pillars of Knoll and the Holy Alliance, comparable to the commanders of the Dark Legion. Each Saintess has a unique ability. Primata, the Saintess of Purity, possesses the white flame, which is perfect in all three aspects: healing, attack, and defense. Moreover, as a spiritual entity, Primata's power has already far surpassed that of ordinary people. Having reached a new realm, even if her physical body is destroyed, she can be resurrected by taking over someone else's body. And with that ability, Primata decided to destroy Kizen from within. The ever-busy Francesca became her ideal target. At that time, after successfully possessing Francesca's body, Primata used her body to study the power of the abyss and planned to poison Professor Lang. She was confident that there were no flaws in her plan, but the current situation had deviated from Primata's original plan. She gritted her teeth and looked at the two people below. You are the biggest variable among them. Kizen and Simon still stood firm, calmly meeting Primata's gaze. She suddenly burst into laughter and spread her arms wide. But it's okay, I'll take care of the unexpected. Once I get rid of you two and detonate the explosives, it will all be over. Without hesitation, Primata waved her hand and unleashed a fierce flame towards the two people below. Burn eternal flame. Faced with the opponent's surprise attack, Simon and Kizen immediately separated and tried to dodge. But this flame was too fierce, spreading quickly and aiming precisely at them. Simon was sent flying far away. He fell into a corner, painfully curled up his body and coughed dryly. At the same time, hearing a painful scream, he quickly lifted his head and looked towards the source of the sound. What entered Simon's eyes was the sight of a struggling Kizen. Flames engulfed his entire body. His clothes were burnt in several places. Without a moment's thought, Simon ran over in a panic and urgently called his name. Kizen! He tried to shake his opponent, but as soon as he touched him, he immediately caught fire. Simon was startled and quickly pulled his hand back. At this time, Pierre hissed and he asked about his well-being. Pierre, are you okay? Simon looked down at the scorched part of his arm and Pierre's angry curses echoed in his ears. Damn it, this flame contains holy power. This is the worst. I hate holy power the most. Simon was dazed for a moment and thought holy power has the characteristic of extremely suppressing necromancers and undead. His gaze gradually turned towards Primata. Seeing her triumphant smile, Simon wondered if this was the true power of the Saintess of Purity. Opposite him, Primata touched her cheek and smiled slyly. Now I know who you are, Simon Polentia. She confessed that she had found it strange when a group of ancient undead appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Primata recalled the previous incident. Even now, she couldn't hide her surprise. I can't believe that was really you, Commander. As she said this, Primata didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. But even so, you're just a fledgling commander. At the opponent's mockery, Simon chose to remain silent, but she continued to chatter. It might be different in 10 years, but this battle is too early for you. At that blatant provocation, he could no longer ignore it. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he slowly replied, How would you know if you don't try? As soon as the words were finished, the black magic energy around Simon immediately swirled. His resolute attitude seemed ridiculous in Primata's eyes, and she burst into laughter without a word. Primata's high heels hit the floor hard. She said nonchalantly, I acknowledge your efforts to stop the destroyer. Primata paused for a moment, turned her body slightly to touch the object next to her, and continued. But, suddenly, a stone pillar rose from the floor and appeared next to her. At this time, Primata raised an eyebrow and sneered. You've only extended the grace period a little longer. The cube placed on top of the stone pillar split open and a faint light emanated, revealing the object protected inside. She gently lifted her finger. Picking up the red gem inside the box, Primata asserted decisively, No one can stop this great purification. The next moment, the sky towards Kizen Academy suddenly darkened, as if it was covered by something. Sensing the unstable situation, Kizen struggled to his feet and hurriedly warned, Simon, that's the barrier system. We have to stop them from passing through the element. Hearing that, Simon immediately took action, summoning countless white-bone tentacles of the Kraken through an open subspace gate. The attack was aimed straight at Primata, but she had no intention of dodging. She just casually stretched out her hand and a powerful energy burst out. She easily blocked the fiercely shooting bone tentacles. Simon was surprised for a moment. He couldn't believe that she could push back the enhanced pressure so easily. Before his eyes, Primata gave a sly smile, and in her hand she held a cube that emitted 7 colors. It had an infinite effect of creating strange monsters using the user's power as a core. Primata leisurely looked at the object and seeing it react and rotate in her palm, she gave a satisfied smile. Over here, Kizen struggled to his feet and Primata's frantic laughter echoed in his ears. For a long time you've tormented the Holy Alliance with this. Now it's your turn. She uttered her last words. Simon rushed forward to stop her. Stop. It was too late. Primata had just finished her last move and a ray of light shot out, reflecting on her distorted face. Primata's frantic laughter echoed throughout the room. She threw the cube into the box on top of the stone pillar. In that instant, a dazzling light exploded, almost engulfing the entire space. Simon instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes. The scene shifts to Kizen Academy. The students walking on the campus suddenly stopped, their gazes drawn to a suddenly appearing red magic circle. That magic circle opened a subspace gate. Pale faces suddenly popped out, and in the sky all over the academy, subspace gates appeared at the same time, releasing countless mutated creatures. They floated in the air, letting out terrifying screams, and their hideous appearances terrified everyone. What is that? There were even monsters peeking through the academy's glass windows. Seeing the empty pupils, the students screamed in terror. In an instant, the terrifying horde of monsters began to search every corner of Kizen Academy, causing numerous disturbances. Smoke and flames rose from the buildings. The situation at the academy was clearly displayed on the large screen, in the sight of everyone in the room. Kizen suddenly felt overwhelmed. He stared at the screen and muttered, "It started." Primata leisurely observed everyone's reactions and raised the corners of her mouth arrogantly. "Watch Kizen's chaos clearly from the VIP seats, little commander." She saw Simon's anxious expression clearly. He widened his eyes and couldn't say a word. Just then, a voice echoed in the quiet space. "Test." It was a signal from the broadcasting room. Simon recognized this voice. On the other side, Melon urgently announced that the priest of Knoll had launched a terrorist attack on Kizen. Melon was in the broadcasting room. She spoke urgently into the microphone. "This is a real situation," she shouted seriously. "All students, please evacuate immediately." Meanwhile, Dick was struggling to block the door, helping Melon's broadcast. The continuous pounding on the door made her even more annoyed, and she immediately shouted, "Honestly, these guys, do they still not believe that there's a priest from Knoll at Kizen?" Joel didn't believe it at all, and even sneered coldly. "Who is that priest?" Melon said the name clearly without hesitation. "Francesca Bellman." The words she uttered were clearly transmitted to the other side of the large screen. Melon exposed her frankly. "She is deceiving all of us. Her true identity is the priest of Knoll." But what she got in return was only a harsh rebuke from her opponent. "You've crossed the line." "How long has it been since Professor Lang passed away?" Joel accused her with annoyance. "I can't believe you would spread such rumors about Professor Francesca." Hearing the defending words, Primata chuckled. Meanwhile, the shadow of another person suddenly appeared in front of the broadcasting room door. Joel frowned slightly and warned, "Hey!" In an instant, the opponent pushed the door with all his might, and Dick could no longer hold on and was pushed back. He fell backwards. Bang! The people outside quickly rushed in, and a black shadow was overwhelmingly cast. They warned, "We will report this to the professor, so don't expect a light punishment." Melon was immediately flustered. Dick quickly got up and hid behind her. The three people in front of them aggressively approached them closer and closer. Melon had no time to hesitate. She decisively cast black magic. She successfully created an ice barrier in front of them. They were surprised by this situation. When they came to their senses, who knows who started it, but they started swearing. "Hey, are you crazy?" Joel frantically pounded on the ice shield. His voice was extremely dissatisfied. "Do you think you can get away with this?" At the same time, MC heard a sharp scream from a distance. A monster. He quickly went out to check the situation and was flustered to see students desperately fleeing in the hallway. A monster. Very quickly he got an answer to his suspicion. A huge black shadow loomed over, and MC lifted his head to look up, his mouth open, speechless. Outside the window, a monster with a wrinkled face was staring at him. It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar, shaking the entire hallway. Very quickly after that, an announcement was transmitted throughout the academy. "This is an announcement from the broadcasting room. A priest from Knoll is attacking Kizen campus. This is an emergency. All students, please evacuate immediately." Meanwhile, some areas of the academy had already been swept away by the horde of monsters. The students screamed and fled desperately. Hearing the sharp screams echoing throughout the hallway, Dick became anxious. "Shouldn't we run too?" Melon answered curtly. "Just block the door." She continued to hold the microphone and announced to the entire academy, "I repeat, the building is in danger of collapsing, so evacuate to an open area." Melon's voice spread to every corner. "Students near the shelter, please move to the shelter." Other students. As soon as these words were heard, numerous students ran in one direction, shouting to each other, "Run quickly, there's a shelter in the center of the school, let's go there quickly." But they didn't get far before a monster jumped down and blocked their path. With a thud, a cloud of dust rose. Its huge black shadow loomed over the students. Everyone froze, their faces pale and their eyes widened in terror. Right after that, the monster roared and raised its hand, preparing to attack. Just then, suddenly firepower shot out, aimed straight at the monster, and its huge body staggered. At this time, numerous ghost ships were summoned and floated in the sky. Elisa stood on a nearby rooftop with a stern face in a very imposing posture. The next moment she took a deep breath and shouted clearly and loudly, "Fire!" As the order was given, the cannons on the ships all activated at once and aimed forward. Then the sound of engines roared and hot flames swirled and gathered at the muzzles. In an instant, the firepower was released and a dazzling light swept across the ground. The powerful attack quickly swept away the monster. Its head was blown right off. It didn't stop there. The cannonballs continued to rain down, turning the entire ground into a sea of fire. A thick cloud of dust rose, and red flames filled the sky. The horde of monsters couldn't escape and were engulfed in the flames, only letting out terrifying roars. Meanwhile, Elisa held a megaphone and announced loudly, "From now on, I, Elisa, will command the battle against the monsters." Her words echoed in the ears of the students who were still bewildered below. "If you are a Kizen student, you should fight the monsters instead of running away like this." Elisa gave the final announcement. "Those who want to fight, gather at the courtyard in front of the technology building." The scene of the students struggling against the horde of monsters was broadcast in its entirety on the large screen. Primata watched everything without a word. No, far from being worried, she seemed to find it absurd. It was nothing more than a futile resistance. Primata raised the corners of her mouth and smiled cheerfully. She was certain that everyone would eventually die before the wave of monsters. Just then, Simon seized an opportunity for a surprise attack, swinging his sword high and aiming it straight at her. There was no way Primata would be taken down so easily. She quickly erected a barrier of fire to use as a shield, which clashed violently with Simon's black magic. The next moment, flames swirled around Primata's other palm. It condensed into a mass of energy that radiated intense heat. The attack was aimed straight at Simon, and the dazzling light reflected in his eyes. His pupils contracted in terror. With a single attack, Primata broke the fusion state between Simon and Pier. Pier let out a pained scream. Simon's body was pushed far back, but he struggled to hold on and stood firm. Primata simply looked down leisurely. Her holy flames had devoured Simon's black magic energy. White bone fragments were scattered on the floor. Seeing this sight, he was horrified and quickly turned to call out to Pierre. Primata had no intention of stopping her hand. She scoffed coldly. "I'm tired of playing with you." She opened her mouth coolly. "Farewell." As she finished speaking, swirling flames were released, flying straight towards Simon below. He had no time to dodge and was frozen in place, his eyes wide with terror. The immense heat washed over him in an instant, and Simon closed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he tried to endure it. In that critical moment, countless feathers suddenly flew in, covering the sky in white. As a figure shot forward like an arrow, it was Saren. She forcefully swung her hand, manipulating the feathers to sweep away the flames right in front of Simon. The myriad white feathers formed a giant shield. It blocked the fierce flames. At this moment, Saren was still in the mood to joke. "Hello, Simon, you look tired." He was startled and exclaimed in astonishment, "Saren." Simon, not yet having come to his senses, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Why are you here?" She didn't hurry to answer, landing lightly on the ground. "The third stamp on the discount coupon. I came to get that." She moved close to Simon, whispering so softly. Over here, Saren's sudden appearance startled Primata. She moved her lips and muttered, "Those wings." Feeling her sharp gaze fixed on her, Saren immediately turned around. At that very moment, Primata roared in fury, "Why is someone like you in Kizen? This is blasphemy." In an instant, fierce flames erupted, spreading throughout the entire room. Saren, not to be outdone, immediately cast a technique in response. Feather downpour. The white feathers swirled around the fierce flames, clashing violently. She quickly gave a signal. "Now, Simon." Hearing that, he lunged forward without a moment's hesitation. At the same time, Primata furrowed her brow and spat out word by word in anger. "How dare you ignore me?" As she finished speaking, she quickly took action. The flames around her body swirled. Each flame wrapped around the feathers flying in the air, and as they condensed into a sphere of blazing red holy power, Primata's eyes widened and she shouted loudly, "Die!" The sphere of fire rushed straight towards the charging Simon, and he had no time to react, his mouth agape in a daze. And the next moment, the blazing red light swallowed Simon's body. Witnessing this entire scene, Saren cried out in shock and rushed towards Simon. But Primata's flames grew stronger and stronger, and the boiling heat obscured all vision. Saren could only see the dazzling red light, and each of her feathers fell powerlessly. She cried out in despair, "No, Simon!" The fierce holy flames were tearing Simon's body to shreds. Scorched marks began to appear all over his body. He fell to his knees and collapsed. Primata's arrogant voice echoed, "You did your best." Thinking she had secured her victory, she shrugged slightly and raised the corners of her mouth in a sneer. "Yes, this is what you call a type advantage, proof of the goddess's existence." Primata threw her head back and laughed loudly. "Those who deny her existence will not be able to withstand her power." And in a single moment, those holy flames burned away all of Simon's outer clothes. But right after that, Primata's smile suddenly vanished and her eyes widened in astonishment. Simon had not yet fallen. He endured the heat surrounding him and slowly pushed himself up with his hands. Amidst the blazing light, he lifted his head, his eyes filled with tenacity. The scene shifts somewhere else. Under the bright moonlight and the sound of a gurgling waterfall, figures on a nearby cliff were performing the same movements. A solemn voice echoed, "All right, everyone. This is a ritual dance. It's not just dancing. It's dancing with all your strength, heart, and passion." Wrong, you must pour your passion into the dance, but at the same time, must relax your body. As soon as he finished speaking, he demonstrated himself. Like this, with great passion. Bahal performed a series of bizarre movements, swaying his body to the rhythm and constantly shouting, "Passion, passion." He quickly struck a final pose, gripping the waistband of his pants with both hands, and a dazzling light appeared along with a cheer full of excitement. Passion. A short while later, once everything was over, Bahal was the first to speak. "Thank you for your efforts in our sincere ritual. Professor Lang has found peace and rest. Let's take a short break and continue with the next ritual." Hearing this, Aaron quickly moved away, slumping down and sighing, "I should write my will first. When I die, the ritual shouldn't be simplified. It should be eliminated entirely." Just then, Hongfeng suddenly approached and spoke to him. "Professor Aaron, how is Simon summoning magic these days?" Aaron was momentarily dazed, wondering, "Is she asking about Simon's grades in summoning magic?" He spoke frankly, "It's at the level you're thinking of, Professor Hongfeng." She slowly folded her legs and sat next to Aaron, smiling slightly. "Is that so?" Hongfeng said cheerfully. "I have been focusing on teaching and guiding Simon in combat skills." She praised him at length with excitement. "I've taught many kids at Kizen, but he's the first one with such potential." Aaron listened without a word. Hongfeng didn't mind, clenched her fist and continued to say with a smile, "If I put all my effort into shaping him, I firmly believe a masterpiece will be born." Just then, a figure slowly approached them. "I just heard the name Simon." Bahal's lips curved up slightly. He casually joined their conversation. "If you're talking about that student, I can't be left out." The atmosphere was immediately filled with the smell of gunpowder. Hongfeng opened her mouth, half smiling. "Even the curse instructor is interested in Simon's studies." "That's unexpected. I've never seen Simon use a curse." Hearing that, Bahal pretended to clutch his heart and replied with a laugh, "As expected of Professor Hongfeng. Your words pierce right through the heart." He shrugged slightly and continued nonchalantly, "But that's not important. The reason Simon hasn't used curses yet is simply because he hasn't found them interesting." As he said this, Bahal's eyes suddenly glinted cunningly, and he asserted with confidence, "But once he gets a taste of this field, he'll never be able to escape." He suddenly lowered his eyes and looked at the silent Aaron. "But more than that, I was surprised. Aaron, I thought you would go back on your declaration not to take a direct disciple and snatch Simon up." The other person opened his mouth nonchalantly. The first semester isn't even over yet. At this point, when his talents haven't fully manifested, it's too early to talk about his major. Hearing this, Bahil immediately clapped his hands repeatedly and said with a sly smile, "Focusing on the student's future rather than satisfying your own greed, you truly are a model educator." His attitude displeased Aaron. He glared and warned, "Stop being so sarcastic." Bahil naturally knew when to stop. He smiled with his eyes and nodded, "My apologies." Right after that, another person slowly walked over, interjecting as they spoke, "It seems all the first-year professors have gathered in one place." As soon as they saw the person, all three of them greeted him first. "Professor Silas, you're here." He nodded slightly and spoke calmly. "Please be at ease. I hope I didn't interrupt your conversation," Bahil replied politely. "Of course not. We were just talking about Simon." Silas immediately showed interest. "Simon Palentia, you mean?" Bahil confirmed. "Yes, that's right. After all, he's a talent everyone covets." As he finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly said, "Since everyone's gathered, let me ask a direct question. What do you all think is Simon Palentia's true power?" At Bahil's question, all three were momentarily stunned. Aaron spoke first. His answer was insight. Hongfeng recalled her encounters with Simon and asserted firmly, "Fortitude." Silas didn't stay quiet either. His opinion was ingenuity. After hearing each of them in turn, Bahil suddenly gave a mysterious smile and slowly opened his mouth. "You're all wrong." His facial expression turned manic and he concluded with that one sentence as he burst out laughing. Bahil, with a look as if he had heard something absurd, raised a hand to cover his face, threw his head back and laughed ceaselessly. "Really?" He stood there, dancing continuously. "How can you properly teach that child without even recognizing his true value?" Perhaps accustomed to Bahil's behavior, the three of them just sighed and said nothing. He paused for a moment and then enunciated, word by word seriously, "That child's true power is madness." That was his own answer to his question. He evaluated Simon as follows: "A person who can become truly insane about something." As he said this, Bahil specifically emphasized, "That is the potential I want to talk about." The scene switches back to the battlefield on Simon's side. Primada was frozen for a moment. As if she couldn't believe her eyes, she stammered, "What? How?" Simon was still standing firmly before her eyes. Amidst the flames surrounding him, the corners of his mouth rose into a manic smile. "That attack feels a little warm now." Primada was extremely confused, clutching her head and shouting, Why? She gripped her face tightly, her expression contorted, and her voice suddenly cracked. What in the world are you?" Simon paid her no mind and said in a cold voice, "Pier, how long are you going to lie there?" In the besieged sea of holy fire, Pier's skeletal body still lay motionless. Simon spoke clearly. "If you are truly the inspector of my legion, then follow me." As the words fell, his opponent immediately responded. Pier burst into laughter, and a rich energy spread out, enveloping the scattered white bone fragments. He feigned annoyance. "There's a limit to insulting the dead kid." In an instant, those bone fragments gradually gathered together and flew straight towards Simon. That moment was like a single drop of water falling onto a calm lake, creating an echoing sound that signaled a moment of change. Simon's entire body was covered in bone armor. He raised the corners of his mouth and replied, "This isn't an insult." The moment his whole body was clad in a bizarre battle armor, Simon emphasized word by word resolutely, "This is what we call evolution." Flashing back to the previous moment, Pier had been silent for a while after hearing Simon's call. "Simon, even after being pierced by the priest's holy spear, you were fine." Thinking about this again, he himself still felt overwhelmed. Pier muttered to himself, "Moreover, you were burned by the saintess's white flame and still stood firm." He paused for a moment, staring intently at the armor before him. "And above all, Simon healed his wounds." Pier couldn't help but be amazed. He muttered under his breath, "Richard, what in the world did you create?" And everything flowed as it was now. He burst into laughter, his voice deep and rough. "There's a limit to insulting the dead kid." Pier's white bone fragments quickly moved and gathered, flying straight towards Simon. That moment was like a single drop of water falling onto a tranquil lake, signaling an unstoppable change. Each fragment gradually merged with Simon's body, and he slowly opened his mouth. "This isn't an insult. This is what we call evolution." He emphasized these words clearly. Hearing this, Pier seemed very satisfied and laughed heartily and refreshingly. "Good, Richard's son," he declared loudly. "For your victory I will even cast aside my identity as an undead." Afterwards, in the midst of the fierce sea of holy fire, Simon suddenly swung his arm, the motion resolute. Upon receiving the signal, his sword quickly shot up from the ground, automatically returning to its master. Simon slowly raised his fingers to grasp it, his hand gradually tightening around the hilt. The next moment he lowered his stance, immediately assuming a ready-for-battle posture. The sword in Simon's hand took on a dazzling golden hue, flashing continuously. Without a hint of hesitation, he swung the sword, drawing a brilliant arc. In that instant, Simon swept away the curtain of fire surrounding him, witnessing this scene from afar. Saren was momentarily dazed, moving her lips to call his name. "Simon." Looking more closely, she couldn't hide her astonishment. That form. A thought flashed through Saren's mind. A necromancer who can withstand the white flame and an undead who can use holy power. At this moment she could only admire. "Simon Palentia, you are truly a great person." Over here, Simon narrowed his eyes and looked towards Primada, his tone slightly provocative. "Your fire won't work on me anymore." Veins popped on her forehead and she could only repeat herself over and over, "Impossible, impossible, impossible." In the end, Primada completely lost her reason and threw her head back, screaming like a madwoman. No, accordingly, the flames around her became even more ferocious, shooting straight up to the ceiling. Cracks gradually spread. Seeing that, Kizen noticed something was off. She's aiming for the ceiling. Simon, that damn bitch is trying to run away. He immediately understood her intention, quickly launched himself into a leap, determined not to let her escape like that. Seeing her plan had gone awry, Primata gritted her teeth in frustration until they could burst. Having no other choice, she hurriedly launched an attack to try and shake him off. This time Simon didn't dodge, facing the holy flames head-on. He raised his sword and resolutely counterattacked, the gleam of the sword flashing as it split the flames in two. The attack heavily injured Primata, leaving a long gash across her body as fresh blood poured out. But the wound on her body healed in the blink of an eye. Primata glared resentfully and turned back, then quickly fled, flying straight up to the ceiling. Pierre opened his mouth. As expected, she heals instantly. Unless I cut her directly with my blade of destruction, the attacks are meaningless. Simon stopped in his tracks, looking up at the ceiling, and opened his mouth hesitantly. But, at that moment, countless golden feathers poured down behind his back. They quickly formed into wings for Simon, and he was momentarily startled. Simon immediately came to his senses, quickly turned around and called out softly, "Saren." The corners of her mouth rose slightly and she just waved her hand and urged, "Go." Simon accepted her goodwill and expressed his sincere gratitude. Saren, with his equipment complete, he bent his knees, his gaze firm as he looked up. "I'm going," Pierre burst out laughing, cheering him on enthusiastically. "Do as you please." The next moment, Simon launched himself towards the ceiling. He quickly caught up to Primata in midair, and the distance between the two figures grew smaller and smaller. Seeing Simon closing in on her, Primata gritted her teeth with a look of displeasure. She suddenly turned, gathering flames in her palm. This time, Primata changed her attack method, summoning countless sharp crosses from thin air. The next moment, she swung her hand and sent them flying towards Simon, shouting loudly, "Die already!" Simon, without wavering in the slightest, swung his sword to parry the opponent's fierce attack. The commotion in the air quickly caught the attention of the students fighting at the academy. They couldn't help but cry out. Dick stuck his head out the window to look, slightly surprised. "Isn't that the priest?" "Right," he wondered. "But who is she fighting?" Melon suddenly interjected. "Move." She focused on observing the distant scene, and in an instant her two eyes lit up. Melon saw the battle situation over there clearly, and she couldn't hide the joy in her voice. "That's Simon," she exclaimed happily. Meanwhile, Simon was focused on dealing with Primata. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and said in a low voice, "Your attacks are useless on me. Give up, Primata." Primata's expression darkened, and she didn't hide the deep, killing intent in her eyes. She scoffed coldly. The next moment, Primata summoned a giant cross with all her might. The goddess's holy power radiated with an extreme brilliance, and the students below, upon seeing it, hurriedly covered their eyes with their hands. "It's so bright." Simon didn't back down in the slightest. He held his sword firmly on his shoulder, his eyes filled with tenacity. The sensation of slicing, tearing through space, he swung his sword with all his might without a hint of hesitation, drawing a brilliant golden arc. The dazzling golden light reflected on Primata's horrified face. Her mouth fell open and she froze, dazed, as if in disbelief. With Simon's one strike, the giant cross shattered into pieces, and Primata's body was also split in two. But the wound across Primata's waist healed again in the blink of an eye. Having fought this far, Simon did not give up. He groaned, struggling with all his might. "It's not over yet." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to separate the bone armor around his body with all his strength. The white bone fragments quickly intertwined and concentrated on the arm holding the sword, and a dense energy enveloped the area. Once the gauntlet was complete, Simon immediately gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand. He resolved to pour all his strength into this final blow. "I'll take you down no matter what it takes." After speaking, Simon resolutely launched his final attack. The original projection of Simon and Pierre, a slash that pierced the clouds, flew straight towards its one and only target, Primata. As the sword flew in, Primata couldn't dodge, and one of her shoulders instantly exploded as extreme pain washed over her. Primata's pupils immediately contracted, her survival instinct kicked in, and she quickly took action. Her whole body blazed with red light and a giant cross was erected. Seeing this result, Simon furrowed his brow, his breathing becoming ragged as he thought to himself, "I aimed for her weak point, but is this my limit? Maintaining this level of power any longer is too difficult." The very next moment his eyelids grew heavy and began to close. As his body swayed, Pierre shouted in alarm, "Hey kid, are you okay?" Simon didn't answer. He disengaged from his battle state and his body lost its gravity and fell. Pierre grew even more anxious. "Get a hold of yourself, kid." On the other side, through the hole in the ceiling, Saren and Kizen saw Simon free-falling. They shouted in alarm. Simon, without a moment's hesitation, Saren immediately took action. "Help him." She swung her hand, summoning countless feathers. The feathers quickly overlapped, creating a cradle to support Simon's body. Then they moved slowly, sending him back to Saren's position. As soon as he touched the ground, Saren hurriedly shook the feathers before Simon's eyes. In an extremely urgent voice she said, "Simon, wake up. This is no time to pass out." The tip of a feather jabbed hard into Simon's shoulder, and he woke up with a start. Simon shot up and gave an awkward smile. "Did you wake me up? It feels like I was just whipped. As an heir to the ivory tower, you shouldn't be taking care of people like this." "Thank you, Saren." Before they could exchange a few more words, a blazing red sphere rained down on them. The ceiling shook violently, and Simon looked up, sensing the danger. He gritted his teeth on guard. and the very next moment a terrible explosion occurred in that spot, and the vibration echoed throughout the entire area. Dirt and stones scattered in all directions amidst a thick cloud of smoke. A barrier made of feathers was erected. Saren shot up and urgently asked after their well-being. "Is everyone okay?" Kizen shook his head slightly, expressing his gratitude. At this time, Primata floated in the air and slowly opened her mouth. "Now I understand the goddess's will, the existence of someone immune to holy power." She leisurely descended to the ground and continued to ramble. "This will eventually become a terrible disaster for Efnal. The real reason the goddess sent me to Kizen was not just to deal with the terrorist attack. It was also to eliminate you, Simon Palentia." Primata concluded clearly with those words. Not stopping there, she placed a hand on her chest and her voice trembled as if she were offering a prayer. "O great goddess, forgive my blasphemy. You have given me a soul and a body to follow your holy calling." At the same time, the three Simons group were shocked to see red pillars of energy rotating around them. Primata continued to mutter, "And I have realized that the impossibility within your almighty power was meant to awaken the fool within me, so that I may judge the convicted traitor." She lowered her head, her facial expression unreadable, and slowly spat out word by word. The next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly covered Primata's body. Her voice echoed throughout the entire space. "Therefore, in accordance with the great goddess's will, I will offer everything I have." A swirling energy surged, and from behind Primata's back a pair of wings slowly sprouted. She opened her mouth. "I will uproot that evil forever." And in that very moment, Primata's entire body returned to its original form. She spread her wings wide under the blazing red pillar of light, and the pressure she emitted was terrifyingly immense. Saren hurriedly erected a shield to protect everyone. Opposite them, a blazing red pillar of light was erected. The flow of energy gushing out was extremely ferocious. Kizen struggled to stand firm, squinting as he observed, wondering, "What is that?" Saren followed up. "I think it's getting bigger." A figure gradually became clearer, bloodshot eyes buried deep beneath flesh and white bandages. Primata had completely changed her appearance. Under the white bandages, two streams of flames flickered on her face. Saren froze on the spot, her lips moving, unable to speak. "This is a bit dangerous." Under the shocked gazes of the whole group, Primata slowly opened her mouth. "I will stake everything I have, Simon Palentia." He heard her call his name. Simon still remained silent. The very next moment he heard his opponent grit her teeth and spit out word by word, "I will eliminate you." Simon, not the least bit afraid, firmly walked forward step by step. Saren was startled and hurriedly called out to Simon. At this very moment, Primata roared like a madwoman. "In the name of the goddess, disappear forever." In the face of the imminent danger, Simon's expression did not change. He stood with a dignified posture, ready to accept everything. At that critical moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared, emitting a dazzling blue light. It blocked the space between Simon and Primata, fending off her powerful attack. Everything happened so fast. Simon, not yet understanding what was happening, widened his eyes in surprise. At the same time, a dazzling golden vortex of energy suddenly appeared behind Primata. A figure appeared, and a clear voice came with it. "It's been a while." Hearing the sound, Primata was startled and hurriedly turned around. Neptys looked down on her from a high place, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she called out, "Saintess of purity." Back to the previous moment elsewhere, Bahil asserted resolutely. "His true power is madness." He paused for a moment, then continued with a laugh. "This talent makes its owner obsessively engrossed in anything." Aaron disagreed with this statement and retorted, "He's just finding what suits him." Bahil nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and said, "Madness can also be seen as a blessing of genius." Just then, the group of professors suddenly heard a sound mixed with various noises. Hong Feng immediately turned her head toward the source of the sound and muttered, "It's noisy outside." Silas was also distracted, and very quickly he keenly discovered something. "This is," without a hint of hesitation, he said resolutely, "the smell of blood." A short while later, the scene shifted to a cave next to a cliff. At this time, Lauren was holding Cammy's shoulder and urgently shouting, "Cammy, wake up, Cammy." The group of professors arrived very quickly. Silas took the lead. He was shocked by the scene before him. "Cammy Barrett." Lauren carefully laid Cammy down. She was still sobbing ceaselessly. Professor Silas couldn't hide his worry and hurriedly instructed, "Don't move, your body is a mess." Cammy had no time to worry about such things. She struggled to raise her hand high with a scroll in it. "Please, Simon is trying to save everyone." Silas received the scroll in her hand, his face full of suspicion. "Save them? What do you mean?" As soon as he finished speaking, Neptys suddenly appeared, crossed her arms and opened her mouth. "It seems something has happened." Sudden appearance slightly startled the group of professors. Silas reacted very quickly and immediately handed the scroll to Neptys. She unfolded it and glanced at it once. "This is Lang's handwriting." Neptys fluently read the contents of the scroll aloud so that everyone present could hear. "My assistant is trying to kill me. Francesca is controlling my mind with an unknown drug and restoring my reason." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Neptys closed her eyes tiredly and handed the paper to Lauren, who was standing beside her. "There's no need to see more." She walked to Cammy's side and gently stroked her head, Neptys assured her. Now everything would be okay. In an instant, Cammy's vision grew increasingly blurry. Her eyelids closed and only Neptys's clear voice remained in her ears. Leave the rest to us. After confirming that Cammy had lost consciousness, she slowly stood up and scoffed in annoyance. Honestly, a murderous glint flashed in Neptus's eyes and her voice was as cold as ice. I'll kill that bitch and tear her to pieces. As she finished speaking, countless bolts of lightning and claps of thunder appeared behind her. Neptus instructed below. Silas, I'll leave this child's treatment to you. He naturally would not refuse. He lowered his head and replied, yes. Following that, Neptus placed her hands on her hips and looked at the rest of the professors. Who will go with me? Everyone raised their hands in unison. She agreed heartily and resolutely snapped her fingers. Good, get ready, Lauren. Following Neptus's instructions, Lauren quickly tasked his magic energy enveloping the group of professors. In just a few seconds it quickly formed a cube-shaped box. Floating in the air, the cube shrank, slowly descended and fit perfectly into the palm of Neptus's hand. The next part was up to her. Neptus swung her hand, summoning a dazzling golden magic circle. The next moment, from the center of the circle, a black hole of space slowly appeared. All preparations were complete. Neptus raised her eyes to look up and softly opened her mouth. Let's go. After speaking, she quickly entered the gate of spatial transfer. Below, Silas and Lauren quietly watched Neptus's retreating figure. Lauren couldn't take his eyes off her, his hands clasped in front of his chest. Feeling anxious in his heart, he quietly muttered, "Oh my gosh." Everything continued as before. On the other side, Primata raised her hand high and roared, "In the name of the goddess I will eliminate you." In the face of her opponent's frenzy, Simon did not submit, and his eyes were filled with tenacity. And at that very critical moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared, emitting a dazzling blue light. It blocked the space in front of Simon, fending off Primata's powerful attack and protecting him completely. Everything happened so fast, and Simon, not yet understanding what was happening at that moment, widened his eyes in surprise. At the same time, a dazzling golden light reflected on Primata's back. She immediately turned around. It was Neptus. She had appeared in time, her eyes coldly cast downwards, and she said in a low voice, "It's been a while, saintess of purity." The corner of Neptus's mouth rose slightly, but there was not a trace of warmth in her eyes. Seeing her, Simon, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, exclaimed joyfully, "Professor Neptus." His opponent turned her head toward him and gently opened her mouth. "Sorry I'm late." "Thank you, you've worked hard." Kizen quickly supported Simon's swaying body, his face unable to hide his joy. "Professor Neptus, welcome." Saren on this side was extremely flustered, her eyes widening in surprise. "You're Neptus." She had no time to exchange greetings before being assailed by Primata's sharp question. "How did you pass through the barrier so easily?" "I'm sure I placed a 10-year time resistance on it." Neptus squinted her eyes and smiled. In a light voice she said, "It was quite tricky to undo. It cost me 10 years of my lifespan." Primata clearly didn't believe it. "You've weakened yourself that much? So the lives of those student brats are worth sacrificing 10 years of your life?" Faced with her sharp attitude, Neptus leisurely confirmed yes. At the same time she quickly raised her fist. In that moment Primata sensed danger, and horror was immediately evident on her face, but she had no time to dodge and was very quickly swallowed by Neptus's giant flame. Not to be outdone, Primata quickly dispelled the attack and gritted her teeth in anger. Not stopping there, she decided to counterattack, swinging her hand to cast a technique aimed at the opposite side. Neptus had no intention of dodging and resolutely created a dazzling golden magic shield. At this very moment, Primata quickly rushed forward, striking her magic circle hard. The moment they collided, she immediately keenly discovered something strange, and her body froze for a moment. Primata's reaction was all seen by Neptus. She smiled faintly. "Nothing in this world can defy the laws of time," and just as Neptus said, in an instant, Primata was forcibly removed from that state and returned to her original form. Her entire body stiffened, her eyes widened in disbelief, and cold sweat unconsciously trickled down. Neptus enjoyed her opponent's horrified expression, her face filled with interest. She leisurely raised a finger. The next moment, under the effect of that golden magic energy, Primata's arm disappeared in an instant. The previous extreme pain once again flowed down her back. In an instant, Primata's pupils immediately contracted. Her tragic scream echoed throughout the entire room. Meanwhile, Neptus's magic circle continued to grow stronger. Primata was trapped in the magic vortex with no way out, her face filled with pain. Countless strands of magic pierced every cell of Primata's body. She widened her eyes in pain and let out a sharp scream. Seeing the time was ripe, Neptus raised her hand, clenched her fist, and said, "Be crushed." As she finished speaking, only a ghastly red light remained in the entire space, and blood gushed out mixed with desperate screams. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Kizen and Saren stood with their mouths agape, speechless. Right after that, in midair, a lump of mixed flesh and blood fell to the floor with a thud. Neptus still stood on the spot with her arms crossed, looking down with a cold face. "Stop moaning and get up." That lump of flesh and blood began to react, slowly moving. Hot smoke billowed up. Primata's body regenerated again, and she let out a painful scream. Neptus smiled and asked kindly, "Does it hurt?" As soon as her body stabilized, Primata shouted at the top of her lungs, "I'll kill you." Neptus had no intention of arguing with her and attacked decisively. In an instant, a beam of light slashed Primata's neck, cutting off any curse she might have uttered. Without giving her opponent a chance to react, Neptus declared coldly, "I'll kill you as painfully as you killed Lang," but the wound reattached in the blink of an eye. Primata was still defiant. "Don't you know your students are all dying while you're doing this here?" Seeing her still threatening so confidently, Neptus was incredulous. She couldn't hold back a sarcastic remark. "Do you think I came alone? the scene switches to Kizen Academy, where a giant monster was under fierce attack. Seeing its corpse fall to the ground, the students could finally feel some relief. "It's over," one of the students sighed in relief. "I think their numbers have gone down a lot," but before they could even catch their breath, another swarm of monsters flew in droves, ceaselessly launching attacks on the campus. At this sight, the students couldn't hold back their irritation. "These damn monsters, there's no end to them, even if we kill them." Just then a terrifying roar was heard, and they were immediately startled. The monsters swarmed in greater and greater numbers, and giant black shadows descended, almost covering the entire campus very quickly. One student, discouraged, whimpered and muttered, "Is this really the end?" At that very critical moment, a beam of light flashed, pierced through the clouds, and came straight down. In the flashing blue light, Hongfeng's figure faintly appeared. In the chaos, they only saw a streak of light charge into the swarm of monsters in the blink of an eye, and in an instant the monsters' bodies were cut in two. It was Hongfeng who had attacked decisively. After finishing the job, she landed firmly. Hongfeng lifted her head, smiled brightly, and praised them. "Well done, don't worry now." Her appearance filled all the students with joy. They cheered and shouted, "The professors are here, we're safe now." In another corner, Aaron, with a displeased face, glared and muttered, "Damn it, why did you follow me?" This question was directed at Bahil, who was standing behind him. Currently they were standing on the rooftop of a building watching the panoramic view of the battle. He playfully winked at Aaron. "For a curse user like me, distance and location don't matter. I can target a curse victim from anywhere." Hearing that, Aaron pressed on, looking even more uncomprehending. "So why did you follow me?" The other person smiled gently and replied, "Don't be so stiff." Then he said slyly, "Isn't this the duo everyone's been waiting for? It brings back old memories, I like it." Hearing this, Aaron immediately frowned. "That's a cringy past over here." Bahil quickly changed the subject. "We have to decide whether to attack or defend, right? Which one do you want?" As Aaron stretched, he answered decisively, "Attack." The other person nodded. "I wanted to attack too. Then let's decide it like this." After speaking, he tossed a coin into the air. Bahil caught it and pressed, "Heads, tails, which will you choose?" Aaron answered without a moment's hesitation, "Heads." Bahil burst into laughter. "You always choose heads. Well then I'll take tails." As he finished speaking, he cheered and announced the result was tails. "As expected, you're looking out for your junior." Aaron shouted in annoyance, "Shut up." Meanwhile, on another roof, Diem was quietly observing the situation. A gentle breeze swept past her hair, and before long, Diem had grasped the entire situation below. When the time was right, she quickly cast her ability and a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. A swarm of jet black moths flew out, flapping their wings and shooting down like arrows. They headed straight for the densely surrounded monsters. A black aura covered a corner of the sky. The next moment, Diem, with an expressionless face, swung her hand and summoned a familiar scythe. At the same time, a shabby scarecrow appeared amidst a purplish-black aura, and without a sound, Diem's sharp scythe moved right behind the scarecrow's head, and she slowly opened her mouth. "Using the primal elements, I shall bestow terror." A demonic voice cried out, and she decisively cut off the scarecrow's loose head with all her might. With a single strike, the heads of the monster swarm on the other side were instantly severed from their necks. The students who witnessed the scene were shocked, their mouths agape. "Is that black magic?" Before they could come to their senses, a black shadow suddenly descended again. Everyone was dazed. "It's a ghost ship." Looking up, they saw a ship appear majestically, and red bones from its exterior continuously rained down. In an instant, the red bone fragments enveloped all the students' bodies, forming sturdy bone armor. The students couldn't help but be bewildered. "What is this?" The scene returns to a nearby corner where Aaron was the one controlling that very ghost ship. The roars of the monsters echoed in his ears. Bahil stood beside him and admired. "To handle so many bone armors at once, how are you still alive, senior? If you had majored in curse magic instead of summoning by now." Before he could finish, Aaron cut him off bluntly. "Shut up." Bahil didn't mind and smiled gently. He could no longer just stand with his arms crossed and decided to step up and show them. "Then I'll show everyone what true curse magic is." As soon as he finished speaking, the students who were looking up were all shocked in unison. "What is that?" The moon? Before their eyes, a corner of the sky suddenly darkened, and a round orb emitting a red light appeared right above a giant monster's head. In the center of the pure white orb, a blood-red crack slowly appeared. Immediately, one student keenly noticed, "No, that's not the moon, it's a magic circle." Just then, in the dark sky, the crack on the orb widened, revealing a wide-open blood-red eye. The sight was extremely terrifying. Red lightning continuously struck down from that eye, and the monster's body stiffened and slowly turned to stone. Bahil was very satisfied with his masterpiece. This was Bahil's original creation, Medusa's eye. With a single snap of his fingers, the monster's body shattered and crumbled into piles of rubble. The magnificent sight entered the eyes of the students present. Everyone admired and cheered. Bahil arrogantly lifted his chin. "Senior, how was my curse?" Aaron felt a deep sense of helplessness and reminded him annoyingly, "Shut up and undo the petrification on my shoulder, or I'll kill you." Hearing that, the other person smiled brightly and teased, "You got hit too, senior." The scene returns to Neptus's group. At this time, the statue's two eyes were engulfed in hot flames. Flames also blazed fiercely from under the statue. Fresh blood flowed from a small crack, staining the floor red. Hearing Primeta's desperate screams echoing throughout the room, Neptys seemed stimulated, the corners of her mouth rising into a crazed smile. She stared intently at the statue before her. That was the very place where Primeta's painful screams were trapped. The blazing flames were reflected in Neptus's pupils. She leisurely approached the statue and tapped it lightly a few times. How does it feel inside? Being burned alive in oil, your body rotting from a curse, being torn to shreds by blood magic, which is the most bearable. But Primata couldn't answer her. Her eyes rolled back and she screamed until her throat was hoarse. A moment later, a large pool of blood suddenly gushed out from under the statue, and Primeta's screams also stopped. The next moment, the magic circle disappeared without a trace and smoke rose from within the statue. Seeing this sight, Neptys was dazed for a moment. The scene switches to another place, Ethnal's headquarters, the Isle of Heaven, where dazzling beams of light appeared. Primata suddenly appeared here. She woke up with a start and her current appearance was extremely miserable. Primata sat up in shock, seeming to have not yet escaped the terror from just moments before. She gasped for breath, her breathing ragged. After calming down, Primata looked around, her eyes filled with vigilance. Only after clearly seeing the familiar scenery before her did she daze for a moment, her lips moving as she muttered, "The gates of heaven, I've returned." At this moment, an indescribable emotion welled up in Primata's heart. Finally, it's all over. Just then, the shadows of two people suddenly rushed over in a flurry. "Lady Primata, is that you, Lady Primata?" a handmaiden named Helena asked anxiously. "To come to Ethnal without any notice, what happened?" The other person didn't answer her question and commanded in a stern voice, "Contact the Pope immediately." She shouted as if she had lost her reason. "The Witch of Death is coming, hurry." At Primata's extreme attitude, Helena was flustered and stammered. "What?" she suddenly asked. "But Lady Primata, what is that on your neck?" Hearing that, she only then looked down in bewilderment, realizing a rope was wrapped around her neck. Primata's pupils immediately constricted, the rope suddenly tightened, and she struggled to her feet, her body bending and staggering. Primata screamed in pain, her vision turned gray, and the entire space seemed to stop. At the same time, the crack in the ceiling grew larger and larger, widening into a huge hole. In the dark night on the other side, Primata seemed to see Neptus's blue eyes staring intently at her. The rope moved, pulling her entire body. Primata screamed like a madwoman, "Stop, please stop." But the rope kept moving, lifting her straight toward the hole in the ceiling. Primata gripped the rope around her neck, struggling and thrashing with all her might, and shouted in despair, "Stop it already." Finally, realizing she couldn't escape, she gritted her teeth and cursed, "You cruel devil." Everything happened so quickly, and Helena only reacted after a long while, her mouth agape in a daze. She looked around at the empty surroundings in a flurry and called out in surprise, "Lady Primata." Unfortunately, Primata had already been dragged out of the Isle of Heaven. At this moment, her face was being stepped on by Neptus's high heel. She leisurely opened her mouth. "Did you think you could escape with teleportation magic? It's just a waste of time." Neptys smiled gently, looking at the loser beneath her foot. "Now you'll have to keep suffering, won't you?" Primata had already been tortured to the point of not looking human, and as soon as she heard the other's words, she broke out in a cold sweat. "What?" she blurted out. Primata's soul hurriedly escaped from her physical body. She vowed inwardly, "There's no choice, I have to abandon this body." Primata fled for her life, still resentful in her heart. "I won't forget this humiliation, Neptys." She bit her lip and secretly resolved, "I will definitely find a new body and take down Kizen." Just as Primata was burning with the spirit to start over, her body suddenly halted and sturdy prison bars entered her sight. Her path was blocked. Primata had no choice but to stop. Dazed and speechless, she looked around in surprise and was horrified to find that she was trapped in a prison. She stammered and shouted loudly, "What?" Primata gripped the bars, truly unable to understand why this was happening. "I'm in a spiritual state that transcends the physical body, so how?" Just then a triumphant laugh was heard, and Neptus's voice echoed in her ears. "Ah, did you know that form you priests call the incarnation of a god works on the same principle as Kizen's soul purification?" Seeing Neptus's face magnified before her, Primata fell into a complete panic. "What?" Neptys observed her miserable expression with interest and slowly opened her mouth. "So of course I also know how to neutralize and destroy it. I was waiting for you to fly away in that spiritual state," she informed her kindly. Then Neptys declared, "Now I can truly kill you." Primata trembled in fear, unable to speak. "Ah, save me." What she got in return was only endless silence. Neptys answered with action. The scythe of death was swung without a moment's hesitation, and a silver light flashed, casting a shadow over Primata's face wet with tears and sweat. She fell into complete despair. Sometime later, in a quiet room, warm sunlight came in through the window, spreading gently. On a white bed, Simon suddenly woke up, looking up at the ceiling with a dazed gaze. Just then, a joyful voice was heard. "You're awake." Simon subconsciously turned his head, and what entered his eyes was the gentle smile on Lauren's lips. She was sitting by the bed, slowly peeling an apple. Simon softly called her name, Lauren. The first thing he cared about upon waking was what happened to the Saintess of Purity. As if expecting this reaction, Lauren shook her head slightly and answered in a gentle voice, "Professor Neptys took care of her cleanly." Simon sat up and continued to press. "Is everyone okay?" The other person nodded and confirmed. "Yes, so don't worry," she added meticulously. "The initial response of all the students was very good, so there are only injuries and no deaths." Hearing this, Simon could finally let out a sigh of relief. "That's a relief." As this topic came up, Lauren's eyes suddenly lit up and the corners of her mouth rose. "I heard you fought the Saintess of Purity while the professors were neutralizing the destroyer." Simon answered modestly. "But I didn't do it alone." Lauren smiled slightly. I heard Saren and Kazan helped you. After speaking, she closed her eyes and muttered in a low voice, I'm so angry I should have been there too. I couldn't refuse to go to the cemetery with my mother. Simon naturally understood and answered gently, you couldn't help it. Lauren was silent for a few seconds, then slowly offered him a piece of the peeled apple. Lauren's eyes sparkled and she said in a praising voice, but you did really well. The next moment she smiled brightly and asserted with conviction, you're the hero who protected Kizen. Hearing Lauren's words, the corners of Simon's mouth rose slightly, and there was a clear hint of a smile in his eyes. Just then, the door was suddenly thrown open. Neptys came in excitedly, greeting in a lively voice, hello Simon, are you awake? At her sudden appearance, Lauren was flustered and called out blankly, Mother. Immediately, Neptys turned her attention to her, her eyes shining brightly as she exclaimed in excitement. Before anyone could react, she rushed over, casually snatched the piece of peeled apple from Lauren's hand and giggled, saying, I'll help myself. Neptys asked perfunctorily and then ate all the apples on the plate. I can have this, right? Lauren sighed helplessly. Mother, I peeled that for Simon. As she was deliciously enjoying the piece of apple in her mouth, Simon opened his. Professor Neptys, the other person smiled brightly and answered, what is it? He was still curious about one thing. Was that terrorist attack a declaration of war? Neptys thought for a moment, then quickly answered, Ephnel has cut ties with Primata and said it was her acting alone. Hearing this, Simon's face brightened. Then there won't be a war, right? Neptys speared the last piece of apple on the plate with her fork and slowly opened her mouth. I can't be sure yet whether a war will happen or not, but she paused for a moment and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Ephnel will definitely pay the price. It's not enough to quell my anger just because they're making a fuss about losing their holy messenger. Neptys added that a new saintess of purity would appear soon. Simon was surprised. A new saintess of purity? As far as he knew, Neptys had explained it this way. When a saint dies, something called the essence of the holy relic is released and floats through space. The essence of the holy relic will automatically attach itself to a person with high compatibility. Before long, a new saint will be born in the Holy Land. Having said this much, she shrugged and admired, no matter how many times you kill them, saints will just keep being reborn like cockroaches. Simon finally understood and nodded slightly. Neptys playfully put the fork in her hand in her mouth and leisurely continued, anyway, this matter is not that important. At the same time, Lauren was hugging her. Seeing the plate of apples on the table, she was surprised and said, how could you eat them all by yourself, Mother? Neptys paid no mind and made a clear announcement, the summer vacation will be moved up. Simon couldn't help but be puzzled. Is it because of this incident? The other person nodded in confirmation. Yes, since buildings collapsed and students were injured, it's better to start the vacation early. She didn't forget to give a mischievous warning, but don't be too happy. The next semester will be much more difficult than before. Simon couldn't help but give a bitter smile. After finishing the announcement, Neptys jumped off Lauren's lap, stretched and smiled brightly. I'll be going now, she asked worriedly. Where are you going? The other person immediately turned and walked straight away. She waved goodbye, leaving only her back to Lauren, and said in a low voice, to the temple. Before continuing to walk, Neptys turned her head and winked playfully. Didn't I tell you, Ephnel will pay the price? Hearing this, both Lauren and Simon couldn't hide their worry, biting their lips in silence. The scene shifts to the Isle of Heaven and Helena stared blankly ahead. What is this? At this time, the sky by the gates of heaven suddenly darkened, and as lightning struck repeatedly, she was frightened and asked herself, is the goddess angry? The person next to her didn't seem to think so. Moving her lips, she said, no, this is a bad omen. She hurriedly instructed the people there. Immediately stop all classes and evacuate all students. The other person hastily complied. Yes, Professor. Aine, with a face full of worry, muttered in a low voice, first I need to report to the dean. Just then she was startled to hear a voice calling her name. Aine. She immediately looked around, her face full of confusion. This voice, the next moment a brilliant light flashed in front of the gates of heaven. Aine hurriedly covered her eyes. When she saw the scene before her clearly, she was so shocked she was speechless. Your Holiness, the High Pope. The person standing before Aine at this time was the 15th Pope of Ephnel, Herazilia Ephnel. She immediately prostrated herself on the ground to show respect. The other person looked down and slowly opened her mouth. Primata has caused a big mess. How reckless. I might have to risk my life. She glanced at the dark clouds in the sky and muttered in a low voice, I might have to risk my life to end this. As soon as she finished speaking, the loud thunder over there suddenly gathered in the center and poured down crazily. The next moment, a beam of light flashed and poured down through the huge hole that had been left in the ceiling. And in the blink of an eye, swirling clouds gathered, faintly forming the shape of a giant person. Herazilia still stood motionless, a brilliant golden holy power enveloping her body. The priests who witnessed the scene were flustered and shouted, It's a devil, that's a demon goddess, please protect us. Herazilia's expression did not change and she clasped her hands before her chest, muttering something. The holy power intensified, gradually expanding and reinforcing the gates of heaven. Herazilia turned around and carefully instructed, Aine, I'll leave the evacuation to you. The other person immediately bowed. She respectfully received the order. Yes, Your Holiness. please be safe. Very quickly, only Herazilia remained. She stared straight at the giant face-shaped cloud in the sky and called Neptus's name in a low voice. Without any answer, a giant arm extended. It clenched its fist, ready to strike her. Thunder and lightning shook a corner of the sky, and through the dark cloud monster, Neptus's blue eyes looked down sharply. Herazilia still stood with her back straight in front of the gates of heaven with no intention of dodging. She looked up and slowly questioned, "Do you really have to go this far to release your anger?" No one knew what happened after that. The scene returns to Kizen Academy, and Melon chattered curiously, "I heard Professor Neptes attacked Efnel, is that true?" At this time she was in the classroom and Dick, sitting behind her, nodded in confirmation. "That's right, it was literally heaven and earth turning upside down. Efnel got scared and backed off." Cammy was surprised. "Professor Neptes did that all by herself?" Beside her, Simon's lips twitched and he confirmed with a forced smile. "Yes, and she survived." Melon had a disbelieving expression. "Professor Neptes did great, but it's hard to believe Efnel really backed down. Thanks to Professor Neptes taking action herself, the public opinion supporting war has quieted down." Cammy listened intently and agreed with a bright smile. Simon looked to the side and suddenly saw a medical bandage on her arm. He asked worriedly, "Cammy, are you feeling better?" The other person answered shyly, "I'm okay now." Cammy scratched her cheek and laughed awkwardly. "I'm half vampire, so I'm stronger than others." Though she spoke so calmly, she secretly sighed in relief and thought, "It would have been really dangerous if Professor Silas hadn't resealed my powers." But Cammy glanced at the person beside her and Simon responded with a bright smile, "Really? That's a relief." In an instant, Cammy's entire face turned red and she stammered, unable to continue. "Simon." Just then, Dean entered the classroom. "Everyone take your seats. I have an announcement before we begin class." She quickly got to the point. "Due to the current situation, summer vacation will be moved up. The entire remaining first semester schedule, including the combat exam and final exams, will be merged into a newly organized, integrated second semester." All the students present listened intently to every word. Diem raised her hand to ask a question. She was curious how the integrated second semester differed from a regular first-year second semester. Dean explained as follows. The integrated second semester will reduce the proportion of theory and increase the intensity and weight of practical training. In other words, you can understand it as practical training assuming a wartime situation. She specifically emphasized this point. After saying this much, Dean turned, picked up a white chalk and began to write on the blackboard. "All right, now I will announce the most important assignment you must do during the vacation." The sound of chalk scraping on the blackboard echoed in the quiet classroom. Dean slowly opened her mouth. "The most important core assignment for this vacation is to stand against the priests. This is related to our strength in the great war against the priests." She hit the blackboard hard with her hand. She spoke clearly, word by word. Dean added, "As previously announced, future classes will focus on nurturing combat-oriented necromancers. As you all have felt, a battle with the priests is unavoidable." Finally, with a stern face, she concluded in one sentence, "During the vacation, reflect on and train your own power in preparation for the great war with the priests." Hearing this, Simon quietly looked down at his palm. He was lost in thought. "My power." Just then, a dazzling golden energy suddenly erupted from Simon's palm, startling him before Simon could even react. The light began to spread, gradually growing so bright it was difficult to open his eyes. Melon keenly noticed his strange expression. "You look so anxious and worried." Seeing that, Cammy quickly looked to the side and asked anxiously, "Simon, you don't look well." He could only force a smile and reply, "Sorry, maybe it's because the classroom is too warm." Cammy completely believed him and naively sighed in relief. "Really? That's good." At this time, Simon's mind was in great turmoil. All his attention was focused on the hand in his pants pocket. Why did this suddenly happen? Simon tried to think of all possibilities. Is it because I used too much holy power in the fight against the Saintess? His mind was filled with anxiety. If people find out I can use holy power in this chaotic situation, I'll be dragged away and interrogated as a spy for Efnel. Simon was already imagining numerous worst-case scenarios. The faces of Pierre and the others flashed through his mind one by one. Now Simon only felt anxiety. "They'll investigate my role as a Legion commander and my parents will be taken away, won't they?" Thinking this far, he asked himself, "And what if they find out my mother was a nun?" Richard's previous warning replayed in Simon's mind. He had said, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you. There's a reason I can't set foot in the Dresden kingdom." He lowered his head deeply, his sharp gaze fixed on the faint light leaking from his pants pocket. "Father also said he couldn't go to the Dresden kingdom. It would put him in a difficult position. This is driving me crazy. How can I get out of this mess?" As Simon was sorting through the complex thoughts in his mind, he didn't notice the gaze secretly watching him at all. It was Hector. He quietly watched Simon's every move, then suddenly became lost in thought. "It's gone." A moment later, the brilliant golden light of the holy power suddenly faded and disappeared. Simon could feel this change. He hurriedly pulled his hand out of his pants pocket with a dazed face. "It's gone." After this incident, Simon secretly made a decision. "I have to learn how to control my holy power from my mother before I get caught. I need to go back to Les Hill as soon as possible." Time continued to pass and very quickly twilight fell. Hearing a voice call his name, Kazan immediately stopped walking and turned around. When he saw the person clearly, he was surprised. "Simon," he smiled brightly and spoke. "Thanks for everything this past semester." Kazan shook Simon's hand and continued with a bright face. I think I was really lucky to be able to fight alongside you on that mission. After finishing his words, he lightly patted Simon's shoulder and spoke first. He assured him, I'll keep what I saw a secret. You don't have to worry. He burst into laughter and answered sincerely, Thank you. Simon asked curiously, Will I see you next semester? Kazan waved goodbye and left only one mysterious sentence. You'll find out when the time comes. Well then, have a good break. Regarding what happened after, Simon stopped by the ruins before returning to Les Hill. According to the information he received, Pierre said he would look for information on the next ancient undead in the Wailing Forest southwest of Dresden, during the vacation period. Before leaving, Pierre carefully reminded him, If you're in danger, call me anytime, kid. There was another matter. Jebbit mentioned she would look for a way to increase the number of undead spiders in the insect grave, the paradise of spiders. At that time, she enthusiastically invited Simon, Come anytime if you want to see. The remaining one, the prince, decided to focus on pacifying the land of the dead, which had fallen into chaos due to the Manus incident. Simon keenly noticed that each of them had their own goals, but there was one common atmosphere. It seemed no one wanted to meet his parents. Returning to the present, the three of them, Cammy's group, were all gathered in front of Simon. She waved her hand and called Simon in an excited voice. Over here. Melon, standing next to her, frowned and grumbled, What took you so long? Hurry up. Simon quickly joined the group and asked, Dick, did you put all your luggage in the subspace pocket? The other person smiled brightly and said, I'm thinking of staying in Rochester for about a month to take care of some business. After that, I'll go meet Cha. Melon also jumped in and revealed her plans. I'm thinking of going to the Ivory Tower to train my ice magic and improve my physical abilities. Of course, Cammy couldn't be left out. She said in an excited voice, I'm thinking of visiting a senior who graduated with a recommendation letter from Professor Sid. I'm going to find a way to suppress and control my vampire bloodline. Having said this much, Melon suddenly became curious. Simon, what about you? He smiled and replied in a low voice, I'm just going to stay in my hometown and help my parents. Simon added inwardly, although the most urgent thing is to learn how to control my holy power. He knew one thing well. If he could control this power, he might be able to get some clues about the Grand Priest Convention. Just then, an announcement was made. The dimensional transfer gate is ready. Please come forward when your name is called. Simon Palentia, he quickly shouted loudly. Here. Before Simon left, Dick grinned and said goodbye. Take care. Cammy couldn't hide her emotions, and with teary eyes and a choked voice she said, All right. Melon tried to maintain her composure and said goodbye in a soft voice. 2 months will fly by. See you then. The announcement echoed once more. Beginning dimensional transfer, Simon looked back at the three one last time and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. See you all in 2 months. Not long after, the scene shifted to the familiar house in Les Hill. The scenery here was extremely peaceful. With an excited heart, Simon pushed open the door, entered the house and said with a bright smile, I'm home, but no one answered him. The house was strangely empty. Simon looked around curiously and asked himself, where did everyone go? A moment later, the door to a room opened. Richard's face was full of surprise. Simon, he smiled and greeted him. Father, you were there. Where's Mother? Richard glanced behind him. Anna was lying there unconscious. He didn't know where to start and hesitantly opened his mouth. Your mother. Simon immediately noticed something was wrong and rushed inside. As soon as he saw Anna's haggard face, he exclaimed in alarm, Mother. Simon could barely maintain his composure. Mother, are you okay? What happened? The other person struggled to speak. My son. As soon as she saw Simon, her eyes filled with affection. It's been a while. You've grown so much, he asked worriedly. Are you sick? Anna placed her hand on his and reassured him in a soft voice. It's nothing serious, just an old illness. Hearing this, Simon was momentarily dazed. He furrowed his brow tightly and asked back in confusion, An illness? Richard placed a hand on his son's shoulder and was finally forced to confess, We've always gotten medicine from a broker in the Holy Federation, but there's been a problem. Recently, the Holy Federation issued a highest-level security alert in the nearby regions. Simon had heard of this information. Anna forced a smile and reassured him, Don't worry too much. Mother's friend will bring the medicine herself tomorrow. Simon finally let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Richard still remained silent, saying nothing. He reminded Simon to let his mother rest. He naturally didn't refuse. He obediently replied, Yes. A short while later, in the space outside the house, a cup of hot tea was placed in front of Simon. He had no time for anything else and asked anxiously, The medicine is only in the Holy Federation. What kind of illness does Mother have? Richard didn't answer right away, and stared at him for a long time with his lips tightly pressed as if hesitating. Finally he made a decision. I think it's time you knew. As you know, your mother was a nun in the Holy Federation. But Richard paused for a moment. Your mother was no ordinary nun. Your mother, Anna, was known as the Saintess of Miracles. He slowly uttered those words. The news was so sudden. Simon couldn't help but be surprised. Mother is a saintess? Richard confirmed again. Yes, Anna was one of the 7 disciples of N, and she risked her life to remove the holy root. She succeeded in the end, but she came to suffer from an illness as a side effect. He slowly summarized everything that had happened. Richard said there was currently no way to cure her completely. He slowly added, but she's holding on thanks to the medicine from the Holy Federation. Hearing this, Simon's hands on the desk unconsciously clenched into fists. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have something to ask you, Father. Richard nodded slightly. Go ahead. He was momentarily stunned by Simon's direct question. You're a Legion commander, aren't you? Richard lowered his gaze and muttered. Did Professor Neptes tell you? Simon immediately confirmed. Yes, he clearly informed his father. I've become a Legion commander now. I've inherited your Legion. Upon hearing this, Richard's lips parted, but he couldn't speak for a long time. He quickly regained his composure and sighed lightly. All right, then what about Pier? Simon said he had been released from his seal and was doing very well. Having no intention of hiding anything, he revealed that Jebbit and the prince were also involved. Richard replied gently. I see. After a moment of hesitation, he called his son's name softly. Simon. He looked puzzled. Yes, Richard looked Simon straight in the eye and made his stance clear. If you have no regrets, then that's all that matters. Fast forward to the next morning, Simon was in a forest. He muttered nostalgically. It's been a long time since I've been here. Simon recalled his father's request. She's one of Anna's subordinates. The person who's supposed to bring the medicine should be around here. The path is a bit complicated, so can you go and guide her? He naturally agreed. At present, Simon was waiting for her, the guest from the Holy Federation. He suddenly wondered what she would be like. Before long, Simon spotted a cloaked figure approaching. He observed her carefully. A white cloak and a backpack, just as father described. After confirming, Simon stood up and greeted her first. Hello, it's nice to meet you. Before he could finish his sentence, the other person suddenly attacked, and it was clear she had no intention of holding back. Simon hastily leaned back, the sole of her shoe grazing past his face. Reflexively, Simon raised a hand to block the kick aimed at him. He quickly spoke. Wait a minute. The other person stared at Simon warily. He put on an awkward, forced smile and said, I think there's a misunderstanding. The person before him didn't lower her leg yet, and the atmosphere was quite tense. She opened her mouth. You're a necromancer, aren't you? As she uttered these words, Lethe's eyes were still filled with wariness. She slowly withdrew her leg, but it seemed she had no intention of stopping at all, readying herself to attack once more. Simon noticed her slight movement and quickly spoke up. Wait, Lethe gave him no chance to explain, landing a powerful kick that sent Simon's entire body flying backward. He groaned softly and thought to himself, such incredible power, I didn't think a priest could use close combat skills. I need to back off and try to talk. Lethe seemed to have no intention of listening to Simon's explanation, resolutely raising her hand to cast a magic circle. Seeing the grand formation before him, he widened his eyes, speechless for a moment. Lethe created a giant sphere. She waved her hand, manipulating beams of holy power to attack. They weaved between the tree trunks, aimed precisely at Simon. A dazzling golden light enveloped him. They quickly converged into a single point, piercing straight toward Simon's location. Rock fragments scattered in all directions, along with a thick cloud of dust. He reacted quickly, managing to escape just in time. Simon leaped back and landed, suddenly feeling helpless. But where can I go? Not stopping there, Lethe continued her assault. This time she clasped her hands in front of her chest and muttered something. Simon recognized this skill. He was inwardly shocked. A priest's benediction. Once the preparation was complete, Lethe waved her hand and a giant magic circle appeared behind her back, with the holy power condensing into a shining point at its center. With a serious face, Lethe extended her palm forward and shouted clearly, "Vanquish evil." The next moment, a dazzling light spread across the entire space, shooting down small rays. A torrent of holy power rained down fiercely like arrows, getting closer and closer to Simon. Then a ball of fire erupted in the middle of the forest, creating a violent shockwave. A loud explosion echoed in all directions. Lethe was confident that she had secured victory. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, her face filled with satisfaction. She quietly observed the scene before her. A thick column of smoke rose, obscuring her vision. At that very moment, Simon suddenly reached out his hand and said in a low voice, "Signes." Lethe clearly hadn't expected this. Her entire body suddenly stiffened, and her eyes widened in shock. She struggled to endure the pressure bearing down on her and asked with difficulty, trembling, How do you know that?" Simon sighed helplessly. "Finally we can talk." Lethe broke free from the binding and once again placed her hand before her chest, preparing to counterattack. "I was careless. To think he still has the strength to complete a curse after taking a direct hit from white magic. To have the strength to complete a curse. What in the world are you?" But the next moment she froze for a second upon hearing Simon slowly utter the familiar name. Anna Pollentia. He didn't beat around the bush, offering a forced smile and getting straight to the point. "You're here to see my mother, right?" Lethe finally reacted, gritting her teeth and forcing out each word. "And you are?" "I'm her son." She unconsciously raised her voice as if unable to believe her own conclusion. A short while later, Simon guided Lethe to the house. When they arrived at the door, she couldn't hide her surprise. "So this is where Teacher Anna lives." Simon suddenly slowed his steps. He turned and urged her, "Please come in." Unexpectedly, Lethe demanded irritably, "Please stay at least 3 meters away from me. I hate the filthy darkness of necromancers." She currently looked like a small cat with its fur on end, snapping curtly, "If you understand, keep your distance." Simon didn't take it to heart and replied with a smile, "Understood." Inwardly, a feeling of unease welled up. Is it really all right to let someone like her in? Lethe quickly regained her composure and approached the door with a serious expression. "Excuse me." Richard came out, extending his hand first in greeting. "You're here. Thank you for coming all this way. I'm Richard Pollentia, Anna's husband." Seeing the offered hand, Lethe made her dislike clear and refused the handshake. She awkwardly forced out each word. "It's nice to meet you. I am Lethe Sharina." Richard noticed her rejecting attitude and withdrew his hand. "My apologies." He then stepped aside. "All right, Anna is waiting. This way, please." Before Richard could even lead the way, Lethe had already rushed past him. She ran to Anna's bedside and cried out in concern, "Teacher Anna?" She was surprised and replied with a faint smile, "Lethe." The other girl, her eyes brimming with tears, gripped Anna's hand tightly. "Yes, teacher, it's me." Hearing that, she spoke softly, "I'm sorry to make you come all this way." At this moment, Lethe could no longer hold back her tears. She pressed her cheek against Anna's hand and said with a choked voice, "Teacher." Witnessing Lethe covering her face and sobbing, both Richard and Simon fell silent, at a loss for what to do. After a moment, Simon reluctantly approached her. "Lethe," the other girl spoke slowly, "get out." He was bewildered and froze in place. The next moment, Lethe whipped around, her face impatient. "You two are interfering with the treatment. Please leave." Since she had said that much, Simon had no choice but to leave, gently closing the door behind him. He still felt uneasy, frowning slightly and muttering under his breath, "Will everything be all right?" Richard just laughed when he heard him. "Don't worry, she's just blunt, but she's a good kid." Simon nodded and added, "Ah yes, she studies at Efnel too." Unexpectedly, Richard interrupted him. "That girl is no ordinary student." According to the information he had, she was Lethe Sharina, the top-ranked first-year student at Efnel. "She's the best first-year student at Efnel." After saying this, Richard gently reminded Simon, "She'll become your strongest rival in the future." Fast forward a short while, and Lethe proudly lifted her chin, the corners of her mouth turning up. It should be noted that Anna's health had recovered after just a few hours of treatment. At this time, Lethe was clinging to her arm. Time continued to pass, and on the Palentia family's dining table a spread of colorful and delicious-looking food was laid out, and that wasn't all. Anna came out holding a large salad bowl and invited them with a smile. "I couldn't prepare much, but please enjoy." Simon looked at the lavish spread before him and gave a helpless, forced smile. "This isn't much, Mother." Anna didn't think so and continued cheerfully, "You just got home, and since you and Lethe are staying for dinner, I put my heart into it." Hearing that, he immediately pulled out a chair to sit down and admired, "I don't know how long it's been since I've had a home-cooked meal." Lethe, who was sitting next to him, instantly darted to the opposite side of the table. Pouting, she muttered, "Eating at the same table as a necromancer. I've lost my appetite even with all this delicious food in front of me." Simon could only give a wry smile. Anna quickly spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "Hurry and eat before it gets cold." Lethe obediently smiled and replied, "Thank you for the meal." They had just started their meal when two forks simultaneously aimed for a juicy piece of meat in the center of the table. At this, Lethe pouted in dissatisfaction, glaring at the person opposite her. Anna had no choice but to intervene. "Oh my Lethe, aren't you going to have the tomato omelet? I made it specially since it's your favorite." As soon as she heard that, the other girl's expression immediately changed. She diligently picked at the egg dish and mumbled in reply, "I'm eating it." Then, trying her best to put on a natural smile, Lethe praised her sincerely. "It's so delicious, teacher. It's the best egg dish I've ever had." Anna was naturally pleased to hear this praise and beamed with delight. "I'm glad you think so." Lethe, a short while later, all the food on the bountiful table had been cleared away. Everyone exclaimed, "I'm so full." The food was delicious. Lethe was the first to offer, "Teacher, I'll do the dishes." Anna initially disagreed. "Oh my, it's all right, Lethe, you're a guest." Meanwhile, Richard was so full he was sitting there barely able to breathe. Over here, Lethe insisted on helping. "You haven't fully recovered yet, teacher. Please let me help." In the end, Anna had to compromise. "Really? In that case, you and Simon can do them together." Upon hearing that, Lethe unconsciously frowned. In the end, she did the dishes with Simon. He very naturally handed a wet plate to Lethe and said, "Please dry this." It took her a long moment to react, and she took the plate very reluctantly. Wiping the plate diligently, Lethe spoke resentfully, "You're the top special admission student at Kizen?" Without any intention of hiding it, Simon admitted frankly, "Yes, that's right." He then continued to wash the dishes diligently. Simon's nonchalant attitude irritated Lethe, and she gritted her teeth, issuing a challenge. "Let's go outside for a match after we finish the dishes." He froze blankly for a few seconds, Vice Dean Dean's previous lecture ringing in his head, as you have all felt. A battle with the priests is unavoidable. During the vacation, reflect on and train your own power in preparation for the great war with the priests. Simon shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought that was about to surface. He sighed, "Well, she did save my parents." However, Simon's reaction was interpreted differently by Lethe. She twisted her lips into a sneer and provoked him. "What, are you scared, you coward?" Simon paid her no mind and said calmly, "But my constitution is a bit different. Will you be okay?" The other girl didn't believe him at all. "HMPH, don't lie." While the two were busy bickering, Anna suddenly entered. "Kids," she asked with a bright smile, but every word she spoke sent a chill down their spines. "Let me join the conversation." Simon and Lethe simultaneously broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to make a sound. Time passed quickly, and soon it was night. A round full moon quietly shone its silver light. Inside the house, Simon slowly took a dessert and went upstairs to a room. As he reached the door, he heard boisterous laughter. Peeking his head in, he saw Lethe clinging to his mother, refusing to leave her side. Anna was also stroking her head very gently, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled brightly. It was a very harmonious sight. Witnessing this, Simon suddenly thought, "Why do I feel like my mom is being stolen from me?" He calmly walked inside, smiled gently, and offered the two some fruit. Meanwhile, the moment Lethe noticed Simon's presence, she shot right up. "Don't you know to knock before entering a girl's room? Kizen should teach manners more than black magic." Anna corrected her seriously. Don't be like that, Lethe. The moment she spoke, Lethe's expression changed. She hugged Anna affectionately and nodded. Yes, teacher. Simon was speechless. He decided not to bother them any longer, turned around and walked out the door. Good night, mother, Anna replied softly. Good night, son. Not long after, as he fell into a deep sleep, the sound of high heels tapping on the floor suddenly echoed in Simon's ears. The next moment, under a dim light, Francesca's figure slowly appeared. Her vicious face flashed through Simon's mind along with a harsh laugh. Curiosity killed the cat, they say. The images flashed by quickly, stopping on Primata's triumphant face. The holy flames blazed fiercely, and the intense heat washed over him as if it had happened just yesterday. Simon woke up with a start. He shot upright, screaming in terror. Simon's breathing became ragged for a moment. He struggled to calm himself, muttering in a low voice, "It was just a dream." He sensed something was off, quickly got out of bed, his face filled with suspicion. But why is it so hot? The moment he opened the door, what entered Simon's vision was a sea of fire. He was startled and horrified. Simon sharply recognized this as Primata's white flame, but Professor Neptes already destroyed Primata. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he heard Lethe's worried shout, "Teacher!" Without a shred of hesitation, Simon ran at full speed toward Anna's room, pushed open the door and burst inside. He shouted loudly, "Mother!" At that moment, the entire room was already engulfed in flames. Anna's body was floating in midair surrounded by holy fire. Lethe was slumped on the ground as if her soul had left her body, her lips moving as she called out, "Teacher Anna." The flames continued to rage more fiercely, reflecting on the unconscious Anna's face. Witnessing the scene before him, Simon nearly lost his composure, shouting loudly in a panic, "Mother!" At that moment a large hand slowly rested on his shoulder, patting him gently in reassurance. Richard had arrived. He urged them in a stern voice, "Both of you, get back." They stared at him blankly for a long moment. Following that, Richard quickly entered a state of high concentration, raised his hand and cast a magic circle. Before long a box-shaped object appeared in the center. Its form grew clearer and clearer, looking like a coffin floating above Anna's body. Richard's expression suddenly stiffened. He pressed his lips tightly together as incantations poured from his body. They formed a band of talismans that gently lifted the box's lid and laid Anna neatly inside. In that moment, Richard gritted his teeth and forced out each word, "I'm sorry, Anna. Please wait just a moment." After speaking, he strained to keep his eyes wide open, and as he clasped his hands together, a black energy flowed out from between his fingers, sealing it shut. Anna lay straight in the coffin, and as the lid slowly closed, a final sliver of light shone on her deeply unconscious face. Once the formation was complete, the coffin floated in the air with countless talismans stuck densely around it. Witnessing the scene before her, Lethe was choked with emotion. "Teacher." A moment later, as the coffin was carefully lowered onto the bed, Simon got straight to the point. "Please tell me, Father." He was already on edge, asking anxiously, "What in the world happened to Mother?" Seeing things had come to this, Richard seemed to know he could no longer hide it, sighed lightly and agreed. "All right," he said with a grave face, "the holy root of the Saintess of Purity has chosen Anna." Hearing this, Lethe's hand, which had been resting on her hip, immediately clenched into a fist. She said in a trembling voice, "But Teacher, Anna is in so much pain. If that's really the power of a saint, there's no way she can't control it." Richard explained, "It's because Anna was the Saintess of Miracles. The remnants of her previous holy root are clashing with the new one, causing this rejection." As soon as he finished speaking, Lethe exclaimed agitatedly, "How could that happen?" But she suddenly stopped, lowered her head and muttered, "That's right, Teacher, Anna became the youngest saintess in history at the age of 11. So that's why the Saintess's holy root chose her again." At this moment, Lethe completely believed Richard's words. Over here, Simon couldn't hide his anxiety and immediately pressed, "So what's going to happen to Mother now?" Richard lightly shook his head. "If this continues, her body won't be able to handle it." He paused for a moment before revealing that in the worst-case scenario, she might not last more than 3 months. The news was so shocking that both Lethe and Simon were speechless, their lips moving in disbelief. 3 months, at this time, Richard said seriously, "But it's not like there's no way. We have to perform the same holy root removal surgery she went through in the past." He said that if they could somehow release the holy root, her body would not suffer from severe side effects. Lethe listened to every word with concentration, nervously biting her nails. Simon quickly grasped the main point. "So we need to find someone to do this." Richard shook his head and denied it. "No, I'll do it myself, but I need a material that can't be obtained in the Dark Magic Alliance." "That's the problem that's giving me a headache," Simon asked without the slightest hesitation. "Is it in the Holy Land?" Lethe also quickly came to her senses and waited seriously for the other's answer. Before their eager gazes, Richard slowly said the name. "The Tree of Life, a sacred object of the Holy Land, the leaf of pale annihilation which only grows on its branches, is what we need." Lethe clearly knew of this sacred object. She lowered her eyes in thought, her gaze growing deeper. The next moment, Lethe walked towards the door with determination. She had made up her mind. "I'll go get it." At her intense reaction, Richard said sternly, "No, this is our family's business. I can't be indebted to you any further." Lethe stopped in her tracks, turned around sharply and questioned him. "You said that so I would hear it, didn't you? So why are you saying that now?" She beat her chest and declared clearly, "I don't care what you say, I'm just going for my teacher." Simon naturally couldn't just stand by with his arms crossed. He seriously proposed, "I'll go too, Lethe." The other person glared at him and shouted without any restraint, "Are you crazy?" A necromancer like you is going to the Holy Land? A firm resolve was clearly visible in Simon's eyes. He stated his stance resolutely. With Mother's life on the line, I can't just stand by. Lethe still disagreed. She said that the investigators in the Holy Land are on high alert because of the Witch of Death, if we're discovered. Not only you, the necromancer, but I will die too. This was the very problem that kept Lethe hesitating. She pressed Simon. Is there a way for you to not get caught as a necromancer? He slowly opened his mouth. We're a bit past that. Simon paused for a moment, then held out his clenched fist in front of Lethe. Not making the other person wait long, Simon opened his palm and a dazzling light appeared. Even Richard, who witnessed this scene, couldn't hide his surprise, his lips parting but unable to speak. Lethe had been suspicious at first, but at this moment she couldn't believe her eyes, frozen in a daze. Now Simon slowly uttered the last half of his sentence. But I can actually use holy power. No one knew what would happen next. The scene shifts to the next day and Lethe and Simon with backpacks on left the house. At their farewell, Richard expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you so much, Lethe. The other person didn't give him a pleasant look and turned away curtly. It's nothing, necromancer. Richard turned to his son and lightly placed a hand on his shoulder. Simon, he was surprised and answered bewilderedly. Yes, the next moment Richard suddenly embraced him tightly, his voice filled with emotion. You are truly the greatest masterpiece of my life. Hearing that, Simon's lips curved up slightly as he patted his back. Knowing that time was short, Richard hurriedly left his last words of advice. You must come back safely. Simon waved goodbye reluctantly. Over here, Lethe was already far ahead, turned her head and urged impatiently. Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming? A new journey had begun. Lethe and Simon headed to the Holy Land to save his mother. Simon glanced at his father's retreating figure, his heart a mix of all sorts of thoughts. Over here, Lethe seemed to be growing more impatient, immediately breaking Simon's sentimental mood. She shouted irritably, Why are you so slow? We have to hurry to make the transport time. At that very moment he suddenly thought that no student at Kizen other than himself would have experienced something like this. As if he didn't hear Lethe's urging, Simon looked back once more, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he muttered, Looks like I'm in for a special vacation. The caravan of carriages continued to move across the barren, waterless desert. At the head of the caravan was a man with a stern face who at first glance seemed to be completely focused on driving. Lethe opened her mouth irritably. Don't breathe your filthy breath in my direction. It would be better if you didn't breathe the same air as me. Lest Simon retort, she added in a small voice, If our skin so much as touches, everyone here will have to die. Got it? The scene shifts back to a few hours earlier before they had traveled to the desert. Lethe said sternly, Before we pass through the Holy Land, a broker will verify our identities. After speaking, she added an explanation. To prevent heretics from setting foot in the Holy Land, you must completely memorize the basic use of holy power. Then Lethe coldly demanded, The holy power you showed me before, show it to me again. Hearing that, he quickly agreed and replied, Okay. Simon quietly closed his eyes and kept muttering with his mouth, Come out, come out, come out. Then he suddenly noticed something strange and asked himself, What is this? Am I nervous? Lethe saw it and opened her mouth nonchalantly. What's wrong? It obviously won't work. The source of holy power is faith in the goddess. Simon asked in surprise. Faith? At that time he thought it was important to control black magic energy. Then Simon wondered to himself, in the end, isn't there only a slight difference between faith and will? An image of Anna suddenly appeared and he whispered, Faith, I just want to save my mother. Then Simon resolved to increase his holy power. He closed his eyes, focused on summoning that energy once again and muttered, And to enter the Holy Land. The moment Simon vowed to himself that he would do anything to achieve it, a miracle happened. A light of energy suddenly erupted from his hand, making even Lethe let out a sound of surprise. Then he asked cheerfully, How about now? Hearing that, Lethe answered bewilderedly, What? As she finished speaking she stammered and added, You finally found faith in the great goddess. Unexpectedly, Simon frankly stated his view that the goddess was a liar, making her extremely angry. What, you damn bastard, what did you just say? But he paid no mind to the curse, just quietly observing the light in his hand. While Lethe continued to complain about Simon's previous declaration, he leisurely closed off that energy. At this time she observed him and thought to herself, A necromancer who knows how to use holy power. Lethe carefully evaluated. I know I need an alliance because of teacher, but maybe I'm making a completely crazy choice right now. Then she secretly guessed again. What if I teach this guy white magic and he later becomes a serious threat to Efnel? Lethe was increasingly caught up in endless thoughts, unconsciously clenching her hands in tension. A short while later Lethe opened her mouth. Holy power is a power given and recognized by the gods. I'm sure there's a reason the goddess gave it to you. Simon was completely surprised to hear this, but he still remained silent. She continued. Lethe paused for a moment, then said in a stern voice, Promise me one thing, whether you believe in the goddess or not, whether you become my enemy later. Then she requested again in a soft voice, When you use white magic, please never cross the line. At those words Simon also nodded his head and obediently replied, Yes, I promise. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver's announcement rang out. Get ready to get off. In less than a second, he added, We've arrived at the Guardian's territory. After getting out of the carriage, the two of them quickly moved inside the Guardian's territory. He looked around with curious eyes and asked, Is this the right place, the place you're supposed to meet the broker? She answered in confirmation. As soon as he sat down, he looked around and evaluated. It's still broad daylight, but there's no one here. Simon took the menu from the waiter and opened his mouth. Lethe, I heard you're the top-ranked first-year student. Lethe mumbled a reply unexpectedly. He continued to ask curiously, so what are you planning to major in there? At these words, Lethe froze for a few seconds. After coming to her senses, she slowly replied, actually, I decided as soon as I enrolled, I'm planning to major in sacred beastology. Simon was surprised to hear that and asked back, sacred beastology? Lethe, seeing that he didn't seem to understand, explained, at Ephnal and all divine academies, we learn a total of 9 subjects. Blessing arts, theology, and spirit healing. These 3 subjects are called the 3 core courses of Null. They're also called the Holy Trinity. And below that are 4 auxiliary subjects called the 4 cardinal virtues. Subjects like spiritology, guardian arts, divine incantations, and holy warfare. Besides those, there are also courses like defense, anti-demon, and practical missions. After hearing everything, DM secretly admired. So Ephnal is quite similar to Kizen. Lethe saw that and asked irritably, why are you making that face? It's annoying. He quickly clarified, no, I was just thinking that in the end, no matter where you are, people's lives are quite similar. After speaking, he wondered, so this sacred beastology you're aiming for, what exactly is it? Only then did she stop being annoyed and answered comfortably. A sacred beast is a divine creature that can use holy power, a rare species. Then Lethe added, they are born in clear, clean, and unpolluted nature. Simon admired. Just from the description, it sounds incredibly expensive. Then after a moment, he opened his mouth curiously. Sacred beastology isn't a very popular subject at Knoll, is it? Lethe frankly admitted, that's right. A short while later, she said with spirit, first just getting a sacred beast is difficult, and then there are the food and maintenance costs. There's really a lot to worry about. Simon heard Lethe say, if it dies of old age or is killed by an enemy, it can never be summoned again. It disappears completely, he exclaimed cheerfully. Ah, I think I know what kind of subject that is. Then he muttered to himself, it's similar to summoning. As soon as Lethe heard him ask, do you have a sacred beast? She confidently raised her voice and replied, of course I do. As soon as Simon heard her confirmation, he asked excitedly, can you show me now? This time, Lethe didn't answer as quickly as before, but just admired in a soft voice, you're serious? She took a sip of water and continued, you asked so earnestly I almost showed you without thinking. Then Lethe raised her voice and asserted, I am Ephnal's first choice, and you are Kizen's #1 special admission student. You and I are enemies. Finally, she asked with contempt, do you think I would reveal my power to an enemy so easily? In the face of her aggressive attitude, Simon just calmly replied, if that was an unreasonable request, I'm sorry. After speaking, he proposed, then let's make a contract. Hearing this, Lethe immediately became wary and asked back, what kind of contract? Simon calmly continued, if I share information first, you share information of equivalent value with me. How about it? She quickly answered upon hearing that, fine. You go first. In fact, Lethe's thoughts were different. I'll just listen and keep my mouth shut. Simon, without any calculation, casually threw out a sentence. Actually, I'm a Legion commander. After speaking, he urged, there, I said it, now it's your turn. Lethe immediately warned, don't joke around, she shouted in anger. How can a 17-year-old kid be a Legion commander? If you were really a Legion commander, there's no way Ephnal wouldn't know, Simon explained in a fluster. But it's true, she answered sharply. Then prove it. But he didn't fall into the trap. Even calmly countered, you have to give me the relevant information first. Seeing that Lethe didn't seem to agree, Simon said, fine, if you don't want to show me, let's end it here. All sorts of thoughts flooded Lethe's mind and she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She summoned her sacred beast and grumbled, talking to you feels like falling into an endless swamp. In less than a second, a sacred beast flew out of Lethe's formation. Sitting opposite and witnessing this scene, Simon exclaimed in a daze, a dragon? Over there. The small dragon circled around Lethe and she couldn't help but shout. That tickles Ran. Hearing that, he glanced at it and wondered, is that dragon's name Ran? Lethe cheerfully answered and confirmed. As she finished speaking, she added shyly, so what do you think of the sacred beast? Simon didn't answer right away, but called out in a gentle voice, Ran. It turned its large, jade-colored eyes towards him, looking quite evaluative. Though there was no movement, Ran was very wary of Simon, and in less than a second it rushed towards him with everything it had. Lethe saw it and immediately shouted a warning, be careful, sacred beasts are very sensitive to black magic. Unexpectedly, Ran only wrapped around him and licked him, and Simon spared no praise. How can you be so cute? Being praised, it licked his face even harder, and Simon also burst out laughing cheerfully. Hearing the exclamation, it tickles, Lethe wondered to herself. What? Wasn't Ran trying to attack him because it sensed the black magic inside him? At the extremely harmonious sight of one person and one snake before her, she suddenly became very annoyed. So in less than a second, Lethe commanded in a cold voice, Ran, come here at once. The problem was that not only did Ran not return, but Simon was helping its act of escape. Lethe couldn't take it anymore, rushed over, grabbed Ran and scolded, hey, don't pretend you didn't hear me, come back here now. Then, ignoring Ran's fierce resistance, she forcefully put it back where it was. As Lethe turned and said, all right, now it's your turn. Prove that you're a Legion commander. Simon suddenly turned his head. In a small voice he asked, is that person over there the broker we're supposed to meet? Hearing this, Lethe cursed in annoyance. This bastard, is he trying to change the subject? Simon quickly calmed her down. Anyway, I don't have my undead subordinates with me right now, so I can't show you even if I want to. Kazan came straight to their table and announced, "Everything's ready, follow me." In the end, Simon had to walk while listening to Lethi's nagging. "Just die, you liar. All necromancers are the same." A short while later, the three of them arrived at their destination, an abandoned house. As soon as they entered, he handed Simon a document and instructed, "This is just a temporary ID to use within the Holy Land." Simon glanced over the information and said in a low voice, "An apprentice priest named Ska Sarabino?" Kazan explained. "He's an ordinary human who was killed by a monster that suddenly appeared while he was hiking a month ago." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened a magic circle, and he raised his voice, "We're going to the neutral zone." The moment Kazan said, "See you later," the teleportation magic circle took effect. Soon after, the two of them arrived at their destination. Although their landing wasn't exactly perfect, Lethi pushed Simon away and said with disgust, "Teleportation is truly awful." Simon didn't dare complain and skillfully changed the subject, asking, "Where is this?" Just then, Kazan's voice echoed, "This is the Haley Desert in the neutral zone." Fearing Simon might not understand, he added an explanation. "The path directly from the Dark Magic Alliance to the Holy Land is completely blocked. The path from the neutral zone to the Holy Land is currently only open for transporting essential supplies." After speaking, Kazan announced his plan. "From here we will infiltrate a merchant caravan heading to the Holy Land." After the explanation, he pointed inward with his finger and concluded, "All right, let's go in then." The two were extremely surprised to see the interior beyond the door. Simon wondered, "Are we supposed to hide in here while crossing the border?" He replied politely, "Yes, it will take about 4 hours." Hearing this, Lethi couldn't hide her dissatisfaction and grumbled, "My goodness, when I crossed into the Dark Magic Alliance, they just had me disguise myself as a merchant." When Kazan explained that the crackdown on merchants was now very strict and even bribes wouldn't work, she couldn't help but cover her face and let out a long sigh. Lethi was about to turn around and say, "You go in first, I'll go with another merchant," when he interjected, "I'm sorry." But Kazan paused for a moment and continued, "You two must ride in the same cart." At these words, Lethi froze for a moment and then spat out, "What?" She even rushed at Kazan and shouted as if to start a fight, "Hey, what are you doing now? Are you kidding me, you bastard?" Lethi shouted in dissatisfaction, "You want me to squeeze into that narrow space with that brat?" Faced with her anger, Kazan had no choice but to explain, "There's no other way. If you want to travel more comfortably, you'll have to wait about 3 months. At that moment, Simon had already climbed into the cart and was trying to calm her down. "Stop it, Lethi. We only have to endure it for 4 hours." Hearing that, she grumbled in annoyance, "Goddess, why do you give me such a trial?" In the end, Lethi took off her outer robe and said, as if she had no choice, "Well then, there's no other way." And so the caravan began to move again, and the destination would be revealed in 4 hours. But for now, Lethi and Simon were not very comfortable being in the narrow space together. She even seemed a little embarrassed by this difficult situation. Time passed slowly, and finally the caravan led by Kazan arrived at its destination. From inside the cart, Lethi's clear voice came out. "O great goddess," she said piously, "I will gladly accept and endure this harsh trial you have given me." As she finished speaking, Lethi reproached herself. "Not only did I associate with a sinner who went against your will, but now I am even leading him to the Holy Land. This sinner deserves to be struck by lightning and die immediately." Simon thought to himself as he heard this, "If one can endure the hardest things by thinking of them as the goddess's trials, then faith must be useful." He grew more and more annoyed as he heard Lethi mutter, "But goddess, you could have struck him with lightning or thrown him into a pigsty. Why do you punish me by making me face such a terrible person? I know it's a sinful thought, but I resent it a little." Finally, Simon couldn't hold back and opened his mouth. "Hearing that ruins the mood," she shot back coldly. "Shut up, don't eavesdrop on my prayers." A short while later, the sun set and twilight descended below the distant mountain range. The last rays of sunlight faintly shone into the space where the two were lying. Suddenly, Simon stared straight ahead and casually opened his mouth. "Lethi," she opened her eyes coldly, looked at him with a not-so-friendly gaze and asked coldly, "What?" Simon didn't mind her aggressive attitude at all and just asked, "How did you meet my mother?" As his words fell, a silence filled the narrow space. Only after a long while did Lethi slowly answer, "It's a precious memory, not something to be shared with a necromancer, but since you're her son, I'll make an exception and tell you." The place she lived was a small village on the border of the Holy Land and the Dark Magic Alliance. As a border region, priests and necromancers often clashed there. It was the perfect place for a group of necromancers, enraged by the loss of their comrades to a priest, to take revenge. At that time, Lethi's father instructed in a low voice, "Lethi, don't you dare come out until Dad calls for you." She heard him and answered with a sob, "Okay." As her father closed the closet door, Lethi's mother didn't forget to add, "We love you more than anything in the world, Lethi." Right after that, they began to fight those dangerous skeletons. As soon as Lethi's father took one down, countless other skeletons rushed in. Seeing her husband pierced through, Lethi's mother couldn't hold back and cried out, "Honey." She stood before their blades, but without the slightest hesitation she scolded these demonic necromancers. And after that, a horrible scene unfolded. Unfortunately, young Lethi witnessed it all. She saw her parents lying alone on the ground and called out, stammering, "Mom, Dad." Soon the surroundings became a sea of fire and countless victims lay fallen on the ground. A stranger turned and asked, "Is it over?" His companion answered, "This should be enough to set an example," but the first stranger was still curious. "Then what about these bodies?" The other one spread a magic circle and answered nonchalantly, "What kind of necromancer would leave bodies behind?" And Lethe's story echoed again. "Those bastards not only killed my parents," she paused for a moment, then said again in a voice filled with anger, "but they turned them into undead. The next morning, only ruins remained, and all the houses were completely destroyed." Lethe's parents had lost all their humanity and walked around like real puppets. Her parents even made strange noises as they moved. Because of this, young Lethe was almost driven to despair and was plunged into endless terror. Outside, they suddenly seemed to sense something and turned around in unison. Just then, Anna appeared. She slowly entered the house. Seeing that, the two immediately rushed to attack Anna. Anna said nothing, just raised her hand and cast a spell. Beams of light spread around her. They even seeped into where Lethe was hiding, surprising her quite a bit. Meanwhile, Lethe's parents, who had become undead, gradually disappeared due to her spell. In less than a second, Anna approached where she was and opened the closet door. The very moment the light came in, the thought of a miracle popped into Lethe's head as soon as she saw Anna's face. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced Lethe, continuously muttering with her mouth, "I'm sorry." Tears streamed from Anna's eyes. "I'm so sorry." Lethe didn't know how to react at that time and was almost frozen. But that was how she met a miracle. Before Anna cut ties with Efnil and left the Holy Land, she used the vast fortune she had amassed working as the Saintess of Miracles to build an orphanage for war orphans. Even after that, she would occasionally visit secretly and help with the orphanage's work. Lethe remembered seeing her come at that time and shouting with great joy, "Teacher Anna?" Seeing that, Anna hugged her and asked after her well-being. "Lethe, have you been well?" she boasted. "The head nun praised me for praying well today." Hearing that, she admired. "Well done." Suddenly, Lethe declared, "When I grow up, I want to become a great priest like you, teacher." Anna froze for a moment but very quickly replied, "You will become a much greater priest than I am." Hearing that, she said happily, "People called you the Saintess of Miracles, teacher. There's no priest in this world greater than you." But she still insisted that she had made many people sad. As she finished speaking, Anna added, "So don't say that." Lethe found it very difficult to understand her words at that time. No matter what Anna said, she was Lethe's role model. The elders praised Lethe. "You endured 19 trials and became a priest at the age of 19. You are Anna Chorus's successor." Lethe was very proud of those words. At that time, joy bloomed on her face. Lethe paused for a moment and continued in a low voice, "So when I heard the truth from Teacher Anna, I was shocked," she said in a dazed voice. "The legendary genius saintess who saved my life and whom I respected the most," and Lethe slowly spat out that unbelievable truth, "had actually married a necromancer and even had a child." The more she spoke, the more her dissatisfaction became apparent. "Because of that necromancer, you gave up your position as a saintess and contracted an incurable disease that could kill you at any moment. Honestly, it's hard to understand why Teacher Anna would want to live a hard life in the countryside where everything is lacking." After a moment, Lethe added, "But life is unpredictable. Now I'm hiding, stuck close to a necromancer." Simon couldn't help himself when he heard her say, "I really want to bite my tongue and die." Amidst the peace, he suddenly felt something was strange. Just then, Kazan's voice came from outside. "Get ready." He paused for a moment and quickly added, "We're going to pass through the Holy Gate." Hearing that, Lethe explained to him, "The Holy Gate can detect magical power." After speaking, she added, "To not get caught, you have to hide it in the darkness." Simon heard that and wondered, "How?" Considering that time was short, Lethe placed one hand on his chest and infused energy into it. The light from that energy quickly covered the narrow space between the two. Just then, Kazan's carriage began to enter the Holy Land. The Holy Gate slowly scanned Simon's body and fortunately it didn't detect anything abnormal. A short while later, Kazan's carriage successfully entered through the Holy Gate. Seeing that, Lethe said in a rarely bright voice, "Welcome, Necromancer." She paused for a moment then continued cheerfully, "To the Holy Land." From the high sky, a train continued to cut through the air at a breakneck speed. Simon saw it and exclaimed in amazement, "A train is flying." Hearing that, she asked contemptuously, "Have you never seen a train before?" "Don't act like an idiot," he explained in a fluster. "In the place I lived, not only were there no flying trains, but trains themselves weren't a common means of transportation." And Lethe slowly explained, "One of the characteristics of holy power is flight. If you amplify it, you can even make trains or fortresses float in the air." Simon heard the explanation and wondered again. "So the sky island of Efnil is also thanks to the flight ability of holy power," she answered calmly. "Probably." Although he had heard a detailed explanation, he couldn't help but blurt out, "My goodness, that's amazing." And Lethe continued to point forward with her hand, signaling Simon to look at one side. Then she slowly opened her mouth. "If we cross the center of the Holy Land by train, we can reach the Tree of Life." As she finished speaking, Lethe warned, "From here on it will be full of inquisitors, so be prepared." Just then, a suspicious-looking stranger brushed past Simon. Soon a thought popped into his head. "This smell, I can smell it." The stranger kept sniffing and said to himself, "The smell of black magic and corpses." A short while later, he was certain in his heart, "There's a necromancer around here." Time passed slowly, and soon it was night and the streets were lit up. Lethe instructed coldly, "I'll go buy train tickets so you stay put. Don't cause any trouble." He quickly said, "I'll go look around the market." After reaching an agreement, the two of them walked in opposite directions. Simon, completely unaware of what was about to happen to him, was still happily looking around the market. Suddenly a sound echoed, "Welcome to the Holy Convention," that succeeded in catching his attention. The merchant saw it and asked cheerfully, "May the blessing of God be upon the adventurer. Would you like to buy a Holy Convention commemorative mask?" Simon glanced at the displayed goods and thought to himself, "A mask, I should cover my face too," and he asked in a curious voice, "How much is this?" The merchant answered gently, "It's 5,000 blanc." Simon picked up the mask and looked at it carefully, then evaluated it in his head. "About 50 silver is fine." While he was happily chatting with the shop owner, someone suddenly appeared. It was none other than Maun, he said to himself. The characteristic burnt smell of black magic. As soon as he finished speaking, Maun was certain. The smell has gotten stronger. The necromancer is definitely around here. At that time, Simon, completely unaware that someone was watching him, even asked excitedly, "Do you have priest robes too?" Hearing the merchant say, "The priest robes are over here," he turned his gaze in the direction he was pointing. But as soon as he saw the price, Simon couldn't help but blurt out, 2,000,000 blanc, he answered with a smile. "It's not cheap," but the merchant still cheerfully introduced. "But if you turn it over like this," he demonstrated, and then continued happily, "you can wear it like a coat." As he finished speaking, the merchant added, "If you add a little mana, the color will change like this." After witnessing this scene, Simon quickly made a decision. "That's cool, I'll take this." The merchant happily took the money pouch from him and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you." While Simon was excited about his new clothes, he quickly praised, "It suits you very well." Just then, Maun approached with a weapon in his hand. "I found the source of the smell." Following that, he shouted in anger, "Necromancer, I will judge you." A strike that seemed to come down from the sky fell very quickly, and fortunately Simon dodged it. A moment later, he explained, "I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm an apprentice priest." But Maun didn't listen to this excuse at all, and fiercely rushed towards Simon, and Maun raised one hand to the sky to summon energy, while at the same time retorting coldly, "No words are needed, you can't fool my nose." A magic circle spread in the air and quickly caught Simon's attention. Its name was Purification. As the name suggested, its terrifying power could purify everything. After unleashing a deadly technique on him, Maun stopped his attack. Following that, he exclaimed cheerfully, "Oh God, the filthy necromancer has been sealed." However, Maun had no time to relish his joy before Simon counterattacked. He didn't anticipate this and fell to the ground. Only after causing the incident did Simon nonchalantly say, "I told you it wasn't me." Just then, Lethe appeared and asked, "What are you doing?" Simon saw her and called out, "Lethe." She looked at the scene before her, disgusted, and complained, "I told you not to cause trouble, but I guess you don't need my help, do you?" Hearing that, Simon felt wronged and explained, "I didn't do anything. That person suddenly attacked me first." But Lethe still replied coldly, "Shut up, get on the train quickly before things get more complicated." Even after the two had gone far away, the crowd continued to gather around Maun. Not long after she and Simon disappeared, he woke up, covered in wounds. Maun healed himself irritably and muttered in anger, "Necromancer, I'll remember your face clearly." Contrary to his grumpiness, Simon was enjoying the new things to his heart's content at that time. Suddenly an announcement rang out, "The train will be departing soon. All passengers please board." Lethe saw it and said sarcastically, "Disgusting, don't make that stupid face. Get on the train quickly." On the other hand, the ticket inspector asked coldly, "Are you trying to get on this train?" After speaking, he added, "But this is beyond your authority." Unexpectedly, Maun stubbornly insisted that there was a necromancer on this train. After speaking, he declared with an imposing air, "In the name of the great goddess, we must execute him." Ednis heard this, disgusted, and thought to himself, "This idiot, if I ask more, he'll just go on about the smell." But he soon muttered to himself, "He's the son of a high-ranking inquisitor, so I can't just kick him out." After much thought, Ednis had no choice but to compromise. "I'll make an exception and add your name to the consultant list, but I won't tolerate it if you ask to get off later." As soon as Maun heard his request, he replied playfully, "That will never happen." The scene changes to another room lit up. Cammy was diligently writing a letter containing her true feelings. She started the letter by asking about his well-being. "Simon, how have you been?" "I'm doing well." After writing, Cammy added shyly, "When we were at Kizen, we were always together." After writing this far, she seemed lost in thought, not knowing what to write next, and so Cammy erased her confession. "I miss you a lot," and then left only her inner thoughts. "Being this far apart, I feel a little lonely too." Though she was extremely shy, she pondered hard about what to write in the letter. After much thought, Cammy decided to write, "I told you before. I'm in the lab of the professor's disciple who Professor Sid introduced me to." She eagerly asked how Leshill was and where Simon was, not even realizing someone had entered the room. Only after that person politely said, "Are you writing a letter?" did Cammy notice. She saw Banter and exclaimed, "Doctor." Then he gently asked, "May I draw some blood?" Hearing that, Cammy rolled up her own sleeve and obediently replied, quote, "Yes." Following that, Banter gave her the injection and casually asked, "Is that letter for that boy you mentioned before?" She had no intention of hiding it and admitted it right away. "Yes." As she finished speaking, Cammy's face grew redder and redder, showing that she was extremely shy. But Cammy continued to mutter to herself, "Simon, I hope you're doing well." On the other hand, a train station that was not very crowded. On the table was a bottle of high-class wine, and thanks to the atmospheric space, the overall look was very luxurious. Not only that, but there was also a dedicated business desk for guests in the room. As soon as Simon stepped inside, he couldn't help but admire. It's really luxurious here. After speaking, he wondered, are there no ordinary doors? Lethe guessed. They probably took them off for inspection. Hearing this, Simon muttered in a low voice, they do inspections even on a train? She leaned back in her chair and opened her mouth to explain, security has been strengthened recently because a cult called the Blood Heaven sect is kidnapping and murdering people. After speaking, Lethe concluded, so be careful and memorize every single word in this Bible. Simon immediately took out the Bible and obediently replied, okay. Not long after the two had exchanged a few words, the train departed. The train sped down the tracks like a shot. A faint blue light shone from under the moving wheels. It created a unique landscape in the pitch-black night. A moment later, that energy enveloped the entire train like a solid shield. The people below, seeing the train pass by like a silk ribbon in the night sky, lifted their heads and admired. Inside the train, Simon was continuously admiring the internal facilities. Then he happily concluded in one sentence, the Holy Convention has a lot of interesting things. After speaking, Simon injected black magic energy into the clothes he was wearing. Seeing the color change, he realized, the more black magic energy I inject, the darker it gets. Meanwhile, Lethe on the other side thought to herself, he said he was going to the bathroom, why is he taking so long, is he causing trouble again? Just as she was thinking, she noticed a strange girl staring intently at her. In less than a second, the girl ran off as if in a great hurry. Then a cheerful voice was heard again. Sister, your junior went into the next room, Lethe heard the girl say. I didn't think she would come first without even saying hello. How rude, and nonchalantly admired. Funny. Not long after, the person the strange girl had called sister approached and knocked on Lethe's door. She cleared her throat. Preparing for the pleasant conversation that was about to unfold, she then opened her mouth very politely. Hello, I'm in the next compartment. Are you busy by any chance? Only then did Lethe clearly see that the clothes she was wearing were Ethnal's uniform. But she felt it was so ridiculous, she thought to herself. It's so obviously fake. On the other side, Ellen continued to speak gently. Nice to meet you. I'm a second-year student at Sungwon. When Lethe didn't react, she introduced herself. My name is Ellen. Lethe heard that and thought, a second-year student at Ethnal is wearing a fake uniform. She couldn't help but admire. Interesting. Should I play along a little more? Then Lethe shot up, bowed deeply, and at the same time opened her mouth. Senior, I didn't know you were on the train. Please forgive me. Ellen heard that and asked back as if she couldn't believe it. Did you just call me senior? She released her energy and introduced herself. I am Lethe Sharina, this year's top admission student. The people with Ellen began to whisper, top admission? Is she that amazing? Even her clothes are eye-catching. Seeing Ellen's complexion turn visibly worse, she asked sweetly, Senior, is something wrong? After speaking, Lethe kindly added, you don't look well. She replied hesitantly, oh no, I'm fine. No, it's nothing. But in reality, Ellen's mind was in great turmoil. Now there's a real problem. She broke out in a cold sweat and admired inwardly. A real Ethnal student is on the train and she's the top admission student. I can't believe it. Before she could even say a word, the strange girl approached and said in a reprimanding tone, Still, even if you're the top student, it's right to visit and greet your senior first. At those words, Ellen just stammered and called out, Hey, stop it. Lethe heard that, pretended not to know anything and bowed her head apologetically. I was too rude. Senior, please forgive me, she answered in surprise. Oh no, it's okay. It can happen. Right after that, Lethe wondered. But I don't think I've heard your name, Senior. What's your major? Ellen habitually answered without thinking. I study divine power. Oh no, I mean my major. As soon as Lethe replied, I see, Ellen was secretly calculating to get off at the next station. Unexpectedly, she said enthusiastically, I was just about to contact Professor Ron from the Sacred Engineering Department. He'll be so happy to know I met you, Senior, right? Ellen saw that and exclaimed in horror. A crystal communication sphere. On the other side, Lethe was still eagerly asking, would you like to say hello to the professor? She had no choice but to refuse in a hurry. It's okay, you don't have to. After speaking, she turned around and said, Kids, we have some private matters about Ethnal to discuss, so you guys go back to your room first. The strange girl heard that, glanced at her as if she couldn't understand, and then replied, Okay, you two talk. As soon as the other two disappeared, Lethe opened her mouth in a low voice. Didn't you know? She paused for a moment and then continued coldly. Pretending to be an Ethnal student is a serious crime. Above, the train was still speeding along the magic-filled road. Simon glanced out the window and couldn't help but admire. Being able to fly over mountains is really convenient. Not long after, when he returned to the room, Lethe asked bluntly, You're back. Simon was very curious to see a stranger suddenly in the room, and on her knees at that. What's going on? When another person appeared, Ellen was very dejected, lowered her hand slightly, but she seemed dissatisfied and reminded her, hands up straight. Ellen heard that and immediately raised her hands straight as before. Then Simon also carefully approached, stared at her face and thought to himself, she looks really familiar. At that time, Ellen also felt something was strange and looked to the side just in time to meet his eyes. A second later, she let out a horrified scream. Lethe saw that and asked irritably, Who told you to put your hands down? Meanwhile, Simon spoke in a friendly manner. Hi, long time no see, Ellen. Not long after, a disbelieving voice echoed quite loudly. What? Lethe said irritably. This isn't a soap opera. After speaking, she began to link the events with contempt. You pretended to be an ethno student, infiltrated the dark territory with a fake identity, and even worked there? Ellen heard that and had no choice but to bow her head and explain. I'm sorry, I needed money to support my younger siblings. Hearing that, Simon asked, Are you still doing that? She replied dejectedly. I quit after that day. It's just that the discrimination between priests and ordinary priests is too severe. Then when Ellen spoke, a hint of resentment suddenly flashed in her eyes. Anyway, you studied at Ethno before too, and I treated you like a senior. You're really too mean, unexpectedly, Lethe retorted nonchalantly. I'll contact the Isle of Heaven and call the Inquisitors. Faced with that terrible threat, she had no choice but to cling to Lethe's legs and beg please. Not stopping there, Ellen sobbed and added, If I'm caught, I'll die. If I'm caught, who will raise my younger siblings? But she didn't show any mercy at all, and even said coldly, If you die or go to prison, I'll take responsibility for raising your younger siblings. I'll send them to a good monastery then. Ellen heard that and exclaimed, Please. Realizing she was destined to die, she cast aside her pride and shouted, Simon, save me. He heard that. His heart softened and he reassured her. Don't worry, Ellen, you won't go to prison. Following that, Lethe retorted, Nonsense. Who do you think you are to say such a thing? Then Simon frankly revealed, Actually, this person is also committing a crime for trying to bring me here. She heard that, hit his head with the crystal communication sphere and cursed, You bastard. Then she grabbed Simon's collar and growled, Do you want to die? What if someone hears you? But he answered nonchalantly, Don't worry, Ellen is tight-lipped. Ellen, having learned this information from Simon, seemed to have gained some confidence and said, In other words, we're both the same. Lethe was naturally not satisfied with this conclusion of hers and made a sound of dissatisfaction. Just then a voice echoed, There will be a simple interrogation. Please cooperate. She heard that, turned around and urged the Inquisitor, Senior, please return to your room while Ellen was being interrogated. A shadow that looked quite suspicious at a glance appeared right behind them, none other than Maun. He was certain in his heart. The smell of black magic is too strong, that guy is here. At the same time, Ellen's interrogation also ended with the words, Thank you for your cooperation. Have a pleasant journey. Then they moved to another room, and at the same time a voice was heard politely saying that there would be an interrogation and asking for their cooperation. As soon as he opened the door, Maun's expression turned strange, as if he had sensed something. As expected, Maun looked at Simon's side and was certain in his heart. I found him. At that time, Edna said politely, Please forgive me for doubting your goodwill. This is an order from above, so I would appreciate your cooperation. Simon, facing him, guessed that this was a surprise inspection. Then that guy must be the Inquisitor. The train was still cutting through the dark night, speeding along without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, inside, Maun stared at him with cold eyes and said, Bible chapter 3. Simon answered nonchalantly, Let all creatures accept the Great Mother Diva as our only true mother. Seeing that, he still didn't believe it and continued the interrogation. Bible chapter 10, he continued calmly without the slightest agitation. Not eating or sleeping is an expression of ascetic training. Hearing this, Maun decided to raise the difficulty of the question and asked, Bible chapter 8 verse 3. It was a difficult question, but Simon answered fluently. Against the invasion of Mammons, the people built a solid temple for defense and placed a scarecrow in the bell tower to stand guard. As he finished speaking, the goddess took pity on them and turned her servants into warriors to protect the people. At that time, Mammon's army had to retreat. Even Ednis let out a sound of admiration. On the other side, Lethe glanced at Simon, who was answering diligently, and quietly admired, He memorized the whole Bible? This guy is really scary. At that time, Maun's anger was almost beyond the limit of what he could bear. A grating sound of teeth grinding continued from both jaws. Maun muttered, Impossible, how can that be? He heard that and suggested, Hey newbie, how about checking someone else? Then he grabbed his collar and said irritably, The stench from that guy's body is always lingering around me. How can I just let him go? Ednis was surprised and called out to Maun. He immediately separated the two and turned around to scold him, How dare you accuse a priest without any evidence? Simon heard that and said politely, It's all right, it's just a misunderstanding. After speaking, he put his hands together and summoned pure energy, just like Lethe had done before. Not long after, the light from that energy shone into every corner of the room. Even Ednis couldn't help but admire. Pure holy power, it feels like I'm being purified. Very quickly, he made a decision. Let's go, there's no need to waste any more time here. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm sorry for being so harsh. Even though Maun's body was completely lifted, he continued to shout with his mouth, How can that be? He was extremely annoyed and even tried to explain, My nose has never been wrong. Maun's shout, That guy is definitely a necromancer, was so loud that it could even be heard in the two's room. After they gradually moved away, Simon smiled brightly, turned around and asked, How was it? Lethe looked extremely surprised just a moment ago, but now she still answered coldly, Annoying as hell. In the quiet night, the brightly lit train glided through the mysterious moonlight. Inside, someone was using a thick Bible, and that person was none other than Simon. He was practicing very diligently. However, not long after, the light from Simon's energy vanished. Seeing this, he exclaimed, This is really hard. I thought holy magic was easier to control than black magic. But as soon as he finished speaking, Simon thought to himself, Even the slightest lapse in concentration while drawing the magic circle causes it to break immediately. Lethe immediately explained that it was because he lacked faith. Meanwhile, he thought it was probably due to the habits he had picked up from drawing magic circles with black magic. Not long after, Simon thought to himself again. Holy magic is easy to control and is connected to the human mind, so maybe I don't need to draw it as meticulously as I do with black magic. Then summoning his energy again, he resolved to himself, I just need to activate the completed magic circle at once without overthinking it. In less than a second, Simon brilliantly succeeded with this magic. So he asked cheerfully, I did it, Lethe. I used a blessing art, right? At this moment, Lethe was still extremely confused and asked herself, really, it took me a whole week, but he did it in a single day. As she finished speaking, she added in annoyance, and he doesn't even believe in the gods? So Lethe once again turned a not-so-friendly gaze toward him, and Simon couldn't help but wonder, why are you looking at me like that? Only after a long moment did Lethe answer irritably, I really want to punch you. Hearing that, Simon imagined a different scene and could only laugh it off. After waiting for Lethe to calm down a bit, he dared to open his mouth and ask, what are you going to teach me next? In another scene, a polite voice suddenly rang out, all right, you all worked hard today. As he finished speaking, he suggested, we worked yesterday even though it wasn't a holy day, right? We should at least have something to drink today. Hearing that, Ednis answered calmly, all right, Odin, a priest can't just let a holy day pass by. Hearing this, Odin said, this is a 17-year-old wine from the capital. As soon as he heard that, his attitude changed. Goodness, isn't this expensive wine? Not long after, he successfully tempted everyone into drinking with him. The people were praising the grace of the great god Rose. Then Odin also brought a drink to Maun. All right, you relax and have a drink too. Then he sat down, put his arm around Maun's neck and spoke, I heard what happened in first class. Even if that guy really is a necromancer, if he's that skilled, shouldn't you at least acknowledge it? But Maun still answered resolutely. No matter how pious he is, becoming a necromancer is an unforgivable sin. As he finished speaking, he added, they're depraved bastards who abuse the dead, feel sexual desire for corpses, and commit terrorism just for a change of pace. Hearing this, Odin agreed and said, well, I can't understand the pig-like tastes of those monsters either. In less than a second, he became cheerful again and actively said, still, if we keep being so rigid with the rules, everyone will get tired. So let's be a little more flexible. Hearing that, Ednis chimed in. That's right, don't ruin the mood when we're drinking such good wine. Maun didn't argue, but he thought to himself, what would guys who just fool around on a holy train know? Odin glanced at him, taking a sip of the drink, and wore an extremely triumphant expression. Not long after, Ednis suddenly complained, suddenly my throat feels like it's burning. Before he could even finish his sentence, blood gushed from his mouth. At the same time, the sound of a glass shattering rang out, and the atmosphere instantly became chaotic. Ednis's eyes began to lose focus. He could barely see anything but a blurry image. Witnessing the person before him looking at him with a satisfied gaze, he hesitated and opened his mouth. You're from that. Ednis's colleagues and subordinates were all eliminated right after that. The remaining party members were no exception, all losing their lives to sharp iron rods. Only after it pierced his chest did he realize belatedly, you're not Odin. A jet-black aura suddenly appeared and enveloped Odin's body. To answer Ednis's final question before he died, he returned to his original form and introduced himself. My name is Alokan. As if that wasn't detailed enough, Alokan added in a low voice, I am a high priest of the Blood Heaven sect. A second after revealing the truth, thinking everything was over, he sent Ednis to the other world. Unexpectedly, Alokan turned around and opened his mouth in dissatisfaction. But how did you notice? As he spoke the last two words, the rookie Maun also stopped acting and immediately poured the cup of wine onto the ground. He slowly stood up and explained at the same time, you reek of black magic and your rotten faith, the smell emanating from your body. As he finished speaking, Maun asserted nonchalantly, the smell of blood, strong enough to cover everything else. The smell of a serial killer. Alokan didn't have the patience to hear him out and asked fiercely, what the hell is this damn smell you're talking about? Just then, Maun directly summoned a magic circle, preparing for a fierce battle. He acted and opened his mouth coldly. I am Maun of the Eastern Front. A second later, Maun raised his voice and declared, the Heresy Inquisition officially begins. Although quite a lot had happened, the train still slowly dragged its heavy body forward. The scene shifts to Simon's side, and at this time he reported cheerfully, I did it. Lethe saw it and admired, really. A second later, she exploded, from divine healing to divine medicine. If you learn this quickly, what am I supposed to teach you later? Is it that once you get the hang of controlling holy power, the rest is a trivial matter? As she finished speaking, Lethe couldn't hold it in any longer and attacked him directly. Having been hit for no reason, Simon opened his mouth in grievance. Why? But before he could finish, Lethe interrupted. Since you've learned divine healing, try healing a wound. Hearing that, he obediently followed her instructions and then exclaimed cheerfully, this is amazing, it doesn't hurt anymore. Then Simon said with a smile, thank you, Lethe, I've met a really great teacher. Hearing this, she replied, outwardly gruff but inwardly pleased. Later, even if you're branded a heretic and tortured by the papal state, don't say a word about what you learned from me. In the face of that warning, Simon could only laugh it off. Suddenly, a scent assailed his nostrils and even the laughing Simon had to pause. Then he opened his mouth. Wait, Lethe hadn't noticed at all and asked, puzzled. What? Hearing Simon's short reply, the smell of blood, she fell into deep thought. Seeing Lethe's silence, he explained further. The smell of blood is too pungent. The scene shifts to another place where Ma-eun was suddenly pushed back, seemingly on the defensive. Witnessing the sight of Ma-eun nearly exhausted, leaning against a wall and slumping down, Alokan admired with contempt. So weak. Right after that, he shifted his target to another train car. In that place, innocent passengers were all having a meal. Alokan, not caring at all what the people were doing, immediately sprayed a strange liquid at them. The first victim was a bald elderly man. As soon as he was hit by Alokan's strange liquid, his head exploded. In less than a second, everyone in that car went to the other world. The once clean windows were now stained with his liquid mixed with people's blood. Meanwhile, Ellen and her friends, completely unaware of the tragedy that had just occurred, were still leisurely playing cards together. Suddenly, a violent vibration was transmitted, and she gradually felt that something was wrong. Then she opened her mouth, puzzled. "What's going on?" her pink-haired friend replied. "Maybe the train suddenly decelerated." Right after that, she asked again. "Didn't the train change its direction of movement?" Before anyone had answered Ellen, a monster suddenly appeared opposite her, startling her greatly. It wasn't just one. Even four of them stuck their heads out to look, and Ellen stammered, "What is that? What is that?" The others were far less calm than she was, seeing those monsters start to break down the door. They shouted, "Crazy, what are these things?" Looking back, those monsters had already broken down the door and charged right in. Their first target was Ellen and her friends. "What do we do now? Senior, please save us. Hey, can you let go of me?" They were so scared they burst into tears and asked, stammering, "What do we do now? Senior, please save us." Ellen was flustered and continued, "Hey, can you let go of me?" But everything was already too late. The monsters had gotten very close to Ellen's group. Just then, a dazzling beam of light shattered their bodies. Ellen, having just escaped the Reaper's scythe, turned her eyes to see who had just appeared, and that person was none other than Simon and Lethe. He hurriedly asked after her well-being. "Ellen, are you okay?" Seeing them, she shouted with joy, "Simon, Lethe." Then Ellen began to wonder, "What's happening here?" Lethe stepped squarely on the head of one of them and answered coldly, "They're red demons." She paused for a moment, then slowly continued, "It's the Blood Heaven sect." Hearing this, Simon asked, "You mean that heretical group that's been causing a ruckus lately?" She immediately confirmed, "That's right." Following that, Lethe explained further, "They turn our bodies into corpses, which they call red demons. They have a resistance to purification magic, making them very difficult to deal with." As she finished speaking, a strange sound suddenly rang out, causing all three of them to pause. Then Lethe calmly continued, "Soon everyone will gather where the priest is, so you, Senior, must take responsibility for protecting them." Ellen was terrified, but she still hugged her weapon and stammered in reply, "Okay." Before Lethe and he left, she asked curiously, "What will you two do?" Simon and Lethe exchanged a meaningful glance. The two of them seemed to have exchanged opinions in the blink of an eye. Not long after, the two answered in unison, "We're going to the control room." In another scene, Alokan had almost massacred another train car. Following that, he reached out and grabbed something, looking extremely triumphant at a glance. Meanwhile, the red demons were still on their journey to gather more comrades. The prey targeted by them were constantly wailing, "Help us, over there!" They saw Simon and Lethe running from the opposite side and blurted out with joy, "Priests!" Seeing the red demons almost reach those innocent passengers, a flash of panic crossed his pupils. In that situation, Simon made a decisive decision without the slightest hesitation. "I'll charge in first." After speaking, he got into position and leapt. Using only strength and pure energy, Simon leaped over the passengers' heads. In that critical moment, he thought to himself again, "If they resist purification magic..." Simon paused for a second, then concluded in his mind, "Then there's no choice but to destroy their physical bodies." One red demon was slapped squarely in the face, grimacing in pain, and the remaining ones were no exception. Not long after, Simon had taken care of the last of this group of red demons. Just then, Lethe opened her mouth with a puzzled voice. "How can you use martial arts infused with holy power when you've never been taught?" He answered nonchalantly, "It's just basic martial arts. All punches and kicks are the same." Needless to say, the red demons swarmed in droves. Seeing this, Lethe quickly summoned her magic power and raised her voice to remind him, "Move." She once again closed her eyes, summoning all the energy she could. Then Lethe used those energies to prepare for a large-scale purification. In less than a second, the magic circle Lethe had laid out was activated by her. The dazzling beam of light emanating from the energy caused the red demons extreme pain. Following that, she turned back and urged, "Hurry. We have to save the people." Elsewhere, an unlucky passenger was being bitten by 2 or 3 red demons. He shouted in despair. No, up ahead, a woman was being threatened by Alaric. "Stop resisting. Wear this necklace." After speaking, he gently tempted her. "Just by wearing this you will become a member of the Blood Heaven sect." But she resisted extremely fiercely. "You damned heretic, the goddess will punish you." Hearing this, Alaric just admired with a cold gaze. "A brave one." He pushed her into the group of red demons and continued nonchalantly, "But I don't dislike you one bit." Then Alaric opened his mouth with a voice full of contempt. "Let's see if that great goddess you pray to can come save you. Let's see if she can come here and stop me." As he was rambling on saying, "Let's see if she can punish us with her power," Lethe had appeared out of nowhere and delivered a fatal blow to the back of his head. And now it was Alaric who was thrown into the group of red demons without the slightest hesitation. Not long after, his arrogance was almost reduced to 0. Just then, Lethe answered comfortably, "All right, this is the punishment for you." Then the two moved to another train car. It was when the red demons appeared. At this time, they had almost eliminated all the remaining passengers on the train. Lethe glanced over and ordered, "There are still survivors. Clean this place up quickly." and the red demons were once again beaten to a pulp, even their sharp teeth bidding farewell to their gums. Wherever Simon and she went, they swept through the groups of red demons, finishing them off almost instantly. Not long after, Alaric also faintly woke up after a few minutes of being unconscious. Damn it, but before he could finish, someone's shoe sole fiercely stomped on him. That person was none other than Lethe, she declared coldly. It's over, you filthy Blood Heaven sect heretics. After speaking, Lethe turned around to confirm with Simon if his side was finished. He quickly answered with one word, and right after that, she summoned 2 magic circles in a row. One on each hand. They looked extremely grand at a glance. Lethe's whole body was almost immersed in a flow of mystical energy. Not stopping at one magic circle, she created another one on her right. Then a powerful beam of light emanated from Lethe's body, gradually healing their bodies. Seeing this, Simon thought to himself, those aren't ordinary wounds, but wounds from a curse, and she can instantly heal them. Then he admired in his mind, as expected of Efnel's top student. At this time, the blonde girl also exclaimed in surprise. The wound. Right after that, Lethe continued to cast a wide-range healing magic circle. After finishing her work, she opened her mouth in relief. I've placed a blessing on you so you won't be attacked by the corpses for a while. Calmly retreat. Hearing this, the two were moved, bowed their heads, and then turned to leave. Then Lethe turned around and said, I don't care if it's the Blood Heaven sect or whatever, they chose the wrong place to practice. As she finished speaking, she attacked Alaric, and he was hit squarely, unable to resist. Then Lethe began to interrogate him. Why are you doing this? He answered nonchalantly. All passengers on this train will become sacrifices for the Blood Heaven sect. After speaking, Alaric resolutely uttered one sentence. You will never be able to stop it. And he was thrown by the two from the running train. She lightly dusted off her hands and evaluated. It seems he knows nothing, Simon followed up. I guess we have no choice but to keep moving forward. Following that, a thick fragrance suddenly struck his sense of smell. It came from the train car in front of them, and the fragrance grew stronger and stronger. Simon couldn't help but admire. The smell of blood is too strong, she quickly agreed. I feel it too. The two slowly entered the train car, which was engulfed in darkness, and only a pair of glowing red eyes were visible. The first thing that entered their eyes was the sight of a hound brutally mauling a person. Just as Simon hesitated and was about to open his mouth, Lethe cut him off. I've heard the rumors. She paused for a moment, then added, the secret weapon of the Blood Heaven sect. A monster created to kill both people and monsters on sight. And the secret weapon she mentioned was the hellhound that had just bathed in human blood. He stared at it intently and carefully guessed. It's probably a type of chimera. This won't be easy. Over there, after sucking out all of its essence, it mercilessly kicked its opponent. Die. Lethe seized the momentum, lowered her body as much as possible, and charged forward. When she reached the right spot, Lethe stopped and cast several types of energy. They mixed together, forming what looked like a very sharp combination at a glance. She manipulated them to fly straight ahead with the purpose of destroying the hound. After pouring all her strength into that attack, Lethe cursed coldly. Die. As her attack was launched, the hound on the other side seemed to be instantly destroyed. Lethe was very satisfied seeing this, inwardly evaluating that her technique was perfect. After finishing her words, she added, even for a hellhound that should be enough. Just as she said this, a familiar figure appeared from behind the smoke. It was the hound. In fact, not only was it not destroyed, but it was extremely healthy and aggressive. It charged towards Lethe, who had just attacked it, and roared as if in defiance. At this time, Lethe was nearly exhausted and stammered, asking herself, it withstood that? To think I used all my strength and it was useless. Simon cast a spell and reassured her. Lethe, hold on a little longer. I'll handle it. Hearing that, she urged him, I don't know, just hurry up. In that critical moment, Simon was not the least bit flustered and even calmly opened his mouth. That monster, he stretched out a hand to one side and nonchalantly asserted, we have to catch it. Just then, the hound almost broke Lethe's shield. At that moment, Simon muttered, Prince, wear your crown and come here. Hearing that, Lethe shouted in annoyance, what are you doing? Is this a time for jokes? He answered with a wronged expression. It's not a joke, this is the summoning method. But she didn't seem to believe him at all. She just admired with disappointment. It was my mistake for trusting you. Get away from me. At this moment, in the face of the hound's immense power, Lethe's patience had almost reached its limit. More and more cracks appeared on her shield. Lethe even muttered to herself that she couldn't hold on any longer. And finally, after holding on for a long time, Lethe's shield finally shattered. The hound had only rammed it once, but her whole body was almost sent flying backward. As the shield fragments continued to fly past Lethe's eyes, she fell into despair, seeing the hound about to unleash a sky-shattering attack on her. Lethe didn't dodge. Right after that, a huge sound echoed, shaking the entire sky. As the dust gradually settled, Lethe, not feeling extreme pain, faintly opened her eyes and admired. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, You always call me when I'm trying to rest. After speaking, the prince turned around and asked, Should I take care of that dog first? Simon nodded in confirmation. As soon as he got his consent, the prince cast a spell, turning his eyes yellow. Those red demons were also quickly subdued by him, although the prince had no intention of touching them at all. After subduing those red demons, he began to control the actions of each red demon. The main action was the swarm of red demons rushing to attack the area around the hound. And finally, after a strenuous effort from the swarm of red demons, it gradually fell. Lethe saw it and asked in disbelief, They're fighting each other. He explained, The prince is controlling them. This time it was Simon's turn to attack. He even coldly commanded, Corpse explosion. A second later, that entire train car exploded. It couldn't withstand the power of the attack. Even two very powerful people like Simon and Lethe couldn't help but be worried about this situation. But the hound still stood firm after that short battle. It growled at the three of them. The prince looked excited and asked cheerfully, "You withstood that?" It roared upon seeing that, warning the prince. After that, the hound opened its mouth wide with the intention of tasting him. But the prince waited until it was very close, then quickly moved aside, not giving the hound a chance to react. Not stopping there, the hound, completely unaware of what was about to happen to it, continued its hunt. Meanwhile, the prince admired helplessly, so stubborn, although the train was quite damaged. It was still speeding down the tracks. After finishing his work, the prince came over and asked, "So you can use your powers without a crown now?" Simon bumped fists with him in a friendly manner and replied modestly, "I learned it recently because my father taught me." Meanwhile, Lethe thought to herself, he defeated all the hunters of hell, although they were just ancient corpses with almost no magical power. After finishing her words, she asked herself, "So does that mean he's really a commander? Oh no, I need to hurry and meet the saintess." Just then, the prince's childish voice rang out, "By the way, who is that woman? Isn't she a priest?" Lethe unconsciously threw a punch forward and shouted in a fluster, "Don't come here." The prince saw her hiding behind Simon and asked with a wronged expression, "Why did you suddenly attack me?" He even threatened fiercely, "Hey, do you want to die?" Seeing this, Simon reassured him in a low voice, "Calm down, we need to cooperate this time." Then the prince changed the subject, "Take this, I brought it because you told me to." Fearing Simon might not understand, he reminded him, "If you're in your right mind, you'd be better off not using it for your mental health sake." Hearing that, he replied, "I don't want to use it either." Right after that, Simon used magic to put it inside the space and made an excuse, "But I have to keep it just in case." Just as the three were enjoying less than 3 seconds of peace, an earthquake occurred. The one causing the vibration was none other than the hound. The prince was extremely curious. What in the world is this stubborn monster over there? It stuck its head out to see if Simon's group was there or not. After confirming for itself, it squeezed its entire body through the small hole. The prince once again took responsibility. "I'll handle it," he also answered without hesitation. "Then you take care of it." Just as Simon was about to turn around and handle other matters, a thick fragrance suddenly struck his nose. Before her eyes, Lethe saw countless red demons packed densely into the train car. She saw it and asked herself, "Why are there so many of them here?" Right after that, Simon suggested that it would be better for them to split up. After speaking, he clearly divided the tasks. "You charge forward and save the trapped people. I'll go up to the train roof and head to the control room, guard the control room, and eliminate them from behind." After speaking, Simon added. Lethe heard that and replied in a soft voice, "Okay, see you later." He used teleportation magic to greatly shorten the distance to his destination. Simon stood at the very front of the train, and it seemed he was thinking of taking a risk. Then he put on his mask and resolved to himself, "I have to hurry, go to the control room and see what happened." Time passed slowly, and Simon successfully boarded the train through the front car, but the scene before him made him freeze for a moment and hesitate quite a bit. Simon saw the bloodstains scattered in front of the train and muttered to himself in disappointment, "I'm too late." After that, he suddenly discovered something below, and Simon bent down and picked it up. It was actually a map. He observed it for a moment and thought to himself, "Did they change the train's direction?" Simon looked back and firmly resolved to himself, "I have to stop the train, no matter what it takes." Then he cast his gaze far away, and seeing the murdered crew members, Simon couldn't help but say to himself, "It seems the people here were killed without being able to even lift a finger." Suddenly, a hypothesis popped into his head. Someone had betrayed them. A sound suddenly rang out, and it quickly caught Simon's attention. Seeing the body in front of him tremble, he asked himself, "Is he still alive?" Although quite curious, Simon still raised his hand and cast a spell to heal Maun. A moment later, he finally opened his eyes faintly, but Maun said nothing. Only after seeing his masked face did he slowly spit out this smell. Right after that, Maun asked curiously, "Why did you save me?" "I'm just..." Faced with that question, Simon had nothing to say but to choose silence. Next, he handed Maun a bottle that seemed to be related to healing. As he took it, Simon stood up without any lingering attachment. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Maun revealed the truth. "The leader of the Blood Heaven sect is on this train." After speaking, he urged in a small voice, "Be careful, watch out for an ambush." Not long after, a strong wind blew through the train car. Simon unconsciously covered the lower part of his face with his hand to avoid inhaling the dust. Just then, a strange liquid flew past his eyes, making Simon freeze for a moment. Right after that, a loud explosion rang out, and its terrifying power sent him flying backward. But very quickly, Simon steadied himself on the ground full of that strange liquid. Realizing the situation was getting more and more unstable, he no longer held back and immediately shouted loudly, "Bone armor!" In less than a second, they transformed into the shape of pistols and were held in his hands. Right after that, Simon summoned his power and got into a ready-to-attack stance. As soon as he had summoned enough energy, he launched his first attack. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed, "Bone armor, are you a necromancer?" Ilokan calmly continued, "I'm very happy to meet a necromancer in such a dangerous place." After speaking, he introduced himself. "I am Ilokan, a bishop of the Blood Heaven sect. You seem to be a necromancer. Why do you dare to interfere with our plan?" Next, Simon answered frankly, "Because what you're doing is hurting innocent people." Then he coldly concluded, "You're no different from a terrorist." After speaking, he launched an attack. Just then a big change occurred in Alokan's body, and every single muscle bulged. They blocked his bone bullets very easily without even shedding a drop of blood. Alokan's body grew more and more massive, and his power also became noticeably stronger. Not stopping there, those muscles intertwined with each other, creating a strange shape. Meanwhile, he sneered at Simon, "You haven't reached the expert level yet." Alokan attacked him straight on and asserted with certainty, "I can see everything you're doing." But Simon didn't show any weakness either, quickly leaning his body to the side to dodge the attack. And the technique Alokan had just launched missed and did not hit its target. Next, Simon, still not disappointed in his own guns, shouted loudly, "Reload!" But in fact he admired inwardly, is he a master of blood flow control? This has gotten complicated. While Simon was lost in thought, that strange liquid from before quietly appeared behind his back, and it attacked while Simon's guard was down and he couldn't react in time. Not stopping there, a sudden pain washed over him, making Simon extremely pained. At this time, Alokan had finished his transformation. He nonchalantly looked at Simon, who was writhing in pain. Right after that, Alokan opened his mouth gently. "As a senior in the same field, let me tell you a secret." As he said this, the magic circle being executed next to Simon felt something was wrong. As he spoke, an extremely thick killing intent was emitted. When dealing with a necromancer who uses blood as a weapon, if even a single drop of blood falls from the opponent's body, not long after, Alokan continued, you will immediately lose all your advantages. After being hit by his attack, blood gushed out of Simon's body like a spring, and he even asserted to himself, "Hemorrhage magic." Over there, Alokan fiercely concluded, "It's almost impossible to stop the bleeding, so shut up and die now." Just then, Simon shouted, "Heal!" Hearing that, he blurted out in a daze, "What?" Opposite him, he was executing a magic circle to heal himself. Alokan naturally hadn't expected this and cursed in extreme annoyance, "Holy power, you damn bastard, you're obviously a necromancer." After a while, Simon finished his treatment. Then he returned to being a necromancer and commanded, "Yes." Alokan's fierceness seemed to flow from every cell of his body. He didn't even need to use a technique, just stretched out his hand and caught the sharp weapon Simon had just launched. Not just one hand, Alokan's other hand was also busy catching his weapon. This made Simon slightly panicked. His strength was really no joke. Alokan thought that was all he had and opened his mouth with contempt. "Did you think you could stop a bishop of the Blood Heaven sect like me with just that level of skill?" Just then, a beam of light suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire dark space. It went straight forward and even successfully pierced through Alokan's muscular body. Right after that, Lethe admired. "It was quite hard getting here." After speaking, she sneered, "But you were wrestling with that lump of flesh." He saw it and immediately blurted out, "Lethe." Alokan saw Lethe appear and muttered her identity. "A kid from Webnovel Academy." After speaking, he asked himself, unable to understand, what in the world is that damn hellhound doing? Even while wondering, it didn't affect Alokan's attack at all. As soon as Alokan mentioned the hellhound, it quickly appeared. At that time, the hellhound was running crazily forward. The prince was sitting majestically on its back, letting out a very refreshing laugh. Not long after, he stopped laughing. Maun declared with great momentum, "Die." He witnessed this scene and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Why do these monsters keep appearing?" At this time his anger had almost reached its peak. He acted and threatened, "You've come at the right time, let me show you my true power." The prince on the other side quickly sensed that something was wrong. In a short moment he decided to abandon the lumpy flesh he was riding on. Right after that, the hellhound was seriously injured by an alley's attack. Alokan quickly absorbed all the essence from it to his own body, without the slightest mercy. In the face of this scene, Simon still calmly observed his every small action. Meanwhile, Lethe couldn't hold back and blurted out, "What in the world is that disgusting guy doing?" Hearing that, he answered, "Flesh armor. It's a blood magic that wraps the body like armor to create a protective shield." After speaking, Simon guessed, "It seems he becomes stronger by merging with that hellhound." Lethe wasn't afraid at all. Summoned ran and continued with contempt, "But in the end it's just a huge lump of flesh, right?" She took a sword out of Ran's mouth and said, "I can cut it down with this sword." The strange streams of light that had enveloped the sword gradually covered Lethe's entire body. The sharp blade was aimed straight at Alokan, clad in his massive armor. But Lethe challenged him without a hint of fear. "Are you ready to be hit, you heretic?" Magical power gathered on her sword and Lethe prepared her attack by gathering a dazzling light behind her back, charging towards the giant body before her. She swung her sword and shouted loudly. Lethe's face filled with firm resolve and dignity. As the sword came down, the entire space before her blazed with golden light and a fierce brilliance covered everything, leaving only Lethe's silhouette. The sword strike shook the entire space. A deafening explosion roared throughout the narrow train car. Alokan's body was sliced vertically, his upper torso split in two, but he still stood tall in his spot. At this moment Alokan gave a strange smile, and his split body began to regenerate. Each muscle fiber stretched out, reattaching the two halves of his body. In an instant he was restored to his original form. He flexed his muscles and looked at his opponent. "These kids are ideal prey." Simon frowned at his recovery speed and said in a low voice to Lethe, who was in the same state beside him, "His regeneration is too fast. Normal attacks are no longer effective. We need a single blow with greater destructive power." He stood up straight, a triumphant expression of a victor on his face. He sneered at Simon's group. "A priest from Webnovel and a necromancer who can use holy power." Alokan looked at Lethe and Simon, who were standing on the debris ready to counterattack, and said, I don't know what you're doing here." As he spoke, he summoned a giant red magic circle beneath his feet, but it's about time this game came to an end. As soon as Alokan finished speaking, a horde of corpses poured out from the magic circle. They growled and crawled up from the ground, surrounding the group of 3 girls, causing them to huddle together in fear. Their faces pale with terror, they all screamed loudly. They headed for Maun as well. At this time, due to his injuries, he was kneeling on one knee on the train car floor, looking up at them with eyes full of rage. Lethe raised her sword without hesitation and attacked at once. Cursing these annoying monsters, she resolutely sliced off the limbs and bodies of the corpses surrounding her. Meanwhile, Simon, who was behind her, had just knocked one down with his elbow. He turned towards her and shouted loudly, "Lethe, hold them off for a moment." Lethe glanced at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you trying to do?" Simon summoned a magic circle, reached his hand inside and took out the crown he had stored earlier. In a voice that sounded like he had resigned himself, "There's no choice, I have to use this." With that, he placed the crown on his head, and in that moment, the entire space seemed to pause for an instant. When the ritual was complete, Simon's closed eyes suddenly flashed open and a strange golden light shot out from his pupils. Black magic energy enveloped Simon's entire body. He looked up at the sky with his glowing eyes, and a strong wind blew, making the atmosphere even more eerie. Alokan was horrified by that terrifying power. He gritted his teeth and spat out, "What?" Just as he noticed something strange in his surprise, Simon exploded. He shouted. The entire train car was submerged in that deafening scream. Every person and object stopped and sank into darkness. Even Lethe couldn't withstand Simon's scream. She pressed her hands tightly against her ears, enduring with a pained frown. Time passed, and only after a long while did Lethe squint her eyes open. She tried to survey the current situation in the train car. Lethe stared in disbelief at the horde of corpses standing motionless before her. "They've stopped moving." Ellen poked one right in front of her with her staff, but they truly seemed frozen, standing in their grotesque poses, frightening the 2 girls behind her. "What on earth is happening over here?" Even Maun couldn't understand what was going on. He maintained his combat stance with his scythe, staring intently at the horde of corpses before him. At this moment, Simon, wearing the crown, commanded with a serious face, "All of you follow my command." As Simon's words came out, the horde of corpses began to move. Their eyes stared intently at the source of the voice as if hypnotized. They turned their bodies and all rushed towards Alokan behind them, attacking him intensely. He stared in horror at them rushing towards him. His face darkened, and as he stomped on one with his right foot and sent another flying with his left hand, he shouted at Simon, "You can control the corpses." He stood with the dignity of a king, with just a single command, a single gesture. He made the corpses obey, clinging to Alokan and refusing to let go as he ceaselessly cursed in rage. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" The train continued to roll on, but its speed grew faster and faster. The wheels screeched on the tracks, sending sparks flying, and clouds of dust billowed up inside the train car. Alokan still couldn't believe that the horde of corpses he had summoned was attacking him, and he had to fight them with great difficulty. They were numerous, and they knew neither pain nor fear. One after another they rushed in a continuous line like a relentless wave. Lethe and Rand stood on guard, gripping their swords tightly, observing the situation with Alokan, while also frowning as they felt the train's speed. "The train is slowing down." As it turned out, a vast number of corpses were scrambling to block the path at the front of the train. They clung on, not caring about being run over by the train, trying to slow it down. Inside, Simon saw the horde of corpses holding Alokan firmly. They were piled up layer upon layer on his large, grotesque body to the point where nothing could be seen. At this moment, he moved his hand slightly to issue a new command, and Simon clenched his fist, his face still cold and resolute as he ordered, "Explode." The horde of corpses surrounding Alokan turned into bombs and exploded. The explosion brightly illuminated the entire train car. Lethe, standing in front of it, hurriedly covered her face with her hand, and at the same time a corpse explosion occurred at the front of the train. The explosion outside was bigger, the light more dazzling, and the debris flew higher. Lethe was both amazed and frightened by Simon's power. She turned her head, feeling the explosion behind her, and admired inwardly. So this is the power of a commander. But the ominous events continued. The train, after stopping for a moment, moved forward again. The wheels crushed the corpses, but Simon still didn't make them retreat. Outside, a great many corpses still clung to the train, gradually slowing its speed. But inside the train car, Alokan stood up from amidst the thick dust of the explosion, shaking off all the remaining corpses from his body. His body was covered in wounds, and his voice, filled with dissatisfaction and anger, stared at the dignified Simon before him. "How can a brat like you have such power?" He quickly discovered something strange. Seeing him suffering from a headache due to the side effects of the crown, "That power comes from that crown, doesn't it?" Alokan, having realized that, smiled slyly and said with his rapidly recovering body, "Good, very good. An ancient relic with mighty power must surely come with a price that is not small." He sneered at Simon, who was kneeling on the ground, still clutching his head and trying to endure. What's happening now is just a weakling struggling to use a power beyond his capabilities. Alokan grabbed the belly of a corpse with his giant hand, lifted it up, and then threw it into the large mouth that had opened in the middle of his own belly. With a chomp, the mouth swallowed the corpse. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Lethe stared in horror at Alokan's actions, her body unconsciously taking a slight step back. As eating a corpse, she watched in horror as he gradually recovered. Seeing his healed face and the swirling magic power enveloping that massive muscle, the giant Alokan had recovered some of his strength. He stood facing Simon, who was clutching his head and trying to endure. The prince frantically chased after the train. He shouted loudly from outside, "Simon, take off the crown quickly." His voice echoed in Simon's ears, but he couldn't resist, only keeping his head down, his empty eyes wide open. The person wearing it won't be able to handle the mental strain. The prince didn't know the situation inside well, but he tried to convey it to Lethe, who was there. "Hey, Missy over there, take the crown off him." Hearing that, she reached out, trying to touch the crown on Simon's head, but just as she was about to touch it, he reached out and grabbed Lethe's wrist. The sudden action made her freeze on the spot. Simon stood up and slowly walked past Lethe. The energy he emitted in his face made her feel fear, and she took a slight step back as he passed her. Simon said something strange. "I can do anything," as if to prove his words. The crown on Simon's head immediately shone. He continued to mutter, "I am omnipotent." Simon seemed to have completely changed. He wore a conceited smile as he uttered those words. His hand reached out, showing off its power in the sparkling light of the crown. At this time, Maun was running with all his might inside the train car, his brow furrowed. Maun saw the horde of corpses ahead. They were no longer attacking him, but were all rushing in one direction. His mind was filled with questions. The corpses simultaneously stopped their attack and started running in one direction. What on earth is happening? Suddenly he stopped, and a dazzling golden light shone from ahead. His eyes filled with surprise. Lethe felt the same. She stared blankly at everything that was happening and spat out, "Oh my God!" The crown on Simon's head continued to shine, gradually forming a circle above him. His whole body seemed to glow, filled with energy. Simon looked as dignified as a descended god. The horde of corpses all stopped, and the souls within them were drawn out by the light emitted by the crown. The corpses fell to the floor of the train car, and transparent souls surrounded Simon. Following his signal, they flew tail to tail, forming a circle above Alokan's head. He couldn't contain his anger at the sight, and the mouth on his stomach swallowed the souls with a curse of "Damn it," but those souls floated before Alokan like smoke. At this moment, he could only stare in horror at that transparent flow of energy. That the things that had been bitten could completely merge back into their original form. Everyone stared intently at Alokan amidst his screams. "What is this?" The souls quickly latched onto his body. They held onto the red mouth on his belly, his arms and legs firmly. Alokan had no way to escape. He could only scream, "Let go, let go." Simon stood watching it all, then raised his hand to touch his mask. He took off the mask, and the two eyes hidden behind it were shining with energy constantly pouring out from the sockets. Simon stood up straight. He summoned a multi-layered magic circle that stacked up to the roof of the train. Maun, seeing this magnificent sight, exclaimed in disbelief, "Really, I really can't believe it." At this time, Alokan was also led by the transparent souls out of the train, flying through the hole in the train's body created by the explosion and floated in midair. The horde of corpses outside, which had sacrificed their bodies to slow down the train, were also summoned. Their souls also left the bodies under the wheels and began to fly up. They all gathered into a very high pillar of light created by Simon, turning into a giant magic circle in the night sky. Alokan, along with the souls, was shot straight up into the sky by that pillar of light. His body had no way to resist, and he could only scream helplessly until his eyes turned white. Simon stood with the dignity of a king. He raised his hand to summon a smaller magic circle. Aiming it forward, he chanted a spell, and as he placed two fingers in front of his chest, a cross-like light appeared with every word Simon uttered. "Celeste." He looked at him with firm eyes of destruction. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling vertical line descended. Explosion! That dazzling light struck Alokan's body directly. At the same time, those souls also became more dazzling and transparent. The magical energy converged, creating a ring of light like the midday sun. Alokan was trapped inside, raising his face and screaming. His face was filled with defiance and pain. Impossible! That light pierced through the clouds and shot up into the black night sky, leaving only a wide ring of light covering the outside of the train. Simon, wearing the crown, stood with his hand gesture not withdrawn, and the dazzling light above his head made him look divine. Lethe and Rand saw him in this scene, and both Master and Sacred Beast had their eyes wide open, looking at Simon with a mixture of shock and admiration. Only after a long while did she regain her voice, hesitatingly saying in a low voice, "This is a miracle." The scenery outside the train was quite chaotic, with a pile of corpses blocking the front of the train. Ellen and the other girls carefully poked the motionless corpses on the floor with their staves to check. Over here, Lethe opened a circle of space and sent Rand back inside, and turned to Simon, smiled brightly and said, "All right, this time I truly acknowledge your talent." But as soon as she finished speaking, a problem occurred with Simon. He couldn't hold on and collapsed. Kneeling on one knee on the train car floor, Lethe frowned and followed him, crouching down opposite him. She watched him touch the crown with both hands worriedly and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" He took it off his head and held it out in front of her, to Lethe's surprise, and proposed, "Take this and stay away from me." "What's wrong with this?" Simon's face darkened, and he had no patience to explain, shouting at her, "No time to explain, go now." Lethe didn't understand what was happening, but she obediently hugged the crown and left. After walking a few steps, she turned her head to look at him, still kneeling on the ground, looking extremely uncomfortable, which made her even more worried. Simon collapsed, covering his face with both hands, and light shot out from his eyes again. But he gritted his teeth so hard he drooled. After holding on for only a few seconds, Simon's pupils completely disappeared. He stood up and lunged forward as if he had lost his reason. Lethe was even more terrified, seeing Simon's abnormal state, her face pale, but she still held the crown tightly to her chest. She tried to protect it from the crazed Simon, and while hugging the crown she glanced at the corpse-like person about to pounce on her. The moment he got close, Lethe held the crown with one hand and pushed Simon's face away with the other, screaming in disbelief, "Why did you suddenly become like this? Are you crazy?" Right at this moment a small fist flew in and hit Simon squarely in the face just in time. The prince sent him flying far away with a single punch, and he crashed into the train car wall. He had successfully saved Lethe from a critical situation. He stood there and, amidst Lethe's bewilderment, complained with a displeased face, "I knew this would happen." Simon, who had been knocked down, stood up again, growling and grinding his teeth like a real corpse. Then he shouted once and rushed at the prince who had just hit him. The prince, seeing this, just stood calmly, watching his irrational behavior. He waited for Simon to approach, then lightly tilted his body to dodge. Simon missed and fell to the side. The prince took that opportunity to reach out, grab the back of Simon's neck and press down hard in one go. Simon's face was mercilessly slammed into the floor under his indifferent gaze. Lethe, seeing Simon being hit, asked worriedly, "Hey, what are you doing?" The prince raised his head to look at her. While Simon fumbled his hand up to where he was grabbing his head, he warned Lethe with displeasure, "Stand back, priestess." He touched the prince's hand and a faint sound came from his face, which was pressed against the train car floor. Hearing that sound and sensing Simon's state, he bent down to check carefully. Simon tilted his head and the look in his eyes returned to normal. His face was a little haggard, but he still smiled gently and said, "Thanks, Prince." Seeing that he had come to his senses, he let go of his hand, allowing Simon to sit up while he angrily scolded this fool. "How can you smile? If you get hurt, Pierre will scold me. They're so strong I can't do anything to them." Seeing that Simon's condition had stabilized, the prince walked over to Lethe, reached out and took the crown. "I'll take the crown, all right, I'm counting on you." He placed the crown on his head and half turned to look at Simon. "Call me if anything happens." As the prince left, Lethe approached and helped him up. She reached out to check him over once, then asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, sorry about earlier." Just then Maun dragged Alokan over to the two of them. He lowered his head, his eyes hidden, and spat out 3 words, "Necromancer." Simon turned his head and saw that Alokan had lost consciousness and could no longer harm anyone. Maun looked sternly at the two of them. He said nothing. He saw that the one who had killed so many people on the train could no longer do any harm and said to Alokan, "You risked your life to save the many lives on this train." Inquisitor Maun lowered his head, his deep eyes not revealing his inner thoughts. He said seriously to Simon, "The interrogation regarding you will be put on hold." And then he just looked at him quietly for a long time. He could only meet his gaze. The atmosphere gradually grew heavy. Simon saw Maun's sincerity and smiled at him. His eyes seemed to say that he understood everything he wanted to express. On the battered train, the body and walls were all riddled with large holes, revealing the starry night sky outside. Maun took out a stack of documents. He carefully handed them to Simon. "I found confidential documents of the Bloodheaven sect in Alokan's subspace." The two looked down at Alokan, whose face and body were as pale as if he weren't human. Although he called himself a bishop of the Bloodheaven sect, most of the documents seemed to have been approved by other bishops. Lethe, hearing this, suddenly remembered something. She furrowed her brow and told the two the information. "It seems there are ranks even among the bishops, for a heretic like this." Simon lowered his head and looked at the documents in his hand. He said nothing, just concentrating on reading them all. The paper clearly stated, "Holy Train Salvation Plan. Assassinate Inquisitor Odal Mether and obtain his facial biometric data. Change the transport route of Holy Train No 1631 and move it to headquarters. Use captured passengers as bait by turning them into zombies. Intentionally leak information to the Inquisitors. All headquarters personnel to evacuate." After reading it all, he pondered for a moment, then asked himself, "They intentionally leaked information to the Inquisitors?" Lethe didn't understand what he was saying, came over and lowered her head to look at the documents in Simon's hand. "What do you mean?" Through that information, they imagined a large shadowed figure in a red cloak. Red-eyed and H, the Inquisitor commander and a warhawk, raided the scene. He, along with other Inquisitors, called for a struggle, and that struggle gained public support. The video recorded at the scene of the incident showed clear evidence that the Bloodheaven sect was behind this attack. The anger of the Alliance and the Dark Magic Alliance and the public spread throughout the entire Federation. It turned into animosity towards necromancers. Lethe looked worriedly at Simon, who was sorting through the data, his face clearly showing his tension. A war was about to break out between the Holy Federation and the Dark Magic Alliance. This is no longer just a matter for the Holy Land but for the entire Holy Federation. Isn't this getting more and more terrifying? He looked at the ruins of the Holy Train and saw through the conspiracy they had secretly carried out. So the Bloodheaven sect's real goal was to incite a war between the Holy Federation and the Dark Magic Alliance. It turned out they weren't just a group of crazy fanatics. Simon raised his head and looked at Maun. He held out the stack of documents in his hand between the two and asked, "What would happen if I submitted this document as evidence to the Inquisitor commander mentioned here?" Maun also looked him straight in the eye. He didn't avoid or hide and said, "Commander Red, the head of the Inquisitors and a warmonger in the Holy Federation, will somehow use this incident to start a war." Simon looked down at the document. He was worriedly talking to himself while also asking Maun back. "To Commander Red, the truth no longer matters. The documents will be buried so no one finds them, and it wouldn't be strange if he killed us to silence us." Lethe, who was beside him, looked at him. She said something that made Simon turn his head to look at her. This isn't a problem we can solve on our own. Yes, so what should we do? She took out a crystal ball and said seriously to Simon and Maun, I've called someone I know who can handle this headache, so let's talk to him first. Lethe's face was reflected in the crystal ball. She continued to speak under the focused gazes of the two men. He's someone who can influence not only Efnal but also the media. Most importantly, he's someone who doesn't want war. Just as the three had made their decision, a dazzling light poured into the train car, attracting their attention. Outside, Red shouted loudly towards the people on the holy train. Listen up, you damn bastards from the Blood Heaven sect. You've taken over that train. He mobilized men and weapons to surround the train. A high-pressure light shone on the car where Simon's group of three was standing. Red clenched his fists in his steel-armored hands. A large scar on his right eye made him look even more ferocious. You are completely surrounded by the Inquisitor's elite forces, Red H, Efnal Inquisitor Commander. Maun and Lethe were flustered. Neither of them was mentally prepared for this meeting. So soon, they're already here? Outside, Red was still majestically roaring with anger, reminding the besieged people. Resistance is futile. Your dirty conspiracies will be swept away under the goddess's wrath. Just then, a passenger who didn't know the situation cheered and ran out. It's the Inquisitors. They've come to save us. Wait. He didn't listen to Lethe's words, got off the train, ducked his head in the light, and ran straight towards Red's group, cheering. Oh, may the goddess's blessing shine upon you. A female Inquisitor with glasses held a notepad in her hand, looked carefully at the approaching person, and reported, Someone is approaching. As soon as the report was finished, someone summoned a giant magic circle with a sharp voice. All passengers on train 1631 have been turned into blood corpses by the Blood Heaven sect. From within that magic circle he took out a sword. To the innocent souls who lost their lives in the Blood Heaven sect's terrorist attack, the only thing we can give them is eternal rest. That person didn't speak long, just held the sword and got into a stance, letting the magical energy surge over the blade. The sword cut through the sky. The light from the tip of the sword shot up to the cloud layer, and the dazzling pillar of light was just like the energy pillar Simon had created before. Royal Cross. The boy, still not understanding what was about to happen, looked up at the light, his eyes welling up with tears of happiness. His mouth was still muttering, "Oh goddess." Lethe witnessed everything and, horrified, shouted loudly as if to stop the terrible thing that was about to happen. No, that person didn't hear her shout, swung the sword and drew a sharp arc. In an instant, the boy's entire body from just a moment ago disappeared, and only a few fragments of the corpse remained in that spot. The two girls with Ellen were so scared they screamed loudly, then squeezed their eyes shut and burst into tears. Ellen herself couldn't believe her eyes. Simon was furious. He furrowed his brow, watched the Red Group's actions from just a moment ago, and stated the truth. They're going to kill all the survivors here outside. Red raised his sword high and continued to incite everyone. The goddess wants judgment. All the Inquisitors stood in a line. In formation, they listened seriously to what he was saying. We will not use sacrifice as an excuse. Starting with this incident, we will begin a war against those disgusting and vile beings. After finishing his words of encouragement, he pointed his sword towards the train and coldly commanded, "Holy cannon, fire." The holy cannon moved forward on command and the magic was ready to be fired. A moment later, all the holy cannons Red had brought fired at once. The sparkling magic bullets rained down on the train like a storm. Lethe summoned a magic circle and raised both hands to block this rain of bullets. Group defense magic. Simon didn't delay either, squatting down on the ground and calling forth his own magic circle. Bone wall. The bone wall and the group defense magic enveloped their train car, forming a double defensive wall in front of the pouring rain of bullets. At that very critical moment, a girl was approaching them with her music. The sweet sound of a flute swirled around as if adding strength to the defensive wall that was being bombarded by countless holy cannons. Those cannonballs exploded in midair before even touching Lethe's group defense magic, creating an extremely magnificent sight. Simon stood up, leaning on his knees, and looked outside with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Lethe beside him was very happy to see something. What happened? You came to save us. Outside, Red was startled to hear the sound of the flute. He tensed up and looked up. This flute sound, floating in the air, was a beautiful girl. She radiated a dazzling halo and sweet music. All the Inquisitors, including Red, stared up at her blankly. No one could escape this captivating beauty. Isarfin stood out lightly and gracefully amidst the vast ocean she had summoned. Countless sea creatures also appeared around her. Owen looked up and he too was so shocked he couldn't speak. Simon, in disbelief, asked the extremely excited Lethe in front of him, "Wait, is that the person you contacted? Isn't she basically Teacher Anna's direct junior?" She was beautiful, captivating, and as gentle as if she had melted into the vast ocean. It's Saintess Seraphine. Red saw her floating in the sky and his face grumbled with displeasure. "We're all here and there's an intruder?" The sky had turned into a vast ocean and sea creatures swam joyfully. Two whales quietly performed a dance of the ocean. Simon's eyes widened and he let out a sound of admiration. Lethe put her hands on her hips and proudly showed off. Isarfin is also called the goddess of the sea. He heard her words, raised his head to continue looking at the sky, then blankly asked her, "Lethe, why?" he asked, seeing the heart-stirringly beautiful sight of Isarfin holding a flute and floating gently in the blue water. "Was my mother that strong in her prime?" Teacher Anna's magic crystal was passed down to Saintess Isarfin. As I remember, both Saintess Anna and Isarfin were talented and outstanding, but I heard there's still a difference in their power. Simon thought of his mother. Her image with her lips slightly curved as she prayed with her hands clasped. What do you think of my mother? I heard she was the strongest saintess of her time. She was a talented saintess who stood before the gates of heaven, and it said that she not only parted the seas but also opened the gates of heaven. Isarfin slowly descended to the ground, stopping right in front of Red's soldiers. Her slender, beautiful legs were supported by a sparkling light and touched the green grass. All the inquisitors respectfully knelt on one knee in unison, crossed their hands on their shoulders and bowed their heads before her. Isarfin stood beautifully before those people, receiving the respectful greetings of the inquisitors. We pay our respects to the goddess's closest woman. She calmly opened her mouth, and her voice, as soft as cool water, greeted everyone. It's been a while, Red. The Bloodheaven sect has launched a terrorist attack on the train passengers. Lake knelt, respectful. He naturally lowered his head and told her everything. Yes, may peace be upon the passengers who were turned into zombies by that dark cult. Isarfin still had her eyes closed, her face gentle, and without getting angry she said to him, I heard you subdued the Bloodheaven sect and most of the passengers are safe. After finishing her words, she didn't mind Red's stiffening and awkward expression. She turned around, smiled as brightly as a flower and called into the train car. Come here, Lethe and the others too. Everyone followed her words and came out. They stood in a line on the grass. Lethe, Maun and Simon closed their eyes, crossed their hands in front of their chests and seriously paid their respects to Saintess Rathulam Vilais. We greet the one closest to the goddess. After paying their respects, Lethe stepped forward and handed the documents Maun had collected to Isarfin. This is a record that Alokan had. He's the bishop of the Bloodheaven sect who attacked the train. She took it, glanced at the contents and smiled slightly. Interesting. Safin looked at Red's huge back and calmly evaluated everything. They intentionally leaked information to the Inquisitors and lured Red Yen H to the scene. Every word she spoke confused the Inquisitors behind her. They looked at each other as if they couldn't believe the truth Isarfin was speaking. You are an Inquisitor who incites hostility towards necromancers and instigates conflict between the Holy Nation and the Dark Magic Alliance. She held out the evidence in front of them. Lethe stood behind, furrowed her brow and followed her fingertips. With this record everything will be revealed. Red, hearing her words, seethed with anger and his steel-armored arms trembled as he clenched them. So the Bloodheaven sect's real goal was to start a war, and the Inquisitors almost fell into their trap. Isarfin still slowly revealed everything. Her voice was neither high nor low but steady. Don't you see how bright the future of the Holy Nation is? Every word she spoke moved Maun to tears. He bowed his head respectfully instead of speaking. Simon and Lethe also smiled a little awkwardly. Our younger generation has saved countless lives and exposed an evil plan. I will report this to the Pope immediately. Isarfin burned the document with magic and continued to speak in a gentle and persuasive manner. I hope the Inquisitors here will focus on helping the victims and restoring the damage. Red's face darkened. He suppressed his anger so much that veins stood out on his forehead and he squeezed out a reply with difficulty. Yes, the group of Inquisitors following him began to approach the train. They split up and helped the people inside get out. Everyone was urgent and extremely serious. Lethe couldn't hide her joy at this time. She jumped into Isarfin's arms, hugged her small waist and acted cute. Isara Nim, she was also very happy to see Lethe and reached out to pull her cheek, pleased. Our lovely Lethe, when are you going to become a priestess? Come and see me. Her two cheeks turned red and her eyes curved like crescent moons as she smiled and acted cute to Seraphim. When you retire, then I'll inherit the magic crystal. The two pinched each other's cheeks, then put their arms around each other's shoulders. She pulled Lethe down and teased her. How can you say such rude things so calmly? I want to nail you to a cross. Simon, Maun and Ellen's group behind him stared blankly at the two's actions. About what happened, I'll tell everyone about your crime. After the playful time passed, Seraphim became serious again. At this time she turned her attention to Lethe's companions. She approached Simon's group. Maun's whole body stiffened when he saw the Saintess and he stood rigidly. Lethe's companions, we greet the Saintess. Greetings. Isarfin approached Simon. She leaned forward as if to smell the scent from his body. Simon awkwardly clasped his hands in front of him. It is an honor to meet the one closest to the goddess. He was pleased when the Saintess greeted him. The childish smile on his face became even brighter. Nice to meet you. What's your name? My name is Ska Serafino. She lowered her head and got closer to Simon, her previous composure gone from her face as she said, Scafino. When he heard her next word, Simon froze in shock. You look like someone I know. Lethe behind him was also terrified. She pressed her lips together tightly as if holding her breath and waiting for Isarfin's next words. Simon was now over his shock. He lowered his head slightly to cover his eyes with his bangs. I don't know who that person is, but you must be right, Saintess. Simon's words surprised her, and she let out a sound of astonishment. At this time, Isarfin turned around, crossed her arms in front of her chest and questioned Lethe, but she quickly turned her head to avoid it. For some reason you refused my invitation to visit during your vacation and went to a very faraway place. Isarfin opened her beautiful blue eyes and stared at Simon. She raised her head and looked straight at him, asking seriously in a whisper, I'll ask again. Are you Anna's son? Simon neither dodged nor hid, looking at the person before him with honest eyes. Yes, I came to save my mother who is critically ill. As soon as his words fell, a pair of slender, beautiful hands cupped his cheeks, then wrapped around the nape of his neck and pulled his head to her chest. Isarfin pressed his face into her chest. Her face was filled with utter happiness, and she kept stroking Simon's head. "Oh goddess." Isarfin buried his head in her chest and lifted his face again and squished it until it was distorted. "Smile, come on. Come on." Through Simon's smile, she saw the beautiful face and smile of his mother from long ago. Isarfin, her eyes brimming with tears, looked at him happily, reminiscing about the old days. "Your smile is just like hers." Simon took this opportunity to stand up straight, place his hands piously in front of his chest, and say with a smile, "Lady Seraphine, are you my mother's older sister? We don't share blood, but yes, we are as close as sisters." But at this happy moment a single word from Simon made the smile on her lips disappear. "Then what are you to me, Lady Isarfin?" Isarfin clenched her fists and asked back with a growl, "Say that again." Simon was still innocent, but his smile also stiffened slightly as he called out, "Aunt." At this one word, Isarfin was as happy as if a banner had been unfurled. She jumped up and down, her body swaying in the air with utter joy. Lethe, seeing her like this, was a little dazed, just standing and staring blankly at every move of the beautiful saintess from her home. She watched her bright smile and muttered to herself, "A joyful smile that comes from the bottom of her heart. This is the first time I've seen Lady Isarfin like this." The scene shifts to outside a luxurious villa. It was surrounded by a vast beautiful blue sea and lush green trees. I never thought Isarfin's villa would be in such a beautiful place. Ellen and Lethe were lying on long chairs in their swimsuits sunbathing, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. "It's even better than I expected. The saintess is really amazing." Lethe quietly drank her orange juice, listening to Ellen's admiration from the side. "I still can't believe it, that we survived all that chaos last night and fought the red demons." She put down her water cup in dissatisfaction and turned her head to Ellen's words with a frown. "It bothers me that we left Inquisitor Maun there and came here on our own. For a senior to shamelessly follow us all the way here, you really have no shame." While the two were resting, someone suddenly called them, startling both and drawing their attention. Lethe Ellen, the person who called them was Simon. He excitedly held up a very large lobster he had just caught. "Look at this." What caught the two girls' eyes were the drops of seawater trickling down his durian-like abs. Ellen shot up and sat down. Lethe next to her also widened her eyes, and two patches of red cloud bloomed on her cheeks. Ellen wiped the drool that was about to run down her chin with her hand, glanced sideways at Lethe and tested the waters. "Lethe, what's your relationship with Simon?" She frowned in displeasure, looked at her, and snapped without any beating around the bush, "We're nothing." Ellen, as if she loved to spectate, moved closer to her. Resting her chin on her hand, she ignored Lethe's not at all happy expression and teased, "My goodness, if you brought a necromancer all the way here, you should be prepared. You risked yourself for him, even though you have no feelings for him. Then what is that?" Not wanting to talk long with a gossip, she closed her eyes tightly, drank her orange juice, and answered, "It's related to the person who saved me. I couldn't just stand by. He's her son, and he just wanted to help me." "Really? Then can I confess to Simon today?" At Ellen's playful remark, she was so startled that she immediately spat out the orange juice she had just drunk. Lethe was so nervous her face turned red. Seeing her stammering and embarrassed, Ellen, having succeeded in teasing her, laughed out loud. "Wait, why so suddenly? It's just a joke. Your face is really funny." But what awaited her was a kick flying straight at her. Ellen couldn't defend herself and took the blow squarely, coughing and spitting. Lethe didn't like such jokes, and if she played another one she would kick her away until she fell onto the golden sand. Although her cheeks were slightly red with embarrassment, she couldn't hide her prickliness at being made a laughingstock. "Just you wait." Ellen kicked so hard one cheek swelled up, whined, and stood up, leaning against her long chair and smiling brightly. Honestly, aside from being a necromancer, she shifted her gaze to the seaside where Simon, shirtless, was holding a harpoon and catching seafood. "Isn't Simon quite charming?" Hearing her words, Lethe was slightly disheartened. She unconsciously confessed honestly to Ellen, "Yeah, he is quite handsome." Knowing she had taken the bait, Ellen smiled even more brightly. She clasped her hands together, ignoring Lethe's anger. "Right, I knew it. You really think so? You think the same as me, don't you?" The result of trapping Lethe was another kick. Ellen flew far away again amidst her own foolish laughter. After dealing with the troublemaker, she curled up shyly, wrapping her arms around her knees. "I'm a girl too, I have eyes." The bright smile he had when using magic flashed in Lethe's mind. "I know he has a ridiculously handsome face and a very good personality." Ellen clutched her sore cheek and sat helplessly on the sand, looking sullenly at Lethe's angry face. "Then why are you like that if you think so too? He's a necromancer who uses black magic." At this time, Lethe couldn't suppress her thoughts and unconsciously snapped, "The one who uses darkness to revive corpses, that's his essence." With a soft and pitiful appearance, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes as she said in a small voice, "Like Simon, you were chosen by the goddess and can still use holy power. With that power, you saved many people on the train." Lethe stood silently. She lowered her head, listening to Ellen's lament, lost in thought. "Even if Simon has the power of darkness, do you really think he's that kind of monster?" Just as the atmosphere was ripening, Simon appeared behind Lethe, holding a basket of freshly caught lobsters. He startled her when he spoke. "What are you talking about so seriously? You scared me." She scolded him, but Simon just smiled brightly and placed the basket full of lobsters on the ground. "You should at least make a sound if you're going to get close. This is tonight's menu. I'll show you my cooking skills." Hearing that, Ellen shot up, wrapped her arms around Simon's neck, and cheered in front of Lethe's surprised and angry gaze. "Simon's cooking is the best." Dinner was ready. A plate of delicious-looking lobsters was gorgeously arranged. Ellen sent Simon an admiring and adoring look, praising him generously. "You're a good cook too, Simon, but I'm still far from my mother's skill." He carefully placed a plate of lovingly prepared fried eggs in front of Lethe. She was a little surprised to see the plate of food appear in front of her. He smiled gently and introduced the food to her with his handsome face. "I made fried eggs with tomatoes. Do you like it?" Lethe was surprised by that smile and concern. Her cheeks suddenly turned red and she couldn't speak. Just as her emotions were welling up, he turned around and, ignoring Lethe's awkward and flustered expression, looked worriedly towards the door. "But Aunt Seraphine isn't back yet. She should come before the food gets cold. She said she would come before dinner, so she should be here soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Seraphine came skipping in wearing a captivating white dress. She raised her hand and greeted everyone. "What's that fragrant smell?" Simon's face lit up when he saw her. He quickly invited Seraphine to the table. He didn't know that one sentence would touch her heart. "Aunt, you came just in time. Aunt, sit here and eat with us." Seraphine approached and handed a delicately carved silver box to Simon. "Yes, I promised I would save her, didn't I?" He reached out his hand to receive it and slowly opened it. When the lid opened, inside was a pure white leaf filled with pure energy. "This is a white leaf just picked from the tree of life." Simon closed the box lid and held the box preciously, on the verge of bursting into tears with emotion. "Thank you, Aunt. With this I can save my mother." Seraphine was even more delighted to hear his words. She ran over and hugged him, rubbing her cheek against Simon's in joy. "Oh, my lovely nephew." And so the small family began their meal. Under the loving smile of Aunt Diapan and the stolen glances of Lethe, Simon carefully distributed the food onto each person's plate. In contrast to Seraphine's bright and clean place, in a dimly lit room a large door was firmly closed. It turned out that a man was tied tightly to a table, his mouth gagged, trembling as he looked at the sharp needle next to him. That person stood in the darkness and flicked the needle lightly. The pitch-black darkness covered his face and only his voice echoed in the room. "The joint operation, did it fail?" He stuck the needle into the body of the person tied to the table. A faint groan echoed with the movement. Then the red liquid inside was slowly injected into the person's body. "I'm sorry, Bishop." With these words, the originally calm man gradually became agitated. His eyes rolled back. Red spread to his pupils, sweat poured down like rain, and the tangled veins that popped up showed how extreme the pain was. He rolled up his sleeve and looked down at the watch on his wrist, ignoring the person on the table who was constantly struggling. "No need to apologize. No one knew there would be someone strong enough to defeat a Loken on the train." That person looked at his research result. Without needing to turn around, he spoke to the person on the other side through a crystal ball. "Red's anger, poisoned by the remaining venom, will soon erupt. Cease all actions until new orders are given. Understood?" The man who had become a test subject stiffened in pain. His eyeballs looked like they would pop out of their sockets, but his mouth was tightly gagged and only a very faint groan escaped. The person's entire body convulsed uncontrollably, shaking so violently that even the table he was tied to vibrated. After a round of intense movement, the person's pupils dilated, and his eyeballs rolled up to the top of their sockets. He let out a breaking sound that gradually became intermittent. The test subject's convulsing appearance was reflected in the person's shining glasses. He looked indifferently as the man slowly lost his strength. After constant resistance, the man on the table finally gave up. His clenched hand fell hard onto the table, the skin on his hand turning red and then becoming full of warts. It looked truly terrible. The person's entire body was deformed, his face became emaciated, his two eyes turned yellow, his mouth was wide open, the flesh on his body was stained with rotten marks and blood, and the bodily fluids inside his body continuously flowed onto the table. The person quietly watched the entire process, then looked coldly at the withered corpse on the table and said, "Number 531 failed." He looked down at the corpse with his bloodshot half eye. Without a trace of regret or emotional fluctuation, he said, "I'll have to call Camivers and ask for more blood." The scene shifts to Seraphine's villa, and Simon was standing outside on the terrace looking at the peaceful night sky here. He was lost in thought, gazing into the distance, his eyes filled with much worry and anxiety. At this time, Seraphine quietly approached and asked after his well-being, and he was startled and turned his head to look at her. "Can't you sleep?" Simon turned around, placed his hands on the railing and smiled at her. "I got the white leaf, so I want to go home quickly. I don't know if my mother is okay." In contrast to his worried appearance, Seraphine was even brighter and purer. She handed him a very thick envelope and said, "Don't worry too much, just give this to your father." "What is this?" He took it and carefully opened it. Simon reached out his hand, took out the thick stack of paper inside and looked it over. Latest research data on side effects of organ removal surgery and corresponding adjuvant drugs. If the surgery is performed according to this research, the toxins in Anna's body will no longer remain. Seraphine smiled, no longer looking broken but calm and fitting for a saintess. She quietly received Simon's gratitude. "Thank you so much, Aunt." She stood there, letting the sea breeze gently blow her skirt and shiny blue hair. Her hands behind her back, she said to him sincerely, "Seeing you makes me think of Anna even more, Simon." Hearing her words, he took this opportunity to make a request. He asked Seraphine with a serious face, "You said you and my mother are sisters who don't share blood. I want to know what that relationship is specifically." Hearing his inner thoughts, she paused for a moment, and her deep blue eyes were filled with sadness. Isarafin stood facing Simon and they both listened to her old story in the soft moonlight. I was an orphan. When I lost my parents and had nowhere to go, Anna saved me. At that time, I was just a test subject of the Goad family, but Anna treated me like her own sister. Speaking up to this point, Isarafin recalled the beautiful time when she was saved by Anna. Later, after I became a saintess, Anna personally registered me as an adopted daughter of the CR family. She personally asked the Pope to give me a chance to study at Knoll. She recalled Simon's mother's beautiful young face and she smiled and said something that was difficult for Isarafin to understand. Someday I will tell you about Isar. At that time when Anna, who was praised as a shining star among the stars, said that. I couldn't understand it at all. Then a change occurred and your mother met your father in that change. But one day Anna was involved in a big incident and disappeared, and a rumor spread that she had abandoned her position as a saintess and married a necromancer. Her image, having sacrificed herself in the war, was imprinted in the minds of the people who were at Ethnal at that time. In that place that respects the authority of the gods and the church, they declared that Anna had been sacrificed in the war. She smiled, placed her hand lightly on her chest and continued softly. And the miraculous essence of the saintess that Anna had was passed on to me. She rested her arms on the railing, and the strong wind blew her long hair, preventing Simon from seeing her face. It may sound ridiculous for a saintess like me, but from now on don't mention Anna's name to anyone in the Holy Federation or reveal your identity. Having learned the story he wanted to know, he happily agreed to Isarafin's request. I'll keep your words in mind, Aunt. Still, knowing there are people like you and Lethe gives me hope. Seeing that he was obedient, she could no longer maintain the solemn appearance of an elder, ran over, hugged him tightly, lifted Simon up and doted on him. Oh, my lovely nephew, it's getting late. Isarafin urged him to go to his room and rest, returning the quiet night with only the gentle sound of the waves. Now you should rest. You have to go back to the Dark Magic Alliance tomorrow. Yes, Aunt. The next morning the holy train set off again. It sped across the clear blue sky, cutting through the fluffy white clouds. This time Simon was with Lethe. He pointed to the closed door and said to Lethe, who was about to pour wine on this side, "By the way, they closed the door again. I guess the Blood Heaven sect incident has been resolved." She carefully opened the wine bottle cap and poured the red, fresh and sparkling liquid into the glass. It was a short vacation, but quite a lot had happened. Lethe raised her wine glass and slowly savored it, but just as her lips were about to touch the sweet wine, Simon placed a box on the table. A lot really did happen. What's this? Lethe opened the box and took out a cloak similar to the one Simon had been wearing. She held it in her hands and examined it for a moment. The design was pretty, so I bought one for you too. Do you like it? At his question, Lethe's eyes widened. That look was a mix of surprise at the unexpected gift and astonishment at his words. Embarrassed, Lethe threw the cloak at Simon. Then she shouted angrily. He was laughing joyfully. "I'd rather die than wear that. That cost 2 million blanc." As the two were playfully bickering, someone knocked on the door from outside and said, "Excuse me. I am an inquisitor on this train." Lethe and Simon simultaneously froze in the middle of grabbing each other's collars. The two stared blankly at the door and asked themselves, "An inquisitor?" The person pushed open the door without their permission and entered the room. Once inside, he tugged at his clothes and asked as if searching for something, "Are you Ska Serafino?" "Yes, that's right." The person who came was none other than Ruaz. Knowing he had found the right person, he narrowed his eyes and smiled, holding out a letter to Simon. "A friend named Maun asked me to deliver this letter." Having completed his mission, Ruaz left, whistling cheerfully, leaving the two to read Maun's letter. "I hope you had a peaceful journey." In the letter, Maun sincerely described his last few days in the church. "I am Maun, the heresy hunter. After the train was rescued, I hastily suspected you as an enemy." In his story, Simon was like a god who wore a mask and wielded magic. "I prayed to repent for those hasty words. You saved many people on the train without distinguishing between friend or foe." In the letter, he also mentioned Red, who had fallen into the villain's trap and pointed his sword at innocent people. "Not only that, but you exposed the Blood Heaven sect's plot to incite war. If not for you, many people might have been sacrificed in that war." He also remembered the moments when Simon fought Alokan. "Like the lives you saved, your heroic actions are worthy of a reward from the Isle of Heaven." That dignified appearance, wearing a shining crown, was forever engraved in Maun's memory. "This will be a secret between us. When I saw your existence, a belief in the gods, my faith could have been shaken." And he went on to record the moment Seraphin had an intimate conversation with Simon. "But seeing you beside the saintess, my faith has instead broadened." He accepted Maun's praises with a happy smile. Lethe, peeking from behind, showed a hint of jealousy. "I believe this meeting was also the goddess's guidance to strengthen my faith." "What's this? It's almost like a love letter." Simon's holy train continued to run. Below, old buildings and the busy streets from Maun's prayers unfolded. "May the goddess bless your journey." Finally, they arrived at their destination. Simon and Lethe were guided by an attendant. "The dimensional transfer gate to the Guardian's territory is ready." She crossed her arms, acting like a superior, and urged Simon with a displeased face, "Then please take good care of Teacher Anna. Thank you for all your help." At Simon's farewell she suddenly fell silent, and Lethe lowered her head, tightly gripping her own sleeve. As if mustering all her courage, she raised her head and said to Simon with a resolute gaze and an arrogant attitude, "I am your greatest enemy." But he looked at her with a gentle smile mixed with helplessness and sadness, and quietly agreed. Lethe continued to act haughty and was curt with him. She reminded Simon that they had only cooperated for a moment because they had a common goal related to teacher Anna. Now their fates were completely separate and intricately entangled. He quietly listened to every word Lethe said. Without refuting or interrupting, he just quietly looked at her. I will become a saintess and serve the mission of the goddess and Ephnal with all my strength. The more Lethe spoke, the more she lowered her head, her gaze hidden behind her long bangs. My mission is my top priority. If necessary, I will commit murder without hesitation. She clenched her fists, reaffirming her own resolve, and reminded Simon, the people precious to you. Your friends might fall at my hands. But before she could finish her grand speech, Simon gently took her clenched hand and called out in a low voice, Lethe. With that small action, that simple call, she lost her composure. Simon smiled gently and looked at her, warmly and affectionately reminding Lethe that there was no need to worry about things that hadn't happened yet. She could only listen to him quietly, her lips slightly parted, but no words came out. Do your best at Kizen and Ephnal. If we have to face each other someday, let's fight with all our might then. Simon brushed past her like a spring breeze, and gently urged the little girl who was trying to act strong. And don't hold a grudge about it. We both know who we are and how we've lived. After he finished speaking, Lethe smiled awkwardly, turned her head away and grumbled in a low voice, You're a really complicated guy. After the two said their goodbyes, he stepped into the dimensional transfer circle drawn on the ground beforehand. I'm going. She stood there, smiling gently, and peacefully raised her hand to bid him farewell. Goodbye, Simon. But the one who didn't know romance was Simon. Right at that moment he turned around and threw a question at her, and Lethe, startled, shouted in anger, Why are you calling my name only at the last moment? Shut up and get lost before I change my mind and kill you. The dimensional transfer circle activated, and Simon's body gradually disappeared into space, but he still smiled brightly and left his final words. Even if the day comes when we face each other as enemies, I won't hurt you. At that promise from Simon, Lethe's heart sank and her face suddenly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Lethe stood there. Simon was no longer in front of her, but she still quietly looked at the ring of light that remained. Only after he had completely left did she lower her head, place a hand on her chest and whisper, And I will never lose to you. Lethe reaffirmed her own resolve. She was happy, deciding to remember his name along with that goal. Simon Palentia. The scene shifts to Simon's hometown house. After the Bloodheaven sect incident, he smoothly returned home through the weakened boundary between worlds. Simon handed the box Isarfin had given him to his father, and both were overjoyed. Able to give the white leaf to his father, having received the necessary material, he immediately performed a major surgery to save his wife's life while Simon watched. Based on Aunt Seraphine's research data, his father operated to separate the essence from his mother. He was very serious and meticulous, manipulating each step, slowly moving forward with a focused gaze. Numerous magic circles were arranged around his mother's body. While maintaining them, I watched my father operate. Simon looked at him. His eyes were filled with respect and awe for his great father. Once again I realized how great my father was as a necromancer. After the surgery he fell asleep by his mother's bed, and his father gently cared for both mother and son. Until a soft hand gently took his, Simon barely managed to open his eyes slightly to see. Then he was startled and shot up, holding that hand and looking down at his mother's bed with worried eyes, calling out loudly, Mother! His mother Anna had woken up. She smiled warmly at her beloved son. Should we have fried eggs for dinner tonight? Unable to contain his joy, Simon hugged his mother tightly, his eyes growing moist with overwhelming happiness. She saw him, hugged and soothed him, and said a gentle word to her grown-up son, who was burying his head in his mother's embrace and acting like a child. Thank you. At this time Simon's father was also there. He smiled happily as he looked at his wife and son, and he heard her say a word, And I'm sorry, my son. A lavish dinner was prepared and the table was filled with delicious and appetizing food. Richard pulled out a chair and said, looking worriedly at his wife who had just woken up and prepared a sumptuous table, You should be resting now. Anna placed 2 more dishes on the table and said with a bright smile to Simon and his father, I'm someone who has served as a saintess twice. The holy power has completely restored me. After finishing all the preparations, she also sat down in the seat opposite her son and began to ask a few things. Oh, did you meet Aunt Seraphine? Yes, she gave me the white leaf. A hint of sadness flashed in Anna's eyes, but joy still occupied the larger part. I see, she thought of her beautiful younger sister. That child maintains the order there with the power of tranquility. Isarfin was a wise and intelligent girl. That child has prevented countless wars and tragedies. Hearing about her from her son, Anna's smile grew even brighter. I'm so glad that child became a saintess. Then the topic changed. Simon immediately froze at Richard's suggestion and Anna's expectant gaze. Well, Simon, now tell us about Kizen. Is there any young lady you have in mind? The beautiful girls he had met on his journey flashed through his mind one by one, and there were so many that he was momentarily flustered and hesitated. Ah well, Richard suddenly rested his chin on his hands and said, looking at his son with a deep gaze, I know Simon is constantly striving only for the top, but that's not enough. Now that you're an adult, it's good to meet someone. Seeing this, he suddenly recalled what Pierre had said about his father Richard in the past. That bastard is the worst of the worst. Making girls cry was a daily occurrence, raising the professor's blood pressure was a habit, and skipping class was no big deal. When he was in a tight spot, his mother Anna clapped her hands once and defended her son with a bright smile. "Oh my, I don't think so." She clasped her hands as if in prayer and lowered her head with a sad expression. "The thing I regret the most is that I never got to date anyone when I was at Ethnal." Anna sadly recalled her youth. She grew up under the overly strict supervision of the elders. That group of elders even followed me to school and nagged me every day, saying a saintess must maintain her dignity, must maintain her purity. As she said this, Anna felt so wronged she was about to cry. As she complained for a few sentences, Richard, who was beside her, became restless. "And because I lacked dating experience, I was too naive. I guess that's why I married someone like you." "What are you talking about?" The two began to argue. Simon just forced a smile, pulled out his chair, stood up and quietly slipped away. "I've heard enough about your school days from Professor Neptes." "Hey, what are you saying in front of the kid, Mother? Thank you for the meal." His father saw his son trying to escape and tried to grab him, but Anna grabbed his arm with a terrifying smile. "Simon, are you leaving already? What about dessert? Honey, shall we have a little talk?" He returned to his room, closed the wooden door, blocking out the noisy sounds of his parents from outside, and quietly sighed. A moment later, he discovered the letters piled on the desk, and on the top was a letter with someone's picture on it. Simon picked up the stack of letters, and just by glancing at them he could tell who the senders were. This must be from the 7 guys. I should read them quickly and reply. He sat at his desk, lit a candle, and happily began to write replies to each person. The warm scenery changed to a corner of a street with few streetlights. Someone in a long cloak was slowly walking alone through a small alley in Langaustein. The person stopped in front of a wooden door, and a sliver of light still leaked out from a small crack in the door. Inside, a bald, slightly chubby man was sweeping the house with a broom. Hearing a sound, he answered without turning around, "We're closed today." The other person opened his mouth, and upon hearing that voice, the man was so startled he froze. Adapted really well to city life. When Robert turned around, the person behind him was as expected, Samur. At this time he was putting his hand inside his clothes looking for something. "Don't you miss the Green Meadows? Just because we're from the same hometown doesn't mean I'm happy to see you. Mind your own business and get lost. I told you last time. No matter how many countries you search, you can't find that person, so don't ask anymore." He held out a piece of paper in front of Robert. He sat down and stared intently at it. This time it's a different matter. The paper Robert received was a picture of Simon walking down the street. "Isn't this a Kizen uniform? Why are you looking for this kid?" While carefully examining the person in the picture, he listened to every word Samur said. "I hear he's a first-rank special admission student. His name is Simon Polentia." After speaking, Robert slammed the picture down on the desk. He looked up at him. "A word of advice, don't get involved in Kizen's business." He was still haunted by the woman who had turned into a black shadow, eyes as deep and blue as tranquility and unfathomable power. Ethnal tried to attack Kizen and got crushed by Neptes. Even in a remote place like this, you must have heard the rumors. Samur put the picture back in his breast pocket. He didn't need to know too much, just ask one thing. "Just tell me if I can find him or not." Robert frowned and looked at him. With a face that didn't look happy at all, he told him, "Even if I don't go looking for him, the new semester is starting soon, so that kid will come to this city too." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar squeaking sound came from behind him, and a rat appeared. Robert glanced and saw it near the wall. Angrily, he picked up the broom handle that was propped up next to the desk and shouted loudly, "No, that cunning rat is ruining my business." Hearing the loud noise, the rat immediately fled. Robert lifted the broom and was about to kill it from behind. "Stay still," but suddenly, his face darkened in horror, and he couldn't believe what he saw with his terror-filled eyes. Robert was so scared he threw down the broom, screamed and ran away. What he saw was not one, but an incredibly large swarm of rats with red eyes, fearlessly charging towards him. Samur saw him running towards him, took out 2 daggers, cursed and swung them wildly. "Damn it all!" Robert ran in fear towards the shop door, but just before he reached it, the door slammed shut. Through the crack in the door, something black and sticky began to seep inside. A continuous sound echoed. Seeing it, he was so scared he collapsed to the ground. He turned his body and crawled into the shop. Samur glanced at the door. At this time, he realized something was strange. The wooden door swung open and the black substance had already filled the entrance. Outside, the figure of a girl stood majestically in the middle. Her bare feet slowly stepped on the wooden floor and she entered Robert's small shop. Seeing the person who had come, Samur rubbed his 2 blades together and smiled with a hint of triumph. Robert was already so scared he covered his mouth and hid behind a desk in the shop, listening to him speak. "I didn't expect you to come and find me yourself." The girl gave a bizarre smile, revealing her sharp teeth, but still said nothing. As soon as that smile appeared, something had already stuck to Samur's body. He gritted his teeth and looked at his hand holding the knife in his right half, which was being eroded by the red substance. The 2 knives fell to the ground at the same time, hitting the wooden floor with a clear sound. Samur choked his own neck, and his whole body couldn't hold on and knelt down. His face with his eyes rolled back from lack of oxygen. Then he raised his face to the sky and shouted loudly. Robert was terrified and pressed himself against the wall, extremely horrified by the scene before him, and fell into a panic as the swarm of red-eyed rats surrounded him and crawled onto his body. "What happened? Wait, please don't kill me." The girl gently placed her bare foot in the empty space where the bio-rats weren't and stood before the man asking, "What did you just say?" Her eyes were full of interest and the corners of her mouth wouldn't come down. Robert mentioned Simon Polentia, right? Inside Simon's humble wooden home, Anna's voice echoed, "Simon, are you all packed?" "Yes, I'm all packed, Mother." Richard and she came out together to see Simon off. A carriage was waiting beside them. He advised his son, "Be careful, Simon. Think of Kizen as your home and don't let your guard down. Richard patted his shoulder, looking at his grown-up son with a proud smile. Do your best to learn knowledge and skills from the best summoners. Yes, father. Anna placed a rather large bundle in his hand. She affectionately told him to be sure to return safely, eat well and not skip meals. Simon took the bundle his mother had prepared, got on the carriage and said goodbye. I'll be going now. As the carriage started to move, dust rose, and his parents stood there waving at their son who was going to school. Time passed and finally the carriage arrived at a bustling city. Simon, with his bag on his back, walked happily along the main road with the bustling crowd. Oh, Lingaustine, it's been a while. As he was walking, someone suddenly called Simon from behind. He stopped and looked towards the person who had called him. Hey, young man. Surin was on a magnificent carriage. She gently bowed her head, waved at him and smiled. Hi, Simon. Surin. She warmly asked Simon how he was. He also answered openly and honestly. Are you here to prepare for the new semester too? Yeah, I'm going to do some assignments with my friends before heading to the island. Surin, still smiling, invited him to get on the carriage. Get on. I'll wait. Simon got on and sat in the empty seat next to her. The two started a conversation. Where are we going? Just take me to Camo Street. Having learned the destination, Surin happily told the coachman to keep going. Let's go, coachman. Simon followed her with his eyes, then suddenly became quiet. His face gradually became serious as he looked at the coachman sitting in front. As Simon called his name, the person in front cooperatively turned his head, showing half of his face. Kizen. He leaned forward excitedly. Seeing a familiar face, he began to chat. Why are you here? Do you really know how to drive a carriage? I'm on a mission. Simon glanced at the scenery behind through a gap in the carriage and asked Kizen curiously, A mission? Is something going on in Lingaustine? He focused on driving, looking straight ahead, and answered Simon's question. I can't tell you, it's a secret. You should just focus on preparing for the new semester like a student, Kizen said curtly without even turning his head. Thanks to that, Surin seized the opportunity to tease him. I'm just here to get some information from that lady. My goodness, that lady? She rested her chin on her hand, closed her eyes and lamented to the point where Simon felt embarrassed for her. Anyway, we're the trio of dreamer knights who eliminate sacred things, so why are you being so cold? That team name is terrible. Kizen lowered his body and his voice. He spoke very cautiously to Simon. I'll tell you one thing. Be careful of guys with strange tattoos on their bodies. As he spoke, he glanced at him, and his gaze seemed like a warning to him. Simon looked at him and fell into a gloomy silence. The atmosphere also sank because of Kizen's actions and gaze. Their carriage continued to travel through the crowded streets, heading straight for the very tall tower in front. When they reached their destination, Simon got off the carriage. He looked at Surin and didn't forget to say with a smile, Thanks for the ride. At this moment she stopped him and lowered her head to look for something in her bosom. Wait a minute. Surin held out a ticket with a silhouette of a beautiful girl on a blue background and some winding letters. Let me introduce you to a very interesting play. Simon took it, looked at the ticket carefully and asked back, slightly surprised. A play? She sat in the carriage, her eyes sparkling at him, and reminded Simon with a very pretty smile. You must go see it, you won't regret it. And the two said their goodbyes. Kizen continued to drive the carriage forward. See you at school. Simon stopped in the middle of the crowded and lively square. People and skeletons busily came and went right in front of the fountain. He grabbed the shoulder straps of his backpack, looked around at everything and admired. It's really packed with people here. Suddenly, a young voice echoed. Simon turned his head towards the newspaper boy on the roadside. Look at this, look at this. Another mysterious death occurred in Lingaustine last night. He went over, gave a coin and bought a newspaper from the boy. While Simon was focused on the newspaper he had just bought, the boy politely bowed his head and took the money with both hands. Could this death be related to the mission Kizen mentioned? Thanks. He opened the newspaper and a not-so-pleasant picture caught his eye from the first page. 5th mysterious death occurs. 5th mysterious victim found. Is this an assassination? The man in the picture was dead with disheveled hair, his body as if burned, and a long tattoo from half of his face to his arm. The victims are not ordinary citizens and they died from a strange disease that appeared suddenly and spread rapidly. Simon carefully read the newspaper article. He focused on finding more information that could help with the case Kizen was working on. According to forensic mages, the possibility of poisoning has been almost ruled out, but they cautiously asserted that they still cannot completely rule out the possibility of a serial murder. Just then, a strange person approached. That person shouted loudly in the crowd about the front page article. It is a punishment from the spirit of the plague. He didn't seem to be in his right mind, and the clothes he was wearing were neither neat nor clean, and he shouted barefoot, When the time comes, all liars will die from the spreading plague. Paneth is coming. Simon didn't pay attention to the crazy shouts of the strange person. He saw the man's attitude and decided to turn around and leave, letting him continue to make a scene on the main street, singing and dancing as he walked. He rubbed his chin, lowered his head to look carefully at the floor tiles and thought, A mysterious series of deaths in the spirit of the plague. Ah, Simon, suddenly Cammy appeared. She warmly called his name, waved her hand non-stop, and gave him a very innocent and bright smile. Long time no see. Simon also raised his hand in response. He was also quite happy to meet an old friend again. Cammy, how have you been? But the smile on his face froze. Simon didn't know what to do when a huge shadow fell over him. Dirk solemnly appeared in front of him. His height was tall, and he wore a noble high-collared cloak. He glanced at the small Simon below and evaluated him inwardly. This man, his power is truly terrifying. He broke out in a sweat and became anxious due to the energy he was emitting. Simon's eyes darted between the two. He came with Cammy Vers, and there's only one vampire this strong. Cammy was originally happy and excited to see Simon again. Seeing the big man blocking their way, she stopped smiling. She withdrew her hand and looked at Dirk, slightly surprised. His purple eyes coldly scanned the boy in front of him. That gaze contained an undisguised judgment. Dirk von Sheila, the vampire lord. Simon regained his composure and didn't mind the dark energy emanating from Dirk's body. He politely bowed his waist and greeted him. It is an honor to meet you, but he was not interested in that polite gesture. He glared at him threateningly. Human, show me. Simon raised his head and looked. He was anxious, but his gaze was still very firm. I'm sorry. He didn't give Simon a chance to finish his sentence, quickly grabbing the two flaps of his cloak, spreading them to the sides and stepping back. From within his cloak a swarm of red-eyed bats with mouths full of sharp teeth emerged. It bared its teeth fiercely at the person in front and threatened him. The countless bats flew in all directions on Dirk's signal, surrounding Simon, who was crouching to defend himself in the center. Simon protected his head with his arm, but his exposed eyes stared straight ahead, very firm and cold, as he heard what he said. Prove your worth. Cammy behind him was flustered. She shouted to stop her father's harsh test. Father, but as soon as the word father left her mouth, a red circle surrounded her. That circle separated Cammy from the two men's battlefield. Cammy, you stay there, over here. Simon was trying to chase away the swarm of bats. They were annoying and too numerous, obscuring his vision and range of movement. Before he could find a way to defend, one of Dirk's arms flew through that red curtain towards Simon. He was startled and looked at the fist right above his head. Simon quickly leaned back, barely dodging his uppercut. Dirk became more excited. He clenched his fist, bared his teeth, and gave him a word of praise. Kid, you have pretty good reflexes. Show me more of your skills. Cammy, in the prison he had created, could no longer maintain her composure. She grabbed two bars and shouted, Stop it, please stop it, father. But Dirk was already excited, continuing to launch attacks to test Simon. He also quickly dodged all the techniques, and while dodging he tried to explain, I'm sorry, but I can't hurt you. Dirk heard his words and looked as if he had heard something funny. He looked down at Simon arrogantly. What are you talking about? How dare an insignificant person like you say such a thing? He didn't want to be provoked by that statement anymore. Simon stood up straight and stomped his foot hard on the ground. If that's what you want. Countless magic circles appeared behind him, and at his call they all attacked the Lord. Open. Bones flew towards Dirk, but he just stood there with an interested look and let them stab straight into him. Are you summoning your undead? Suddenly an undead attacked from behind, but it still couldn't escape his sharp eyes and high alert. But Dirk seemed to have underestimated Simon. He didn't attack him head-on, but took the opportunity to slip to Dirk's side. It turned out that Simon had controlled the bone tail to attack the prison that held Cammy. Those bars were instantly shattered. Then, amidst her surprise and bewilderment, he swept her up in his arms and quickly ran outside. Cammy was so suddenly held by Simon that her two eyes sparkled at him from a close distance, and she couldn't help her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Dirk saw his actions, turned around, and became angry. He shouted loudly at Simon, What are you trying to take Cammy hostage? His huge body was only focused on his little daughter, ignoring the small skeletons that were grabbing his clothes and playing. All right. Simon stopped, holding Cammy in his arms, and quietly looked straight at the huge man with his eyes and commanded in a cold voice, Explode. An explosion occurred, and the water from the fountain splashed in all directions, and the water foam covered a wide area. He carefully turned his body to block the flying stone fragments, keeping Cammy absolutely safe in his arms. He still maintained a high level of alertness and looked towards the fountain. After the water spray cleared, Dirk's huge figure appeared majestically. To be able to counterattack even when cornered, he grabbed his soaking wet collar, his face full of disgust and displeasure. So you weren't taking my daughter hostage but protecting her from the explosion. Dirk understood Simon's intention. He pointed a finger at him, his face happy as if granting a favor. I grant you the privilege of standing before me. Raise your head and state your name, human. Over here. Simon carefully put Cammy down. He was careful not to let her get even a little hurt and slowly stood up. Simon politely bowed to him. He placed a hand on his chest, lowered his head and introduced himself. I am Simon Palentia of Kizen. Excellent, Simon Palentia. Just at that moment, as Dirk had just spoken, a red liquid flew from somewhere and hit him squarely in the face. Where did it come from? Let me give you a special gift. Cammy was extremely angry, pointing at her father's face and scolding him. You foolish father. Dirk stood there blankly, letting the bloodstains flow down and cover his entire face. He blankly listened to his beloved daughter's scolding. What did you do to Simon? Seeing him about to explode with anger, the hands and feet of that rough big man began to become restless. My daughter, Cammy Vers, as a father, I just wanted to test if this human had the strength to protect you. Father, you have no right to test my friend. She was angry at her father, then gently pulled Simon's sleeve. Her eyes were full of determination and confidence, and she raised her head high and said to Dirk, Besides, I can protect myself and I will keep Simon safe too. His whole world seemed to collapse as he saw his daughter holding another man's sleeve. The words Cammy had said at this time did not enter his ears. Thank you for bringing me to school. From now on I'm going to play with my friend, so don't follow me. Cammy angrily pulled Simon and left. She was angry seeing him force a smile and bow to her father and turned her head. No need to apologize, let's go, Simon. After leaving Diark's place, Cammy returned to her gentle and shy self and chattered to Simon. I'm sorry, Simon. I thought father would restrain himself when others were watching. It's all right, I'm not hurt at all. I don't think your father had any malicious intent. Cammy turned to him, and her big clear eyes said to him sincerely, if father had hurt Simon, I would never have forgiven him for the rest of my life. Simon smiled awkwardly and pointed a finger to his face. He quickly changed the subject and asked Cammy, what kind of person is Professor Silik's disciple? Hearing his question, she immediately thought of the doctor with glasses. You mean that doctor? He's a very excellent person, very kind and merciful. Cammy was dazed, hearing his voice full of regret, and looked at Simon carefully. But I thought Professor Sis would teach you himself. Cammy, it's really a shame. Just then, the two of them passed by a piece of paper stuck on the wall without noticing it. Meanwhile, Cammy happily chatted with Simon. Professor Silik went on a secret mission for Kizen. They said it was something only the best blood mage on the continent could do. After finishing her story, she looked at him with interest and asked with sparkling eyes, full of expectation, Simon, how was your vacation? Me? Simon recalled the vacation he had just experienced. From meeting the bishop of the Bloodheaven sect who tried to kill him, to being controlled by the crown and stopping time and space with a single shout. Then he gained divine power and like a king majestically defeated a powerful opponent in one blow, but Simon didn't want to tell her that complicated story. He just sweated as he lied in a fluster. I did some summer homework and helped my father manage the estate. Hearing his words, Cammy's two eyes sparkled and she cupped her small hands under her chin looking like a fangirl. It made Simon extremely embarrassed. You must have been really busy. The lords really have a lot to do. That's the place I'm supposed to meet Dick. Simon pointed to a small shop. The wooden door of the shop was pushed open. Inside, Dick was cleaning with a broom wearing a white apron. Seeing the people who had come, he stood up straight, smiled brightly, and welcomed them. You're both here? Simon and Cammy walked up to Dick. He saw him cleaning hard and asked a question. Are you working part-time here? It's a shop run by my father's friend. Outside the shop, there was a wooden sign shaped like a beer mug instead of a name. Dick said goodbye to the shop owner and the three of them left the shop together. Sir, I'm leaving now. All right, good work. Dick pulled the handle to close the shop door, bumped fists with Simon, and asked how they were. How have you both been? It's great to see you again. Now if only Melon were here, our team would be complete, he smiled, showing his white pretty teeth, then winked at Simon and Cammy and shared some interesting information. Do you guys know, actually Melon has been in Lingaustine for a week. As expected, the other two were quite surprised by the information he had just shared. Cammy leaned forward in disbelief and Simon also had a question. What? Didn't Melon say she would meet us tomorrow? Dick turned, beckoned Cammy and Simon with his finger, signaling them to follow. Just follow me, you'll be surprised. Time passed, and the blue sky and golden sunlight gradually turned into the red hues of twilight, and a remarkably large building came into view. Dick led the two inside, and Cammy looked up at the building's crest and said cautiously in a small voice. Meanwhile, Simon was looking for something in his backpack. Isn't this the Central Theater? It was then that he remembered the musical ticket Surin had given him when they parted on the main street. Let me introduce you to a very interesting play. Simon looked at the ticket, quietly evaluating the information and picture on it again. While he was looking at it seriously, Cammy next to him seemed a little surprised. She opened her eyes wide and called out to Simon loudly. Look over there, and she pointed to a poster on the wall. On it was a picture of Melon in a black dress. Melon. Inside the theater it was already filled with an audience who had come to watch the musical. The seats were almost full. Cammy had her eyes tightly closed as if nervous, but Simon stood excitedly beside her, resting his hands on the railing and looking down in admiration. Wow, this place is really cool. She followed Simon's gaze, looking down worriedly, and said, We didn't even buy tickets. Is it okay for us to sit in such good seats? While Cammy continued to worry, Dick behind them was comfortably leaning back in his chair, enjoying the wine a waiter was pouring. This is the life. He raised the glass of bright red wine, smiled slyly, and asked, There's Melon. So she was hiding such a fun place from us, she can't escape my information network. But no matter what pranks he pulled or how much he chattered behind them, both Simon and Cammy paid no attention to Dick. The two were still standing by the railing, watching below intently. I think it's about to start. As soon as Cammy finished speaking, a beam of light appeared in the entirely dark room, and Melon, in a mysterious and sparkling black dress, appeared in the center of the lit stage. Behind her, a conductor began to lead the orchestra opening tonight's performance. As the music swelled, Melon also became immersed in it and began to sing. Standing alone under the blue moonlight, her beautifully made-up face and sorrowful eyes grew even deeper. She lowered her head slightly and continued to sing. In the cold wind I call your name. Hearing Melon's singing voice, Dick was so surprised he spat out his wine, and Simon couldn't hide his surprise and admiration either. Melon, that's really amazing. Immersed in the song, Melon placed her hand on a stone coffin that had been raised onto the stage and knelt. The warmth of you remains on my fingers, but now I can no longer hear your voice. Inside the coffin, her handsome co-star was deep in slumber among white flowers. If I could turn back time and be in your arms again with a love that even death cannot part. Melon placed her hand on his body and amidst her sweet singing voice created a magic circle. If only I could offer a prayer of darkness to awaken the sleeping stars. As the magic was cast, she began to shed tears. The co-star also sat up in time with the song. That vow I made as I took my last breath, I will surely keep it. I will reclaim it. Like a soulless corpse he unconsciously stood up, becoming a place for Melon to lean on. It doesn't matter if your heart is as cold as ice as long as I can keep you by my side forever. As the final note rang out, thunderous applause filled the theater, and Simon's group upstairs also gave their unstinting praise. Cammy, moved by her singing, had tears in her eyes and clasped her hands in front of her chest. Melon, that was so wonderful. At this moment the wine waiter tilted his head slightly, and the corner of his eye caught something on the ceiling. As soon as he saw Dirk hanging there, he was so startled he clutched the wine bottle and was about to scream. But before his scream could escape his throat, a feather lodged right in his neck. His eyes glazed over, and he no longer overreacted. He once again held the wine bottle as usual, carefully preparing to pour for Surin at any moment. She enjoyed herself comfortably and jabbed at Dirk. Even you guys came to see them. He was hanging upside down from the ceiling watching the musical. Without showing any particular attitude, he just spoke to Surin in his usual arrogant voice. Mark my words, human. His gaze was fixed on the small Cammy, who was moved and wiping her tears. If you touch my daughter even once with those vulgar tricks of yours, that will be the day the ivory tower falls. Surin held her wine glass a little further away, swirling it lightly to make the beautiful liquid inside move gently. Honestly, and she slowly brought the glass to her lips, savoring the sweetness of the red wine. A doting dragon lord. Over here Cammy was still overcome with emotion. She raised a hand to wipe her tears, and even through the tears streaming from her eyes she wore a smile full of admiration. Melon finished her performance. She lifted the hem of her black dress slightly, placed a hand on her chest and bowed to bid farewell. Entering backstage, Melon had already changed her clothes and shouted in embarrassment, "What, how are you all here?" Dick, Cammy and Simon smiled in admiration, and she was so embarrassed she covered her face with her hands and turned her head away. Simon scratched his head and said with a laugh, "We're big fans of your performance, Melon. If we'd known earlier we would have brought flowers." Cammy was excited. She showered both the performance and Melon with praise, and Melon beamed with joy. "That song was really good. Melon, your dress was so pretty too." "Thanks, Cammy." Dick, playful as ever, waved his hand strangely to tease Melon, and she gave him a murderous smile. "It shows it was written by an amateur composer. It was so cliché I almost died. A love story between a dead soul and a zombie. Do you think that makes sense?" Not making him wait long, Melon immediately summoned 2 magic circles, 1 fire, 1 ice. She approached Dick with a sly smile. "Shall I turn you into an undead? You might find a love you've never experienced in your life." The two started bickering, and sparks of fire and shards of ice flew everywhere. Simon and Cammy ignored his pleas for help. The two stood to one side, laughing cheerfully. "Help me." Night deepened, and it was already pitch black outside. The clock tower also began to emit light around it, illuminating the space. Simon's group of 4 prepared to leave. At this time, Cammy looked at Melon and asked a question. "By the way, why did you decide to participate in the play?" Melon, a little embarrassed, smiled gently and answered her question. "I've always had a passion for it. I often watched performances and sang for entertainment." But Melon recalled the past days during her vacation. When she was diligently reading and practicing, Surin was always nagging her from the side. "But last vacation Surin picked a fight with me." "Gosh, stop it." Unable to stand her interference, Melon decided to have a magic duel with Surin. "In the end we made a bet and dueled with elemental black magic." At this point Dick suddenly interjected. He winked at Melon and said, "Let me guess, you lost completely, right?" She was angry at this annoying guy and shouted, "Shut up unless you want a beating right now." Melon angrily explained the situation, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she got at Surin. "I don't know what tricks that fox Surin used, but she made me the lead actress in the biggest play." As she said this, a scene of Surin forcefully taking the role immediately came to Simon's mind. "Director, who did you just say the lead actress was?" Melon Violin. "She must have used her powers." They talked as they walked, and in no time they arrived in front of a large wooden door with a half-clock shape on it. Dick introduced cheerfully, "We're here." They stood at the top of a very tall clock tower, looking down at the entire city. Cammy couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the beautiful night scenery of the city. While the vampire girl next to her excitedly flapped her wings, Simon was no less excited. "You can see all of Lingaustein from here. It's really beautiful." Inside the room at the top of the clock tower, Melon looked around at everything in amazement amidst Dick's mocking laughter. "To think there's a place like this at the top of the clock tower. I worked a few part-time jobs to rent this place." Dick, showing off his wealth, laughed loudly towards the sky, making Melon want to hit him. "See, witness the greatness of the great Sir Dick." She looked down at Dick's workbook, slammed her hand on it, and shouted angrily, and he flinched and sat obediently like a gentle puppy. "Great, my foot. This crazy guy hasn't even done half his homework. I was planning for us to do it together from now on." She turned to Cammy and Simon as well and asked them loudly and seriously, "What about you two, Simon, Cammy? What's wrong with you both?" Cammy and Simon flinched at being called out. One had a blank expression and the other laughed awkwardly, scratching his head and saying, "I have to do supplementary studies with the professor. I was busy with some things back home." As soon as the words were out, Melon immediately exploded. She strictly crossed her arms in front of her chest and barked orders, and the 3 of them didn't dare say a word and buried their heads in their homework. "This won't do. Don't even dream of resting today." Late at night on the desk were 3 workbooks filled with writing. Empty water cups and breadcrumbs were scattered everywhere. The space was dead silent. Inside the room, Cammy and Melon were sound asleep on a wide bed. Dick was also fast asleep. The blanket was kicked off and his chatty mouth wasn't even closed while sleeping. Only Simon was left. He stood outside on the balcony quietly looking at the city where the lights were growing sparse. Simon tilted his head and smiled, seeing the person who was here late at night, and asked quietly, "Is there something you'd like to say?" Dirk stood there quietly looking at this young man. His brow was still furrowed. "Since when did you know?" Simon smiled brightly. He frankly turned his body and answered his question. "Since the theater." Hearing the answer, Dirk raised his head and looked at the full moon in the high sky. "I've hesitated for too long. I should leave this place." He looked at him, and his gaze and smile were still trustworthy. Simon said to him confidently, "Don't worry about Cammy, I will." "Theirs is a failure." Dirk cut him off. His little daughter was sleeping peacefully in the room. "Vampire society worships only power. That child is a child who cannot exist, in terms of ability and mentally." Hearing that, Simon could no longer smile. He asked him back blankly, "She's your own daughter?" His eyes were filled with disagreement and displeasure towards him. He stared intently at the vampire lord beside him and said in a stern voice, "How can you call your own daughter a failure?" Before him, on top of a tall tiled roof house, a black shadow stood quietly in the wind. Dirk's expression was cold and his ruby eyes stood out against the solemn background. Suddenly, he gave a sly smile, and his expression changed to one of interest as he commented, "Quite a gutsy kid." Dirk crossed his arms and stood straight on the roof. His figure stood out under the bright moonlight, and he opened his mouth nonchalantly. "I am the Lord of Vampires who leads all races. Even though she is my own daughter, I must not show personal feelings," Simon still answered calmly. He carefully tried to sound out the other's true feelings. "But you seem to care a great deal about Cammy." Perhaps those words swayed Dirk. His brow furrowed slightly. His words carried an unseen weight. "Because taking care of Cammy is my duty." In the flow of emotion, Dirk recalled past events. "Led by a primal instinct, I fell in love with a human woman. She gave birth to my child." The more he spoke, the more sorrow welled up, as if tearing open an old wound once more. But giving birth to a vampire was an ordeal a human body could not withstand. Thinking back to that time, Dirk was extremely devastated, and a painful emotion spread through every single word. "And so I lost the woman I loved most in my life." And he thought of his little daughter again, her sweet face so peaceful whenever she slept. "And Cammy, that child was not a perfect vampire. She was born with a defect." Dirk looked up at the high sky, and his firm expression held a melancholy of self-blame. "That was the first failure I ever tasted." Simon listened intently from beginning to end. Then he asked a question. "Meeting Cammy's mother and everything that followed, can you really call that a failure?" He didn't answer right away, paused for a moment and stared straight at him with a searching gaze. After a moment, Dirk closed his eyes and the furrowed expression on his face relaxed. Then Simon heard his frank answer and smiled gently in relief. "Perhaps not." Dirk calmed his emotions, regained his composure, and looked straight at him. "When I met that child's mother, it was not just an impulsive moment." He recalled the first touch of holding the child in his arms, the sweet peace that enveloped everything. "I believed it was fate, and Cammy's birth was a precious treasure I received." Suddenly, Dirk fell silent, and his face hardened as if he weren't the person who had just been lost in memories. Suddenly, Dirk's loud laughter rang out for no reason, but it felt very relaxed. "For a mere human kid to say such things to me who has lived for thousands of years." In the face of that teasing, Simon remained silent, smiling with a calm face. Then he saw Dirk raise a hand to carefully straighten his clothes. Dirk straightened his attitude, and with a serious posture placed a hand on his chest and said to Simon, "Take good care of my daughter." At this, he too showed proper etiquette and promised with an honest and confident face, "I will. Please leave her to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Dirk used magic, his whole body turning into countless small black bats and scattering chaotically in the air. Simon stood blankly by the railing, looking up at the swarm of bats gradually moving away towards the sky. The next morning, a powerful shout echoed from inside the giant clock tower. "We were supposed to study all night. Why are you the one dozing off?" Dick, still with a sleepy face, yawned, tearing up, and replied, "You were the first one to collapse." At that, Melon became very angry, clenched her hands into small fists, and grumbled. "Get up right now," Dick whimpered in a small voice as his ear was pulled, but still didn't want to work, and whined, "I need to eat something to wake up," but that request was forcefully shut down by her. Melon strictly retorted, "You call this human homework? Just hurry up and study." Sensing the tense situation, Simon quickly stood up and changed the subject. "I'll go buy something." Hearing that, Cammy also hurriedly said she would follow, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. "I'll go too, let's go together." After that, the two successfully escaped the chaos and walked the streets together. Thinking about what just happened, Simon let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm finally waking up." Cammy's expression was slightly scared as she remarked, "Melon is really scary." He shook off the bad mood and came up with a convincing reason for himself. "She's probably just hungry. If I buy her something she likes, her mood will improve." Cammy immediately agreed. "Yeah, sounds good." Suddenly, Hector appeared behind the two of them, calling out Simon Palenche's name in a less than friendly tone. He was slightly surprised and glanced sideways, his mind quickly recalling the other's identity. This voice, seeing him, he twisted his lips into a contemptuous smile and opened his mouth with an arrogant attitude. "I knew you'd be in Lingaustine. I can't believe we're meeting like this. I've waited all vacation for this moment." Amidst the bustling crowd, Hector openly pointed at Simon and declared boldly, "I challenge you to a duel, Simon Palentia." Sensing that something bad was about to happen, Cammy showed a worried expression and called out in a low voice, "Simon." He crossed his arms and let out a long sigh, looking utterly helpless. "I've been getting into a lot of street fights lately. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, Simon tried to persuade Hector as politely as possible. He shook his head and said, "We'll see each other every day at school anyway, do we really need to do this here?" But he seemed to have no intention of stopping at all, his attitude becoming even more aggressive as people around them began to gather. "I can't wait for the trial duel. I'll defeat you here and start the new semester off perfectly." Right after that, Hector began to cast a spell. A magic circle appeared. "Watch closely," he shouted madly, and at the same time tens of thousands of attacks flew towards Cammy and Simon all at once. "This is the result of my training during the vacation." He quickly pulled her into his arms to protect her, turning his body to dodge the attack. Hector clenched his fists, his dark, stubborn face showing no intention of letting go. He chanted a recall spell a moment later. Simon was surprised to find that the arrows that had been heading for him had changed direction. They quickly gathered and flew back towards their master where Hector was still raising his hand to control them. And the next scene made his eyes widen in shock. His golden pupils dilated in astonishment. Powerful arrows from before were being reclaimed and absorbed by Hector. Now his body was encased in sturdy armor. "What do you think? This is the result I achieved by pouring sweat and tears into my training all vacation." He arrogantly boasted about his achievement and directly taunted him in a contemptuous tone. "Come on, show me that summoning magic you're so proud of." Realizing the situation was now unavoidable, Simon decided to accept the duel. "Fine, I get it." Hearing this, Cammy couldn't hide her worry. "Simon, are you okay?" He summoned 2 skeletons from the ground and reassured her. "Don't worry, this is my fight, quote, and I'll end it right away." After that, Simon also transformed. Donning his own magic armor, he got into a ready stance for battle, his intense gaze firm as he said resolutely, "And I never lose in a duel." Seeing his opponent had finished preparing, Hector quickly attacked first. "Good, bring it on, Simon Palentia." A nearby guard saw the scene and with his arms crossed said to his colleague next to him, "Yesterday there was a fight and the fountain got broken. I wonder what will happen today." He replied with a hint of helplessness, "Looks like the first-year students are fighting here again." The two hesitated, discussing what to do. "Should we stop them? How are we supposed to stop those Kizen kids?" In the meantime, the fight between the two had already begun. Hector swung his fist and shouted, "I'll end you here, Simon Palentia." Not wanting to show any weakness, he prepared a counterattack and retorted forcefully, "Stop calling my name." Suddenly, Simon's eyes widened. A drop of blood appeared before his eyes. Right after that, a large explosion occurred, and the powerful close-range force startled both of them, pushing them back slightly. A shadowy figure in glasses approached ominously, and a calm but unforgettable voice mixed with the smell of blood in the air. "If you continue like this, you will cause a major disturbance here." Simon's face stiffened for a moment. He stared in surprise at the person who had appeared before him. Hector didn't turn his head, but he looked at the opponent out of the corner of his eye. His expression was no different from Simon's. Banter dispelled the dark energy around him, extended a hand and suggested with a gentle smile, "There's still plenty of time until the semester starts, so I would appreciate it if you both could exercise a little restraint." Seeing that the person who had come was Banter, Cammy hurried over and called out politely, "Professor." He smiled affectionately and replied, "It's been a while, Cammy Vares." But someone as arrogant as Hector didn't care about such things. He asked irritably, "What do you think you're doing right now? How dare you interfere in a duel between Kizen students?" But Banter didn't mind his attitude, still opening his mouth politely to introduce himself first. "On behalf of Professor Silic, I am Banter Han, this semester's hematology instructor." As soon as he heard the other's identity, Simon couldn't help but be surprised. He repeated his words to himself, "This semester's hematology instructor." Banter stood in the crowd, lowered his head slightly, and explained to Cammy why he had come. "Professor Silic's mission is taking longer than expected, so for the time being, I'll be teaching in his place at this academy." She seemed to have quite a good impression of this person. After hearing that, she exclaimed happily, "Really?" Now that things had come to this, no matter how wild Hector was, he couldn't act up anymore. He dispelled his magic and armor and said, "I am truly sorry, Professor." Banter saw him sincerely bow a deep 90 degrees in a heartfelt apology. "I am from the Moraes family, and I will take full responsibility for this incident. If you wish for me to be disciplined upon returning to Kizen, I will gladly comply." He scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed, and eased the tension with humble words. "I'm not an official professor at the academy yet. I'll take up the post after I receive my teaching permit from Loke Island." In any case, since he couldn't fight anymore, Hector turned around and left coldly. He didn't forget to leave a polite farewell before he went. "Then I'll be taking my leave." Seeing his attitude, Simon's expression was one of speechlessness. He muttered to himself, "Just as I thought, he's only polite to professors." Suddenly a small sound was heard and a black fountain pen appeared at Simon's feet. He bent down and out of curiosity picked it up to examine it closely. This looks like an expensive fountain pen. On one side of the pen shell, Simon happened to discover a line of words engraved in gold leaf. "Judas, is that a person's name?" Just then, Banter also noticed the object in his hand and spoke gently, Thank you for picking that up. I must have dropped it at some point." Without much thought, he turned, stood up and placed the object in his hand, saying, "This fountain pen, it looks like an expensive gift." Banter took it, his face still holding a sociable smile. "Why do you think so?" But the next moment, Simon's answer made that smile vanish completely. "Because the name Judas is engraved on it. Expensive fountain pens usually have the owner's name engraved on them, right?" but that attitude was only for a moment. Banter quickly put on a smile and explained simply, "It's a memento from a friend who passed away, I'm just keeping it for them." Realizing the reason, he became flustered and embarrassed. "I'm sorry for asking you something like that, Professor." At this moment Cammy, who was beside them, chimed in and cheerfully introduced him. "Professor, this child is my colleague." Hearing this, Banter recalled what Cammy had said before and asked in a slightly playful tone, "So this is the student you were talking about?" Immediately, her entire face turned red with shyness, and she reminded him in a low voice, "Ah, Professor." Following that, Banter cheerfully extended a hand and greeted him. "Simon, I've heard a lot about you from Professor Silic." He mentioned a few of Simon's achievements that he knew of. "I have reviewed and approved all your research on the SM1 blood type, so from next semester, you will officially participate in your hematology research." He was also very happy, shook hands with Banter and replied, "I'm really looking forward to it." After the greeting, he turned, waved his hand and prepared to leave. "Then I'll see you again at Kizen. The atmosphere in the city is quite tense these days, so you two be careful." While Simon was stroking his chin in thought, Cammy quickly bid farewell to Banter. "Yes, we'll see you at Kizen, Professor." Beside her, he was still lost in his own thoughts, muttering the name on the pen and asking himself, "Judas, why does that name sound so familiar?" After a morning full of events, the two finally returned to the tower. Cammy entered, holding a bag of food. She called out cheerfully, "Mel and Dick, we're back," but there was no answer. The two entered the room and looked around. Cammy was puzzled. Where did they go? Simon guessed naturally. Maybe they went out for a walk. Just then, the wind blew through the window, causing the curtains to flutter and revealing several footprints, which caught his attention. Simon froze upon seeing the marks on the floor, and an ominous feeling washed over him. Footprints. He followed the path where the marks appeared. It gradually led outside to the balcony. Simon looked around and found footprints on the railing as well. He frowned and thought, "It looks like there are marks here, as if something like a rope was hung on this balcony." Seeing him lean out, Cammy asked worriedly, "Did you find something?" Simon answered calmly, "I think." His eyes glanced sharply at her, and he judged with a serious tone, "Someone broke in here." At the same time, the answer was hidden in a basement beneath a dark staircase. Melon frowned in annoyance. She took a breath and gradually began to raise her voice. With her hands and feet tied to a chair, Melon shouted with all her might, "Somebody help me." She looked down at her own miserable situation and sighed with an annoyed frown out of helplessness. "I've been kidnapped again?" Melon saw Dick, who was unconscious beside her, completely oblivious, and her mood soured even more. "If it weren't for this guy, I could have handled it all." At this moment, the large man behind her opened his mouth. "Don't worry, it's a neurotoxin, so you'll recover in an hour or two without any after effects." But that explanation only made her angrier. Melon's eyes widened and she shouted, "Who are you? How dare you harm Kizen students?" Suddenly, a lion's head appeared, its eye sockets black and filled with danger. The man wearing the lion mask had a large tattoo on his chest, and beside him were two men who appeared to be his subordinates. He introduced himself. "We are the Hubba tribe. I am Wichaja." But Melon wasn't interested at all. She just felt annoyed and let out a sigh. "The Hubba tribe, what's your scheme?" Wichaja's face instantly darkened, and he clenched a red towel in his hand. "There is only one thing we want." Fear appeared in her eyes, and an uncontrollable anxiety washed over her. The next moment, Melon squeezed her eyes shut and clenched her teeth as if waiting for something terrible to happen. But the following scene was the complete opposite. She was now holding a fork and knife in her hands, and the red towel from before had become a napkin tucked into her collar. On the table in front of her was a glistening whole roast chicken. Wichaja said, "It looks like you might have to stay here for the night." Naturally, Melon was dumbfounded by this situation. She still couldn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the large man in front of her was wearing a pink apron with a heart cut out and skillfully pouring tea. Melon stared intently at the teacup on the table, which was still steaming and was completely frozen. At the same time, Simon and Cammy were frantically searching for the two. He frowned, looked around, and tried his best to find any remaining clues. Surely no one is crazy enough to commit a crime against Kizen students in Lingaustin. Cammy's face was filled with terror. Could this be related to the recent serial murders? Simon clenched his fist and held it to his chest. He didn't speak, but his prayer showed how worried he was. "Damn it, Melon Dick, please be safe." Suddenly, he noticed a red-eyed, gray-furred guinea pig that had appeared from a dark alley. Then a swarm of countless rats suddenly appeared. There were so many that they formed a giant mass several times larger than a person. Cammy was completely terrified and screamed. Simon hurriedly pulled her into a tight embrace to protect her. Around the two, the swarm of rats scurried chaotically. "Hold on tight." Cammy was so scared she couldn't let go. After that, the swarm of rats carried the two away in the opposite direction. A second later, the alley returned to its quiet state, as silent as if no living creature had ever appeared. Finally, the swarm of gray-furred rats dropped Cammy and Simon off at an unfamiliar street corner and left. He got up, helped her up, and hurriedly assessed the situation, asking, "Cammy, are you okay?" She answered with difficulty, "Yeah, I was so scared." At this moment, he turned his head and looked nervously at where they were standing. A tavern sign hung on the door of the house. Simon was somewhat puzzled. Why did the rats bring us here? Is someone inside controlling them? Deciding it was better to find the answer himself than just think about it, he immediately opened the door and stepped inside. "Excuse me," but before he was fully inside, the air in the room made Simon choke, and he had to immediately cover his nose. "The smell of alcohol is really terrible." Just then, a woman in the corner of the room calmly tilted her head back and emptied a large wine cask. After finishing it, she immediately threw it aside casually. It flew to the side and the wooden cask hit the wall hard, instantly shattering into pieces. After that, she crossed her legs and swayed them, turning her face towards Simon and opening her mouth. "So you're Simon Polentia, right?" He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and asked back in a wary tone. "Who are you?" Bioha didn't answer right away, but waved her hand to call over a black crow that was carrying another bottle of wine in its beak. She said, "How rude, do you always answer other people's questions with a question?" Seeing her debauched and comfortable appearance, a thought popped into Simon's head. Come to think of it, she looked strangely similar to someone I know. After emptying the newly brought bottle of wine in one go, Bioha once again smashed it hard. She wiped her mouth with her hand to get rid of the remaining alcohol and at the same time started her questioning. "Anyway, you're a Kizen student, right?" Bioha pointed to herself and introduced herself with a slightly playful expression. "Then do you know Hong Feng? She's my twin sister." As soon as he heard a familiar name, the facial muscles of the two relaxed. Cammy immediately replied, "Yes, I think so." Seeing the expressions of the two, Bioha finally stood up and announced her full name. "My name is Bioha Vlatin Sokum Malad." She pointed to herself confidently and asserted, then tried to recruit him. "I am the new toxicology professor at Kizen. I'm a special teacher. Kid, become my disciple." Several black lines immediately appeared above Simon's head. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What is she talking about, appearing so suddenly? But she continued to talk about herself non-stop. "Since I've been hired as a Kizen instructor, I have to be the best." Bioha frankly revealed the true purpose of her actions today. "I'm going to climb so high that even that woman Hong Feng won't dare to look down on me at the academy. To do that, I need at least one outstanding disciple like you, right?" But what she got in return was Simon's firm refusal. "If that's the only reason you needed to see me, then I refuse." Bioha leaned in close to his face and frowned. "What did you say?" Even in the face of her fierce gaze, he still explained his reasons firmly. "I don't even know what kind of person you are, Professor, and I've never taken your class, so I don't know what I could learn from you. How can I become your disciple?" From Simon's perspective, her actions and purpose were indeed inappropriate. "If I'm only to be used as a tool for someone else's ambition, then that is precisely why I refuse your request." Bioha was so angry she ground her teeth. "Why are you so talkative?" After that, she immediately grabbed his tie tightly, pulled it hard and boldly challenged him. "Then let's fight right here, right now. If I win, you have to become my disciple." Of course, he immediately refused the offer. "I refuse," but Bioha didn't care and continued to try to persuade him with violence. Her ruby-like eyes stared straight at him. "I'll take you on with one hand. Not enough, then I won't use my hands or feet." Simon gradually felt helpless, maintaining his refusal from beginning to end and politely stating his intentions. "It's not a matter of the challenge's difficulty. I simply don't want to fight you, Professor." While the two were arguing for a long time, Cammy urgently interrupted in a loud voice. "This isn't the time for this." She was extremely worried and frantically told Bioha everything. "Kizen students have been kidnapped, didn't you know?" Hearing this news, Bioha's hand, which was gripping his tie, tightly loosened. She asked again, "What did you say?" With a serious expression, he decided to state his suspicion. "That's right, but it's not clear if this is related to the recent serial murders." Bioha cut him off. "Probably not related." She looked at him nonchalantly with half-lidded eyes and immediately revealed the truth. "Because I killed them." The two were immediately terrified and couldn't help but shout at the same time. "What?" Bioha didn't hide it either and explained her actions in more detail. "The ones who died were all from the Hubba tribe. They attacked first and threatened to kill me, so I just paid them back." Cammy quickly grasped the point. "Wait a minute, what did you say? What is this Hubba tribe you're talking about, Professor?" Recalling Wichaja in the lion mask, she answered, "They are a hostile tribe I fought against when I lived on the plains." Just then, the door burst open and Robert rushed in frantically holding a piece of paper. "Lady Bioha, I found this on the street." Before he could finish speaking, a black crow flew in and quickly snatched the paper, leaving him staring helplessly. It circled once, dropped the paper into Bioha's hand, then spread its wings and flew away. She unfolded the paper and read the contents intently. As soon as she finished, Bioha immediately threw it to Simon beside her. She said contemptuously, "These guys are so pathetic." Seeing the strange writing on the paper, Cammy was puzzled and couldn't understand. "What does it say?" he explained. "It's the language of a nomadic tribe." Just then, Bioha bared her sharp teeth and translated the entire message for the two to understand. "We have captured the Kizen students. Bioha Soka Malad must give up her position as a Kizen professor and return to the plains, otherwise we will kill the students." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression immediately changed bizarrely. She gave a contemptuous smile with a terrifying look in her eyes. "Let's see them try." Immediately after, immense power erupted from Bioha's entire body. She shouted loudly, "Find them now," with her magical ability. A location was instantly transmitted into Bioha's subconscious. Then various insects and animals appeared and a swarm of brown cockroaches crawled in all directions. Along with them were gray-furred guinea pigs with red eyes. Not only that, but black crows also appeared in the air, flapping their wings in all directions. Simon struggled to cover himself, thinking at the same time, "This is animal control." He quickly recalled the lesson content and spells Hong Feng had practiced. "It's a special ability of the R tribe. It's quite similar to Professor Hong Feng's ability." At that moment, Simon witnessed living animals obeying her commands absolutely, and even giant hippos were motionless. At this time, Bioha was extremely furious. She unleashed her powerful energy and declared without hesitation, "How dare you threaten me? I'll find you all and crush you." Unlike Simon's side where Melon was, the atmosphere was the complete opposite, with a table beautifully set with all kinds of food. Witch Aja sat opposite her and seriously explained the conflict. The Hubba tribe and Bioha, who is from the Maria's tribe, have always been hostile. He began the story from the beginning of time. In that place where all things in the world originated, we survived together on the nomadic plains. Small and large conflicts were inevitable. Due to the long war between the two sides, countless warriors fell on the plains. Hearing that, Melon immediately grasped the point and asked him in detail, "Why did you come all the way here to cause trouble instead of continuing to fight bloody battles on the plains?" As soon as the cause was mentioned, he couldn't suppress his emotions and said loudly, slightly agitated, "It's because of Bioha. She committed an unforgivable sin." Witch Aja still listed past events one by one, saying that everything led to a fierce conflict. She not only mercilessly slaughtered the warriors but also the women and children of the village. His voice was not loud, but the sadness was extremely deep. "Even my wife and children." The more the wounds were exposed, the clearer his hatred and anger became. "We swore that no matter the cost, no matter the method, we would definitely eliminate Bioha." Melon listened intently from beginning to end, and realizing she had nothing to do with the incident, she couldn't help but burst out in anger. "Then just get your revenge. I don't care how, but why are you dragging us into this? What do we have to do with it?" But Witch Aja thought differently, and his expression darkened as he cut her off. "Regarding that, I must apologize." Witch Aja's eyebrows were knitted together, and his serious expression looked like his will could not be broken. "I heard she is going to become a professor at Kizen. If she becomes an instructor at Kizen, our revenge will be impossible. Furthermore, if Bioha sends necromancers to conquer the plains in her capacity as an academy professor, our tribe will be destroyed." In this situation, seeing Dick sleeping beside her, even drooling, Melon's heart became extremely anxious. "This idiot, wake up. How can you be sleeping now?" Witch Aja's voice still lingered in her ears like a command, and every single word seemed aimed only at achieving his own goal, giving her no room to refuse. "We must stop Bioha from becoming a professor, for the sake of his grudge and his life, no matter the cost." She bit her lip and frowned, praying inwardly for someone to come and save her. Just then, a large explosion occurred behind Witch Aja. He was also extremely surprised. A shout echoed through the thick dust. "What is this?" It was unidentifiable white skeletons that began to crawl into the room. A long snake-like skeleton directly attacked several sturdy men. Taking advantage of the chaos, Simon suddenly appeared from above and jumped down. Melon shouted joyfully, "Simon!" Seeing the state of the two, he let out a sigh of relief, smiled, and asked, "Fortunately, you're both safe. Are you hurt anywhere?" Cammy also jumped down from the hole in the ceiling and landed on the table in front, saying when she saw everyone was there, "Mel and Dick, we're here to save you." Just then, Witch Aja spread his arms and began to cast a spell, saying in a loud, extremely terrifying voice, "So you're here, first-rank special admission student." He transformed, becoming one with the lion's head, and his red glowing eyes flashed as he called Simon Palencha's name. Witch Aja, almost having lost his reason, rushed towards Simon and shouted madly, "If I capture you, I can negotiate with Neptes to cancel Bioha's professorship." He stood motionless in his spot, able only to watch the opponent's claws approach. Suddenly a hand appeared and, without using any auxiliary weapons, directly blocked his action. Witch Aja was startled and looked at the opponent, and his red fierce gaze momentarily paused. Only after seeing the strange and familiar face before him did he call out her name. Bioha bared her teeth and sneered. "Were you looking for me?" Before dealing with the opponent, she turned around and reminded Simon to be careful. "Special admission student, you take the others and get out of here first." He quickly untied Melon's ropes and replied, "Yes, Professor." With one hand restrained, Witch Aja swung his remaining hand, his eyes blinded by hatred. "The enemy of our tribe." After speaking, he threw a heavy punch, but it was also quickly caught by her. Bioha easily subdued Witch Aja's massive arms, making the opponent tremble with rage, and in the very next second she did something no one expected. She spat. Bioha's spit was a strange green, and it landed on one side of the opponent's cheek. Following that, everyone heard Witch Aja's painful scream. Seeing that tremendous reaction, she was very pleased and wiped the spit from her mouth with her hand. "How is it? Do you like my spit?" Everyone supported each other and moved to one side. Melon heard that and asked herself with a dumbfounded expression, "Spit? Did she just spit?" But Witch Aja didn't suffer for long. He pulled himself together and prepared for the next attack. Close combat and explosion. Witch Aja's two hands crossed to form a giant black X and attacked her. Once again, Bioha easily leaned her body to dodge. She sneered and ignored it. "Ha, isn't that Hong Feng's technique?" Hearing that, the opponent immediately felt insulted, clenched his fists and rushed in shouting, "Is there a monopoly on fighting techniques?" Seeing that expression, she just commented with a bored look, "How boring." Bioha bared her sharp teeth, smiled, and got into a stance with both hands to enter the battle. At the same time, she reminded the kids, "All right, kids." The four people supported each other and stood outside, blankly listening to her call. "This is the first lesson, for you." Bioha raised her hand and took off the cloak she was wearing. An overwhelming presence. A necromancer must have a point of differentiation in battle. You must attack in a way the opponent doesn't expect. Her hand holding the cloak tightened, and a strange energy also appeared there at a very fast speed. Bioha whipped the cloak hard at the opponent's face and he screamed. Wichaja grabbed the cloak in his hand, his whole body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes widened. Immediately after, he mercilessly threw it to the ground. Bioha crossed her arms and watched him clutch his throat and vomit, smacking her lips and saying, "So what if I'm a little weird?" Melon glanced at the cloak on the ground, covered her nose and unhappily heard her self-admission. A weird winner is better than a failed corpse, right? At this time half of Wichaja's face was burned away, revealing a person. Bioha looked at him and sneered. It was an extreme insult to the proud man. Wichaja gritted his teeth in anger, then shouted loudly and attacked her. Wichaja attacked madly, and Bioha continued to dodge, reading his movements one by one. Punches, kicks, chokes, these are all things you can do if you just have hands and feet. These are techniques anyone can predict and see through. Looking bored, she raised her hand again and spat a mouthful of saliva. This time it turned purple. What's the fun in just blindly rushing in and waiting for the opponent's opening? Wichaja took the opportunity to attack from the side, but she also dodged by leaning back and criticized him. This kind of guy is only good at bluffing and acting tough. Bioha swung her hand hard, spat in the opponent's face and declared triumphantly, "It's all just an excuse to hide your own mediocrity." From that attack, Wichaja knelt on the ground unable to keep his balance. His whole body was mottled with corrosion marks from the spit, and he writhed in pain. The purple sticky liquid didn't disappear but rather became thicker, overflowing on his skin. He endured painfully, and purple liquid flowed from all over his face like extreme torture. The 4 students who stood outside and watched from beginning to end were agape with shock. Bioha's voice rang out. "This is..." She placed her hands on her hips and looked down arrogantly at the person who had fought her, now writhing in pain on the ground, and said haughtily, "A necromancer's true fight." Bioha arrogantly stepped on Wichaja's bare chest as if he were a trophy. Cammy, who had witnessed the fight without missing a moment, exclaimed in surprise and awe, "Professor Bioha's fighting is really unpredictable." Melon, who was beside her, reacted with fear. "Poison is created in her body on its own. Is she like a poisoned toad, spitting out poison?" Simon, who was supporting Dick, also gave his honest and generous praise. "She beat him without a single spell." Only Dick, who had been in a deep sleep after witnessing everything, had an expression of worship and determination. "I've decided I'm going to major in toxicology from now on." Melon heard that, glanced at him, sighed, and asked bluntly, "Are you really choosing this major just because the professor's fighting was so cool?" Dick didn't mind and instead teased her with a meaningful smile. "Look at her, the one who sings all day and talks all day. Listen to what she's saying." Melon's face turned beet red at the teasing, and she became flustered. "Hey, why are you suddenly bringing that up here?" When a sensitive issue was touched, she immediately refuted it repeatedly to hide her embarrassment. "That's my sincere and pure emotion. Choosing a major is a completely different issue." "Got it." Dick heard that silly remark and suddenly posed a hypothetical question. "What if Pierre was a professor at our school?" At those words, Melon's heart skipped a beat and began to waver. She thought to herself, "Right, Pierre was the first to appear during the Kizen terror attack, so he must have some connection to Kizen." She recalled Pierre's abilities when fighting in the air before and thought again, if he's strong enough to fight the Saintess one-on-one, it's entirely possible he's a professor. The imagination of a girl who had just become an adult began to unfold. In a dreamlike space, Melon shyly called his name. "Professor." The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked up at the person in front of her, and her sweet voice was mixed with emotion. "I've really learned the truth, Professor. You were always quietly watching over us, weren't you?" No, Pierre was wearing a bone mask on the lower half of his face, and he quietly called her name, but a hand came up and stopped him. Melon, in her own fantasy, she raised a hand to cover his mouth and understood on her own. "You don't have to say anything." She shyly imagined a very romantic scene. The 2 figures were close together, and Melon's soft whisper echoed, "I'll keep that secret in my heart forever." Just by seeing her reaction, Dick could understand everything. "Teasing you, I read your mind completely." At the same time, Wichaja, who was lying at Bioha's feet, had changed back to his human form and spoke with difficulty. Why, as soon as this was mentioned, he couldn't suppress his emotions and continued to question her. "Why did you slaughter the women and children of our tribe?" Bioha got annoyed. "How many times have I explained it to you?" Recalling her past actions, she said clearly once more, "The fight just ended and I was too hot, so I just went to a nearby stream to wash. That's all." Having been wrongly accused and doubted for so long, Bioha also burst out in anger and shouted, "How was I supposed to know it was your tribe's sacred stream?" But Wichaja didn't easily abandon his long-held prejudice over that one statement. "Do you think I'd believe that absurd excuse?" She also couldn't hold it in, and placing a hand on herself asked him back. "Because of that, I was kicked out of my tribe, from the place I should have lived my whole life. And from then until now I haven't been able to wash even once. Do you know how painful that dirty, sticky feeling is?" The more she spoke, the more the anger and resentment that had built up before surged, and Bioha became increasingly furious. "And you want me to entrust my life to a weakling like you?" Overcome with emotion, she once again spat a handful of her green saliva at Wichaja. As he squeezed his eyes shut and waited for the pain, a bandaged hand appeared and blocked it. Before his surprised eyes, Kizen, disregarding the corrosion on the white bandages, calmly looked up at Bioha. "Please stop." Seeing that it was him, Simon couldn't help but be surprised and quietly called out, "Kazan Sunday." Kazan slowly stood up, looked straight at Bioha and explained the reason for his appearance, leaving her stunned. "I've come to escort Professor Bioha," but she pretended not to hear, turned her body and said to him, "To escort me, tell them I'll go to Loke Island on my own." Kazan took a syringe from his breast pocket and while injecting Wichaja with the medicine said, "This whole business with the Hubba tribe is the same, all because you interfered as you pleased. Complaints have been flooding into Kizen. Even with the criticism pouring in, Bioha just turned her head and frowned slightly, not caring at all. Isn't that a bit harsh? Who are you, a subordinate, to dare talk back to a professor?" He helped Wichaja lean against the wall and continued to remind her, "The thieves here are in a cooperative relationship with Kizen." At the same time, Kazan's voice was stern, showing he wasn't the least bit intimidated by his opponent. "And you're not a professor at Kizen yet. So even if I subdue you by force, I won't be breaking any rules." Bioha sneered. "Oh, then by all means, give it a try." Hearing her challenging words and contemptuous attitude, he frowned slightly and retorted, "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Before he could even get into a stance, she quickly rushed in and threw a punch straight at him. But Kazan easily blocked the punch with his bandaged hand. Seeing his calm expression, Bioha became slightly interested. "It seems your body is resistant to poison, which is why you're coming at me so confidently, isn't it?" Their expressions were different and the auras they emitted were different, but both gave off a chillingly terrifying feeling. A second later they attacked simultaneously, lunging straight for each other's faces. Their speeds were evenly matched. As the situation unfolded, the few people watching from the outside grew restless. Dick said in a panic, "These people must be crazy. Why are they suddenly fighting?" Melon was also surprised, not expecting things to turn out this way. "Is it really worth it for those two to fight over something like that?" Cammy ran to Simon and clung to him. She looked up and asked him worriedly, "What do we do? Shouldn't we call someone to stop them?" But his reaction was the complete opposite of the other three. Simon said with a forced smile, "It doesn't look like they're fighting for real." Just then, Bioha's hearty laughter echoed. She placed her hands on her hips, threw her head back and said loudly, "Just from watching you fight, I never would have thought you were human." From the opposite corner, Kazan replied, "Don't get the wrong idea. The fact that I can fight this rationally is what proves I'm a real human." After that, Bioha took out a small vial and doused it into her mouth. She casually wiped her mouth with her hand as usual and gave a sly smile. "HMPH, it's been a long time since I've had such a good warm-up, you know." Right after that, Bioha swung her hand and sprayed a pink sticky liquid at him, shouting, "But you're still too slow." Kazan hurriedly raised his two bandaged hands to block his face. When he lowered them, he was surprised to find that her attack this time had an effect on his body. Getting the result she wanted, Bioha bared her teeth in a pleased smile and muttered, "There's no escape now, I've got you." She had no qualms about her actions and was in fact very confident. "If I were to give up using poison in this fight just because you're immune, what right would I have to be a toxicology professor?" Kazan's body swayed slightly from the after effects of the recent attack, but he still managed to reply with difficulty, "Right to be a professor? I think you're already more than qualified." Bioha threw her head back and let out a bored sigh, acting as if no one else mattered. "Ha, you Kizen folks are really interesting. Do you think you brats have the insight or the nerve to judge me?" Then she turned her gaze back to him, a strange excited expression on her face. She cracked the knuckles of both hands, preparing to fight. "It wasn't entirely wrong for you to take on this mission, but fine, today I'll show you a thing or two." He also collected himself, clenched his fists and got into a ready stance. "Do as you wish." Just then a loud voice suddenly interjected from the door. "Stop it right now." Lorraine stood with a cold face behind Neptes, who was awkwardly mediating the situation with an ice cream in her hand. "You two stop it. Don't fight anymore." Seeing Neptes appear, Simon was slightly surprised and thought to himself, "How that little kid is Dean Neptes." Cammy and Melon also seemed to have a vague idea of who she was and asked hesitantly, "Aren't you that little student who used to visit our school often?" Ignoring everyone's gazes, Neptes approached Kazan and praised him. "You've worked hard." Lorraine, who had been silent the whole time, leaned over and waved at Simon. Simon also showed his goodwill, responding with a silent smile and a wave. Over here, Neptes turned to Bioha and greeted her in a bright, sweet voice. "Hi." But her reaction was a bit strange, a hint of fear showing in her eyes. To prevent any rude behavior, Lorraine carefully reminded her, "Professor Bioha, please show some respect." Suddenly, Bioha quickly jumped back, keeping her eyes fixed on Neptes in a guarded stance. She lowered her center of gravity and with a tense face asked an outlandish question. "What the hell is that monster?" A blue liquid began to spread from Bioha's hand on the ground, and along with it came a slightly stuttering voice. "Get that thing out of here right now." In front of the liquid she was spreading, the four young students huddled together, trembling like leaves. Seeing her intense reaction, Lorraine quickly tried to calm her down. "Professor, please calm down." But Bioha didn't seem to hear her. She spoke cautiously. "Could you be?" She posed the question but was frightened by its content herself. The Witch of Death, Neptes, still maintaining her innocent appearance, took a bite of her leftover ice cream and confirmed firmly, "That's right." Cammy and Melon hugged each other and, upon hearing that, muttered under their breath, "The Witch of Death, Dean Neptes." Thinking back to before they knew her true identity, the two had thoughtlessly doted on Neptes as if she were a child. "Our cute little lady. What's your name, Neptes?" "Oh really, so cute." Let's go. Recalling what they had done, the two were horrified as if struck by lightning on a clear day. It was really Dean Neptys. Bioha was just as shocked, asking back in a disbelieving, accusing voice. What? Can you even be called human? You look like some ridiculous, bizarre creature. Seeing her being rude, Lorraine quickly reminded her. Professor Bioha, that is truly disrespectful. Neptys, chewing the last bite beside her, chimed in. It's fine, but it's not entirely wrong to say that. Bioha was startled to see her skipping towards her. She said as she walked, anyway, if you cause any more trouble, it'll get very annoying. I had to deal with the elders so much just to bring you here. Neptys put her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks and looked down at her with a cute frown. If you don't cooperate, I'll be furious. Seeing that, Cammy and Melon couldn't help but think to themselves, she really is cute after all. Next, Neptys pointed directly at Bioha's face and asked as if she had already confirmed it. You're going to Loke Island now, right? Being called out directly, she was slightly startled and stared at her opponent for a long time before answering. From an angle only Bioha could see. Her gaze pressured her, making it impossible to refuse. In the end, she had no choice but to let Neptys take her hand and help her up. To go along with her wishes, there was clearly no other way, she replied happily. Good, a wise choice. Then Neptys put her hands on her hips and gave Kazan his next instructions. Kazan, take this woman with you. He also put aside his previous animosity. He said to her politely, please take this. Besides that, there is one more matter to resolve. Lorraine approached Wichaja and said, we have grasped the full story of the incident from the Thieves' Guild. He remained silent, lowering his head to listen to the other's terms. It may not be a satisfactory reward, but that Neptys over there will promise full compensation and support for the reconstruction of your tribe. Once everything was settled, Neptys bounced energetically and waved to everyone. First years, hello, see you again. The four youths stood straight and listened seriously to her question. Is anyone hurt? They immediately answered in unison, no, we're not. Seeing that everyone was fine, she said, then go back to the dorms and rest. You need to prepare for the second semester's opening ceremony tomorrow. The semester after the integration will be very tough. Yes, understood. Suddenly, Neptys ran up to Simon and waved, making him slightly curious. Simon, I need to see you for a moment. A day passed quickly, and after all that had happened, the sky had already darkened. The moon was high. Simon, Neptys, and Lorraine walked the streets together. The three walked side by side back. Then Lorraine was the first to break the silence. She asked him, did you have a fun vacation? Simon answered hesitantly, ah yes, how about you, Lorraine? But inside he was constantly thinking, I can't just tell her I fought the Blood Heaven sect in the Holy Federation. She scratched her face and avoided his gaze. I had just spent my time at home cracking sunflower seeds. But in her heart, she hid her thoughts. If I tell him I've started managing things at Kizen, won't he think I'm too complicated? The conversation hit a dead end, and the two awkwardly stiffened, thinking in unison, we haven't seen each other in a long time, I don't know what to say. At this moment he turned to Neptys and asked the purpose of their private meeting. By the way, where are we going? She answered cheerfully. To find a gift for Simon. He was surprised. A gift? As soon as she finished speaking, the three opened a door and entered a shop. A bell chimed along with Neptys's cheerful greeting. Hello. Stephanie came out in a gorgeous dress with a bright and refreshing smile. Welcome, Lady Neptys, Lorraine. Seeing her, Neptys ran over energetically. Hello, Stephanie. She smiled gently. Neptys, you're still the same as ever. Then Stephanie suddenly looked at Simon and asked directly, making him a little puzzled. Are you using the Gallon Eclipse's dark space well? But soon, Simon's face broke into a bright smile, and he asked back with a surprised expression, you still remember? She replied happily. Of course, you're a VVVIP customer who bought only the finest items from your very first day of admission. Neptys was just as excited, and she quickly asked about the item she had ordered before. Did the thing I ordered last time arrive? Stephanie confirmed and went inside. Yes, please wait a moment. Neptys looked at Simon with proud eyes and gave him her generous praise. Simon, you performed a great service in the Saintess Purification incident, so you fully deserve a reward. He scratched his head and said humbly, looking embarrassed. But I don't think my contribution was that great. She crossed her arms and explained, I was originally going to give you the award at the opening ceremony, but it couldn't be done due to your identity and various conflicting interests. Lorraine also added to reassure him. Kazan and Surin have already received satisfactory rewards. This one left is your share at this time. Stephanie came out with a box in her hands. She said thank you for waiting. When the box opened, an emerald green pendant sparkled and shone. Stephanie smiled and said, this is the item you ordered. Before she could finish, she paused as she saw Neptys personally put it around Simon's neck. Here, now bow your head. Stephanie was slightly surprised and couldn't finish her sentence, covering her mouth with her hand as she blurted out, is this really for a student? Neptys confirmed. Yup, it's for Simon. Only then did she calm down and explain the pendant in detail. The usage is similar to current models. Activate the magic tool with black magic energy. Following Stephanie's guidance, he calmed his mind. Imagine it's not a lever on your clothes anymore but a door. Something is opening. Next, Simon spread his arms with a bit of force, just as she said. Now imagine you're pushing that door open with force from both sides. Right after that, a surprising and mysterious sight unfolded. A unique space spread out before his eyes. Amazing, a dark space that can hold an entire ancient corpse legion. Stepping into the dark space and seeing its vast scale, Simon's eyes widened in amazement and he couldn't close his mouth. Stephanie saw this and laughed heartily, telling him, if the subspace you normally use can hold 4,000 units, this one well exceeds 100,000. Seeing Simon's admiring attitude, she added, "This kind of special ancient space isn't something sold on the market, it's priceless." Lorraine now said with a smile, "I heard your parents once accompanied my mother. This might be a way of repaying their kindness." Hearing this, Stephanie smiled brightly and replied to her words, "Yes, Lady Neptes." Then she quickly voiced her own question, "Isn't such a vast special space something only the highest level summoners can use?" Stephanie wondered why they were giving it to a first-year student. Hearing her words, Neptes made a sound of ah. Neptes answered her frankly, "Because I figured I don't need to use it anymore." A while later, Simon and his friend's reconnaissance was over. They returned to the boat to rest. Before long, the sky began to brighten. Dick yawned as he walked and complained, "In the end, we stayed up all night until morning." Melon was displeased to hear that. She reminded Dick to do his summer homework early next time. Seeing Dick, Simon, Melon, and Cammy approaching from a distance, Jay shouted loudly, "Hey, there's Melon, Cindy." At that moment, she who was right beside him also smiled brightly and said, "Simon." When they met, Diem admired Melon. "What happened? You got prettier after the vacation. Look at that luscious hair." She shrugged and replied to her words, "Thanks for the compliment." Then Diem covered her mouth with her hand and said in a small voice, "I'm a little jealous of you." Melon was slightly puzzled and asked back, "What?" Then she quickly explained the reason. "Our group is all girls, but you get to hang out with 2 boys." Hearing that, Melon shouted loudly, "What are you talking about?" Diem ignored her expression and nudged Melon's arm. She asked pointedly, "Just whisper it to me." "Who is it?" Melon was now extremely flustered, glancing around furtively as she scolded, "Stop it, people will get the wrong idea if they hear you." She paid no mind and asked back, "2 little birds." Seeing that, Melon's expression hardened. She threatened Diem in a cold voice, "Do you want to die?" Diem didn't care and continued, "If you need help, just tell me." Hearing that, she immediately turned her head and rebuked her, "Stop talking nonsense and mind your own business." Despite Melon's evasiveness, Diem, as if on a high, pressed on relentlessly, "It's Hector, right, if you're really serious." They were so excited they didn't even notice when Cindy came over. She questioned, "What? Melon likes Hector?" Then Cindy shook her head, indicating she was not satisfied with this information. She told Melon, "You sure have interesting taste." Sensing Cindy's sarcastic intent, Melon threatened loudly, "Do you want me to turn you into an eternal spirit?" In contrast to the tense atmosphere here, the mood on Simon and Cammy's side was very lyrical. Cammy clasped her hands and boasted excitedly, "This is my first time riding a scale whale." Simon was a bit curious and asked her, "Then what did you ride for the opening ceremony?" Cammy quickly answered, "A giant eagle from Carlos carried the last group." Saying this, Cammy was lost in reminiscence. "At that time I was sitting inside a building and that bird lifted the entire building and just dropped it on Loke Island." Hearing that, Simon gently told her, "It's similar to this scale whale below. Once we get on the ship, the whale will come and take us." Cammy let out a sound of admiration upon seeing it. Suddenly a crow flew past them. The crow warned in a low voice, "Stop chattering and everyone get back to your positions." After waiting for the crow to leave, Dick whispered to Simon, "Did you see that? A crow." Then he rested his chin on his hand and said, deep in thought, "This time it wasn't a professor but a crow. Isn't that a little strange?" Hearing that, Cammy immediately retorted, "That's impossible." On the crow's side, his subordinate was reporting politely, "Agent, we will arrive in 5 minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, the crow's eyes turned red. His hands and body were instantly enveloped in a red aura. Then the entire ship was quickly covered in a red membrane. Once the preparations were complete, an announcement blared for all passengers to return to their seats. Immediately, the ship headed out to sea, cutting straight through the rough waves. Suddenly, a giant whale breached the water's surface. Sea water splashed everywhere from its appearance. The whale charged towards the ship, baring its giant teeth ready to swallow it. Very quickly, the ship was sucked into the whale's stomach. Thanks to that, the passengers on board were also able to witness the scenery of the deep sea. Cammy asked worriedly, "We're inside a whale now, don't worry." Melon immediately encouraged her, "It's just disguised and diving." Before long, Dick turned around and said excitedly, "Get ready. The view after we get out of the whale's stomach is what's worth looking forward to." Cammy was surprised to hear that and repeated his words. "A view worth looking forward to," Dick explained to her. "The ship will be shot out of the whale's blowhole, and then it'll fall straight into Kizen from a height of 1,000 meters. Seeing Cammy was scared, Melon mercilessly hit Dick and scolded him loudly, "Stop scaring the kid for no reason and just go to sleep." Then Melon changed the subject. "I heard the second semester after the integration will be run as a military program, but I don't know what it will actually be like," she added thoughtfully. "Before the vacation, the atmosphere was tense and on the verge of breaking, but now it's quiet again." After listening, Cammy replied, "Yeah, what do you think happened?" At this time, Dick had already turned completely toward them. He guessed, "I heard the Holy Federation is in chaos. It seems to be because of a cult called the Blood Heaven sect." Then Dick raised his voice and said, "I also heard that those bastards are trying to overthrow the entire Federation." Listening to their discussion, Simon couldn't help but be lost in thought. Thinking of his friends, he resolved to himself, "Everyone, I'll see you soon." Before he had time to reminisce further, a vibration occurred. Simon furrowed his brow in displeasure at the violent shaking. Then the students were quickly pushed out of the ship and pulled up to the surface of the water. Mixed in with the screams were their doubtful voices, words like why there was no announcement, that something was very strange. Simon gradually regained consciousness after that. At that moment he was lying on the sand. The surrounding sea was stained red. Feeling unwell, Simon couldn't help but groan. He rubbed his forehead and slowly stood up. Having recovered somewhat, Simon looked around and called out, Is anyone here? He tapped his head in displeasure, trying to clear his mind. At first, Simon discovered something and his eyes widened in surprise. He was isolated in a strange space. The blue sea stained red and pieces of the ship were scattered around, he said doubtfully. Seawater? So Simon tried to find the cause. The more he looked, the more surprised he became, and soon, as if realizing something, his eyes widened and he stared. The giant whale, which had been ferocious just moments ago, had now departed this world forever. At this sight, Simon was so shocked he couldn't move. The area around the whale was enveloped in a red light, creating a tragic scene. Simon stared with wide eyes, then blankly said in a loud voice, "What in the world happened here?" Simon slowly got up, his outer clothes and shoes soaked. He was lost in thought, reasoning. Then he walked towards the forest and observed for a while. Simon guessed at the vegetation of this steep island. Then Simon quickly came to a conclusion. Could it be that a deep-sea creature was attacked and washed ashore? Thinking this far, he lifted his outer clothes and thought, the protective magic that should be on the uniform is gone now. Once his clothes were dry, Simon quickly put them on and thought about his next plan. First, I need to find survivors. But just as Simon was about to leave, a strange, jarring sound suddenly came from behind him, forcing him to turn his head. Suddenly, a giant monster stood behind him, raising its 2 hands to attack Simon. Seeing it, Simon exclaimed in surprise, "A monster made of primordial matter." As soon as Simon finished speaking, the monster charged at him. It ferociously aimed its sharp claws at Simon. Simon, not flustered in the slightest, very quickly used magic. Simon commanded in a loud voice, "Appear." Following his hand, another skeleton appeared. It had a tattered appearance, as if intending to take a person's life. At that moment, Simon was analyzing and dissecting the problem, quickly thinking of a way to save himself. He thought to himself, "Primordial matter is an ancient relic that creates monsters based on the user's energy." Thinking this far, Simon inwardly compared the monster's appearance to when he was attacked by phlegm. The more he thought, the more his anger surged. He clenched his fists and guessed in anger, "This means someone is recreating them with holy power." At that moment, the scene of countless chaotic ghosts being captured came to Simon's mind. If his guess was correct, he shouted loudly. Then Simon glared ahead with furious eyes. He gritted his teeth and added, "If that's the case, you're truly wicked bastards." At this time, Vangelos was slowly observing Simon from afar. His every gesture and word were all captured on the screen. Suddenly, Simon's voice echoed, "If my guess is correct, you are truly demons." He raised his wineglass and admitted frankly, "Yes, we are the ones." Then Vangelos observed the other students more and said to Tavian, "You applied for admission knowing the truth, didn't you?" He answered right away, "You forced me to, Lord Vangelos." The screening for 948 new Kizen students had begun. Just then, voices came from the screen again. Students continued to shout. Some were puzzled. "Where is this?" some shouted. "No, I don't want to come in here." Vangelos saw that and shouted in a loud voice, Now, how much longer are you going to moan while wearing those dignified uniforms? If you don't want to die, get a grip and fight." He evaluated thoughtfully. "You'll face far more terrible things on a real battlefield. Kids who can't even endure this much." Saying this far, Vangelos commented delinquently, "Don't deserve to remain at Kizen." A moment later, Dick's voice came from the screen. He directed everyone, "All right, listen carefully to my explanation." Then Dick raised his voice and analyzed, "If you have a brain, think carefully. What did the professor announce? They said the second semester would be run as a military program." A student heard his words and retorted, "That might be true, but this is too much." Another female student continued, "Right, even for Kizen Academy." Others also seemed to disagree with Dick's opinion. They raised their voices to make excuses. "This isn't a simulation, it's a real situation." Faced with everyone's strong rejection, Dick said as if it were a headache, "Hey, everyone get a grip." Then he tried to wake his friends up. "It seems everyone is too shocked to think, but the goal of this test is very clear." Then Dick looked at the monsters and said, "It's about facing psychological trauma head-on." Saying this far, he reminded everyone in a stern voice, "And what was the most important assignment from the last vacation?" The male student from before answered right away, "War with the clerics." The female student quickly added, "A competitive spirit." Dick, sitting and fiddling with a net, nodded and replied, "Exactly. And now I'll show you the proof." As soon as he finished speaking, Dick threw the net, sending it flying to the other side of the dense forest. His net quickly snagged one of the surveillance cameras installed there. Dick's friends were surprised to see it. They exclaimed in unison, "A surveillance camera." Then he approached the camera, smiled, and said, "I heard this equipment is very expensive." As Dick raised a rock as if to smash the surveillance camera, a warning sounded, "Do not damage the surveillance cameras during the screening." After hearing that, Dick said loudly to his friends, "See, you don't want to get sent back without even setting foot in a classroom on the first day of the semester, do you?" The students understood after hearing his words. At that moment, all of their reactions were caught in Vangelos' sight. He commented, "There's nothing easier to control than a crowd terrified by fear." Dick smiled delinquently and said to them, "So from now on, trust me." At that moment he thought happily to himself, "Welcome my pawns." Then Vangelos snorted and said, "That kid's abilities are so-so, but his reflexes are praiseworthy." Then he nodded and praised him. "Good, a necromancer should at least be at that level." Before long, Vangelos turned his head and said to Tavian beside him, "Display the special admission students on the screen." He quickly followed the order. Yes, the screen very quickly connected to the area where those students were, and Satyr Mayor was shown defeating a monster. Facing this situation, he subdued 2 monsters as if it were child's play. making them die of fright. Then the screen turned to the second special admission student. Confidence was evident on her face, and she wasn't the least bit afraid of the current chaotic situation. At times she winked at her opponent as if everything was under her control. Meanwhile, Simon's side wasn't as leisurely as hers and had to fight fiercely with the monster. He guessed to himself, I should ignore the small fries and take a shortcut to Kizen. Then Simon quickly slipped past the monsters, he thought to himself, whether this is a test or a real situation. Before long he reached a cliff, and next to it was a dark abyss. Simon jumped without hesitation. He intended to end this madness as quickly as possible. The scene of Simon boldly jumping into the deep cliff was all captured on the screen. Vangelos observed and said, as expected, there's always an outstanding one everywhere. Then he gave an order. The leading 5, including Simon Palentia, they will have to prepare for the next challenge. Tavian quickly received the order and answered, yes, understood. Saying this far, Vangelos laughed loudly. He said as if watching an interesting play. Good this time. Then he quickly said his thoughts. Let's see how they deal with it. Meanwhile, on Simon's side, he quietly observed the monsters and came to a conclusion. Defeating all of them is a waste of time. Then Simon took out a mud golem and analyzed it thoughtfully. Usually undead are very weak to holy attribute magic, but he then calculated, since golems are made of natural materials, not corpses, they hold up quite well even when facing holy attribute magic. Simon concentrated, trying to predict all the possibilities that could befall him. After a moment's thought, he decided to summon the mud golem with all his strength. In an instant, a warship appeared. It shone with a golden light, radiating within a space. Simon observed it thoughtfully, then demanded in a loud voice, charge. As soon as he finished speaking, Simon quickly boarded the warship and hurriedly used it to move to another location. The monsters, seeing he was about to leave, immediately rushed in, their eyes wide and mouths open as if to chew him alive. Seeing that, Simon urged himself inwardly, faster, I need to pick up the pace. Thinking this far, Simon quickly steered the warship and slipped past their bodies. Before long he succeeded in his plan. The monsters were left frozen in surprise in Simon's wake. Having left them far behind, Simon sneered and taunted them. I'm going first. A moment later, Simon entered a city, but the streets were empty, without a shadow of a person. Seeing that, he exclaimed, there's no one on Rochester Street. Something is really strange. Then Simon decided to move forward. Just a little further and I can reach Kizen. Just then, Simon felt an ominous presence. He looked up at a tall building and discovered 2 large beams of light shining straight at him. Simon reacted quickly to resist the impending danger. Only after luckily dodging it did he have the leisure to discern what it was. Then he exclaimed in surprise. The assassination attempt was carried out by Tun and Evander. Tun said angrily, death to the enemies of God. Evander also quickly added, judgment upon the filthy one, the heretic. Then they continued to rain down holy arrows to attack Simon. Countless holy arrows were fired to finish him off. Facing their pursuit, Simon hurriedly used the warship to move far away. The sound of the engine and the holy arrows continued to echo, creating a chaotic scene at that moment. Simon was surprised and said in disbelief, no way, why did priests show up here? From a high place, Tun and Evander were also observing the situation thoughtfully with cold faces. A moment later they decided to leave and used magic to fly to another place. But just then, beige auras suddenly flew to another place and began to fight against the people next to them. People were quickly injured by it. They painfully trampled each other amidst Tun and Evander's surprise. A few seconds later an explosion occurred and was all captured on the surveillance camera, and Vangelos praised the terrible sight with admiration. Very good. Then he excitedly raised his voice and shouted, this is the sight I've been waiting for. Right after that, Tavian, who was next to Vangelos, announced loudly, Dean Sattermayer will soon arrive in Rochester. After hearing that, he laughed loudly and said to him, good, mobilize all the priests and stop Simon Palentia. He was surprised to see that and couldn't believe it. He hurriedly asked back, are you serious? Vangelos ignored Tavian's reaction and hurriedly urged him on, it doesn't matter who it is, since so many important figures have gathered, shouldn't we show them a memorable performance? Saying this far, he smiled a satisfied, cunning smile. Vangelos's eyes were fixed on the screen as if waiting for an interesting play, but when he didn't move after a long while he shouted in anger, what, why aren't you acting immediately? Suddenly, at that moment a voice echoed in Vangelos's ear. He quickly turned his eyes to follow it. Realizing it was Bahin's voice, he exclaimed in surprise, Bahin. Seeing his arrogant attitude and the subdued, frozen Tavian, a moment later he frowned and said to him, a professor dares to interfere in a test hosted by the Kizen headquarters. Do you want to cause a controversy over this? Bahin smiled and replied, I am participating in this matter not as a professor but as a crow. The order you just gave is a wicked one. Senior, isn't it too cowardly to discuss fairness here? Realizing his sarcastic intent, Vangelos's face hardened and he spat out a word in a low voice. Hey, the atmosphere grew heavy, and both sides were on the verge of clashing. Then Vangelos furiously stared straight at him and scolded. Are you really crazy? He warned in a low voice. Do you have the courage to do this because you're a Kizen professor and Neptes is lenient? As soon as Vangelos finished speaking, a chilling aura enveloped the entire space. Before long Bahin gritted his teeth and threatened him. I'll say it again, do not touch what is mine. Unable to tolerate Bahin's arrogance, Vangelos aimed his magic staff straight at him. At that moment, Simon's figure was on the screen. He said in surprise, "What, that kid is your disciple? Then you should have said so earlier." Bahin, ignoring Vangelos' attitude, closed his eyes and released the magic he had cast on the young man. When it was done, Bahin glanced at the screen. He smiled ambiguously and said, "Not yet." Vangelos was puzzled by those words. "Then why did you come here? You're the type who's not satisfied until you get what you want," he continued. "As soon as you became a professor, you latched onto a female student majoring in toxicology and finally made her your direct disciple." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "You must mean Kiko." Bahin boasted as if lost in reminiscence, "She's my assistant now. A truly talented child." Vangelos watched him and asked with a smile, "What's your secret to always getting the best students? Do you cast a curse on them without anyone knowing?" He shook his head lightly and said, "You can't win the heart of a child Dean Neptes is watching over by recklessly casting a curse. That's absurd." At this time, Bahin added as if lost in thought, "In the first place, I don't want to obtain someone through a curse." Hearing that, he made a sound as if intrigued. Bahin thought of Simon and analyzed, "A genius is a complex existence. It's formed by the combination of many things like intellect, experience, values, personality, and family education. A genius only appears when all elements achieve a special balance," he asserted with a cold face. "There's no reason to ruin such a masterpiece by casting a curse on it." A moment later, Bahin smiled roguishly and said, "I don't want to teach a puppet. I want to teach a person. I want them to follow and believe in me sincerely." He gritted his teeth and continued, "I want them to respect me sincerely, to understand my philosophy and will deep in their hearts. I want a disciple who can freely discuss the essence of the world with me." As Vangelos watched and listened to Bahin speak, his face couldn't help but darken. He cursed him inwardly in anger. This bastard. This strange atmosphere was quickly broken by the loud shout of the young man Simon Palentia. He had entered the final stage. Vangelos saw that and said coldly, "I was going to go easy on him since he's your favorite, but not even I, the general director, can intervene in the final stage." Bahin, not the least bit afraid, smiled and said, "He's a genius who will become my most cherished disciple. Do you think he can't pass a mere gateway like that?" Hearing that, he immediately asked him back, "The main gate of Kizen is right in front of him." At that moment, on Simon's side, he was trying his best to deal with the danger using his warship. As he went, he thought to himself, "The main gate of Kizen is right in front of me." Suddenly, a holy arrow flew straight towards Simon's warship. He was slightly surprised, not having had time to prepare for this situation. So right after that, Simon was knocked away. His warship was also destroyed because of it. In front of this chaotic situation, Simon fell to the ground, unable to hold back a groan of pain. Raphael observed Simon for a long time, then slowly opened his mouth. "Young necromancer, you can go no further." Simon didn't know whose voice it was at that time, but he gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing the words. But he was soon extremely surprised. Simon frantically called the person's name in his mind. "Priest." Simon struggled to lift his pained body. He assessed that he was stronger than any priest he had ever met. Then he thought to himself, "I think my right arm is broken and I can't use recovery magic here." Raphael saw that and warned him calmly, "If you want to live, turn back now." Simon, not the least bit afraid, resolutely asserted that he couldn't, and at the same time quickly sent out the monsters he had subjugated. At the same time, bone fragments lipped onto his body as Simon had planned. Once he was fully clad in bone armor, Simon had a grim face. He said to him in a loud voice, "Step aside." Simon was lost in thought, calculating in his head. "Since I can heal my broken left arm with the bone armor, let's give it a try." A moment later, Raphael fluttered the fan in his hand. He said calmly, "Do you know that running away is also a form of courage?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drew his holy sword. A dazzling golden light emanated from the entire blade. Then Raphael pointed his sword at Simon and spat out contemptuously, "Are you so foolish that you can't feel the difference in our levels?" The dramatic scene, with both sides on the verge of a clash, was all captured on the screen. Bahin and Vangelos were also deep in thought. Both were making their own calculations in their minds. At that time, the situation on Simon's side was extremely tense. Raphael, not holding back at all, provoked him in a low voice, "Then come and see for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Simon and all his monsters charged fiercely. They rushed at Raphael madly. Just as they were about to achieve their goal, he moved. Raphael quickly swung his sword at the monsters, and they were sent flying far away in pain. Simon judged the situation as he fought. Was the surprise attack a feint? Then he quickly leaned his body, gathered his strength, and attacked him. But Raphael was faster. He kicked Simon directly in the back. He was in extreme pain. As Simon tumbled to the ground, he leisurely swung his sword and flew up. Simon writhed in pain, lying on the dusty floor. He couldn't help but groan. Raphael quickly used magic to create a golden barrier and condemned him. "Your movements are too wide." After speaking, he unleashed a fatal attack, trying to end Simon's life. Simon had no intention of just lying there and accepting defeat. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to get up and dodge. Fortunately, he safely avoided the rain of bullets, saving his own life. Seeing the terrible scene of ruins before him, Simon muttered to himself, "If I had been hit by that." Raphael was furious to see he was still unharmed. He continued to attack Simon and said in a threatening voice, "It's not over yet." At this time, he released countless auras. They were so dense that they covered the entire space. In the face of Raphael's fierce onslaught, Simon quickly dodged. Explosions occurred wherever the auras landed. Vangelos and Bahin were still watching them. Seeing Simon's plight, Vangelos said intentionally, "It's over." At this time, Simon's bone armor was shattered by Raphael's attack. His clothes were tattered and covered in dust. Seeing his difficult situation, he thought to himself, the main target was missed, but isn't this a bit much? While Raphael was still lost in thought, Simon was slowly getting up. He was deep in thought for a long time. Then Simon quickly realized something strange. He was startled and thought to himself, my broken bones have all healed. It doesn't hurt at all. Simon frowned and slowly stood up. He thought to himself, but if this is a Kizen test, they must be watching us, so that would be good. Thinking this far, Simon said to Raphael in a loud voice, this time it's my turn. Raphael saw that and evaluated him inwardly. His will to fight hasn't been broken at all, even after taking a holy attribute attack. As soon as Simon finished speaking, he cast a spell to create skeletons, deciding to counterattack him. But this had no effect on Raphael. He quickly swung his sword and cut through their bodies. A moment later, Raphael completely subdued them without any worry. Right at this moment, Simon quickly cast another spell. He shouted loudly, open. Following his hand, countless overlord bone nails shot out. They aimed straight for Raphael. He then quickly threw his sword down to the ground, creating a small aura circle. Unlike before, this time Raphael successfully and quickly countered Simon's attack. Some of the bone nails even flew towards his magic circle, making Simon surprised and worried. Seeing that, Raphael opened his mouth and said, it was good that you forced me into a situation where I couldn't dodge, but it's not a suitable tactic for dealing with a priest. Then he calmly exposed Simon. And the reason you're talking so much is to draw my attention, Raphael said bluntly. It must be because of the corpses you secretly smuggled out earlier. When do you plan to use them? Seeing his inner thoughts exposed, Simon thought to himself, did he see through everything? But he still pretended to be calm and said, even if you're strong enough to attack Kizen. After saying this, he said in a loud voice, but you have a weakness too. He was surprised to hear that and asked back, what did you say? Noticing the surprise that appeared on Raphael's face, he smiled coldly, not letting him quickly satisfy his curiosity. A moment later, Simon slowly uttered a few words. Your understanding of the terrain here, he slowly added. Kizen was built on a mountain, so the ground here is very unstable. On rainy days, the soil washes away and the roads become muddy. They reinforced it by building wooden fences along the stones. But what if I destroy that? Right at this moment, taking advantage of Raphael's carelessness, Simon's monster was aiming to destroy that wall, and he smiled confidently at them and commanded, explode. At the same time the sound echoed, Priest Raphael began to turn his body. He had to take the impact before he could even react. The towering wall was shattered in an instant. Raphael was at a loss for words as he witnessed the whole event. He was so surprised that he couldn't do anything. Just before the wall collapsed on Raphael, he quickly cast a spell to save himself. Taking that opportunity, Simon quickly turned his body, used magic, and flew to another place. Then he hurriedly threw the mud golem, intending to quickly turn it into a warship and get away. The moment it landed, a loud sound echoed in the middle of the mud. Simon commanded, summon golem. Instantly, the magnificent warship appeared again. Seeing that, Simon immediately got on and steered it down the steep rocky mountain. Raphael saw that and laughed loudly. He said cheerfully, I won this time. Simon paid no mind to Raphael's triumphant face. He rushed madly towards the castle gate. As soon as he was out of the gate, he let out a sigh of relief and rejoiced inwardly, I did it. But Simon's joy was short-lived. It soon turned to astonishment. In front of him was a stadium, and every expression on his face was extremely magnified. The cheers of thousands of spectators echoed, and Simon exclaimed in surprise, what is this? At the same time, an award staff member approached Simon and placed a congratulatory wreath on him. Vangelos was watching Simon on the screen at this time and praised him with admiration. This kid is quite something, he said, to be able to handle it like this even after taking a holy attribute attack head-on. Seeing Bahin leaving, Vangelos asked, aren't you going to watch more? He smiled arrogantly and answered, I have no interest in any student other than Simon Palentia. Hearing that, he turned his body and threw out a word, you're not even interested in watching the students? At that moment the screen quickly turned to Hector, who was flying down in the form of a dragon. He quickly passed through the monsters, giving them no time to react. While he was still in the air, someone suddenly called him, Hector. It was his classmate. Someone raised their voice to give their location. Hector, over here. Someone else continued to plead, save me. A friend quickly extended a hand for help to Hector, but as he flew past, the friend was extremely surprised. Hector gritted his teeth and thought, sorry, but this is strictly a Kizen test. He was lost in thought. The Holy Federation has no reason to attack Kizen at this point after the internal turmoil of the Blood Heaven sect, and Neptes wouldn't let an invasion happen a second time. Then he flew over the lake and immediately made a judgment. A transparent black flow is spread over the stadium like a shield. This must be an illusion. Thinking that, he quickly rushed forward, thinking triumphantly, I am the one, the heir of the Moraes family. As he got closer to the lake, he became more confident in his mind. I will take first place this time. The moment he landed, Hector struck a majestic pose. He stood up and smiled contentedly at the thought he had created. But no matter how long Hector waited, no one praised him. Hector, with a blank face, followed the gazes of the crowd. When he realized what had made everyone cheer, Hector's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth in anger. Because at that moment, Simon was being shown on the screen. His face was full of confidence and pride. Seeing Simon's happy appearance, Hector couldn't bear it, and his anger grew even more intense. The TV screen was showing the award ceremony scene. At that moment the crowd was eagerly cheering for the appearance of Sattermayer. A voice echoed from the TV again, Sattermayer has come in third, but Simon and Sally didn't seem very interested in that, because at that time, Sally was busy bandaging Simon's hand. A moment later, Sally asked after his well-being. You must have been really surprised, right? I went through something like this when I was at Kizen too. It was a really unpleasant feeling back then. She was lost in thought and continued. The reason for holding a test so publicly is to show off to those who doubt Kizen's authority. Sally confessed as she reminisced. Despite the terrorist incident, Kizen is still the strongest academy. This also proves that the related students are not threatened and trembling in fear. Then she looked straight at Simon and said, the test was so fierce that even the audience was shocked. Sally continued to talk with Simon. When you entered the stands, they cheered because they were genuinely worried about you. Because you fought with your life on the line. Along with her sigh, the sound of the TV was heard. The host announced, Student Melon from the Ivory Tower is coming in. As soon as Melon entered, she shouted in anger, Hey, are you kidding me? This damn Kizen. Not getting a satisfactory answer, she cursed even louder. Are you guys still human? Hey, are you trying to kill your students? A reporter saw her and quickly connected the story. As expected of the Ivory Tower, truly worthy of its reputation. A big round of applause for Melon Violin, please. Melon, could you share your thoughts on passing the test with such a high rank? Melon, with a microphone in her hand, returned to her ladylike appearance. She answered softly, Hello, I am Melon Violin, a first-year Class A student at Kizen. At that time, her image began to be broadcast on the large screen. Melon's voice echoed again. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Kizen for the knowledge that helped me become a necromancer who can handle real combat situations. A moment later, after the announcement ended, she said annoyingly, Damn it, giving a speech is so hard. Simon approached her at that moment and encouraged her. I saw your interview. As expected of Melon, a learned person is different. Hearing that, Melon answered shyly, You saw it too. She started a conversation. Simon, what rank are you? Simon quickly boasted to her. First place. Not far from them, Hector was angry and his anger was boiling. Hector gritted his teeth and cursed. Simon Palentia. Seeing that, Melon smiled as if she had realized something. Simon Palentia, no wonder Hector was angry. Then she told Simon to set that aside. When you first saw the holy water made from prima materia, weren't you angry? Don't you think it's too cruel? Simon was lost in thought and answered, Yeah, it's too cruel. Melon then shook her head and shuddered. I agree, I've been in a bad mood since the first day of school. At that time, Cammy also returned. Seeing the two from a distance, Cammy quickly waved her hand and called out, Simon Melon. Simon heard Cammy's voice and quickly turned around. Smiled at her. Good job, Cammy. Hearing that, Cammy's eyes welled up with tears as she replied, I'm so happy I can keep studying with you all. The other friends also praised her at this time. Cammy, thank you so much for today. Cammy smiled brightly and said to them, You're welcome. Thanks everyone. See you at the opening ceremony. As things wrapped up and everyone dispersed, Cammy hurried over to hug Melon. Melon said to her gently, Let's go get you treated before it scars. Cammy happily agreed. Yes, at that moment Simon said to them, You two go ahead, I'll wait for Dick to arrive and go later. A short while later, Simon and Dick were soaking in a comfortable bathtub, and he let out a satisfied sigh. This really gets rid of the fatigue. Simon saw that and said, It's a good thing you weren't badly hurt. Hearing that, Dick boasted proudly, Because I'm the leader. Saying this, he gave a cold smile and said, The feeling of ordering those noble masters around was really thrilling. They're the ones who usually look down on commoners like me. Sensing Dick's resentment, Simon just smiled helplessly. After finishing their bath, the two went to get their clothes. Dick said excitedly, I heard the hell whale is safe. They said it was a large-scale illusion created by the crows. Hearing that, he replied, Really? That's a relief then. Standing in front of the closet, Simon asked curiously, But I heard the priests from the test weren't illusions. What really happened? Dick answered him. There's a rumor that they were priests who betrayed the Dark Magic Alliance. It must be something like that. Suddenly, he noticed the uniforms had changed. Dick exclaimed loudly, They gave us new uniforms. Simon quickly changed, and he too couldn't help but be impressed. It smells nice. Coming out of the bathroom, Dick held up a notebook and said, I heard the new uniform has better resistance to holy attributes. Do we have to wear this right away? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, a loud argument could be heard from the school's main gate. What kind of school takes away a student's uniform on the first day of the semester? Dick saw it and asked, What's going on over there? He quickly added, I think there's a kid from our class there too. Despite their argument, the guard still said coldly that outsiders were not allowed in. Hearing that, Ron shouted in frustration, Outsider, are you calling me an outsider now? The students gathered at the school didn't forget to be sarcastic at the sight. How pitiful, another person mocked. He must have thought he was something special just because his father is a count, and they smiled brightly watching his pain. He should have just left quietly. He would have lived well even without being a necromancer. Unable to endure such harsh insults, Ron shouted in anger, You guys couldn't say a word during class. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, shocking the two guards. He's gone. Where did he go? By then, he had already turned invisible and was floating in the air. Ron smiled, deciding to get revenge on them one by one. But before long, Assistant Arista quickly grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. She gradually reappeared from her invisible state and warned Ron in a cold voice, You shouldn't do this. Seeing her, he was startled and said, Assistant Arista. Ah, and he shouted loudly, It's Ron, the student you favored who got a 90 on the necromancy summoning exam. At that moment, soldiers quickly came out and seized Ron. One of them said to him, You are no longer a part of Kizen. I will escort you out. Frustrated, the young man continued to ask her for help. "Assistant, please call Professor Amber." Receiving no answer, Ron teared up and protested. "What kind of comedy is this? I'm a top student and you're kicking me out, ruining someone's spirit with such despicable methods." This commotion made the school so noisy that even Bahin found out, he asked in a loud voice. "What's all this commotion?" Seeing him, Assistant Arista's eyes widened in surprise, and only after a moment did she react and blurt out, "Professor Bahin." Bahin nonchalantly stuck his hands in his pockets, coldly observing the situation before him and directly showing his displeasure. As if he had found a savior, he reported to Bahin in a loud voice, "Professor, do you remember me? It's Ron from Class B." Seeing that, he kindly said that of course he remembered. "Ron, I'm the professor for Class B." A lifeline having been lowered, Ron sobbed and pleaded, "Please help me, there must be some mistake. How can I be kicked out of Kizen?" "If you would just say a word, Professor." Before he could finish, Bahin interjected, "You are a rather excellent student. If this second integrated semester were like usual, you might have lasted for a while." Hearing that, Ron's face brightened and he agreed loudly, "Yes, that's right, then I still—" But once again, Bahin cut him off. He uttered a word with a grim face, "But what's more important?" That voice was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky to Ron. For a moment the young man was so shocked he couldn't speak. Bahin's voice echoed again. "A necromancer who can't fight against a priest has no value at Kizen," he continued, lost in thought. With everyone, including Dick and Simon, watching, no matter how outstanding, an army under a commander who breaks out in a sweat just at the sight of holy power is nothing but prey on the battlefield. Saying this, Bahin revealed a wicked face. He slowly passed judgment. "Truly," Bahin finished in a cold voice, "expelling you from here is saving countless lives." Seeing this scene, Dick blurted out in surprise, "That's really cruel." Meanwhile, he was completely speechless, accepting his fate of being expelled. The students who were chattering earlier were now lost in thought. At this time, Bahin turned toward them and warned in a loud voice, "Mocking the loser is the right of the victor. But there is nothing more pathetic than laughing at another's misfortune without skill or qualification just because you think they deserve it." Then he started to leave, not forgetting to remind Arista, "Assistant Arista, do you intend to make me, a professor, step in personally to handle such trivial matters?" Sensing Bahin's displeasure, she immediately bowed her head and admitted her fault. "I'm sorry." A short while later, Bahin said, "I'll send Ron to the Moran Public Undead Summoning School." Then he looked up at the sky and said, "Ron has quite a bit of talent. Moran will surely accept him." Ignoring her touched expression, Bahin continued to speak, "Whether he becomes Moran's top student and returns to Kizen after that, or collapses as he is, that's up to him." As he finished speaking, fallen leaves scattered, creating an extremely poetic scene. At this time, Bahin also waved and left, and Arista politely bowed to him. "Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much." Dick, who had been observing them for a long time, said in admiration, "What terrifying charisma. The way he manipulates people's emotions is no joke." A short while later, the new semester began again, and an announcement echoed throughout the auditorium. "The opening ceremony will now begin. All students, please gather in the auditorium." At this time, the spacious auditorium was already filled with students. Everyone had their own story. Dick was no exception. He opened his mouth. "Coming here again reminds me of the entrance ceremony." Simon heard that and nodded. "Yeah." Soon after, Aaron quickly began his speech, opening the ceremony. "Congratulations on passing the opening exam. I am very happy to be able to start the new semester safely with all of you." And he took out a small bead and said, "Now, I will explain the test you all participated in." Immediately, a screen appeared. Aaron added, "The Black Magic Aptitude Test is the most important program that will run throughout this second integrated semester." Amidst the interested gazes of the students, Aaron added, "The BMAT is divided into 5 types of tests. You will enter 5 different battlefields to be evaluated as undead summoning agents. The opening exam you just took belongs to one of those 5 types." Then he analyzed it in more detail. The themes of this test were holy attribute control, mental management, and overcoming. Soon after, Aaron reminded them of the rules for each of the 5 tests. In each of the 5 tests, the 50 students with the lowest scores will be immediately expelled. A minimum of 250 students will be eliminated. Saying this, he warned solemnly, "I'm telling you in advance, the tests will be very different. Not only 50 people, but anyone who fails to meet the standard will be eliminated." As Aaron finished his speech, James raised her hand to speak. He asked, "James Victoria, what is it?" She stood up and said confidently, "James Victoria from Class A, I would like to ask when the test themes will be announced." Hearing that, Aaron replied coldly, "There will be no announcement." He added amidst the students' surprise and confusion, "You must figure out the test themes yourselves." Aaron continued to inform them. Class content, ability evaluation topics, the flow of materials, rumors, legends, fairy tales. The professors will provide hints in various ways. Pay attention to every detail." Hearing that, Dick gave a sly smile and said, "An information war? This semester is going to be incredibly fun." On the stage, Aaron was still speaking. "Of course, false information and misleading rumors will also be spread everywhere." His words now seemed to contradict Dick's. "You must keep those rumors in mind, but the most important thing is still to improve your own skills." Then Aaron said briskly, "Now before we begin the opening ceremony, we will begin the second integrated semester. I will now introduce the new professors who will be joining us." As he finished the introduction, 3 people entered. Aaron quickly said, "The 3 professors, please come forward." As Banterhan took the podium, Aaron introduced him. On the recommendation of Professor Silic, who is currently on a mission, this is Professor Banter Han. He will be in charge of the hematology class, and Banter spoke into the microphone. Hello everyone. I am Banter Han. The entire auditorium grew noisy once again. Everyone admired his dignified presence. After a moment he said modestly, compared to Professor Silic, my abilities are still very lacking, but I will do my best. As Banter finished his speech, Aaron continued, next is the sacred guardian professor we have brought here with great difficulty. He introduced him carefully. This is Professor Raphael, the chairman of the Demigod Federation Association and a former bishop of Ethnal. At these words the entire auditorium suddenly fell silent. Everyone listened with utmost concentration. A short while later Raphael turned his palm upward. He was about to cast a spell. Then a fierce flame ignited in his palm. Raphael was not the least bit worried at this time. On the contrary, the entire auditorium began to buzz. The students sitting in the front rows were terrified and trembled in fear. Amidst the chaotic noise, Raphael spoke calmly. Ethnal sanctifies divinity, teaching that it is a power granted only to those chosen by the goddess. Then he spoke slowly. But if Ethnal is truly an organization that represents the goddess's will, how would you explain the divinity possessed by this old man who opposes Ethnal? And Raphael suddenly spoke in a stern voice. Listen carefully. The way Ethnal rules its people is a lie. They cover people's eyes and ears. No thought or knowledge other than Ethnal's doctrines can exist, leaving only a single lamp and a holy book in a dark room. It makes people conservative in their thoughts, souls, and values, Raphael warned in a stern voice. Those who doubt Ethnal's doctrines will be tortured and suppressed by fear. Then he looked around at the students and said, Ethnal distorts the true will of the gods, filling its own coffers and pursuing selfish desires by absolving sins. Having said this, Raphael promised, I will teach you how to fight against divinity based on my knowledge and experience. I hope that one day you will be able to drive out evil and save the innocent people of the Holy Federation. Hearing this speech, a female student couldn't help but be swayed. She opened her eyes wide, pondering the teacher's words, lost in thought. Like her, the entire auditorium was also filled with the buzzing of students at this time. After a moment, Raphael signaled to Aaron. He quickly nodded to show he understood the cue. Then Aaron took the microphone and said, and finally, I will introduce the professor who will be in charge of toxicology in place of Professor Lang. This is also someone we have taken great pains to bring here. As he spoke, Bioha appeared. Aaron introduced her to the students. This is Professor Bioha of Latin Socum Malad. She is the twin sister of Professor Hong Feng, whom you all know. She appeared with a captivating and mysterious look and quickly walked towards the podium. Simon was observing intently at this time, seemingly lost in thought. Bioha stood on the podium without saying anything, and Aaron gently prompted her. Professor. Just then a terrible thing happened at the opening ceremony, and the atmosphere turned cold as Bioha suddenly frowned and clutched the clothes on her chest. She lowered her head and clenched her teeth. A short while later, in front of everyone, Bioha roughly tore off her own jacket. Then she raised her head and without any dignity bared her teeth. She burst out in anger and shouted, Damn it, this is so annoying. A moment of silence passed. Bioha's face darkened and her breathing became heavy. Suddenly a roar erupted from her like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, shaking the entire space. Bioha's shout echoed through the surrounding space. Damn it, this is so annoying. Simon sat with his head in his hands and sighed as if he had nothing to say. Bioha stretched her arms refreshingly and said, Oh, that's much better. After that, the scene before them made everyone watching sigh. Aaron resolutely pulled at his tie and walked forward to take the microphone. Bioha gripped the microphone tightly, and a scream echoed as if tearing through space. Hey brats, I'm Bioha, she shouted. You all look so pathetic, gathered together wearing the same clothes, standing in the same posture. You look like a flock of sick chickens in a coop. Seeing you all just blinking makes me want to explode. Hector remained still with his arms crossed despite Bioha's shouting. How can you get inspiration and individuality when you only receive the same things in the same place? It's really not my style. Not at all. She clenched her fists, wanting to fight and win against any strong enemy. Become someone who is not defeated by any rules. Finally, Bioha's voice rang out resolutely. She concluded, Become a unique existence. A confident smile flashed across Bioha's face, sharp and challenging. And if you want to become the strongest, come to me. Aaron took the microphone back. Thank you, Professor Bioha. Please return to your seat. As soon as she came down, she pointed a finger confidently. Hey, did you see I almost cried on stage? Someone said in disgust. Please go back to your seat. It's too embarrassing, Aaron announced. This concludes the opening ceremony. Classes will begin tomorrow, he continued. Everyone must be tired from today's test, so rest in your dorms. Simon raised his hand and greeted everyone in a friendly manner. How's everyone? Pierre answered with his arms crossed. Are you okay? Lisbeth smiled and called him Commander. She immediately ran to Simon and hugged him tighty. I can't breathe. Lisbeth's eyes sparkled. I haven't seen you in 2 months. I thought my mouth would grow cobwebs, Commander, Simon reminded her. That's not how you use that proverb. He patted her head, looked at his palm and said, I'll call the prince too. A purple lightning bolt flashed like a mysterious sword blade. Piercing through the deep darkness, the prince arrived to witness the two of them hugging. What? Did you call me just to show me this? Simon approached and bumped fists with him, expressing his gratitude for his help in the Holy Federation. The prince replied, It was nothing. Then he lifted his head and asked with a puzzled look, What? That's it, Simon asked. What? The prince shouted, slapping his hands together in succession. If you're going to call me, you have to at least do the handshake. Give me your hand. You have to do the slaps and finish with the triple clap, Lisbeth teased. Isn't that the handshake you and Commander Richard were addicted to? He blushed. No, I made it up. Pierre, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Now tell us about the progress and the results. He held out his hand, looking at the three of them. Simon had told Pierre and Lisbeth about what happened in the Holy Federation. Light burst from Simon's hand, revealing the incident where he had unlocked the holy attribute and the priest's holy magic. He recalled how Pierre had gotten furiously angry every time he mentioned Lethe, and how Pierre had stared at him intently when he heard the story of wearing the crown on the holy train. He couldn't risk revealing what he had done with that crown. As Pierre suddenly opened his mouth with a serious expression, Lisbeth continued, "You mean a holy zombie?" Then her eyes sparkled. "Can't I become a holy Lisbeth too?" "What are you talking about?" the prince shouted. "You want to become a saintess, but you can't live without a man." She smacked his head. Simon just stared at his palm. Pierre and the zombies were sanctified, but I really don't know what happened. Pierre stepped in and separated the two. "Don't worry, that power will be needed in the war against the priests, so for now focus on black magic." He reached out and slightly opened a portal in space. "I have something to show everyone." The group entered the cave and a cold, damp air enveloped them. He spoke as he walked. "I participated in the Saintess incident last time and received a subspace from Lady Neptes." Pierre smiled in satisfaction. "I see, a dedicated space for operating the Legion. I really like that woman's preparedness," Simon continued. "Now let me introduce you to some friends who suit this space." Lisbeth pointed and introduced them. "These are the corpses of queen spiders. I went to the insect cemetery and brought them." Simon was surprised. "They're huge," she explained. "They can lay eggs, so we can greatly increase the number of spider corpses." He touched it and said, "Right, it's okay for them to multiply as much as they want in here." Seeing that Pierre wanted to say something, Simon asked, "Pierre, what is it?" He replied, "Let me tell you the story of when I went to the Forest of Screams." Pierre began his story. "The one who went to the Forest of Screams was an ancient undead, a former commander of the Legion." He continued. "Akamu's was the leader of the flying undead called Skullings, and he was the king of aerial combat." The prince was impressed. Even when the Legion was disbanded, Akamu said he had to understand Richard's will. Lisbeth also acknowledged that he was a loyal and chivalrous undead to the very end. Simon spoke and Pierre fell silent. "Then why didn't you bring him back?" He answered, "I did find him." The prince was puzzled. "Then why didn't you bring him?" Simon was shocked by Pierre's answer. "Because some other bastard snatched him from right in front of me." Hearing that, the prince couldn't contain his anger and shouted, "What bastard?" Without a change in expression, Pierre answered in a cold voice, "The 5th Corps commander." He said the name Magnus Alban. "That bastard was in the Forest of Screams too." Simon froze, his eyes wide with shock and horror. "Another Corps commander besides me?" "Yes." Simon's eyes widened and sweat of fear ran down his face. "Because some other bastard snatched him from right in front of me." Over here, the prince was also furious and shouted madly, "What bastard?" Pierre glanced to the side and recognized him immediately. He searched his memory and described the 5th Corps commander to Simon. A young man in a white cloak, his cunning-looking face slightly lowered. Magnus Alban. "That bastard was in the Forest of Screams too." Hearing this, he also grasped the situation to some extent. Simon immediately voiced his thoughts. "Then does that mean there's another Corps commander besides me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the prince seemed unable to suppress his emotions. He shouted madly, "That crazy bastard, is he out of his mind? There's an unwritten rule that you don't touch another Legion's undead." Pierre looked ahead and speculated. Magnus probably thought the 7th Traitor Legion was completely gone. His real motive must be to steal the undead of the Master of the Great Void. Standing between the three quiet people, the prince suddenly tore at his hair and shouted madly, "This is war, I tell you." "War?" The prince looked like he was about to explode, grabbing his collar and shaking him continuously. "Simon, prepare the land of death for a situation like this. If you just give the order." Simon suppressed his anger and hurriedly calmed him down. "Calm down, your highness." Pierre's next words from the side made him freeze for a few seconds. "Even if we mobilize all our firepower right now, we can't beat Magnus." The sight of him looking back was utterly terrifying. Besides, Magnus sensed my presence. The image of him dealing with Magnus's loyal subordinates with his sword flashed by. I annihilated his pursuit squad and escaped. He probably didn't recognize me as Pierre, but if he recognizes me who should have been completely annihilated, finishing the old story, Pierre asserted with a serious gaze, he will definitely try to make me his. Over here, Simon, who was listening to the story, agreed with Pierre's words. We almost handed Pierre over to that bastard's hands too, but Lisbeth had a different idea. She stated her logic. But even if he's a Corps commander, he can't just invade Loke Island, which is protected by the Witch of Death. But as soon as she finished speaking, he refuted her. "No, Magnus is a dangerous bastard beyond imagination. If he's certain that the ancient undead he sensed in the forest was me, the image of a giant, terrifying Magnus, in the middle of the Blue Island, he will infiltrate Loke Island and search every nook and cranny." Thinking this far, Pierre clenched his fists. "We need to hide our identities more thoroughly than before. How many people know your identity?" At the sudden question, Simon counted on his fingers and muttered, "My parents, Lady Neptes, Lorraine, Kizen, and Lethe. That's all." Hearing that name, Lisbeth freaked out. "Lethe?" So that she wouldn't be flustered, the prince introduced her as a priestess from Knoll. Recalling the woman's history, Lisbeth trembled as she looked at him. Again, it's another one of those damn priestesses. Simon was flustered and explained the misunderstanding. My relationship with her isn't what you think. Lethe is my mother's disciple. He was surprised by her next sudden action. Lisbeth bit a handkerchief. Anna, it's that woman's fault again. With eyes of burning hatred, she lowered her voice and said to Simon, emphasizing every syllable, Listen carefully, Commander. Every priestess is poison. They're experts at ruining men. Lisbeth crossed her arms, sighed deeply, and turned her head to look into the distance. They're supposed to serve the goddess, but they act all holy while going crazy the moment they see a man. Pierre was displeased with her attitude and words. Lisbeth, what are you saying in front of a kid? He had to stand in the middle and mediate the situation. Stop it, don't fight. His gaze was full of seriousness, his brows furrowed. We have to be more careful from now on. If the truth of our legion is revealed, we will have to leave Kizen and become Magnus's target. Not stopping there, Pierre lowered his head to look at Simon opposite him and urged, Your growth rate is already a miracle, but you must reach a level where you can face Magnus in the shortest possible time. He listened intently to every one of his words. If it's Magnus, he will surely kill you without hesitation, even if you're wearing a Kizen uniform. The next morning they returned to Kizen Academy, the first day of the integrated semester classes. On the podium, Lorraine was reviewing the students' presentations on the screen. Professor Lorraine was in charge of Class A. She pointed out their mistakes one by one while watching the video from yesterday's test. Everyone was dejected by her comments. After receiving feedback on their first lesson, the students' spirits were completely crushed. A moment later, after watching all the presentations and finishing her evaluation, Lorraine spoke. That's all for my evaluation. Let's move on. As if remembering a problem that needed to be addressed, she continued from the podium. This is sudden, but there's something you all need to do. The students' eyes sparkled at her next words. James furiously took notes. In this integrated semester, you can drop a maximum of 2 out of the 9 subjects you're currently taking. Lorraine didn't explain at length, and immediately introduced the 3 mandatory subjects. Basic Black Magic, Sacred Guardian, and Transference Magic. You are free to drop any of the remaining 6 subjects. Dick, sitting next to Simon, was extremely excited. All right, which subjects should I drop? But her next words made him collapse limply onto his desk. Don't think that reducing the number of subjects and getting a score will be beneficial to you. On the podium, Lorraine held up 2 fingers as she spoke. I said you could drop a maximum of 2 subjects, but if you want to drop both, you must consult with the professor in charge. After class, the group walked down the hallway. Cammy spoke. Melon, have you decided which subjects to drop? She turned her head and replied cheerfully. I decided as soon as I heard it. Simon also nodded and said, Me too. Dick, who was next to them, suggested they say it at the same time. The 4 of them simultaneously said the subject they would drop. Spirit Studies. Hearing the announcement, he explained with some embarrassment, It's as expected, but I feel sorry for the professor. Cammy clasped her hands in front of her chest, lowered her head and said in fear, I can't stand that either. Melon also looked a bit awkward, sweating as she said logically, While possessed by a spirit, you can't even use elemental magic. He turned his back, put his hands behind his head, and had other thoughts. Spirit Studies is a difficult subject for both majors and non-majors, so it's hard to get a high score, and so the voices of the 4 echoed across the academy campus. Then it's unanimous. It was like stabbing a knife into the professor's heart. The next morning, all the students had gathered in the wide forest behind the academy campus. Simon clenched his fists with great excitement. It's been a while since we had a summoning class. We're here. Cammy looked on with an uncomprehending expression. It's a summoning class, so why are we doing it outdoors? Dick, who was next to her, was also flustered. They didn't even tell us to change into gym clothes. Professor Aaron was the instructor for this subject. He spoke. Today we will learn a new type of black magic in summoning. In Aaron's hand was a wooden box. Since there's been a 2-month gap, we'll start with a review first. In front of them was a rat skeleton. He bent his knees slightly to test their knowledge. Who can tell me the characteristic strengths of a skeleton among the undead? James, the model class president, immediately raised her hand high and answered. Depending on the characteristics of the bones, we can connect, fuse, and restore them. Along with James's words, an explanatory image appeared. A rat's bones were shattered. Even if it's smashed, darkness remains in the joints. But no matter how many times it's hit, it can be restored to its original state, and it can be rebuilt as many times as you want. When the student correctly stated the strength, Aaron asked a new question. Then what is its weakness? Not wanting to lose, Hector raised his hand high and earned the right to answer. It's weak to the holy power of priests. He stood up at those words, nodded, and continued. That's a weakness most undead have. Next, Simon, who had been thinking for a moment, raised his hand and offered his opinion. The skeleton's weakness is its lack of mobility and defense. He was quite satisfied with his words, and smiled slightly. If you control it alone without a restorer, there's a risk it will be destroyed before it can even reach the enemy. Aaron immediately offered him praise. Correct? Cammy saw that and exclaimed. Well done, Simon. Only Hector showed his anger. He gritted his teeth. That bastard, he deliberately answered after me. Looking at the small rat skeleton in the yard, Aaron began his explanation. A skeleton is an undead with only bones. Its motor skills are not outstanding. At his words, Simon nodded and listened with constant focus. If excessive pressure is applied, the joints break easily and the structure collapses, so it's meaningless without a numerical advantage. On the opposite side, a student holding a weapon in his hand spoke. Only a summoner with a talent for restoration can use a skeleton effectively. If so, is this a useful summoning magic? As Aaron finished speaking, he opened his palm and revealed a dark energy. Of course not. As if a great force had been added, the rat skeleton used the spirit energy as a foothold and flew forward like an arrow, holding the weapon in his hand high. He pulled back with all his might to prepare for an attack. An attack faster than lightning grazed past his side, and the student who had just raised his sword had no time to defend. Returning here, he opened his palm and spoke, "But if you guys use it, the story changes." At Aaron's words, Simon's group of friends became extremely excited, their emotions clearly showing on their faces, charging with skeletons.